Motherfuckers still here right now, colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much, they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America, pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm darn. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sparing. You got white privilege, so you don't need sparing. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe here. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave here. Indians ain't die off cause we here. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans, naturalized citizens, made all the Indians niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights, gave us amendments. Think I don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was all white. 1200 wasn't no continent, all white. Europe named after a black woman, alright. Grafted, it come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to the teacher. And the Nuki got voice coming out the speaker. Cut off trees down and made us weaker. Really they foreigner, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aborigine, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheeple. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privileges real, they working in management. Low down dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. You built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us a Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read, but we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin, copper color, look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us stingy. Ain't no Democrats there together, pay attention. We got ancestors, but the papers is missing. Kings and queens, but you can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vax, we don't want that in us. George Washington is the ninth president, look it up. United States, only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me, say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon killers still walk around free? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I stated. Read till oppressed, somebody gotta say it. I'm taking out of school, that's the reason I made it. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. That ain't my story. History is his story. Probably ain't your story. History is his story. It's his story.
Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah. God's children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God of Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turned on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we let this turn to something. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God, it's never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. Yeah. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patented accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Enemy of my tribe, of mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my Nietzsche, someone Earl said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Cherokee, the chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like DST. You might not be as G as me. Think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my Nietzsche, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this here is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us. Nobody lost they right like us. Wake them up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They trying to kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that since it's finna say. Everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or against us? Ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clipped for days. Be careful, I advise you to. Enemy of my tribe, of mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche.
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right software to make
Yeah. Nigga flow so sick, hit rewind. Little bit, call my phone, hit decline. Nigga want me to phone, but tell him keep trying. Been ballin' on niggas out of retire.
Yeah, one time, turn the beat down. Let a nigga go crazy, see now. Fell off, got it back, had to retry. Bitch said I wasn't shit, had to remind.
Excuse me, it's big dope, straight drop. Yeah. Alright, mayo. Everything good as a 10-4.
Pour some drink, roll up some ganja. I'm about to blow like a motherfucking roster. Big dog status, you know I ain't flogging. Go in the way that I want, I ain't bothered.
Yellow bone women feeling like a mod. She wanna kick it, she want no karate. I just want head, I don't want nobody. Might take a nigga, bitch, that's a rob.
That whole back, stop it, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking option, nigga. Oh, I got your little hoe up on my side like a motherfucking option, nigga.
Big black nigga, my persona. Yes, I'm guilty, Your Honor. Of killing these niggas and fucking these bitches. Yes, I admit to the charges.
ABR be the mafia. Tell them ain't nobody stopping us. Lot of sucker niggas wanna copy us. Still dripping on the floor, you can mop it.
Let me pop my shit. Niggas be killing me. Gotta swap my shit. Niggas watch my shit. Since you niggas stealing, well, let me lock my shit. Let me stop my shit. Yeah, I'm from the bottom, but that don't stop not shit. Bitch, I'm an underdog. I mean, underhog. Still, nothing top my shit. Bitch, I'm the truth. And I showed you over and over again. This shit ain't no fluke. This is the proof. I set the bar in this bitch, and I'ma raise it like the roof. They counting me out. Yeah, they gotta be tripping. I don't know shit about addition. Subtracting myself from anything bullshitting. I move forward, expedition. Since I do music, now I gotta move different. Be damn, I move without a tools. And rappers is dangerous, and I just can't be caught slipping. Be damn, I let a nigga do me. I ain't no killer, but I ain't never scared to shoot it. Don't run up on me like a groupie. You got some beef, nigga, shells come included. This won't be a Taco Tuesday.
Peace. Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Chief building. I want to say shout out to my PIC. Y'all big homie, the one and only. The CEOs in the building. And we got not a special guest. We got a friend of the show. He's been around for a while. You guys putting in work in the chat room and everything, man. I want to we're introducing DJ z.p.e. Shout out to DJ z.p.e. What's up, brother? How you feeling?
Good. What's up, Chief? Salute to the chat.
Yeah, man. I want to say shout out to the chat, man. You guys heard infamous Trey Ali, Threads 3000. That was Mr. LV featuring his group, A-State Band Runners, man. So I want to say shout out to Arkansas, man. Y'all know, man. Underhog, man. That's my shit. Niggas been stealing. Let me lock my shit. Peace to the guys, man. I want to say shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. I see my brother up in there, Mr. Brooklyn, the Snake Guys, Sagittarius, Truth, Master Dre, Anthony L. Pickens Jr., M. Stowers, Marcus Adamu, Shy Alpha, Reginald Jones, Lotus Civilization is in the building. Peace to the guys, man. What else we got here? Quadruple OG Wilmore Reed's in the building. Indie Goddess, Yan the Magnificent, Bron Flat Power God, Haru Duke of the Great Lakes, Lady E, Brown Wolf, Shout out Ogla is in the building. Pine Bluff, stand up. I want to say peace to everybody, man. I want to say salute to you guys. Been in the building, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. Hey, man, if you're truly the same as human beings in global history, guys, press go. I want to say shout out to everybody, man. Hey, we put this together last night, man. We all actually had more time to. We were just discussing stuff last night. It got kind of late, man. We didn't want to put this out, too late. We want a lot of people to see this. So I want to say shout out to everybody, man. So this definitely going to be dropping some information as it pertains to Seminole slavery, when it comes to colonization, You know what I'm saying? We're gonna in Florida, not only the people that were inhabiting in there long before the colonization process had started. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, well, basically we're going to be debunking just the whole concept of Christopher Columbus. You know, I say this all the time. It'd be like, Christopher Columbus is fake. And all these guys be like, no, Chief, I read his letters. Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about that, man. So we got my brother DJ z.p.e in the building, man. We're gonna get it in. DJ, you got anything you want to say to the people, man, before we get going?
Other than just shout out to the gods, man.
That's what's up. Shout out to the guys, man. Peace to
Shout out
everybody,
to
man.
the
Got that
gods.
Chickahominy Roots in there. I see Tommy Crawford in the building. He said, AKA Smoke Signal. Shout out to Smoke Signal, man. What we got in the building? Truth over everything. Peace, King. Make sure I get everybody. So we were gonna go back and forth on a few things. Some of the stuff before we get into the build tonight. You guys know that a lot of the stuff has been going back and forth as far as the immigrants being upset about Brother Tariq Nasheed and the Foundation of Black American. I guess a hashtag, because I don't know if it's not a group. So he says, right, it's not a group, it's a hashtag, and people are waking up and talking about lineage and their blood, especially making between here in America, right, as opposed to different groups have came here since, you know what I mean, immigration has happened since. Even with that concept, right, you guys are still saying, according to the founder of the Foundation of Black Americans, you guys have a date, it's 1526. Now, we went through that before and we broke down ADOS versus FBA and which one has solutions. And we went through the website, we broke down the dates that Tariq was talking about, who he was talking about as far as the Aborigines of this land, so on and so forth, right? So, and since then, a lot of talking points from the brother Tariq have changed. You guys have seen this, and he's correcting himself and saying Aborigine. Well, he's putting black in front of it. And if you guys have been paying attention, we've been breaking down the caste system, we've been breaking down the theory of evolution, the out of Africa hypotheses, the Darwinism, eugenics. We are going directly to the source of the problem. Me, DJ?
Sir.
However, when we talk about etymology, right, a lot of times because people haven't, just like we hadn't, coming through the university system, coming through high school, through middle school, elementary, so on and so forth, nobody ever was like, hey DJ, here's an etymology book. We had all types of books, but they never wanted us to know the history or the origin of words, right? Now, what's interesting when you're, huh? Go ahead, you got it.
That's facts. No, I remember in archaeology at UC Berkeley, my professor handed me a fucking rhyming dictionary. A rhyming dictionary. Like, not a dictionary, not an etymology dictionary, a fucking rhyming dictionary.
Terrible.
Like, I was like, nigga, I'm in archaeology, not fucking poetry. The fuck? This isn't creative writing.
Well, technically, it is.
Technically, for them, but I didn't know it.
Technically, it's poetry. It's technically poetry. It's technically mythology, you guys. And I know it's gonna get crazy, y'all. Y'all gotta follow us because we can't talk about Maroons and Cimarroons to Seminoles, right? Because most people believe that the people in that area. Matter of fact, before we even get to Christopher, we're gonna wrap a taste. Matter of fact, we're gonna break down the people who were there first. Now, you just happen to be a descendant, my brother, as well as myself And a lot of people listening to the pre-Columbian people that were in Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were already people in the civilization in Florida. So we're gonna be talking about those people. Uh, we're gonna be showing some things. We got some video footage. Y'all already know, man. Y'all know what it is, man. We're gonna be putting in this work, and you never know what you guys are gonna see over here, man. But you're gonna hear some shit that you never heard before. That's a fact. As well as we're gonna be debunking this whole uh, Seminole slavery, because once again, you you could be 78 years old, grew up in the culture, be on a farm, never left your whatever, right? But you could still be telling the same story that was fed to you, and basically using words like black in front of Seminole. And I'm just scratching my head like, And if you guys know where Seminole come from Cimarron, right? And Cimarron comes from maroon. Now, once again, maroon still in 2022 is brown in Spanish. Now, according to you guys, the Spanish was in these territories first, and the
Facts.
Spanish was dealing. Right. DJ, now
Yeah.
we're gonna get into some things tonight that's gonna get a little deeper than that. Y'all might be privy to about a 300-400 level class tonight. I just want to let y'all know. A lot of times these guys, the reason why we stay in the high school, or even middle, sometimes kindergarten information, because if you don't have that, it's like you don't have if you don't know the algebra 1, but you're trying to take algebra 2, right? You haven't in calculus and trigonometry and all these other things, you haven't mastered 1+1 yet. So, and if you can't master 1+1, you're never going to be able to put all the other advanced mathematics, advanced science, and some of even advanced thinking together. Now, sometimes you have to. A lot of you guys say you guys got bachelors, right? Well, a bachelor's degree means that you can stand on your own, right? A master means you have mastered this situation, and a doctor means that now you can teach it without a book.
Mm-hmm.
How that work out?
Yep.
You passed the master. Now you're a doctor in this. Okay. So I just want to point that out. So a lot of times when people are saying stuff to you guys, they're saying stuff, whatever. So we talk about the people. I wanted to pull it up. They were called the Caluso or Caruso. Is
Caruso, Caluso, Calusa.
right. Now what's your understanding before we pull this up, DJ? Your
Say what?
understanding of the Calusa peoples or culture within not only Southeast Florida, but just all through the South. What is your take on these people, brother? Who are these people?
These are like a highly advanced, highly independent culture that had agriculture, warfare. They had everything figured out. They're how do I say this? Some of the most reclusive people in the South. And basically, I mean, they had an immense territory all the way over to Texas, stretch it from Texas all the way up into the New England area. Um, like the modern, like Miami is named after one of these tribes of people, the Maya Imi, Maya IMI. So yeah, I mean, all it's interesting because it's like when we talk about the Calusa, we're also talking about the Cimarroons or the Seminoles. We're talking about the Gullah. We're talking about the Ogeechee. Like there's a lot of people wrapped up in this, And then if you understand like the Maya Imi, then you also understand the linguistic connection to the Great Lakes and also to Michigan or the Michigami.
Oh, so are you saying that they had maroons from Florida to Michigan?
All over. They were spread all over. The Calusa were spread all over. Like anywhere there was a swamp, you could find Calusa. You know, they're the inventors of stilted buildings.
Okay.
You know, floating houses and stilted houses. You know, they always had places where the men would gather, like we are right now, except it would be a little fort in the middle of the swamp somewhere where everybody would come on our own little boat and meet up, and we would have meetings and we would decide what to do depending on whatever situation arose. Like, and that was the reason why when we fought the Seminole Wars, all three of them, only 5,000 of us were able to fuck up over 50,000 of them, because we were accustomed to living in the swamps and building in the swamps. So we have that aboriginal trait of sickle cell, which gives us resistance to all the bugs.
So
You know, plus we got to remember too, vermilion comes from these areas. Like vermilion is the red clay that makes the color Mayan blue of all the murals down there.
okay, so now you're saying that the people in the Americas and the Southwest are attached to
the
quote
Mayan
unquote the
Empire.
people in the Mexicans and
No.
now,
I'm not saying the Mexicans. I'm saying the
well,
Mayan
not
Empire.
Mexicans. I'm saying we talking Mayans, right?
Yeah.
Pre-Mexican, pre-Mayan. Okay, so when they went back down into Mexico, they were already running or going to their own people with the
Yeah.
linguistics ties and
Yeah.
okay, as well
Exactly.
as cultural ties from only the
Exactly.
Mayan blue, the
And that's how a
skeletal.
lot of
Gotcha.
Hispanics were able to
Go
come
ahead,
up
bro.
here and take our place, because there was already an
Mm,
established connection. Then these white folk used the Spaniards that they let come up as a platform to spring off of their back and create all these civilized fake tribes.
okay,
Then
I
they
got you.
kicked them out.
Now, what do you have to say to people that say black? What the hell is going on?
Say
What is
what?
happening? A black Seminole? Like
A black
what?
Seminole?
Yeah,
Someone says
what
black
is that?
Seminole to me, you might as well be saying like ninja assassin or killer warrior. The fuck you talking about? The fuck? How you gonna use two
It's like
descriptive
saying,
terms back to back? The fuck?
right? That's talking about the
It's
same
like
thing.
saying blue star. It's like you're saying the same shit, nigga. What the fuck? Like, and first off, and secondly, you're using two different descriptive terms. Like you're using black, which denotes pale, unfortunate whites or wicts, WIGHT, for poor unfortunate
Mm-hmm.
souls. You're confusing black with red or brown, which is completely different. You get what I'm saying? Because with their four-tier caste system, technically in the beginning, black would have been on top. Then you would have had brown, right? You know, lighter brown. So the caste system would go in reverse originally.
Yeah, that looks like an upside down pyramid though, because of course there's more of us than them. And
Exactly.
they have flipped the whole paradigm upside down. Um, I, I don't
Yeah.
think
Literally.
you know, right? Um, so with that being said, though, right, about these concepts, right? You guys are gonna see and hear some stuff. You know, even when we're reading some of these books and some of these things, we have to. What do you say today? Read between the lines. You always have to not only
Mm-hmm.
read between the lines, but have discernment about what you're reading. If you don't know etymology and the origin of the book, especially when you're reading about history, you're lost, because now they can say, "Oh, well," and we go through this all the time, but just from this perspective, right? They could call somebody an African American in 1775, 1875, and they just now changed the whole trajectory of who that person was They made him an immigrant. They took power from him by calling him an African American, when in fact he's an American in 1775. Right. So what they're doing is they're changing places, but they're rewriting history. So once things got burnt down, they came back. They just wrote themselves into history. Same way when they were in San Francisco in 1912ish, around that time. This is all theoretically in the last 100 to 150 years, you guys.
Yep.
These people have been taking over our shit. Like this is not a long time ago, or
It really,
systematically with the help of niggas here
yep.
who've been spying and been working for them for a long time. They call them loyalists, but these same people in these systems are running our country as we speak, running our government, not running us. And so when we hear people say, well, what do you guys have? Well, once again, it's a matter of time before the people wake up. All the people wake up. Because you see these people that are running the world now, they could theoretically, cause whole nuclear fallouts and nuclear wars and all these other things. Therefore, according to them, I think that this is all 1984, and I think that they are playing us to keep us all in fear all the time, to keep their power structure going. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe that any of this stuff is happening. Yeah, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Need more people.
I don't think, and I don't believe. I know. That's facts. That's truth.
Yeah.
It's irrefutable.
Yeah. I don't believe it. None of this stuff is happening right now. It's called theater. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, man. I see Legend
Political
of Nada
theater.
Charlie in the building. That's right. Nikki Nakia's in the building. Peace, Empress. Learning and building. Peace, King. Love,
see,
young guy.
you gotta realize these are people that have been making Christian martyrs for hundreds of years. They have they're like the Zodiac killer. They want you to catch them, but they throw you references, hoping that you will, instead of take the reference, make an inference from the reference. See, people who are trying to delay progress, they're asking us what we're doing. What have you built? What are you practicing? Why are you speaking English? Blah 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 blah. They're coming here looking for references. They're not on the level because they don't even know what an inference is, let alone how to infer truth from fiction.
Facts. Now they're hiding it pretty well. You gotta say that. Shout out to Etta Anderson in the building. Peace, Empress. Shout out to everybody, man. See Zoe Hustle in the building. Peace of the Wolf God. See Lewis Luck. Peace, King. Thomas B. Shout out to the trolls too, man. I see Pat Gabriel in the building. PG, peace of the God, man. Shout out to everybody, man. What else we got in here?
Also,
Brandon, what up, bro?
The other amazing thing about the Calusa people is they were the inventors of nitrogen flushing and farming with fish. Using how do I say this? They farmed fish and then farmed vegetables with the wastewater of the fish. So they were able to capitalize on the waste of the fish and grow exorbitant amount of crops. These were we how do I say this? It ain't gumbo without filet because of these people. Like, as far back as I can go, there's the earliest reference of anyone eating filet as a culture is the Calusa people, and those sources have been erased now.
Well, they say that they're extinct, right?
Mm-hmm.
As of 1875, right?
But how are they extinct?
1875?
If we're talking right now, they're not extinct.
Well, once again, pen is way mightier than the sword, you guys. So if I can reclassify you, if you don't go to Oklahoma, you don't move around, you don't do certain things, you stay there, we're going to start classifying you as Negroes, colored, or so on and so forth, right?
Just like they moved the state lines, just like our grandparents went to sleep in Florida and woke up in Virginia, woke up in Kentucky, woke up in a different fucking state because they changed the state lines while we were sleeping. Didn't even inform us that they had changed the state lines.
Right. Now, when we talk about the slavery thing, now we rapping right now. We talking. And we're gonna pull some stuff up and show you guys. I know once again, you guys don't want to believe us. You guys we have to pull up pale skins and we gotta show them. Then we gotta show you how they're using the color caste system to put themselves in social, political, economic empowerment. And continue to push the line that you're mixed with Seminole. When the whole concept of Seminole comes from Maroons, brown people. But these are still, when we talk about the Gullah, we talk about the Geechee, we talk about the Tuscarora, we talk about people that or the Pequot, or all these different, you're talking about all the same people that went into other areas as refugees based off of certain wars that we were having amongst each other. That these people were facilitating.
Also the Powhatan Confederacy as well.
Powhatan, absolutely.
Yeah, the Powhatans as well.
The Yamasee. Yeah, so we talking about the Yamasee and the Seminole, but ultimately goes to the Calusa people who've been there 12,000 plus years.
Years. Yep. Over twice the amount of time that so-called white people have even existed here. Period.
Now, if you just Google Calusa people, whatever, they're gonna show you artists' rendition of Tonto-looking people that are pale. Well, I'm here to tell you that the archaeologists say that the bones here in the Americas, right, that they have lots of skeletal remains here in Florida, here in Ohio, Georgia, so on and so forth, or Negroes. Period. We don't have to go back and forth. We don't have to, y'all, because letting y'all know that these are Negro bones, huh? Right.
Chief, my avatar is quite literally, it is a piece of cornice from one of our buildings in the New England area. Like, that's the face of us. This is the same people we're talking about right now. It's from this is a picture of a piece of cornice that's been donated to a church now, but they actually blew the fucking building up, and this was in a river just sitting there for who knows how fucking long. There's shit like this still out there right now. Because these people came over here dynamiting shit. That's what all these great fires were about, was them dynamiting our shit. And the chunks of the building are still around, and they replaced it with their pale new versions of shit.
Yeah, that's really crazy.
This was literally the lintel that was above the door where immigrants had to walk into to get their papers.
Now, I know we're skipping around a little bit, right? We're gonna get into this, right? But I need you guys to because we're gonna prove what we're saying, right? But brother, I have questions sometimes to some of these busters, right? And they never do any research, right? And they act like we ask questions that we don't know the answers to, because we don't, right? So when I ask the question, if this guy named Christopher Colombo or Cologne, Cristobal Colon, any of these concepts that you guys think about, right? If you think of it, this concept, this actually happened, right? What language would he have spoken? Because he wouldn't call himself Christopher. Let's just be clear. That's modern English, okay? So I'm asking DJ z.p.e, what language, if this guy would have existed, would he have been speaking in 1492, brother?
He would have been speaking. Oh, what is it called? La Guil. It's like the earliest language. The earliest Indo. Here, let me. The earliest Indo-European language is called wheel. It's spelled D-oil. It's a dialect continuum that includes standard French and its closest autochthonous relatives historically spoken in the northern half of France, southern Belgium, and the Channel Islands.
When we talk about Indo-European languages, right? A lot of times we like to tell these guys, but they don't want to listen, that these are Germanic scripts or Germanic languages, right? That basically have been romanticized or Italianized or Latinized. Kind of break that down for people who kind of that don't understand that process. And like I said, even when we read it, I still don't think they understand the process. So that's why it's bigger than just reading something, because they wrote it to confuse you or to have you on a certain mindset. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it's basically it's so how do I say this? Like we had a language style called the dialect continuum. It's a series of languages or language varieties spoken across geographical areas and the neighboring communities. And the further away you got from the original language, the more it would change, syllabically speaking. So the syllables would change, just like from hood to hood, we have a different dialect of what do they call it now? Well, just every every neighborhood has a different dialect of the same English, right? So it's the same thing with the languages over there. Now, the fuckery comes in during the Romance age between the 1500s and the 1800s, when all of these Italian, Portuguese, all of these languages were invented, and they're all how do I say this in simple terms? They're all pieces of the same language, being Latin. See, all these Latin based languages are a dialect continuum. They took our languages, the proto syllabic languages, which were a dialect continuum, meaning we were a people who were diverse and highly scientific. So we came up with new terminologies for things all the time. We didn't just have one word for a fucking horse. We had 15, 16 words for a horse, depending on the situation and the context. So, they've basically broken our original proto-syllabic dialectic or dialect continuum, and they've created a system of control that has divided our language and created languages in places that didn't exist, therefore creating nationalities, ethnicities that didn't exist, languages that didn't exist. And yeah, we end up where we're at today. I mean, they don't tell you that Isabella is a stage name, a nom de plume, for a sibyl, which is a soothsayer. She's not a real person. It's a reference to a woman who can see the future.
Mm. So what about this
A a
King and
a
Queen Isabella? What's all that going on?
So Isabella is a soothsayer or a woman who can predict the future, who if you look at history and you look at all of the rulers that have taken over our shit, they always have a sibyl. They always married to a sibyl. They always have that female soothsayer. If you look at movies, they always show you the truth of this. There's always a uh, a mixed woman who can predict the future. This is a sibyl. Sibyl. I mean, there's even reference of a queen of Israel named Sibella. Sibyl Ella. Ella is a Slavic name, so we already automatically know it's one of the what is it, the fifth or sixth most common name in Slavic. So we know that Sibella is a Sephardic Slav.
So, okay, let's get this straight. So people understand, right, that these people, right, rewrote history, and they basically did it by translating.
Yep, they translated our languages. Then they
Just
invented.
basically,
This is what all these
right.
churches were, and this is probably why our ancestors, who were the real Danes, were attacking all these fucking churches. Is because they were taking our shit and they were translating and changing history, literally writing their asses back into events that didn't take place and writing themselves into royal families that they were taking out through the creation of martyrdom. You understand what I'm saying? They're making religious martyrs of people, and they show you this by having the 7-pointed star in the artwork of all of their martyrs. That 7-pointed star is what you find in the Kabbalah. So they betray themselves. They want you to find out who they are. Like, these are some sick people. They're a very sick minority, and they want you to find them. Ego is a hell of a drug, man.
Okay, so the reason why this is important, you guys, that we're going prior, like, because when we're saying that, okay, 1492, early 1500s, when these people supposedly came into the Americas, right? That's in a span of time, especially to the Caluso culture and the Caluso people, right? Or the Carlos, right? We're
Yep.
gonna get to that.
And the
Or the
Carusos.
Charlotte, yeah,
Yep.
right.
As well
Caruso's
as
once
Caruso.
again, it's older, right? As well as when we talk about, like we always tell you guys, that Latin is indigenous to America, ancient Latin, and it could be called Muskogee, it could be called Algonquin, it could be called Seneca, it could be called all these things. But once they abolish certain languages, whatever, they abolish the people, because the people were identified through the language or the culture. So when we talk about these Caluso people, we got 12,000 plus years of history, years of agriculture, years of ingenuity, even mound building, even seashell mound building. Once again, we talk about
as well as building on the water. Like, who built Venice? Who built those aqueducts in Italy? They didn't have them back in the day.
They didn't have them.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because I can,
where they get the technology from? Because if it's not in North Africa, right? Who came and gave the information? Who gave the so they're telling it as if the knowledge, yeah, they telling it as if it came from somewhere else where it didn't come from. And the reason why we know it didn't come from it because they didn't build anything there. When we think about Morocco, Tunisia, stuff like that, whatever, just let us know what was built there. You see what I'm saying?
And
like, just like, yo, point to it right there. Yeah, when was this built, and when did the language script get there? If that is that original, because I even look at it from this perspective, right? They talking about the Moors went into Spain in 711. Well, Spain didn't exist in 711, number one, but Moor didn't exist in 711. The descriptive term of Moor didn't exist in 711, right? So we got to talk about, well, who were these people? What were their names? Were they tribes? And you start, okay, what was the issue? Now, it was already in 711, in 611, 710, it was already copper-colored Negroes already in what is called Spain. Don't fuck with me. Don't go back and forth. I'm not about to do none of that with y'all, man. I'm not doing that. Spain is literally still today 9 miles from Africa. So what are y'all talking about? These are the same people. What's the escargons? Is it escargon? Escargon? I'm saying that wrong, y'all.
The Escar, the car people.
The Escaroras, yeah. And
as well as the cars in Europe, the vulgar Latin speaking cars and the vans.
Right.
But go on.
Right. Well,
Gala.
when we talk about
Gala.
this Indo-Europe, when we talk about their native
people,
the Guala, right? But once again, did they come there?
But over there, they call them the Gaul A. There's an A on the end of Gaul, like the Kingdom of Gaul, and then there's an A. See, we call them the Gual, but they call it Gala. It's the same fucking thing. The A would be silent.
So once again, they didn't bring the Portuguese language here. It was created
Nope.
here. They
It
didn't
was
bring
created
the
here,
language here. It was
and it
created
was a
here. They
dialect
didn't bring,
continuum that made it
right.
there.
That's
Precisely.
right. Now, when they say that these people had to have translators, right? Well, the translator would had to have spoken some type of Latin or some type of Arabic or some type of Hebrewic script
Mm-hmm.
that once again comes from America, that's ancient in America. Now I understand you guys want to believe that it comes from the Zionists. You want to believe that it comes from Sumer. You want to believe it comes from there, right? But guess what? That's 5,500 years ago. And that's hijacked and that's fabricated. But our
Yep.
shit is 10,000 plus years older. Period.
Exactly.
I'm not about to go back and forth with y'all. It's
Starts at
documented.
10,000. Some of it goes back 30,000.
Documented. This is documented language in the Americas. Okay, we're not gonna go back and forth. And look, I know this is gonna be hard to find because this is something. This is level information, y'all. Okay, this is hard to find. I promise. It's not easy to go Google some shit because one thing you guys gotta understand, like they're hiding this information. It was shit I've been looking for years now. It was there 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? It's not there no more. 5 years ago, 2 years ago, sometimes shit is. So a lot of times these guys come over and say, "Where's your guys' sources?" Just to try to go get it suppressed. So I'm not telling these fuckers nothing. Debunk me. That's what you need to do, if you can. So we say that we are speaking our native tongue. We are speaking our native tongue, period. This is our shit and the power that comes in this language. So why not master it? Especially when it comes to history. So you're not going to be calling something in a historical time period when it didn't exist. Like yourself, you're not going to call yourself something or allow somebody to call you something that didn't exist in a certain time period. That puts you in a position of weakness and dishonor. So we're getting our honor by saying that we are the American Aborigines. We are honoring our ancestors, honoring what they said. They never told us we was from Africa. Okay. And they gave us names, gave us things, and some of us are even throwing that away. Just like what Cicely Tyson told a girl, Robin Givens in the joint. You know what I'm saying? Like you just dishonor your great grandmother's name for, you know what I mean? It was just dishonorable. She was educated, right? 90s, Pan-African Black studies turned into African studies in the 90s. So when they created in the 80s, Black studies, it transformed into the 90s into African studies. This is what it is. And they based all that off of culture and everything that they was pushing throughout the CIA over there. So somebody say, well, it matches up to Africa. Yeah, because they placed it over there. And they've been placing it over in Africa since like the 1940s, according to them, according to Freedom of Information Act, not according to Chief Holiday, as well as according to Chief Holiday, according to the United States government, they have close to $100 billion annually budget called the Black Program, for the Black Program. Now, you guys got to figure out who's part of the Black Program. Okay? Who's pushing a Black agenda? Because if you're pushing a Black agenda, you're definitely holding a white or waste agenda up, a degenerate system up. You're honoring that system, right? And what we're here to do is destroy this whole fucking system, destroy their whole concept. Once again, they'll look at the data and say, "Oh, this is a piece of wood. This is the last slave ship." You know what I mean? And then people will sit around here and say, "They found a slave ship in Alabama." You found one slave ship in Alabama that you have not done no research on. How big it was, how many people it can hold, none of that. You just ran with that. And once again, that's a problem because we only run with 3/5 human beings. We only run with the narrative that they're painting for us. Oh, slavery was for everybody. Well, your family members were classified as slaves. Apprenticeship is classified as slaves. Pale people are slaves, period. Sorry. And they do have a dog in the fight when it comes to reparations for slavery. Shout out to Mama Bear in the building. I see my brother Jaguar Olmec up in there. I see Shannon Porter in the building. Ties, Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Really appreciate it. Make sure I don't miss nobody. Yeah, I'll make sure to, we're gonna pull some stuff up in a minute, you guys. Just wanted to have PG. What up, though?
You know what's funny about the language de-oil, the way it's spelled? Well, if you pronounce it, it would be pronounced the wheel or the wheel. Oil is
Now this
is wheel. Wheel. It's like wheel. So the language would be the wheel. In our language, we would just say the wheel.
Sure, got everybody in here, man. So Nisha F is in the building. Peace, Empress. Thank you guys for tapping in. Oh yeah. I see it. CEO back in the building, you guys. Pull up. Got a couple dope videos too. Good, DJ, you got the floor.
Right on. So that language that I was talking about, the wheel or wheel, Huille. The etymology of it is a late 12th century olive oil from Anglo-French and Old North French huile, Old French oil. It's very interesting. It's another way of saying olive.
It's interesting. So, once again, right? When we ask, like when they ask us what's our language, right? We say, hey, look, we're speaking a form of Latin, right? And they laugh and they say, well, Latin comes from Europe. Latin does not come from Europe.
No.
Just it is what it is. Like we don't have to go back and forth. But once again, they took ownership of stuff and said that not only did they create language, they created math, they created science. If you guys seen the other day when we talked to the guy Sif, he was talking about his people, the Aryans created these things because they took over certain things so they could rewrite history and Germanize them. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah,
So
but
they can say,
not...
well, they're the Phoenicians and all this other shit, and say, oh, Hannibal was a Phoenician and Carthaginians, and nobody was over there was calling themselves no Phoenicians, no Carthaginians, or nothing. But now they're taking ownership of culture, of math, science, and things that those people didn't even create, but they were using at a certain time period. You get what I'm saying, bro? Go ahead.
Those are all languages. They're claiming languages.
Absolutely.
They're claiming to be a people when all that is a language. Same as with this fucking Italian shit and Portuguese and Spanish and French. You know, like we just learned the original fucking language. And so the language, the choice of word they chose for the language, it tells you that this is a continuum of the same language that started in France with olive oil and traveled to the Mediterranean and across the Mediterranean into Asia. minor than major naturally. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Hey,
yeah. So you know
yeah, it's gonna get interesting, y'all.
they've been stealing a lot of shit, and they are not
Right.
fucking smart. They really are not smart.
Not at all. Hey man, you guys do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Um,
You know,
we
because
definitely appreciate all the love and support. For real, for real.
it's like if you really look into the etymology of the Gual people, like it's literally a Middle French word, and it derives from an old French word. Like it's literally they made up modern French or Middle French or Meso French, but it is literally the same as the old word being wall. Waulle, and wall in Le Huil means a long pole or a rod, you know. And in Frankish, it would be
Right.
Walu or Wali, and Wali is a stick. Walus would be Proto-Germanic, like Waluz, and that would mean a stick or the root. You know, it's like something you see. The difference is the old language is talking about a long pole or a rod or a stick, a finished product. Proto-Germanic or Walu is talking about a stick with the root still attached. You know, and in Proto-Indo-European, it's well, as in to weld, W-E-L, and well means to turn or to wind or to roll. You understand? Like to gain momentum. It's cognate with Gothic. You know. Then you have Wali and Walus, which is Norse. Walus would be Norse, like walrus. Walus would be Old Norse. It would be a modern version of and Walus in Old Norse would be Vair, Vair, Vair as in fair. Also, VALR, valor, like valor. You know, and that word in Old Norse would mean a round rod. It's once again just a stick or a pole. You know, and then you have Frisian, and the Frisian people still exist to this day, and in their language it would be wall, Waal. Same thing. See, but then you have the modern English being Walu, and it's the same as the original Frankish. But Walu in Old English means a ridge or a bank or, you know, like the edge of something, or it means the mark of a blow, you know, like a scar. So these are all continuums. These are all dialect continuums. They start in with the old languages and continue into the modern pseudo people.
Right. Now, once again, when we're talking about history, people can take ownership of history and write themselves writing history by changing words.
Facts.
Native American be written back in time. I just pointed out that Moore was written back in time, 711. When you look up the etym of the word, it didn't exist. But they'd be like, no, Moors existed for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. Okay. See, once again, now the rules go out the door when it comes to language. Y'all see how this work? Like it can't go out the door. Everything has to be on the table. The same rules have to apply for everything. You cannot make shit up. There's linguistic law just like science. Matter of fact, this is ling. What? This is the study of language, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but it's
So
also but it's also important to understand nomenclature, because nomenclature is also the study of language. They have used our dialectic continuum still to this day, but instead of putting the truth in the dictionary with some words, they put it in places where you find baby names. You know, nomenclature is just the study and the pastoral practice of naming things. It includes things like given names, forenames, surnames, middle names,
Right.
etc.
Now that you
So,
say that, right? If you see a surname like Jesus Christ, like Christ would be his surname, right?
yes,
Well,
sir.
we know
What
at
it?
that time period, we know that nobody had surnames at that time period. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
Just like we know that Christopher Columbus wouldn't have had a surname,
Nope.
right? Okay,
Nope.
so we haven't got to Christopher Columbus yet, you guys. We haven't got to any of this information. You know, like I said, waiting on a producer to get back in the building. We're about to pull up some things. Yo, man, this is really interesting. Like I said, I'm gonna pull up this video first, y'all. I see Chief Crazy Over standing in the building. What's we got in here? Lou Era Grassroots, Peace Dirty, Haru. I seen Mama Bear, Peace Empress. Shout out to everybody, man. Elizabeth Young, Peace. Thank you guys for coming. I think that's it, y'all. You guys for all tapping in, man. Hey, man, do us a favor, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Share it with your cousins, share it with your brothers and sisters, share it with your PTA meeting. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So peace, everybody. I ain't gonna cuss that much tonight, mama. Shout out to my mama, man. She was like, she was checking out the bill from the other day, man. I see Tight Sam, the American Negro, is in the building. Peace to the God, man. Knowledge X618. Appreciate that, man. We just getting started, man. We ain't even got into the build yet, y'all. It's just me and DJ just rapping and tasting this monologue, right, bro? Freestyling. Well, yeah, is it freestyle?
Kinda.
Is it freestyle when Biggie and Jay-Z were writing songs and Wayne writes a song? Yeah. Yeah, is it freestyle when Snoop writes a song? Yeah, I don't know.
Hard.
Shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Just signs of
Pax
you know what you're doing,
Omnibus.
man.
Pax Omnibus to the
It's
chat.
called muscle memory.
Yep. Yeah, Pax Omnibus to the chat. It means peace to all or peace to the people.
That's what's up. So, let's get this video up for you guys, man. It's really interesting. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, another good phrase for y'all to know would be semper invictus. It means always for the greater good. Then you have auspicium melioris, which is for a better tomorrow. I suppose my favorite would be what would be my favorite Latin quote or saying? I guess it would be ex uno multis, which would be out of one many, instead of this bullshit e pluribus unum, out of many one. But see, if you actually look at the Latin, like Ex uno multis means out of one, many. There is no X or EX in e pluribus unum, right? There's no uno, which would be one. There's no multis. So what does e pluribus unum really mean? It guarantee you it doesn't mean what they're telling us.
You know they wouldn't do that.
No. Why would they tell us the truth? Why on earth would they tell us the truth?
That's a whole fact. So speaking of that, now how the hell did Latin become the language of law of this land? Like it's
Well,
all gonna
that's
tie, y'all. I promise it's all gonna tie in together. Y'all know, like we just fucking crazy over here. No, we're going somewhere with this, y'all. When y'all see it, when we start pulling it out, you guys will see it. I don't want to start reading until you guys can see it. We're gonna share in the chat room as well, all the stuff that we have uncovered. This is like basic stuff when we talk about the Caruso, or the Carlos, because Carlos, Charles, right? It's translated into Charles, right? Carlos people, right? Is more ancient than them. Our civilization is bigger and older. Y'all see where I'm going here? So they told us that this is the new world, but in fact, this is the ancient world, right? And we have ancient cities. Period. That's it. We don't have to say nothing else that predate anything that they got going on. So they could take credit for stuff that you say, oh, well, we see this architecture here in Spain. We see this architecture here in Germany. We see this architecture here in Russia. And we can attribute that to Moors, right? And then they come over here and they say, well, oh, here's all this architecture over here. Oh, that's the Moorish thing, but this is older than all of the architecture around the world that they are
facts.
describing to be Moors architect. You understand what I'm saying? This is how they're
Yep.
beating us. This is how they're kicking our drawers off our ass right here. Because they're beating you psychologically, going and coming with these words. Trust me, going and coming. They even tell you to look it up, and then be like, "Yeah, right there. See, it says it right there. We got you right there. See, we wrote it down for you right here. It says that we supposed to own you. You supposed to believe what we say. It's like this because we're white and we said so. See what I'm saying? And not even white that we said so. We have authority because we put it in the book, and you guys give us authority, right? Here's the King James version. When okay, well, what did they translate? What did they leave out? What did they do? And for this book to be the law, you understand? Same thing. What did they leave out? What did they translate from the Algonquin Constitution?
Facts. Because that's where
What did they
Sumer
take
comes
out?
from.
Yeah.
You know, because
What
the
did they take out?
Sumerian people, that's really the Algonquin people. That has nothing to fucking do with no Slavic Jews.
Now, how do you? The reason why he knows this guy is because once again, when we said is our culture is older here, our language scripts are older here. They have taken it a continuum, right, and changed it. That's it. They just changed it, yo. You know what I'm saying? And gave themselves ownership. They're like, this is old English. And you'd be like, well, they the English, and they got the old English. And then you realize it's not even English, it's German. Depending on who's saying it, the old English could be German, the old English could be Latin.
Exactly.
Interchangeable depending on who's writing it. Depending
And
on who's telling you to lie at the time. Trust me.
this is why niggas invented hip hop, is because we're the inventors of the dialectic continuum. That is hip hop, that is flow, that is rhythm, that is poetry, that is singing, that is art. Like that is us.
Facts. No question. So this is what they're doing. They're playing us like that.
Plus, I realized my archaeology teacher, that rhyming dictionary, I was too uneducated and too young, and I didn't believe in my intelligence. That was an inside joke.
You think
It
he was
was
trying to get you to be a rapper or something?
no, he was actually referencing, he was letting me know without letting me know, like, look, your people invented the continuum of language. This is why you rhyme the way you rhyme and speak the way you speak.
Mhm.
This is why our people automatically, will think of a word and we'll think of 5 more words to go with it.
It's facts.
All
Now, when we
meaning the
talk
same
about,
shit.
right, anytime that's fact. So when we talk about these guys right here, talking about their language and where their language comes from, right? All these African languages were created. A lot of them, like the late 1800s, going into the 1900s.
Facts.
I'm sorry, my bad, y'all. Mende, all this other shit, Yoruba, right? All this
Mende,
shit is created. It's
Mende
new
is
shit.
German,
Yeah, it's
and
German.
the Guinea. The guinea is a Jewish coin that was invented, and the people that were called Guineas were the original people of those regions. So when we're talking about the Gual, we're also talking about the Guinea. Like the anyone with the name Guinea or Guinea is the original people of the British and Gaul Empire.
Mm.
Well, not British, pre-British, Breton.
Pe- Yeah, that shit crazy. What shit we got, man?
It's all here. Like I said,
Copper
these
tone.
people are not smart.
What up, though?
They just took our shit and changed,
Mm-hmm.
or should I say, updated shit. And under the guise of updating shit, they just changed a few things.
Mm-hmm. And trademarked and
Yep, and copyrighted. They
patented
created,
and
they created,
copyrighted.
yep,
Yeah.
they created patents, but they don't have the patents of nobility. This is why they created all these surnames so they could steal our patents,
Mm-hmm.
patens, our patents of nobility. Our patents give us ownership to the world, to our empire that they've created the UNESCO World Heritage Fund to co-opt and obfuscate.
Man, that's interesting.
Not only is
Alton
America
Clay.
us, but all this shit is us.
He said Guinness Stout. I like me some old Guinness. I ain't had old black and tan in a long time. So,
Well,
I know
Guinness.
some
Guinness
Guinness
is
sound
another
good.
word for a guinea. Why do you think the can's black? You understand? They hide the truth right in our face. They give us a label,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, that label, though derogatory, if you look it up, it's like who is the Black Prince? Where is the
Well,
Black Prince pub?
well, I always like to go back to the origin of something, right? And my research of Guinea comes from Allegheny,
Allegheny
and we're talking
people,
about a river.
precisely.
Yeah, and once again, like we've been colonized Europe.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's like, oh, what are you talking about? We talking about Americans, American Colonization Society. We're gonna have to talk about the colonization of Europe because I think you
Mm-hmm.
guys think that we just sat around and waited on Europeans to come here and give us everything. Well, guess what? When everything is here in America, lumber,
Precisely.
uh, medicine,
We kept
knowledge,
them. We kept everybody over
food.
there away from
Hell,
here. That's why we called
should
this
have kept their ass away from
Atlantis.
here.
Well, that's why we called this Atlantis Insula. Insula in Latin means separate, afar.
Don't do that. They be calling this Africa or fruit land. Now you guys seen the dude Pan Boo Booism Strike Back, right? They beat me up by saying I asked him what Africa means. He said it means fruit. It means fruit land, bro. Come on, fam. Like I had never heard that before, y'all. I heard a lot of stupid shit, beautiful land, land of many 5 gods times 12. You know, I heard everything, right? But I never heard fruit land,
Fruitland, yeah.
land of the fruit, because ka is land. So
Fruit,
fruit
yep,
land.
yep, fruit, you know, yeah.
What?
Well, fruit of the
Hey,
loom, fruit of the
uh,
loom, you know, and also we also gotta talk about the cornucopia since we're on the topic.
mm,
The cornucopia, you know, what y'all say your supposed Moors handed to the Castilian and Aragonian kingdoms. But Moor is a Moor family, and the Moor family is from Britain, from Spain, and from France. Like they're an ancient order. They have nothing to do with y'all. Who the fuck are you niggas? Y'all capping. You're literally capping for your enemy, and you don't even fucking know. Looking for references instead of uptaking inferences from what's right in front of us.
mm-hmm.
It's like you can go on Google, and if you know how to read and use your own brain and eyeballs, they will tell you that during the Romance age, all of the European modern languages or Indo-European languages were invented. They're not Indo-Europeans. They speak Indo-European. They are Indo-Arabs, and they have stolen our shit. That's the etymology of Arab, is to rob. You know, like Rob Roy, Rob Roy McGregor, or Mac. See, and there we go again, Mac. You know, who are the Micmac? And why have they taken Mac and turned it into Muck?
Man, sheesh.
Also, the
Wow.
Micmac people played shiny or hockey. They played shiny stick or hockey. These people took this sport because they saw it somewhere else. They wanted it. They followed it all the way back to the origin, and our people leased it to them. It's only on lease. This whole bitch is on lease. Like these people can't even expunge their debt without us. And they can't let us expatriate because then how do they clear their debt?
I see Copper Goddess in the building. Peace, Empress. What we got in here? Um, yeah, I definitely want to get. I see Mo Lover in the building. Peace, King. Um, definitely want to get into this Caluso people real fast. Um,
Oh yeah,
hold on.
the the
Let's
the
get
the
you guys.
cornucopia. You know,
Uh,
I was looking into all that, and it's interesting because like cornus is Latin for corn, right? But corn, I mean, it's just so obvious, man. It's like if you look into the cornucopia, then you find out about basically like the cornucopia is the horn of plenty that symbolizes Thanksgiving. So they're not only celebrating our demise here, but they're celebrating our demise in Europe as well on Thanksgiving. Do you understand? It's a multi-tiered thing. You know, and then also my avatar, that's a piece of cornice from a building. You know, cornice is always the corners or the edges, you know, where the relief carvings are created. Now it's all done in plaster. Our people did it in stone without tool marks. You know, that piece of stone on my avatar is like a ton and a half, and it's solid alabaster.
Okay. So I want to pull up the information on the Caluso people
Let's get it.
before we get into this video. Let's pull this up. Let's read some of this stuff. I don't know if you can be able to read the screen. We could get it kind of into it. I can read some. But um, once again, you guys are going to see, once again, this culture that is here in the Americas, in Florida, talking Florida, once again, Florida. And what if you have people 10,000 BC in Florida, right? A thriving culture in Florida that they can tell. Like, here goes some people that was here at this time. And the remnants of those people are still there. Um, just because you did away with their name that you gave them, or you know what I'm saying, doesn't mean that these people don't exist. You just reclassify them as other things and scatter them about. So we're living in an African diaspora. I mean, not an African diaspora, but an American diaspora. Pardon the body, y'all. American diaspora. We have in diaspora. Most of y'all always say diaspora. Don't even know what the fuck it means. Just means scattered about.
Yep, diaspora. It's a Latin
Just
word, means scattered to the winds. Diaspora.
stop it. You do. Hold on a sec.
Also, it's interesting because dia is Latin for day. Well, while Chief's out, I'm gonna share another interesting fact with you about the dialectic continuum or dialect continuum. So when you look at a graph or a chart of a dialect continuum, what you'll find is that a dialect continuum is an upright pyramid. And if you look inside and you look at society today, you'll notice everything is an upside down pyramid, yes? That's because the spell of grimoire or grammar. So we are saying things backwards, therefore creating an upside down pyramid. You feel me? Just thought y'all should know that because it's a very important. It's important. It's like the linguistic nucleus of language. Like we are the nucleus of all this. Fucking nuclear missile. Just wanted to let y'all know that. Shout out to the chat. Language matters because, you know, if you look at a dialect continuum, it basically will show you how the entire concept of statehood was created based on linguistics. You know, the reason why the Spartans and the Trojans were different people was because they spoke different dialects of the same continuum. So they could understand each other, but they also had their own language for speaking amongst themselves. You know, we have our own hood vernacular. It is literally the same shit. Literally. You know, they think they can hide the reality, but it's right in front of our face. How do you hide what's in front of you? You know, that's why they send us to school so they can train us to not see the obvious. You know, that's why it's called common sense. It's because every common man has access to it, and every common woman has access to it.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Reginald Jones in the building. Peace to the God, man. So
They
shout out to
kick you off,
everybody.
Billy Goat?
Yeah, I can get myself back in now, so it's all bad. Figured it out. I'm about to pull this up real fast. It's Wikipedia stuff and
Yeah,
a couple little
they have
articles.
us in
So we get to the
a
video.
linguistic, emotional, spiritual negative feedback loop. Like this is the real inquisition, the real colonization. It happens in the mind. And you know, most people in general are nescient, you know, meaning unaware due to information not being readily available.
That's a fact. Can't see nothing. Right.
You there, Holiday?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Let's see. Calusa,
Testing,
Native
testing.
American. Come on now.
DJ, can you hear me?
Anyone born here is native. That has nothing to do with being an autochthon or an aborigine too. Native American people of Florida Southwest
DJ,
Coast. Calusa today
DJ,
developed from the archaic peoples of the Everglades region.
DJ,
Previous, let's see.
DJ. Yeah, we might have to put him out, have him come back. Hey, DJ, you can't hear me, can you? Hold on, y'all. Let's try this. Let's see if we get him back in now. Hey, DJ, can you hear me? No. DJ, can you hear me? No. No. Testing, testing. Mic check, mic check. DJ. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tell him. Text him. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh, got it.
So, well, DJ probably gonna go out. I'm gonna go ahead and start this. Now got this from Wikipedia, you guys. So you guys know what it is. Caluso were a Aboriginal American people of the Florida's southwest coast. So that's on the Gulf of Mexico side, as you guys can see right there, right? And I'm not saying Native Americans because it's not they were not Native Americans, right? That's a social construct that does not denote First Peoples here, right? It says Caluso society developed from that of archaic peoples. Stop right there. Archaic is a time period. It's an old time period that predates the existence of pale people. We're done. So pale people couldn't make mestizos, which would be the Native Americans, which would be your modern uh, uh, people that y'all would call Mexicans, so on and so forth. But these people are not the original people here. Now we're gonna get back to that, but I just wanted to point that out when we're breaking this shit down, because you have to not take everything at face value what these guys are putting down. You know what I mean? Um, it says developed from the archaic peoples of the Everglades region. Previous indigenous cultures had lived in the area for thousands of years. So even before the archaic peoples that they're talking about, right? Previous cultures lived there for thousands of years prior to them. Previous indigenous cultures, previous. So, right, see that? Previous indigenous cultures had lived in the area for thousands of years. Now, when we talk about cultures, talk about the Mississippian culture, talk about the Yamasee culture, talk about the Tuscarora. We're talking about different cultures and different people. The She or the Olmec culture, because as you guys seen, we've shown uh, what's called Olmec artifacts from Michigan all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So all the way down through Florida, whatever. We're going to show some of that stuff, some artifacts and stuff here tonight as well. But we're talking about the Calusa, which could be translated or spelled as Caruso. We can keep on. Keep on.
You hear me, Chief?
DJ, can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear you. All right, cool. Yeah, get it.
Okay. Let's keep strolling.
Also, I just wanted to point out a connection. You know, Caruso, as in the Karate Kid, the little Italian boy, David Caruso.
And if you guys know, Cal is a descriptive term of dark people. Cal,
Yeah. Yep. Cal.
Caluso.
Yep.
Okay.
Cal,
So
as in
Cal,
California,
Cali.
and yep.
So once again, it's their descriptive term of the people and culture there, right? So this is a dark USA, so to speak, right here. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to point
Mm-hmm.
that out. It's kind of ironic. You know, at the Calusa.
Yep. Also,
Uh,
Chow, CH. We have the H. They didn't have an H in Europe, not in archaic Europe. So the H, so Chow, like the Chaldeans, like charcoal. Do you hear me, Chief? Damn, what's going on? StreamYard doesn't like this, huh? Can anybody in the chat hear me?
all right. So, oh damn, why am I having trouble?
Can you
Okay,
hear me,
so
Chief?
yeah, I can hear you.
All
Can
right.
you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. It says so at the time of the European contact, right? in the 16th and 17th century. The historic Calusa were the people of the Kala Calusa Hachi
Hachi.
culture. Calusa Hachi culture. Right? Let's click on that real fast. Calusa Hachi culture. Once again, like Tallahatchie. Let's see what this talking about. Because archaeological culture, right, of the Gulf Coast of Southwest Florida that lasted from about 500 to 1750 AD. Now, which is interesting that they talk about the Calusa Hachi culture, right? But the Calusa people are older than this culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're.
I mean, I just want to point that out, right? Once again, they're talking about a Calusa Hachi culture, but you
Yep.
got 500 AD
Yep.
to 700 1750,
Well,
right?
yeah.
1750 AD. Like
Yeah, 500 CE to 1750 AD. Yeah.
now,
But
they
see,
said earlier that the
go ahead.
Calusa, were basically extinct by 1875. So even 125 years, then just the culture alone that they're talking about in this area. So I think that's interesting. It says its territory consisted of the coast from Estero Bay to Charlotte Harbor. Now, Charlotte is not named. You know how they try to tell us that it was named after Queen Charlotte and all this
Mm-hmm.
other bullshit? No, it was named after the Calusa people,
People.
which Carlos Charlotte. Charlotte would
Mm-hmm.
be the feminine attribute of Carlos. See how that work out? I know we had talked about this like a couple weeks ago or whatever, but I know a lot of times people don't believe it because you guys don't believe that the Europeans they didn't name us, we named them. They're not
Exactly.
carrying Europeans' names, they're carrying our names. Yes, how this work?
Exactly. And by
I
telling
know it
us
hurt.
that we have their names, they are committing what's called patricide.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
is patricide illegal?
Yes, sir.
So it's a Geneva Convention and shit.
Yep.
I think it
Yes, it
is.
is.
Oh, it
Yes,
is.
it is.
It's illegal. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's illegal, y'all.
I can't
So
remember the exact code, but yeah. Yeah, it's yeah.
okay. Let's say, hold on. Let's go through this real fast and get back to this because we gotta get to this video. But we want to break the stuff down because when you guys get to seeing these videos, they're gonna skip over all this stuff. They're not gonna tell you none of these things. And as these guys right here are contradicting themselves, it's 500 to 1750 for a 12,000-year-old culture. Now, people doesn't make any sense. Okay, so of
Mm.
course they wasn't calling themselves Calusas or none of these things.
By the
So
way,
just
12,000 years is twice the time that so-called pale people have existed.
facts. But not only that, what were they doing at 500 AD in Europe?
Precisely.
What was y'all doing?
They didn't even exist in Europe in 500.
Mm,
We know
okay.
AD is, you know what I'm saying? So we know that AD is a duplicate of CE, right?
Uh,
Like BC and AD are extensions on time that don't exist in their kingdom. So basically, if we fold all that shit up into one timetable, right? In 500
uh,
AD, they would have just been coming out of caves, according to their story.
right now, peep this game right here, right? So it says from Estero Bay to Charlotte Harbor, right? And inland about halfway, right? About halfway to Lake Okeechobee.
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 Okeechobee. Okeechobee. Ogeechee. Like once again, y'all gotta understand they're translating and changing things. I want to say it like when we talk about the Geechee, they're based off of rivers, based off of bodies of water. So you say, oh, they're from the Ogeechee. Oh, you know approximately where they're from because of they're denoting the body of water. So when they
Mm-hmm.
talk about Geechee and Gullah and all this other stuff come from Africa, we're not talking about uh, uh, bodies of water or mountain ranges or anything that are in Africa, right? But they're here in America. So when we talk about the Ogeechee, uh, the Tallahassee, the Potomac, and all these other things, these things predate what they got going on over in Europe. I just want to say that, and the remnants of them is we still have them here today, but we believe that these things have been brought here by the Europeans, and they weren't. And we already had them here. We already had named certain things before these people came in because we
Exactly.
created the language. So once again, Charlotte wasn't brought here by Queen Charlotte because she was a mixed. Y'all some suckers. So once again, we are some suckers. But we do some sucker shit though. So once again, we don't break the stuff down. We don't call them when they shit. We just read it and keep it pushing. So it's okay. So at the time of the first European contact, right? Now, be interesting because when would they started calling Europe? When would they have been start calling themselves European, right? As
Mm-hmm.
a unified front. If they would have been called, they would have been unified to be like, we are all the European Union. We're going to work together against the world. That didn't happen until the 20th century. Just letting y'all know. Just want to point that out, right? The
Facts.
the Kalahoots, Kalusahachi culture region formed the core of the Kalusa domain. Okay, some archaic artifacts have been found in the Kala
Kalusahatchee.
Kalusahatchee culture region, including one site classified as early archaic. There is evidence that uh, hold on. Uh, there's evidence that Charlotte Harbor aquatic resources were being intensively exploited before 3500 BC. Under decorated pottery, undecorated pottery, I'm sorry, guys, belonging to the early Glades culture, right, appeared in the region around 500 BC. Pottery distinct from the Glades traditions developed in the Kalusihachi region around 500 AD, right? And a complex society with high population densities developed by 800 AD. Later periods in the Kalusahachi culture are defined by the appearance of pottery from other traditions in the archaeological record. Now, once again, we have other cultures that they told you guys before that predate this culture, and they have artifacts to prove it. They're going to talk about that in a second. So I guess think it's kind of weird, how they're trying to um, how they try to word things. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It
Yeah. Yeah.
says,
Also,
you know what I
also,
mean? Like, go
yeah.
ahead, bro.
Another thing is when I read shit like this, BC, BC, AD, AD. You see the symmetry in that paragraph? They,
Oh yeah,
Charlotte, they exploited before 3500 BC and appear in the region by 500 BC, right? Just erase the BC and the AD. You get what I'm saying? Like
right.
3500 BC is the first one is the only distinctor you need to know. The BC and AD added afterwards are just to confuse you because AD didn't exist till 1000 AD. So that's a bunch of bullshit. How are they giving us,
Hey,
500 and 800 AD when they weren't even on the AD timescale till 1000 AD? That's Zionist invention, the AD timetable. We already went over the whole Scalagerian time construct. So that's an important factor here when you're getting into this real history and you're really reading and inferring the truth from lies, you got to realize what keywords and what timetables to really keep your head in, because that's where they have us fucked up. That's how they've turned this continuum against us.
Yeah, I think you can go back to the colossal. I think we kind of went through that
You
right
know,
there. Just kind of
yeah. You know, oh
yeah, I
yeah.
think we went to that.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. This is interesting because it's pointing out the culture, the estuarine culture, which would include all of the island peoples. You know, estuarine meaning aquatic farming.
That's right. And you was talking about that earlier. So I always think it's interesting that people that come to the Americas and they were starving on the boats, and then when they got off the boats, they didn't know how to fish, like they starved and shit like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't like look on the ground and say, "Hey, there's some shells that are walking. Let's eat that." Like, you know what I mean? Like it's really interesting that they minds didn't think like that, or to have the knowledge to grow things, but they didn't have the knowledge to grow things in the agriculture society in the AD times, y'all. Like, y'all gotta think about this, man. Like Europe is not as advanced as everybody wanted to be. You know what I mean? Like that's
you
a part of their game.
Yep. And you got to
oppression.
realize wheat was brought to them from here.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they control the information doesn't mean they can obfuscate the truth forever. I'm not a religious man, but I've read the Bible enough to know that Persian wheat is American corn. So, you know,
now break that down.
Well, the Persian army marched on corn. You know, when they invaded Sparta and fucked Sparta up, King Xerxes' army was marching on corn. The immortals were marching on corn. You understand what I'm saying? They were called the immortals because you would kill them and they would remove the bodies. So you never actually could count the dead. This is the same way our ancestors fought here, which is why they called us the immortals here, is because as the men would fall, their allies would pull them behind the line and move forward. So you understand? This is the whole development of line formations in battle, you know, or what we would call back in those days the phalanx or the phalanx. And then also King James Version speaks of corn. Then the immediate translation after and the immediate translation before are speaking of wheat, chaffs of wheat versus ears of corn. But if you understand the history of the British Isles and of the Chaldeans, you understand they brought the sickle, they brought the hammer, they brought the plow, and they brought the wheat and the viticulture and agriculture necessary to create beer.
That's right.
You know, these are also people that could make lead acid pottery batteries, very advanced technology. Like really some really advanced shit. These people had like music boxes that were automated that they would play their instruments to. Just like a guitarist and his foot pedal. I mean, the guitar, the bagpipe, the drum line and the snare, like all of this shit comes from America. Not to mention the horn.
Absolutely. Hey man, I want to say shout out to everybody, man. We're gonna keep going with this. It's on the screen right here. We're gonna run through some stuff. We're gonna pull up this video real fast, you guys. I wanted to run over some of this stuff. There's the original people here. Let's keep going. It says that they were Caluso territory reached from Charlotte Bay, right? Named after them.
Yep.
Caluso, Charlotte. Charlotte
Yep.
is a new translation that comes from Calusa. Period.
Yep.
Okay. They can say whatever they want to say, but that's just facts. Okay. So they didn't bring Charlotte here. They might have named her, you know. Well, I doubt that too. I ain't gonna lie, man. I just feel like everything that they created over there is just a fictional story. But we'll get back to that. They said to Cape
Cape
Sable.
Sable. Sable being
Cape
another word
Sable.
for swarthy. Sable.
Say, of course, Sable. Now, why are they calling it swart? Like what do you mean?
Well,
The
it's
harbor is
for
their harbor. Charlotte Harbor is their harbor, and then the Cape Sable, right?
mm-hmm,
Cape Dark, Cape Black
mm-hmm,
people, right? Cape
mm-hmm,
Swarthy, right?
mm-hmm.
The Sable is another word, right? They call what was the king they called Sable? The Sable one.
Oh
Was
God,
that Charles? Was that Quintos? Carlos?
King, I think it was, yeah.
Carlos? Right, I think it
The
was the
Sable
Sable one.
King, yeah.
The
The
Sable
Sable one.
King. Yeah, I think he was
Yeah.
the Sable one. Yeah, I think he was the Sable one. Carlos and the Caluso, right? There's a.
Yep.
Will we get back to that connection, you guys? Because Carlos the fifth, or Carlos Quintos five, right?
Quintos, yeah.
Turned into English would be Charles the fifth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Charles V, Carlos Quintos, same people, right? Shout out to A1.
Yep. So then
Uh,
Charlotte Harbor is a harbor
right?
paying homage to Carlos or Charles
Or the Carlos people, or the
or the
Calusa
or the
people,
Calusa. Yeah.
right? Because they are predate them by thousands of years. Okay, cool. Let's get back to that. So all of the present day Charlotte, Lee, and Collier counties, right, and may have included the Florida Keys at times. Okay, they had the highest population density of South Florida. Estimates of total population at the time of the European contact range from 10,000 to several times that. But these are speculative. I'm sure they are. All right, let's keep going a little bit with this.
Oh, by the way, Collier, that's another word for
Collier.
coal. Coal. Yeah, you just read it.
Cole.
Collier. The
Collier.
to Cape Sable, all of present day Charlotte, Lee, and Collier or Collier counties. Well, Collier is another word for coal or digger. Or you could also a coal hauler. Charcoal maker and seller. Collier. Just so you know. Yeah, Collier. A collier is a charcoal maker and seller.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It
So,
says they had the highest density. Okay, go ahead.
Just barbecue. This, Collier County would be the home of barbecue, is what they're saying.
Or the charcoal for the barbecue, you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. Let's keep going. It says the Calusa political influence and control also extended over other tribes in southern Florida, including the Miami, right? The Miami, right? Or it was been translated to Miami, right?
Miami.
Around, right? Miami.
Yep.
And once again, so the descriptive term of dark people.
Both Emi and Maya are a description of dark people.
Thank you. Around Lake Okeechobee. Okeechobee, right? And the what's that? Tequesta.
Yeah. the Tequesta,
Tequesta, right?
yep,
And
and the
Hanga,
Jaeger, the Jaeger,
Jaeger, Hanga,
Jaeger,
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 like German Jaeger,
Jaeger, yeah.
Jägermeister. They got the where does Jägermeister come from? It comes from the Jaeger people.
Okay.
It's bitters. It's bitters for kids with a fucked up stomach. Jägermeister originally.
Jaeger. Okay.
Jaeger, yeah.
On the southeast coast of the peninsula, right?
Mm-hmm.
Calusa influence may have also extended to
The
the
ice.
AIS tribe, ICE
Yeah.
tribe, right? On the central east coast of Florida. Now, here's the thing: why are they saying that all these things are because these people can intertwine and speak to one another. It's like they
Mm-hmm.
act like we didn't have a language. Now, here's the thing: remember, they had a language when these people came here. Hey, they had a language when they came here. In
Yep.
the modern AD times, there was a language because you don't have a language, and we're going to get reason why they had to have a language because they were building structures that are still there today, even though they try to tear some of them down and leave shell rings. They're like, it's a shell ring. No, it's the remnants of the tore down shit. Why y'all playing with us over here? Like y'all act like we don't know what the hell is going on. Okay, we know what you guys did, and we're gonna prove it. But the point is though, it's about interpretation of the data. It's
Mm-hmm.
them saying, hey, this is this, and this is why this happened. And you
Yep.
have to know, you have to have discernment, and you have to understand what's going on. If it's only niggas on the planet 12,000 years ago, even if you're talking about people skating across Bering Strait, so as soon as they got here, they started building structures that are 8,000, 9,000 years old, 12,000 years old. Stop. Like they didn't build them nowhere else. Like they waited to get here to create these these structures. Like it just don't
Facts.
make sense. We have the oldest structures on the planet in North America. Period.
Just
I know it's
yeah.
gonna hurt.
And
It hurt. It
all you
hurt.
gotta do is look at the World Heritage Fund sites in America and then look at them
Walk it off.
everywhere else, and you'll see the connection.
Mm-hmm.
Architecturally speaking, it's
Mm-hmm.
obvious as hell.
Oh yeah. I mean, observatories, everything, right? Hey, let's keep
Yeah.
going. We're gonna keep going because I'm jumping ahead of myself. You guys, we don't read it. So you guys don't think that we're just talking outside of our ass when we're talking about these old structures here. And even when you start getting into seashells, like how do you date seashells?
You can't boron date them, so and you can't radiocarbon date them, so you
Uh,
can't use the soil they're buried in to boron or radiocarbon date them. So
right.
there's no
Okay.
there's no scientifically established rate of declination or decay in organic
Mm.
matter, by the way.
So peep this out right here. It says early Spanish and French sources because it was the Spanish and French that was dealing with these people. So you wouldn't be going to Dutch sources or German sources or air quote Britain sources, right? Because you would have to
Mm-hmm.
go to early Spanish and French sources, right? Now remember, the Spanish would have a different descriptive term than, let's say, a person that would be speaking a Germanic descriptive term. Even though we know that the Spanish and stuff, a lot of these things that we're reading were rewritten in the 1800s, literally damn near 400 years after these encounters happen. Yeah, hear what I just said? Don't fuck around. Don't play with me. Don't go back and forth. When we talk about letters from Christopher Columbus, that shit was written in the 1800s.
Yep.
When you talk
1860s.
about any of these things that you're talking about, and then rewritten for y'all asses in the 1960s and 70s and 80s, and we can prove all this stuff because we're gonna show you, people that actually done it. We like even when we talk about Herbert S. Klein and all these different people, all this stuff they got funding through the Carnegies, through the CIA, through the Ford institutions, and all these other people to push certain agendas. So when you see books, when you see things, they're still pushing the same eugenic agendas, okay? Period. And so when you get Joe Rogan them talking about monkey stuff, and you get people talking about oh well, these people right here would be Native Americans. In their mind, Native Americans are mixed. These people are thousands of years old. They they're Negroes. Like we talk about the culture, right? So check this out, right? It says that the sources referred to the tribe. They refer to the tribe, right? Its chief town, right? And its chief town and its chief as Kalus, Kalus,
Kalos, and
Kalus,
Kalus. Yeah.
or
And
Carlos.
boom. Hernando de Escalante Fontenada.
Hey, you got it. Go ahead.
A Span a Spaniard held captive by the Calusa in the 16th century recorded that
Uh-huh.
Calusa meant fierce people in their language. By the early 19th century, Anglo-Americans, Anglo-American being another word for modern Europeans, in the area are use the term Calusa for the people. It is based on the Creek and Miccosukee languages and of present day Seminole and Miccosukee nations. It's an entonym for the people who had lived around the Caloosahatchee River. Also from
Wait.
the
So they say that the Calusa, right,
yep,
or
Creek,
right, the
Miccosukee,
Creek,
Seminole,
Miccosukee,
yep, and their
and
chief is Carlos or Kalos or Kalus or Kalus,
right, and also Creek
aka
language. Because
yep,
once again, if you speak Creek or you speak Creek,
Miccosukee
Muskogee or
or
Miccosukee,
Muskogee,
uh,
yep,
you would be uh from that
Khalid,
culture. You would be
yep,
able
you
to
would be
Calusa. Okay,
Calusa,
gotcha.
yep,
You be Calusa.
precisely,
Gotcha.
the fierce
Y'all
ones,
father? The
yep.
fierce ones.
Now, what's
Okay.
interesting about the fierce ones is if you study any of the Nehwalt tribes,
Hmm.
they call themselves the fierce people, and the mestizos that live in South America today, they call the ancients the fierce people. Just just trying to bring people more context, continent wise.
Hmm.
Because this is a dialectic continuum, so it encompasses all of this nation and the adjoining nations on either side of it across the ponds, as well as down below and above the North and the South Pole. I mean, it's a reason why no one can go to the North and South Pole. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Let's get back to it. So Juan Rogel, a Jesuit missionary to the Calusa in the 1560s, noted the chief's name as Carlos, but wrote the name of the kingdom was Escampada, Escampada, which an alternate spelling of Escampaha. Can we scroll down? Rogel also stated that the chief's name was Calus. Calus, as in callus. And that the Spanish had changed it to Carlos. Huh. Marquette quotes a statement from the 1570s that the Bay of Carlos, dot, 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 dum, drum roll, please, in the audience, that Carlos in the Indian language is called Escampada from the cacique or cacique or katsing of his town, who afterwards called himself Carlos in devotion to the Emperor Charles V, Holy Roman Empire. Escampada may be related to a place named Stapava, which has identified in the early, or which was identified in the early in the area on an early 16th century map.
Mm.
Did y'all get that? Okay, let me just read that
Are you
part.
gonna talk about it real fast before we get to this part?
Oh, you
We,
go
we,
ahead.
we,
Go ahead. No,
well, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, man.
precisely. I
Talking
mean,
about,
it just
but
validates
but
everything we're saying. But go on.
but what they
Okay,
try to
so
do is always be like he named that the people was named after him. Remember? I, okay, so make it make sense. Like if the language didn't exist there at the particular time and it didn't come until later on, how is it? It's once again, this is them interpreting the language or
ex-
interpreting the data the way they want to
exactly,
say it.
and also
It,
look
it
at the
means something.
linguistic continuum. Because if you go to
Hmm.
that paragraph above, you'll notice that Carlos is at the end, which means if we apply the linguistic continuum or the dialectic continuum and we de-apply the Hegelian dialectic linguistics here, and you flip the pyramid right side up, then Carlos or King Charles or Carlos Quintos would be on top. And all of the other names are more modern. Capiche?
The Holy Roman Emperor and all this other shit. Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
There's a reason why he is the last Mayan emperor. There's a reason
Well, he's the
he's
last
the
one.
last. There's a reason he's painted as the last Mayan emperor in
Oh yeah.
South America on our shit. There's a reason for that. With the crown and the
Terrible.
scepter. You understand what I'm saying?
And then we can see a progression of emperors here as well, and we've shown that as well. Bear witness what this brother's saying right here. Um, and it ironically they talk about this when it comes into the caste system and it comes into mixing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Them mixing with us and us mixing with them. You know what I mean? If you guys seen the other night, I have strategically had dark Europeans depictions because a lot of times when the Europeans, air quote, Europeans were coming here, you know what I'm saying? They were dark,
Mm-hmm.
especially the time periods that we're talking about, the late 1400s going into the 1500s, right? So
Mm-hmm.
even sometimes when they had movements of people from Central and South America into North America, they would attribute those movements, right,
Yep.
to Spain. Oh, this is Spain. Spain claims all of Florida. So what you're saying
Right?
is Spain claimed all of America based off of this next guy that we're about to talk about, right? Let's finish this up right here. Because once again, reason why we're using Florida, because Florida is very important. And we were talking about who the Calusa people is. So once again,
Mm-hmm.
if
The
they're the same
original.
people that are there that are named Seminole, and Seminole comes from Cimarron, and Cimarron comes from Maroons. If you have Maroon colonies from Florida to Canada, right, all the way into
Mm-hmm.
Canada, you have Maroon, air quote, cities, colonies, people, free, living, trading, moving around, doing shit for thousands of years. So when the
Thousands,
Spanish
hundreds
came
of
here, they was not,
thousands.
man, the Spanish didn't come here whooping nothing, doing nothing to nobody. The French didn't come here whooping nothing, doing nothing to nobody. Motherfucker come here like peaceful, right? Peaceful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wasn't nobody coming here, oh, enslaving, oh, the Spanish and the French got slaves, and then now the good English, British come in, right? Because y'all gotta keep this in mind. Remember, they coming in and they abolishing slavery from the French and the British. But the
Mm-hmm.
French and the British, they ain't even having a conversation about motherfucking reparations because they never had slavery.
Precisely.
They're not having a conversation about reparations because they never. I remember with uh, brother Reggie. Shout out to brother Reggie. He was having a conversation with some pale skins from Spain in New York, right? And they were like, hey, you owe us money, and they were just talking real greasy to the people. And the people were like, we don't know what the hell y'all talking about. That wasn't us.
Mm-hmm.
We don't like they don't have this story in Europe. This is a story that they're feeding us here in America. All this
Precisely.
Christopher Columbus shit and all that shit is made up. Oh, we haven't even debunked that nigga yet, have we? My bad. We still
Hey,
Columbus
hey,
right now.
Chief,
Matter of fact,
it's deep.
huh?
It's deep. There's a
My
lot we have
bad,
to
y'all. It's gonna
break
take a
down.
minute.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's
because
a lot, y'all.
it's deep, and we have to be
Fuck.
thorough in order to bring y'all up to where we're at with it, because
Mm,
it's just a fucking continuum. So we gotta level up
mm.
right now.
I'm gonna try to hurry up, y'all. Like this one of them pay-per-views, or we should like an 8-hour pay-per-view, y'all. 10-hour, 12-hour. Like this thing right
12 hour
here is
more like
stupid.
it's
Yeah,
stupid.
because it's gonna take a lot of time. We might have to have parts of this. It's gonna take a lot of time. But I feel like once again, once I shout out to the brother Tariq Nasheed, he's making a movie about the Maroons. Now my thing is the slave narrative is always on top of everybody. But once again, who who had slaves? If the British, right, are abolishing slavery all over the planet, everywhere they're going, right? They didn't
Yep.
have slavery in their colonies. Who the hell
Nah,
had slavery?
we had apprenticeships where you
Uh,
where you where you learn to do shit. You know
right.
what? No fucking slavery. And when you
Well, they learned
apprenticed
to
with
do shit
somebody,
because
well, but when you
we're the masters.
apprenticed
They're
with
the
somebody,
apprentices.
they took care of you like their family member.
Facts.
So that's where their concept of slavery on us comes from. But we
Right.
invented the whole concept of apprenticeship. They're
Facts.
the collegiate parrots.
Facts. So look, check this out. So we talk about Paleo Indians. We got to do this again because a lot of new people out here, whatever, right? Okay, so we talked about archaic. So let's talk about paleo. Paleo predates archaic. They could have said archaic Indians or Mara Indians, right? But
They said
archaic and paleo.
archaic. Yep.
Yeah, well, this is paleo. Paleo even predates
Paleo.
archaic, y'all.
As in
Paleo,
as in
right?
as in the Picto-Paleo languages that we invented. The
Right.
pre-syllabic languages.
Now, here's what these fools are saying. They said the paleo niggas, because Indians is niggas, don't fuck with me. Old niggas, paleo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Entered what is now Florida. Stop it. At least they said at least. Now at least can mean right at least 12,000 years ago, right? But it could be 120,000 years ago, 220,000 years ago,
See,
303.
exactly. When I hear the
My bad,
words,
y'all.
when
My
I hear
bad.
the words at least, my brain automatically throws the number 3 times up there. So whatever they tell me, I can multiply it times 3. At
At least,
least.
at
At
least,
least. You
at
understand?
least, right?
And
Yeah, this is at least.
that's just based on basic knowledge of the timetable of things that have been dug up here. Because we got hammers that have been buried over 2.4 million years ago that have damn near no fucking oxygen in
But
them.
a monkey could have made that hammer, though, brother. A monkey man could have made that hammer
Really?
because he got taught by alien. Yeah, the alien
Uh,
came down, taught the monkey man how to make a hammer and do some shit. Built
how to
so
how to make
monkeys
a hammer with less than a
planet
thousandth of a percent
planet
of
of the
oxygen
monkeys,
in it that was in a coal mine?
planet of the apes, man. It's the planet of the monkeys. Everybody monkeys at first for a long
Right?
time. So
Like
Caesar was
like
talking and shit.
somebody in a spaceship just beamed
Cryptocurrency,
themselves 30 feet in the ground and dropped some hot shit off and then beamed themselves back out, right?
terrible. So it says by around 5,000 BC, right? So now this 12,000 years ago. That's right, 10,000 BC. So about around 5,000 BC, right? People started living in villages. Huh?
Say what?
So
Villages?
7,000 years ago, people started living in villages. 7,000 years ago. Now keep in mind, this is 1,000 years before the arrival of pale
Of
skinned people on the planet.
exactly. So
Huh?
how the fuck would they know what we were doing 1,000 years before they showed up?
This is 5,000. But no. People are here in America, right? Living
Yeah,
in villages
yeah.
near
A th-
wetlands.
yeah.
5,000 years, 5,000 BC. That's
Yeah.
BC is 2,000 years ago, right? 7,000 years ago, right? Now they said that they've been there 5,000 years prior to that, at least 5,000 years there prior to that, right? Now I can find you plenty of things that show human activities in Florida. Like the brother said, that goes back
It's everywhere. There's at
millions
least
of
one
years,
site.
everywhere, yeah,
There's at least
everywhere,
one site in every goddamn state. Every single one.
everywhere.
At
So
least one.
they have They know of human activities that go back past the Pliocene, past the Eocene eras. Now, these eras go into the millions of years. Now, right here, you're into the 12,000 to like 25,000 year mark. We start talking about paleo. Paleo is old. Matter of fact, can we click on Paleo Indian so you guys can see what Paleo Indians mean real quick?
Neolithic.
Paleo is old. Paleo. It's about Paleolithic. The brother just said people of the Americas. See, even right here, they'll show you some pale skinned people during a prehistoric time, the lithic peoples, right? And then your eyeballs see this right here, and then you're like, oh, okay. Now check it out. The dude that drew this, right? This is from 1858 to 1935.
Heinrich Harder,
right? So Heinrich Harder, I gotta tell you who Heinrich is, right? And what his agenda is. So of course, he's not going to show a depiction of Negroes in a time period where no pale skins existed. Okay, period. Dot. Now the map that's on, and we're gonna show the pictures of maps of real time of the time period in the 1600s. John Ogilvy and a lot of other people who gave actual accounts, as well as some of the explorers that we can prove gave accounts of running into dark people. Accounts that we can prove, once again, that we can prove, not that we can't prove.
If you look up the etymology of the word lithic, I believe it stems from the Greek word lithikos, which would be Latin lithikos, and it means from stone or pertaining to stone or from stone builders. And if you look and it's from what is it? It's from 1790. What is it? 1794. So this is a pseudonym. This is a made up shit. Lithic. Lithic is the same as meso. Go on, Chief.
Well, okay. So he says Paleo Indians or Paleo Americans, right? Paleo Americans, old Americans who entered and subsequently inhabited the Americas during the final glacial episodes, right, of the late Pliocene period. The prefix paleo comes from the Greek adjective paleos, and as you guys can see, the actual Greek text right there. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Those Greek texts. That has not like the paleos, right? Obviously, you see that right there looks totally different from that. I'm not gonna call them glyphs. What are those? Not alphabets, but what would those be called? Those Greek letters right there.
That would be part of that would be Syro-Phoenician or Sanskrit mixed with Latin, being Greek.
Right, but by the time it becomes paleos, it is translated from that.
Yeah.
To a romantic.
Romantic language, lithic, goes from paleos to lithic. You know, paleos.
Thank you.
Paleos. Pale.
Right. Pale. Right. Old, meaning paleos. Old or ancient. Old or ancient. So when we say,
you know, paleos,
ancient American, paleos, right,
deriving from pallor, Pallor, meaning an unhealthy pale appearance. Like pallor is the modern pseudo-fixative of paleos or paleos. So our language would be paleos or paleo, and now it's been changed. So you know,
can you click the lithic period real fast? I gotta show y'all something.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
because
interesting.
it's all in
Okay.
the words. They tell you the
Yeah, it's all
truth.
in the words,
But
yeah.
but once again, it's all about inference. It's all about context and state of mind. There's a reason why they keep us all emotional, because when we read this, we color everything with emotion instead of impartially reading the facts.
Can you
And
blow
in
that up? Is that a mound right there? It's like,
yes, sir. That is one of the Okmulgee serpent mounds. I already know what it is. I've been, I think, if that's the same mound, I think.
now hold on. Now you guys, this is in Ohio.
Would say what?
Now
That's in
I said,
Ohio?
my bad. I'm just saying, listen, y'all, it's gonna be okay. Calm down. Y'all gonna be okay. Okay? Y'all gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right. Y'all just gotta calm down, all right? It's gonna be
Just
okay.
just breathe.
Just calm down. Breathe easy. Walk it off, right? Y'all gonna be okay. Okay. Now, we ain't gonna get into pyramids tonight, but we're gonna get into a little bit of mounds, air quote pyramids, because once again, the 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 Kalus or the Carlos people. I'd call them Carlos for a reason. I'm gonna get there's a reason for this, right? Um, it's all the things that were built that were tore down. You guys can understand. They have check this out. The Pentagon is the largest building um, base on the planet, right?
Facts.
Pentagon.
Facts.
They
I
have a
postulate
base.
I postulate they
Huh?
built it on one of our ancient star forts for stargazing.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. That we have a base of a building, right? Just the base that they tore the building, the structure down. That the base is larger than the Pentagon. But you got to understand that some of these pyramids are bigger than some of the cities, modern cities that we have today. So y'all got to keep that in the back of your mind. So our ancestors put in a lot of fucking work,
Yes, sir.
a lot of fucking work here on this land, and it
According
took peace,
mm-hmm.
it took it took cooperation, it took governance, it took
Inspiration.
power. Y'all got to understand, it took a lot of fucking and definitely inspiration. You had to be able, the people that did these things that these people built these things for had to inspire them so much. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't a thing that we hated you, we made it wasn't a slave. This is not slave labor. So how the fuck do you about all the things that was built here by non-slaves, right? But then turn around and tell us that we sat around and had slaves, like in slave culture and all this other
Look,
stuff
look,
when we
look, look. Let me break
could
this down
have
really
a
simple.
cooperative culture. Come on, y'all. Go
Slavery
ahead, brother.
was people
Shit.
from Europe being sent here as babies to learn how to do shit, and then children
Slavs.
from here being sent over there learning how to do shit, and then coming back. See, the European Slav got the idea of an au pair from us, from our apprenticeship program. We were
Mhm.
how do I say this? I would send my son to you if he wanted to be a blacksmith and make swords and armor and learn how to horse shoes
Mhm.
and make wheels, and you would send your son to me if you wanted him to learn how to make bricks and how to carve and quarry stone so that he could build castles over there. And they would stay here for 12, 13 years. 13 usually was the norm. And then they would trade places and then build their prospective empires. Like, this is how we traded knowledge. This is the original form of school. It was apprenticeship. And they turned this shit into slavery. So don't let these fucking Zionist Nazi bastards in the closet pushing buttons tell you shit. Tired of this slave narrative. It's bullshit. It's a hyperbolic diatribe of filth. Can y'all hear me?
That's a whole fact. So yeah, we gotta get through this, man. We got a lot of stuff to get to, y'all. Damn. I don't know if we're gonna be
Yeah.
able to get to it tonight. Okay, so we get to talk about this right here. So, image of the serpent mound from the Century, a popular quarterly. Okay, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. This is what's that? Adams County, Ohio. Like I said, yeah, the Serpent Mound Park near. It says looks like Loudoun, Adams County, Ohio. Right, still there today. You guys get a chance. You might need to go check that out. You guys, Serpent Mound. So it was a Olympic stage, right? Let's keep going. We're just trying to archaic period, formula stage, woodland period, classic stage, post classic. And they give you the dates right there before 8,500 and right. So
Well, yeah, but look at it. It says
10,500,
before.
right?
Like go
Years
back
ago.
up though.
Before.
Go back. All it says is before. That's all it says. It doesn't say a specific date. All it says is before. Important
Right.
distinction. Because that's a keyword. It's the opening phrase of the entire factoid column is before. So that means all these numbers below this are complete conjecture and bullshit.
So check this out. It says, in the sequence of cultural stages, first proposed for the archaeology of the Americas by Gordon Wiley and Philip Phillips in 1958. The lithic stage was the earliest period of human occupation in the Americas as post-glacial hunter-gatherers spread through the Americas. Now, that's going off of, this is kind of old, and they're going off of this the model of the Bering Strait, right? So they're going to the model of the Bering Strait, so you kind of understand how they're still pushing this
the
culturally
Clovis first,
when it's not
Clovis
even, it
first
has never
doctrine.
been, yeah.
Yeah, and the
Clovis first, right?
are the Slavic invaders of our empires in France. They have nothing to do with people here. Clovis was actually picked because of the name of the family that was on that land. And why are the Clovis people over here in our shit here? Because that's where it comes from. Go on, Chief.
And that says the term Paleo Indian is an alternative, right? It's an alternative, generally indicating much of the same period, right? It said the stage was conceived as embracing two major categories of stone technology. Now, remember, we said before there was a stone technology, right, which comes from America, that's called metallurgy, and being able to go dig up stone and then transport the stone, right? We did that here first in the Americas, right? Before that technology that was developed here in America first, we put dirt technology, mound technology, baskets of dirt, and we built the mounds on with those. Later generations, you find a and this is why they know things are old, older here in America, right? You find a progression of technology, right? Here in
Of
America.
architecture.
You don't find that anywhere else on the planet. You just find pyramids. Now, the reason why we know that is because people be talking shit to us, like, you guys have dirt piles, and they don't know that it was stone in different generations and different periods, you guys,
that
of
the
stonework.
progression happened
progression,
here.
And the
final product ended up over there. So they
Take a
can't
bow,
act
y'all.
like they got the fucking oldest shit because they got the final product over there. Just
That's
with,
right.
like
Take a
with the
bow.
food, just with like the food and everything else, including the motherfucking car. Y'all
That's
got
right.
all this shit from us.
That's right. Hey,
here we got the Calico site right below you, Chief. Literally, the Calico site that puts us here in Cali over 50,000 years ago.
They don't want to hear that,
that
though,
shit?
brother.
How about that shit?
They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that.
Or how about the fact? How about the fact that some of the yeah. You know what? Let's just go.
No, you got it, bro. You doing your thing.
Nah, I'm just saying. How about
You
the
killing
fact
them.
that? How about the fact that the skulls there tie us back to the Ainu Aborigines of the Japan and Java? So what the fuck? Who you talking about with Java Man? The fuck?
Okay, I think we can go back. I think we kind of see what this period is right here. You know, prehistoric time, whatever. Once again, this is a artist rendition of what Paleo Indians or Paleo Americans would look like, and that's just not true at all. You know, based off of the skeletal remains or even some of the artwork and stonework that the people depicted themselves, such as the Olmec culture, which is a BC culture. It's not a or before Common Era, you know what I'm saying, era culture that's Negroes, right? It's just it. I don't know why y'all want to go back and forth. So these people are continually trying to write themselves into history when they wasn't even Europe 10,000 years ago, according to Cheddarman, according to the people that even predated him or even darker than him, as well as these same people that go back 30, 40,000 years throughout what is called Siberia and China now. So I don't know why y'all playing, why y'all have these issues with us, you know what I'm saying, other than you're just pushing a pale agenda on your people. You know, I get it. I do. I get it. I understand, you know, what you guys are doing. So yeah, let's just go. So paleo means old, ancient. So we say that we are practitioners or studiers or teachers of ancient American history. This is what we're talking about. And the reason why this is important, because they are using these things as the base of their power, because they can poke their chest out and say, hey, we're the Indians. So look at this picture right here. It says it's us. They're gonna base it off of this fucking thing, huh? They're gonna base off this picture right here, bro.
Some furry animals squatting in a bush taking a shit while the fucking giant armadillo walks past. Yeah, right. I mean, it denotes the level of intelligence. How the fuck are you gonna kill that thing with a little stone spear?
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is there any more on this one? Oh, let's keep going a little bit. Traditional theory suggests that big animal hunters crossed the bear. God damn it, y'all.
The bear. There we go with that Merovingian Clovis first hijack. The whole.
Well, this ain't even the reason why they had to go with the Clovis first and then say in the Clovis second as well. Two other theories, because they had evidence of boats. So the Europeans are clever, right? Because they say, oh, well, okay, well, we came over there 22,000 years ago. Oh, no, we came over there 30,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Because we found evidence of human activities here. And so now they got to put themselves into this thing. Now, they're not saying that pale-skinned Europeans came over here on the Clovis. They just got to say Europeans because they know that the social construct, social engineering only makes them pale Europeans. Y'all can see the problem that we have here. But the problem that you're going to continue to keep having is that we have boats older than 30,000 years.
Hey, Chief, I got one even better for you.
Oh,
I bet you these Indo-Arab niggas don't even understand that Canada and Alaska used to be a fucking rainforest. How does a rainforest become frozen before the colonizer gets here? What are you using all that wood for? There's only one reason such a vast area would be rainforest and turn frozen, is if you're cutting enough trees that the temperature of the entire region drops below 12, 13 degrees. So if there was an ice bridge, it was because us niggas had already cut down and made enough ships out of trees to have gone to both Siberia and Europe 1,000 times over. So, you know, Eric the Red has to be one of us. Leif Erikson has to be one of us going over there, not vice fucking versa.
I mean, they
They
always
weren't
gonna
even
tell it like
around.
they putting
They
themselves
weren't
in that.
even around.
Right.
They were only
Not even
here.
around.
What? The furthest back I've ever found reference of pale is 6,800 years, and that's being generous.
So wait, you don't believe that these people are around that long as they say it was, like 6,000 years? Brother? You believe that it's a little bit more recent than that?
Yeah. Yeah, because if you look into
Me
it,
too.
there's a lot of albinos, there's a lot of lepers, there's a lot of people that are misfucking classified as pale, that have been claimed as pale, but it doesn't add up.
Um, yeah, man. And so shit, I wanna get into this video, y'all. Let's change this up a little bit. Let's pull this video up.
Let's
Um,
get it.
and you guys, like I said, we can come back and talk about a few things. Let's break this up a little bit. Matter of fact, before we do, let's get a song. Let's get a song.
Yeah.
Let's just reset the room real fast. See what the DJ got for us, and then we'll be right back with the video, y'all. Let's find a song. Let's get everybody amped up, man. Give you guys time to like, share, subscribe, man, to all your platforms. And you already know, man. Support the real. Copper Goddess, what up, though? Peace, Empress. Hardline Hefe is in the building. Peach King. Free Papu TV. Peace to the guys, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Tapped in.
Yeah, shout out to the chat.
Hey, you guys looking have us come through city, man. Be on the lookout, man. We got a tour coming up real soon. We're gonna be announcing the dates. Hey, looking for sponsors, looking for partnerships, looking for people want us to come to your town, man. We're gonna light the city up. We'll have a great time, man. Hit us up. chiefholiday@gmail.com. onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? Just holler at us, man. Let's get it together. Also, man, people are looking for jobs. Or we like to say opportunities. A lot of opportunities happening over here, man. So hit us up. chiefholiday@gmail.com. onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. Real talk. Hit us up, man. It's a real thing, man, when we talk about jobs or opportunities, man. Great paying jobs, at-home jobs to for people that want to be at home, as well as people that need some training. There's a lot of opportunities out there, man. So hit us up, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. We really appreciate all. If you have jobs and you're looking for employees, also hit us up. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Let's make this super simple. This is not rocket science. Hit us up. We're going to be posting. We'll have a job board or opportunity board. We'll have an opportunity board. People hit the opportunity board. People to post their jobs and things like that. We got to help each other, and that's just what it is. Like, I don't believe in we feed people and stuff like that. That's cool. But teach a man what they say. Teach a man how to fish. Right. But not only that, pay it forward.
Mm-hmm.
We create opportunities for each other. We keep continuing to create opportunities for each other. That's what we have to do. Period. We got to stop talking about it. We got to be about it. That's what it is. Oh, yeah. Definitely interns. You already know, man, the digital black dollar. Hey, we all over the place over here, y'all. We got everything covered pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
pretty much, man. You guys got businesses, man. You need marketing, promotion, commercials, drops, pitch men, women. Hit us up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. I want to say peace to my big sister, Gretchen Hell. She around here somewhere, y'all. I say peace to her. We definitely miss and appreciate all the things that she brought to the community, you guys, and still doing some great things behind the scenes, y'all. So I want to say shout out to Gretchen, y'all, as always. What else we got in the building? Make sure I got everybody, man. Definitely appreciate everybody, man, tapped in. Shout out to old dude in the building. Yee! Peace to the God, man. Yeah, man. I'm really excited, man. We're gonna have it's gonna be a great year, man. It's gonna be a great year, y'all. Can't wait. I want to say shout out to my brother, Lil Yos. I call him Big Yos Rios. Peace to the God, man. Definitely supporting the real, man. And only builders, man. Appreciate you, brother. Definitely be tapping in, some stuff, man. Definitely got to get you up here. Shit, man. In fact, man, get the link in the chat room. I see you guys appreciating the build as well as the information. Hey, whenever you're ready to play the song, let's just get right into it. Then we're gonna get into this video, man, and come back on the side. We'll put the link in the chat room, man, and we'll talk about not only the stuff that we've been talking about. We're gonna get more into some information about this Christopher Columbus guy, because it's a lot of a lot of times when we hear people, they say that they read a diary from him. No, you read that from another created character named De La Casa, Bartholomew De La Casa. So we're gonna get to that character or whatever. And I remember I sent you that stuff that was written by him that was talking about Christopher Columbus. It was like, yo, we can't read that. They can't read it either. And so, but they're gonna tell us that they got handwritten diaries from Christopher Columbus, and you don't, because nobody do. It doesn't exist. So I just wanted to point that out. So so let's get right into the music, yo. Like I said, y'all already know what it is, man. Mr. Miyagi, North Guy, Cheeto Gam, go.
Peace to the gods.
North. Go on.
Rose gold dip, money so blue it look like drip. Work so good this shit gon' flip. Sauce so strong this shit gon' drip, 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 drip. Dope so good these hoes gon' bite. All these bitches nigga, all this ice. Everything now God drop be pipe, 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 pipe. Flex about what I made these niggas. They kill center, I raise these niggas. Rose they showers, I spray these bitches. Hate me, love me, don't make no difference. Backwood rolled up, nigga, I smoke. Trap girl with me everywhere I go. Cocaine flow, my shit so dope. All these D's wrap round my throat. TTG, I'm trained to go. Money over bitches, I don't love these hoes. IFDP, I fuck that bitch. CDC, cut that trick. No control, I don't play no game. Knock up SD, hold my name. Hold I said something out of your rain. Nigga Bruce Lee kick like a young Luke Kane, like, yeah, hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Mr. Miyagi. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Corner stove. Yeah, I work that stove. Got it at the pot, yeah, I work that stove. North Guard nigga, boy, I birthed that coast. Still in my style, can't work no more. Uptown nigga, boy, I made that swag. Mask up on you, couldn't take that bag. Real true hustle, made that bag. Real street nigga, I don't play like that. All the way live, baby girl, I'm a real one. Let a girl on you go, OJ Simpson. I don't play with these niggas, better check my pen. Mexico flag, better check these trenches. Still like Gucci, all my children. Nigga ain't with it, then you might as well kill him. Nigga ain't gang, I'm feeling. Cut a nigga hand off, bitch, keep stealing. You went in the hall,
bitch, keep stealing.
Who talk that dog fooling me? I wasn't shootout after shootout with them niggas across the street. These niggas all off a beat. I made it all off a D. But till a nigga dead or they bust my head, we don't call off the beef. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Mr. Miyagi. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, man. That's the North God, Cheeto Gambine, Mr. Miyagi. Hey, man, I am your Sahab. I come in peace. I got my brother, DJ z.p.e in the building, man, dropping number. Keep rocks over here. Hey man, we do this. This is like a conversation me and his brother have
On a regular.
on the phone. That's on the regular. Yeah. Shout out to Lotus, man. These type of conversations we have, man. You know, going back and forth on a lot of this historical stuff. And um, what's crazy is right. The stories that were given to us like it's like if I do a story right that could control you forever. Right? Long as you believe it, long as you can continue to keep telling the fairy tale, the story, it puts me in power.
Because it
This
takes
is what
away
they.
it takes
Sheesh.
away your history in the world, and by doing so, like James Baldwin said, it takes away your
Uh-oh.
father's authority, which by taking away your authority, they can destroy you because they've removed our history. You know, he also said, which begs to question whether one civilization has the right to come in and build on top of another. You there, Chief? You know, that's a very important thing. Like, our authority as male father figures has been undermined by society due to the removal of our history as a people and our greatness, and by the painting of our greatness as another people's greatness. So by proxy, we eliminate ourselves. We seek the approval of ourselves. We are the people. How do I say this? We are the people that we seek approval of. We invented everything that we think is dope. Like, you're only interested in what you are. You there, Chief? Or did I get cut again?
No, no, you good. I can hear you.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So we're gonna get this video up though. You guys got to see this. I'm gonna pull this banner down real fast. This is let you guys know what you guys are looking at right here. This is the Park Ranger Ranger Road Show, right? National Park Ranger stuff. So this is a funded. I'd say that it's funded. You know, taxpayer funded. So let's go. And you guys, this is a really interesting video. You know, I want to say fair use for entertainment and person, educational purposes. More educational than anything. We try to get to the bottom of this thing. But once again, we're talking about the slave narrative that's being pushed. But once again, in our agricultural society, family business was slave business. Family meant servants, house of slaves, right? So we went over that, and we might have to get to the etymology of these words because a lot of you guys, we put it in the chat room. A lot of you guys may miss those builds, but we have shown the etymology of slave, show the etymology of family, show the etymology of free, show the etymology of master, show the etymology of all these words, right? Africa and African, and it's just simple. But a lot of times
House.
people are emotional and they're emotionally attached to shit. You know what I mean?
House is an important etymology to look up too, because it doesn't just mean a place of abode or domicile. House also means the house of your lineage. So a household would be the holdings or the commerce capital of that house. House came before clan. Clan is the Slavic introjection of their culture. It was a house before. You were of the house of Orleans. You were the house
of this guy,
of Richard.
Right.
You were the house of Ricardo. You were the house of, Quintos.
So does that mean that you was a slave of that house, brother?
No,
you was a servant of that house, correct?
A servant simply means you're not the head of the house. It means you're a member of the clan, the house. You're a member of the house.
Right, but the head of the house will be the master of the house, correct?
Exactly. Then the soldiers would be second on that peerage. And then the wives of all of the nobles and the fighters would be third on that peerage. And then below that would be the common businessman.
Facts. And if your ass ain't on the land
or have any skills, if you didn't have any skills and own land,
your
then
ass
you had to play with money. You had to figure out how to get
Matter
good
of
at
fact,
math and play with money.
Well, I mean, before that though, let's just say before it was a money situation or whatever, your ass didn't have no skill, your ass didn't have no land, your ass like
You're
just think
fucked.
about like how fucked you was throughout history, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. They had that you was fucked. You was literally and literally probably so hard to get out of that cast.
Right? You were
Like
what they
y'all
would
gotta
call
understand.
what they call in those days desdicardo. Desdicardo means disinherited.
But listen though. Hey, listen, I know why they so mad. Them motherfuckers was going through it in Europe, Asia, and Africa for hundreds of years, if not
They were
thousands of years.
roaming for at least 400 years in Africa, for another 300 in Europe for the majority, until they got to the British Isles. Like, there's almost 1,000 years of them wandering around. Hitler was talking about it.
I mean,
Seems
gets
to
bad,
me like
y'all.
this
It really
current
gets bad. So especially
seems to me like this current war we got going on right now is at the heart of things, if you follow me.
who you talking about with
just
Ukraine
the
and
Russian,
Russia?
Yeah. It seems like that's at the heart of things for that part of the world.
We're gonna have to do a build on that. I'm gonna have to look into some stuff before I make my, you know what I mean? Like once again,
I always like to
I
back
want
up
peace in the world. You know what I mean?
Same.
But
This is not about
however,
hate. This is about the truth, and this is about bringing shit back to the old way where people had businesses and we didn't have nobody out here on the streets or fucked off. We didn't have
that's
dope
right.
fiends
So
and
look,
alcoholics and all this fucked up shit.
they brought that here.
Yeah,
So
and
we didn't have
and
nursing homes, orphanages,
nope.
or
We didn't have memories. We didn't need them. We
or
had
prisons.
mamas. Or
We didn't have
prisons.
prisons either, by the way.
I mean,
We didn't have
they
prisons.
sell this. They sell this country as a penal colony, but if you really do the homework, everybody that got shipped over here were people without land. So how are they prisoners?
Mm-hmm.
If anything, they're prisoners of war.
That's right. But
And
they call them indentured servants and stuff, even though they were criminals that were condemned to death, right? Usually to death, or you go over there and you work, you know what I'm saying, for 7 to 14 years, right? Now, I know for a fact that they have people that got life that were pale. Life, you got life of hard labor. That means that you are a slave for the rest of your life. That's how that works.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
So when we talk about the only way that you can become a slave in this country, like according to our laws, right? The law of the land, the Constitution says that treason or imprisonment.
Mm-hmm.
Period. What is the problem?
Yeah,
it's a problem.
Well, and also
So
we had places where you could start over. We didn't do the whole prison shit.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I want to say shout out to JN. Appreciate the only builders as well, brother. Say thank you. Shout out to JN. Hey, let's get right into this, man. I want to say fair use. This comes from, like I said, the National Ranger Association or whatever. So, hey, let's just get right into this, man. And we'll kind of talk over and correct some of the things. We'll come at the end of it. It's only 26 minutes, and we'll come from there. So, I want to say shout out to everybody. I might even come in the chat. I can take notes right here in the chat room. So I put the note like right in the chat room, and then we'll come back after this and on the other side of it. So shout out to everybody, man. And, let's go.
Hello, my name is Amanda Pollack, and I am the Visual Information Specialist for the National Park Service's National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program. And welcome to our 5th episode of the Ranger Roadshow. As some of you know, we are in the middle of a virtual road trip across the country, visiting locations affiliated with the Network to Freedom, meeting Network to Freedom members, and learning more about the impact of the Underground Railroad in our communities. On today's episode of the Ranger Roadshow, we are headed to Brackettville, Texas, to visit the Seminole Indian Scouts Cemetery. Today's episode of the Ranger Roadshow is a little bit different than our past Ranger Roadshows. Today, you will hear the voice of Wendy Goodloe, a Black Seminole and descendant of the Seminole Negro Indian Scouts, who will share the story of the Seminole Indian Scouts Cemetery. Today, Wendy will not only tell us the story of this particular Network to Freedom site, but she will tell the story of her ancestors, from the ethnogenesis of the Black Seminole people to how Black Seminoles continue to honor their ancestors today. I want to take a moment to address that many of the historic visual depictions of the Black Seminole people that exist today, like many historic depictions of Black and Indigenous people, were created by people of European descent. Thus, a Western gaze affects a lot of our source material, from drawings of Black Seminoles fighting in wars to the creation of maps. The images that we chose to show today were chosen with the help of Wendy and her community, and we hope that by taking this approach, we shed a new light on a story that has not been shared widely in the United States. Without further ado, I present the story of the Seminole Indian Scouts Cemetery, narrated by Wendy Goodloe of the Seminole Indian Scouts Cemetery Association.
When we were learning about slavery in school, many of us were taught that those who escaped slavery ran north in search of freedom. The story of those who ran south is not as well known. We are the descendants of those who ran south. The ethnogenesis of the Black Seminoles. Enslaved Africans had been finding freedom in Spanish Florida from as early as 1698. The majority of these formerly enslaved Africans, or Maroons, were Gullahs or Gullah Geechees who were running from an area known as the Low Country region of the United States. Initially, the Maroons lived apart from the Seminoles, who were a small group of Creeks that had separated from the larger group of Creeks because of a growing number of cultural and moral differences. By the early 19th century, the Maroons, who had established themselves as corn and rice farmers, and the Seminoles were in regular contact with each other. It is important to acknowledge that some of the Seminoles did practice slavery. It was not the chattel slavery that was practiced in Southern America by white slave owners, but it was slavery nonetheless. During the 1820s, there were about 800 Maroons living among approximately 4,000 Seminoles. And historians point out that these Maroon settlements, which were often located on the outskirts of Seminole settlements, were highly militarized. Following the War of 1812 and just ahead of the Seminole Wars, the Maroon community was now known as the Black Seminoles. They were also called Seminole Negroes by their white American enemies, and Estelusti, which means Black people, by their Native American allies. The First Seminole War. The conclusion of the First Seminole War, which took place from 1816 to 1819, forced the Seminole and Black Seminole communities to move further into South and Central Florida. Several Black Seminoles continued south, leaving Florida and finding a home in the Bahamas. There is still a community of Black Seminoles in the Bahamas today, in the town of Red Bays, to be exact. The Second Seminole War. The Second Seminole War, which took place from 1835 to 1842, marked the height of tension between the U.S. and the Seminoles. It also marked the apex of the Seminole-Black Seminole Alliance. In councils before the war, the Black Seminoles threw their support behind the most militant Seminole faction, which was led by Osceola, who was also known as Billy Powell. He was the son of a Muskogee mother and a Scotsman. Osceola became an advisor to Micanopy, who was the principal chief of the Seminoles from 1825 to 1849. Osceola led the Seminole resistance to removal until he was captured on October 21st, 1837. He and Micanopy were captured under a truce. Within a few months, Osceola would die in captivity of either an intestinal infection or malaria. After the war broke out, Black Seminole leaders such as John Caesar, Abraham, and John Horse played important roles. In addition to aiding the Seminoles in their fight, the Black Seminoles recruited enslaved Africans to rebel at the start of the war. The enslaved Africans joined the Seminoles and the Black Seminoles in the destruction of 21 sugar plantations between Christmas Day, 1835, and the summer of 1836. In 1838, U.S. General Thomas Jessup tried to divide the Seminoles and the Black Seminoles by offering freedom to the Black Seminoles if they surrendered and agreed to go to Indian Territory. John Horse was among the Black Seminole warriors who agreed to surrender under this condition. More than 500 Black Seminoles traveled with the Seminoles to present-day Oklahoma. Some traveled by ship across the Gulf of Mexico and up the Mississippi River, and others walked the Trail of Tears. Black Seminoles in Oklahoma. The Black Seminoles did not find a home in Oklahoma upon their arrival in 1842. Instead, they found that they had been placed in a volatile and hostile environment. They would have to contend with their old enemies, the Creeks, who were their neighbors, who often vandalized and destroyed their property. And they also had to deal with the constant threat of slave catchers who had free reign in the territory and could enslave anyone who they believed fit the description of a fugitive slave. They were only in Oklahoma for 8 years before they decided, under the leadership of John Horse, who was the leader of the Black Seminoles, and Wildcat, who was the leader of the Seminoles, to leave. Black Seminoles in Mexico. After an arduous 700-mile journey, the Black Seminoles and their Seminole brethren arrived in Mexico, where slavery had been abolished since 1829, ready to protect the Mexican border. In return for protecting the border, the Mexican government granted the group their own land. The Black Seminole settlement was located in the northern part of Mexico, and the name of this land that they could finally call their own was El Nacimiento de los Negros Mascogos. Negros Mascogos is what Black Seminoles are called in Spanish. Although the Black Seminoles made the arduous trek with the group of Seminoles, the untimely death of their leader Wildcat prompted many of the Seminoles to return to Indian Territory. And for the next 20 years, from 1850 to 1870, the Black Seminoles would serve the Mexican government, protecting their land from invaders and raiding parties from Texas. They would become known as resilient, resourceful, and dependable fighters. Seminole Negro Indian Scouts. Located several miles from the entrance to Fort Clark Springs and underneath lush shade trees, there is a Texas Historical Commission marker that details the history of these brave fighters. After reading the text written on the marker, Seminole Negro Indian Scouts descendants, Augusta Pines and Bertha Benson, give their impressions of what life might have been like for the Black Seminole fighters and their families.
In 1870, the U.S. Army offered the group pay and rations to move to Fort Clark, established in 1852 to protect settlers along the border. The Black Seminoles became scouts for the Army, serving under Lieutenant John L. Bullis and other noted officers during Texas Indian Wars. The Seminole Negro Indian Scouts, as they were known, lived on the fort in a settlement referred to as the camp. They built homes in the Mexican jacal style, using wattle and dab construction and thatched roofs. The Scouts and their families also built dams and irrigation systems along Los Morros Creek for farming.
The Seminoles lived on the fort until 1914, when the Scouts were disbanded. Some returned to Mexico, many stayed in the Brackettville area, and some moved to Oklahoma, where the Seminole Nation was granted sovereignty. Still others remained buried in the Scout Cemetery, which was established in 1872. Among those buried, there are 4 Scouts who earned Congressional Medals of Honor: Adam Payne, Isaac Payne, John Ward, and Pompey Factor. Well, I admire the area where they lived in. I think they chose a wonderful area, a lot of trees, and the water is here for everything that they need, the washing, the cooking, whatever. And they must have, I mean, it was a good place for them. They must have had everything that they needed here. It's beautiful. Carver School grounds. When Fort Clark Seminole Negro Indian Scout Detachment was disbanded by the U.S. Army on September 30th, 1914, the Seminoles were required to relocate to Brackettville. They held school in their church until new grounds were purchased by the Brackett Independent School District in March 1919 from J.F. Maddox for the purpose of providing a site for a colored school for Brackettville's Seminole Negro community. The old Maddox homestead, a 2-story limestone structure built in 1870, served as the building for the school, which was named George Washington Carver School.
The first floor was used for classrooms, while the second floor was leased to the Black Masonic Lodge until 1923. In 1930, the structure was condemned and unfit and unsafe for school purposes. The second story of the building was thus removed in 1944, and the first floor was remodeled inside and stuccoed on the outside. The building was again used as a classroom for the primary and elementary grades, while high school classes were conducted in a new building completed in early 1944 by the 162nd Engineer Squadron of the 2nd Cavalry Division, then stationed at Fort Clark.
At the time, Carver School was the only accredited Black school between San Antonio and El Paso. The Seminole Indian Scout Cemetery Association was deeded the school grounds by the Brackett ISD in November 1965. The original stone schoolhouse was then served as a meeting hall and cultural center for the Brackettville Seminole community, including local Juneteenth celebrations and Seminole Day. Each September, the 1944 building now serves as classrooms for the Community Head Start program.
Okay. There's a desk in the museum. We used to have those wooden desks in here. And there was, I think, about 3, 6, maybe 9 kids in the classroom. There was 2 classrooms. There was Miss Charles's classroom, and there was Miss Morris' classroom. And then also we had time when we came out, like, I guess recess. And then out here they would play softball, mostly the guys. And I remember when my brother Ricky fell, somebody fell on him and he broke his arm. I think one of the twins did. You know, Clarence and Luther? And I was crying because my brother got, he broke his arm. And Miss Charles said, "No, Gussie, don't cry." She used to call me Gussie. She said, "Don't cry, he's okay. It was an accident," when I was crying.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
The Seminole Indian Scout Cemetery Association. The Seminole Indian Scout Cemetery Association, or SISCA, was founded in 1967. Ms. Charles Emily Wilson, who was an educator, was our organization's first director. She would go on to become the matriarch of our community. She started our Juneteenth and Seminole Day celebrations. SISCA's main goals are to preserve, maintain, and promote the Seminole Indian Scout Cemetery, where our ancestors are buried, and to raise awareness about the 4 Medal of Honor recipients who have been laid to rest there. In the next clip, Augusta Pines discusses her Juneteenth and Seminole Days
I
memories.
remember back in the day, the Seminole Days, me and Kim and Miss Charles, we would come out here. We knew she was getting ready because she would tell us to go down in the Arroyo and get some of those palm trees and cut them. So we would go down there. There's some down there now, but we would go cut them, and she would put them in big buckets with water, and she would set them around the court there, just as for decorations, I guess. And then also she would be sweating a little bit, just getting stuff together. I can tell she was like excited. I remember. That's one thing I really do remember. And then I remember people would be starting to come in. Like on that Friday, remember Mr. Benny McRae? I remember I met him out under the trees out there.
Seminole Indian Scouts Cemetery. The Seminole Indian Scouts Cemetery is a sacred space for us. For many of us, multiple family members and dear friends are buried here. And for many years, the cemetery was the only place that was ours. So, as a group, we have always made sure to keep the cemetery clean and inviting for those who visit. At the cemetery, there's a Texas Historical Commission marker. Bertha Benson will first read the text on the marker. Then she and Augusta Pines will share their thoughts about the cemetery.
Seminole Indian Scout Cemetery, founded on Fort Clark Reservation, September 1st, 1872. Burial site of heroic U.S. Army men, families, and heirs. These Seminoles came mainly from Florida about 1850, lived in northern Mexico or Texas, joined Lieutenant John L. Bullis, later General, and Colonel Ranald S. McKenzie in ridding Texas of hostile Indians in 1870s. I know it seems strange to see, but I walk over here and it just feels like home.
It does.
I know that's a strange thing to say about a cemetery, but I love that it's here. I love that I can bring my kids here and say, this is so-and-so, this is your grandma, this is this, just go on down the line. I even have a little, older sister down over there.
Okay.
And I don't know, it's just, and there's a feel to it too.
Yeah,
There's a feel.
it's beautiful.
Oh, gosh.
I mean,
it's not fancy or anything, but it feels so good.
Yes.
It does.
And we can just walk by the graves like Miss Charles right here.
And
there's her whole family.
Yeah. And
Her brother, her mom, her sister. And it's just really amazing. And when you walk by, the memories come back. I remember her so well.
It's all history,
It really
history, just priceless.
Yeah, during Seminole days, we gather out here and we just connect. Everybody comes in, we have a circle, and we just talk, their spirits come alive, I think. It feels like it does. We sing songs and we pray and then visit the graves.
Yeah.
And a lot of, the descendants of these that are buried out here, they come home during that time.
Negros Mascogos. El Nacimiento de los Negros Mascogos was founded in 1850. More than 170 years later, the town and its residents continue to thrive. They are proud of their Black Seminole heritage. El Nacimiento is indeed a special place. The folks of Nacimiento are learning their history, celebrating their culture, especially their food, singing the old Negro spirituals, and taking care of their cemetery.
Here we have one of our relatives that live here. She's a Seminole Indian descendant. Her name is Karen Toralba. She just graduated from college here as an engineer. Say something about yourself, Karen.
Hola, mi nombre es Karen Torralba. Pertenezco a la comunidad de los Negros Mascogos. Soy descendiente de Dallas Garner, uno de los negros que llegaron primero aquí a la comunidad. Dentro de la comunidad tenemos algunos proyectos en los cuales estamos trabajando con niños y jóvenes que se basan en los cantos tradicionales que estamos tratando de recuperar. Otro es una asociación del cementerio que es que lo que hacemos ahí es hacer limpieza general para tenerlo bonito.
The people here know their culture, they know they're Black, they actually celebrate Juneteenth here. Been celebrating it since I was a kid in the 60s. So they know they're from the United States and they consider themselves, I guess, citizens of both. A lot of them do consider themselves citizens of both areas, even though they're not dual citizenship, but because they came from the United States, they still celebrate Juneteenth.
We've got Jordy, a friend of ours, who is teaching the kids here, the local kids here, the songs that our ancestors sang way back in the day. It's like a broken gullah English, the words to it, because there's a taping of the recording with all the songs that they sang. And he is helping to teach the little local kids here the songs to keep the tradition alive, because the songs haven't been sang in a very, very long time. And that's something that's part of our ancestry that we don't want to be lost.
Yeah, and on that note, we also teach them the history of the place, because we know the history, some of it, but a lot of people here that live here do not know the history. So we're re-educating at least the kids on our history.
Bertha Benson spent a lot of time in El Nacimiento as a child. In the next clip, she discusses some childhood memories.
Yeah, we used to go to Mexico every summer. After my dad, of course, my dad used to live in Mexico, but got married and came over when they had one child and stayed here. And so when he got, I found out we didn't go every summer until a few years after he got here. I thought we did all the time. All my life we did. And I'm the youngest, so all my life we went. Yeah. And it was always a wonderful thing. We're going to Mexico. We're going to, and because we get to be with our cousins. And communication, I did not know Spanish, but I knew sign language. Oh, you know, like stuff like that. But we communicated. It was, and to think about, to look back, it's a really great memories. Yeah, it's a whole new world over there. It's a whole different world, not new, different world, different. Cooked, and remember cooking with my grandmother and all the good stuff she cooked, and the fat tortillas she'd make. But she makes tortillas. Then the tortillas are made, I could go on and on, from scratch. Wow. Remember, they get the corn, the dry corn that they grew, and boil it. To me, seemed like all day long. So I would say all day long with lime in it. They call it the nixtamal. And then he grind it after cooked, grind it in the mill. Yeah. And then she'd grind it again in the mill, all of it. And I remember telling her, it's good, Grandmama. We don't need to grind it. And she would just say, oh, yeah? And she'd keep on going, keep on going. How neat. And I did stuff with my grandmother because I'm the only one that got up early. My sisters would sleep late. Yeah. I would get up early. Jerry was up too, but I don't know where Jerry was. But so I did that in the morning. Oh, she would grind it through the mill twice, and then she'd put on the metate. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the same, so it gets ground up 3 times, Then after that, she would do the tortillas, like corn tortillas. Yeah. And I knew the difference would be her, my mom, and my grandmother, and I knew who was who. Oh, wow. You knew. Okay. I knew. I like that's grandmama. I knew who was who. Wow. They stopped. Yeah, the spring that we always got our water from for the kitchen or for the house, whatever. A priest had come and he blessed it. He prayed over it and all, and he told my grandmother that this spring is going to be here. It is never going to dry. Wow. And I was a little girl. Now look at me now, and it's still there. And it's still there. And still, I'm sure before me, it was there. So, yeah, it looks like it's lasting.
We, the Black Seminoles of Texas and Mexico, are very proud of our heritage. As a unified group, we are coming together and working together to teach ourselves and others about our rich history. In both towns, our cemeteries are incredibly sacred to us. Giving our dearly departed loved ones a final resting place that is peaceful and clean is very important. In addition, we are striving to revitalize those things that we once thought were lost. This includes the old Negro spirituals that were sung way back in the Low Country region of the U.S. when many of the Black Seminoles were enslaved, and the language, known as ASC, that has its roots in Gullah Geechee. We are proud descendants of these people who sought freedom on their own terms. Each day, we strive to make them proud.
Thank you to Wendy and the entire Black Seminole community of Brackettville, Texas, and El Nacimiento for sharing their ancestor story with us. We are honored to work alongside you in preserving and sharing this story. To those of you watching, we thank you for joining us once again. We will see you next time, right back here on the Ranger Roadshow.
The group that's gathered here are descendants, direct descendants of the Seminole Scouts, and they've come from all over the United States. They come here in September to Brackettville every year for this reunion.
My name is Auguste Pines, and I'm a descendant of the Seminole Indian Scouts here in Brackettville, Texas, and we're gathered here today for our annual celebration.
The Seminole Scout descendants are the original Seminoles that come up from Florida. They moved up through Georgia there, and they picked up runaway Negro slaves, then ended up in Oklahoma. And then from there, they were run out of Oklahoma, and they ended up down in a place called Nacimiento, Mexico. By late 1871, 1872, they were transferred up to Fort Clark to serve up here, and there was approximately 50 of these scouts. 4 of them become Medal of Honor recipients.
My name is Bertha Benson. I'm a descendant of the Black Seminole Indians. The Gullah language, and of course we always call it Seminole here. We were never told that it was Gullah. We never called it Gullah, but turns out it is. It was English, but it was different. And I heard it all my life that growing up, my parents, grandparents, aunts. My name is Bertha. I come from the Fay family, and I'm Black Seminole Indian descendant. Here where I'm sitting, where I sit, is this land. We've been to live here many, many years ago. It's where my ancestors been to live.
There's still people in this area here in Brackettville that speaks that language, and I really wish I had took my time and learned it and listened and tried to understand that language when I was growing up. Because it's really an important language that I just let go.
I think it's really important to teach Gullah to the next generation, because if we don't teach it, I believe it's going to die. And my family, my parents spoke it all the time. Our kids, they don't know it, and it's going to die if we don't pass it on.
I can feel the ancestors dancing when they connect with the ceremonies that are taking place in Indian Canyon. We've always been here since the beginning of time. Today is the best time for an alone person to be alive since contact, because the ancestral spirits are starting to wake a lot of people up. My name is Anne Marie Sayers. I live in Indian Canyon in Hollister, California, and it is the only federally recognized Indian country for 350 miles along coastal California. This is a Ohlone territory, which extends from San Francisco to Big Sur, from the Pacific Ocean to the Mount Diablo Range. Between 1887 and 1905, 91 million acres of Indian-owned land disappeared for the people coming west. To say you were Indian was suicidal.
Yo, we're back.
It is SuPreme.
So DJ, did you see how many times she said black?
Uh-huh. Well, and I was just putting in the chat that the Ohlone people are the niggas out here in Vallejo and Marin and Oakland or the East Bay and Hunters Point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like some of us come from the East Coast, but how do I say this? Some of our families have been all up and down the southern regions of this country forever. And basically, that woman and those natives, based on my research, they are the golden daughters of the West. They're the mostly Chinese people or Han Dynasty descendants that were brought here to work for the Spanish crown, or should I say Carlos Quintos, our people. And were later given the title Indian. And then in the 1900s, there was also an immigration here in the Bay Area where the Navy was bringing in women from Asia. And there was a weird underground sex market going on here in the Bay Area. There's some really weird stuff going on out here. You know, there's a lot of weird cross-dressing. There's a lot of weird history out here. Like this place I'm in here in Marin was basically like, best of my understanding, was a men's retreat area. And
what do you mean a men's retreat?
It was pajama parties and troglodyte gay boy retreat.
I already knew when you said men's retreat.
Mm-hmm.
I already know girls. It's already a problem. That sounds like some what is that place where they be out there worshiping that big ass owl out there in California? What's that called?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Fuck.
Oh God, I always forget the name of the place.
Shit.
I should know too, because it's our shit underneath of it.
They love building on top of all ancient cities. Even when we talk about Las Vegas, for instance, you know, when that you can catch every once in a while, like on the public
Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove.
We've
Who
got
said that in the chat room?
shit.
I know somebody got that shit. Shout out to Rob McCoy in the building. Peace, King. Thank you guys for coming through. Hey y'all, you know, we do got some this Tariq video. I don't know if you guys seen it, talking about the $5 FBAs. We got to definitely get some of that in tonight. But I wanted to talk about what they were talking about once again, right? The whole concept of maroon, talking about a culture, talking about a people, right? Mm-hmm. Negro de terrorists.
They
Blacks
sound
of the
like
land.
Romans. Sound like Romans to me, nigga. They sound like some warrior farmers that separated themselves and started doing some shit. It sounds, see, when they tell me this Seminole, Cimarron, it sounds to me like there's your Greeks and there's your Romans right there, the real ones.
Yep.
There's the history they base their mythology off of is our people's moves.
Yep. So
go ahead, get it.
Well, once again though, talking about that video, and people be like, well, these guys are experts because they're Seminole and this and the third. But once again, if you're taught in a system, right, that was created by the pale skin because they created a Seminole nation, right? Okay. Now Seminoles are runaway slaves, except for the white Seminoles. They happen to not be runaway slaves. Y'all see how this works? You see how the maroon thing works? All the negative things only work for people of color. So when they say black Seminole, they're referring that the other Seminoles are white. And that they had you as
caste
pets.
system. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's caste system categorization.
They said that they had you guys as pets. Yep. Right? Oh, 800 black Seminoles went with 4,000 Seminoles.
But the truth is they were our pets and they got unruly. So our ancestors had to go bust their fucking heads.
And when did the Native American, aka the mixed blood, right, become the majority over the Negro? I wait. I wait. Now what's interesting when they talk about this black Seminole dumbass shit, right? And they talk about Osceola, aka what they say, Billy what? What the fuck? All this Powell, Billy Powell ass shit is made up, right? Now he has a surname, right? Billy Powell, right? So when they talk about Osceola, okay, now Osceola mother was Seminole, correct? She was raped by a Scot, according to them. But somebody from the British Army, or Navy or something, or whatever, raped her and created a mixed breeded child named Osceola. Okay?
Which I don't buy. I don't buy. Because the Scottish and the Irish weren't even pale in those days. And if it was, he was probably
it's the mid 1800s. It's the mid 1800s.
Okay.
And we're talking about wars that were happening.
They still weren't shipping many pale Scots in by then, or the Slavic invaders. They weren't, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't many of them here. I've read the muster rolls, so I know.
But let's
you
know what I mean? Let's just talk for sure.
Because the English crown had a problem with the Scots. So, they basically were finding every excuse they could to ship those motherfuckers over here because they wanted all their shit.
But my problem is, though, that if they're saying that his mother was original and his dad was a pale skin, right? However, the union happened, it created a mestizo, who they're calling a Seminole. And then they're calling his mother a black Seminole.
Exactly.
Y'all understand the problem that we have right here right now?
What I'm saying is he's more likely what Chris Cyphers would call a Negropean mix than a pale mix is what I'm trying to point out. Based on
let me ask you a question. So do you think that they bleached out and whitewashed Osceola's picture, brother?
Absolutely. Because I've looked up Osceola's picture, and I found pictures of what is his name, Billy something, but also if you look up Billy Powell, and also Micanopy, Chief Micanopy shows up as Osceola.
Well, it's the same way when you got the same people. You'll say Paul Cuffey or Nat Turner and Frederick Douglass are all the same person. Also English, Anthony Johnson will be.
Yeah, they're English duplicates.
They was cloning motherfuckers back then, y'all. That's what happened. They was cloning niggas back then. That's it.
And in your head.
They was cloning niggas. Yeah. But we were talking about something earlier, right? How they can take a people, right? Now we talked about this with Crispus Attucks when shout out to Lotus when we debunked that shit and showed that basically Crispus Attucks was a descriptive term of the Nantuckets, those people, right? So they'll take a people and make them a person.
Precisely.
Right? The scenario that happened to that person would be the scenario of the people. If y'all can kind of understand what I'm saying. Like I'm trying to, what I love to do is make complicated things less complicated. I try not to make them complicated like we so smart and everybody else is so fucking dumb when it is simple. These people rewrote history, okay? They put themselves into advantageous positions in history that gives them privilege today.
Precisely.
It gives them social, political, economic privilege.
Psychological power and privilege.
And it puts psychological pressure on us all the time. You're psychologically under pressure all the time. All the time. And you and now we get conditioned to it. Be like, we're supposed to go through that. This is supposed to happen. But guess what, fellas? Do you the first time you was harassed by the police and made to feel less than? You was conditioned based off of television, based off of movies. You was already conditioned for the experience. You was already conditioned. You was just waiting. I don't even know why niggas be upset about it when you knew it was gonna happen, because you was conditioned just like they are conditioned to exert their privilege over you. This is the recessive man's trick. This is how they beating us. Seriously, period. This is all it is to it, bro. I know it's crazy, y'all. It gets wild. Fuck. Shit gets real crazy, y'all.
Yep. Because we're dealing with pathological lies. So, you know, when someone's a pathological liar, they're going to take you all over the fucking place.
It's facts.
We're dealing with generational pathological liars. You know, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these people's offspring are born with like 15 different personalities.
That's really interesting. Let's see. I want to play this other video before we get into that. Hold on 1 second, make sure it's the right one.
Shout out to the chat. Salute to the gods.
It's the one. Hold on 1 second. It's the video. It's the second Seminole War as a Florida Negro War. So, what was the first one? If the second one was a Negro War, what was the first one?
The first one was us banging on the mestizo.
And also I talk about the French. I call the French a Negro War, right? Because the Negroes would fight with the French, right? But they call it,
but the French,
you know,
but the French was Negroes.
Oh, but not only that, the Negroes were the Americans.
Negros de Guinea.
So but you see how they take over the American title from us by whitewashing history, as well as trading places, so to speak.
Yeah.
So,
but we're negros de tierra.
De terra, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They're negros de Guinea or Guale. or Gaul.
Facts.
Like they come out of us, but they've changed.
That's fact. So also want to talk about in 1830s when we talk about the second president of Mexico, who right now, if you see him, his name is Vincent Guerrero. Bottom of it says El Negro.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Andrew Jackson to me, right? Now, I don't know if you guys know what Andrew Jackson looks like, but he doesn't look like a Negro, right? Now you find out when you go back into the historical archives of these people in Mexico, they show El Negro as a mulatto.
Yep.
Right? Then they also show El Negro as a dark-skinned Negro. Okay? So further you go back, the depictions have been whitewashed. During the same time, I might add that they whitewashed a lot of documentation.
Facts.
After that and before that. Just wanted to say that. We got another video for you guys. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
It's interesting because my investigations of Isabella being a Sibyl or a soothsayer has also shown me that she came from the Persian Empire. Like the Moors were capturing Persian women. But once again, Persians lived on corn. You also have all kinds of interesting historical artifacts that tie into it, like the Antikythera mechanism in that region. It's a lot. You there, Chief?
Hey, I'm here, bro. I'm trying to get this video. I don't know if CEO see it. Hold on a second. I'm back, bro. All right, so we're going to pull this video up and get into this Christopher Columbus conversation, as well as De La Casa. And just for full disclosure, once again, I've been saying this for a long time, that Christopher Columbus is a made-up Harry Potter nigga story. And that's if you just do any research of your own. Once they start telling you stuff that, oh, well, we don't have any records, the conversation's supposed to stop. That means that you don't have any proof. Say this again. You have no proof of this person's existence, let alone that they fucked on people, did this, did that, went and captured some motherfuckers, did this. All this fantastic voyage story that you have no documentation on this person.
Yep.
Period.
It boils down to witches and superstition and fairy tales.
Oh, aka Harry Potter.
Yeah,
literally Harry Potter.
It's literally some Harry Potter, Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe, fucking Lord of the Rings bullshit.
That's a fact. So but the conversation though, when we're talking about Columbus, is representing a system. Knights of Columbus.
Yep. The Order of Santiago.
Shit. Which once again, y'all, they had these groups that even a lot of these groups were melanated, were taken over basically. Is that the best way to say it? Like, is that the best?
Yeah.
Like, has,
Yeah.
like we like niggas allowed them into the group, and they didn't
And they
basically
just
like you didn't know
hijacked
who you. Yeah, like
They
we allowed you
hijacked it.
into the Seminole Nation, and they hijacked the whole shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, it happened all over the
Right.
world.
With the
Literally.
Germans to recreate what a maroon was, what a cimarron was, and now
Yep.
And as well as a maroon has a different meaning than what the French or the Spanish had there,
Well,
right? So now you're looking at it as
here's
something different. Go ahead, bro.
here's where it gets interesting too, because if you read Benjamin Franklin's journals, he talks about all the swarthy Germans.
The Hessians.
Yeah, he was talking about the Hessian problem in America, you know, that they hint to in Sleepy Hollow. You know, there's some history behind the headless horseman in Sleepy Hollow, my niges.
This guy right here, I told y'all this nigga DJ is a problem, you know. Shout out to Javon Muhammad is in the building. I'll say peace. Welcome, Javon.
I'm just a piece of the puzzle that's our heart.
That's right.
I'm just a little piece that's clicking back in, because it's only when we all come together that the story comes whole.
Hey, see this a hard line up in here. He already owned it. Salvador Fernandez Zarco, aka Cristobal Colizon.
Well, see, and here's where it gets interesting with that Cologne name, because Cologne is a place in England where Saint Ursula, a woman who had a mercenary army of 11,000 virgin women, was massacred. So who you know, why are they referencing Cologne?
Who the hell would massacre?
And these women,
how many women?
What kind of 11,000? What kind of monster would
virgin
massacre
women?
11,000 virgins?
A gay man, an army full of gay niggas.
An entire nation of people who got serious fucking problems, man. Serious problems.
Who would do that? Like, there's a whole bunch of virgins out there.
And
Y'all
here's
just go
where
kill
it
them
gets
all.
even more interesting. You look her up, and they portray her as a pale woman. And then it makes me think of movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Scream, where 96% of the victims are pale females. It's some really weird shit.
You know what's crazy though? They just made a new Texas Chainsaw Massacre, a new not Friday the 13th, but Halloween. You know what I'm saying? Jamie Lee Curtis was still in there. Yo, this shit was crazy, yo. Like it was just number snuff film, just a snuff film. They have a fetish for killing off their people, bro. Like I think I really do.
They
do.
Crazy. I mean, you know, what are we calling him? You know, the German. You know, the Germans are coming. They're coming to get you. Yeah.
What about the Santiago character though?
Yes, sir.
Sarko.
Salvador.
Fernandez. That nigga not only he had a surname, he had a middle name, y'all.
Yep. He had exactly a forename, a given name, and a surname.
So, hey, we're gonna get back to that those names in the time period and stuff like that, as well as when they talk about Spain and as well as Italy. We say this a lot of times. In 1492, Spain and Italy, Portugal did not exist.
Facts.
So with that being said, neither did the languages. And I know you'd be like, "Chief, you talking crazy?" Because I see it right here. It says it. Well, that's them. It's a remix single, fool. Somebody it's not the original documents. So when we come back, we're gonna show you that it's not original documents to this conversation. We're talking about Cristobal Colon or Cristobal Colombo.
Cristobal.
Salvador, Fernandez, Zarco. All this is all made up. So we're gonna get back to that. Now, if you guys haven't heard of Zarco, you're welcome. Shout out to FA. Shout out to Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes is in the building. Queen Seisha, I say peace to you guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Howard John is in the building. He says isolated Maroons, places like Jamaica and Haiti retain their Africa. I've never met a Jamaican that was like, yo, their culture was African culture, right? I never met that. I never met that person that said that. They were like, they proud Jamaicans. They, you know, now I've seen a person like Garfield would say, you know, he's connecting himself to the African diaspora. I've never met a Jamaican that was like, hey, yo, so I want to just ask this, Howard John, are you a Jamaican? First off, because, you know, you talk about maintaining an African culture. What African culture are you talking about? Because once again, you had people from the Americas that went to Africa and took the American culture to Africa, period. And they came back. So now we're talking about people bringing a culture back. We left our culture there, and that's still there on the continent of Africa, still to this day. So I just want to say, you know, once again, this is a mindset, because you thinking the Maroons are runaway slaves. And once again, Maroons is a descriptive term of brown people still to this day. Once again, once the British came in and took over what is called Haiti or Jamaica, they put in another system and then said that Maroons mean runaway slaves. When it's just, once again, it's a descriptive term of the people who ran up into the mountains, who fought their ass and beat their ass. So no, don't. You are highly mistaken. And Howard, you have to look at etymology. Okay. Now, if you're talking about the 17, 16, 1800s, then you're not going to use a terminology for that time period that didn't exist, like runaway slaves for Maroons, okay, or Seminole. So once again, they're changing words, they're changing things, and they're rewriting the meaning of words, which creates a new meaning for you. So yeah, don't do that.
And
so Howard,
before you have entomology or the invention of entomology and, you know, bibliographic recording in biblioteca, you know, before that exists, things were different.
He says, East India owe us answers. Man, everybody owe us answers at this point, because they all, like, think about it like this right here. They'll be like, you know, they'll tell you a story, but like, soon as Ponce de Leon, oh, y'all gonna go crazy when y'all find out what Ponce mean. Once you guys find out this shit, right? You know, because etymology is key. I know people don't know that. They don't think that, but etymology key says Jamaicans retain much of their African. You're going to say that again, huh? I can't. Okay, brother. There's no such thing as African culture, brother.
I have two friends that are Jamaican, and they are proud Jamaicans. And when I asked one of them about Africa, he shook his head. He said, I don't know. He told me his grandmother said nothing about it, so he doesn't know. Like,
all right. So listen, y'all. So we can discern from a lot of these things, and we'll talk about it as we go, but we can discern from Native American. We know that Native American is a new invention in 1975. So Columbus didn't run into any Native Americans. The Native Americans didn't fight in the Revolutionary War. The Native Americans didn't fight in any of the French and Indian or the Seminoles or Tuscaroras or any civil war that has happened
or war
on
for
this land.
independence. None of that.
Now they were talking about scouts. They were in the 1800s. Those were scouts from the Civil War. those scouts would have been Negroes. So how come on, y'all. Like, I want to choke something. Like, come on, please stop playing with us with this black Seminole and this white Seminole. Those pale ones are new Johnny-come-latelys. Like 20th century Johnny-come-latelys have took over. When I say 20th century, late 1800s, refugees who came in and usurped a culture.
Exactly. Like Teddy Roosevelt took Panama with those men, and his dumbass tried to charge the hill without them, and they came up and surrounded and saved his ass. So the next day, he talks about how heroic they are, and then 2 weeks later in the news press, he talks shit about them.
Anyway,
this story is convoluted. It's truth interwoven with indiscriminate lies and half truths and half omissions of truths.
That's right. Arline said they be letting them know they'll forget the hate that they got.
If you want to go back before etymology, then you have to look at nomenclature. The history and science of naming things, because that's our history, that's our culture. Nomenclature. This is where you find your house. They used our names and invented surnames under the guise of taxing us so they could legally take our names, and by doing so disenfranchise or disinherit us.
Disinherit. That's a fact. Hey, so we're gonna get right into this video, man, and we'll come back on another side. Let me see how long it is. It's not that long. It is. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll be stopping this, man, and kind of comment on some stuff. It's an old video, but it's a lot of information in here, man. Dr. Jack D. Ford and some other people. Once again, you gotta understand the words that are being used, especially in the time period. So when you hear Native American, they're not talking about Native Americans, especially in the
it's the political party.
Yeah, it's a social political party that they took over to create, took our shit. So, hey, let's go, man. Like I said, man, you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. Hey, I got my brother, DJ z.p.e in the building, dropping heat rocks over here, man. You already know, man. Y'all big homie, the one and only. The CEO is in the building. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Hey, yeah, you can press play. Just listen. Say peace to everybody, man. I'm gonna be beatboxing real faster. Come nah, let's say shout out to everybody, man. Hey, want to say also fair use for educational purposes, man. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent. men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere.
Good evening and welcome to For the People. In 1920, historian Carter G. Woodson said, quote, "One of the longest unwritten chapters in the history of the United States is that treating of the relations of the Negroes and the Indians," end quote. How and under what conditions did Native Americans and Africans come in contact with each other? How much intermarrying took place between the two groups? How did white supremacy shape those relations? That great libertarian Thomas Jefferson said of the Native Americans, quote, "We would never stop pursuing them with war while one remained on the face of the earth," end quote. How close did Jefferson and other Europeans come to realizing this objective? We'll explore these and other questions with Dr. Jack Forbes, author of Black Africans and Native Americans, Color, Race, and Caste in the Evolution of Red-Black Peoples, 1400s to 1865. Dr. Forbes is professor of anthropology and Native American studies at the University of California at Davis. He is co-founder of DQ University, a Native American university located in Northern California.
Well, I think the main point is to fill in a gap that has developed because of the suppression of knowledge of the interaction of Black people and Native American people. In other words, it's to tell the story to the fullest extent possible of the interrelations between these two ethnic groups with both extremely rich heritages of culture and history.
Where were the Native American population during the time that you studied?
Well, during that time period, I think virtually all areas of the Americas and all of the islands, virtually, including up to Greenland, for the most part, were occupied by different native people. So the entire continent and virtually all of the islands were occupied. Southern Greenland was a possible exception. When the Norse Vikings reached southern Greenland in the about 900, say, give or take, they found the remains of human beings there, but they didn't actually meet people in southern Greenland for a while. But almost everywhere else, there were native people occupying fully the whole space.
Okay, now back to the cultural question. Not that comparison is necessary. How would you compare some of the Native American civilizations with European civilizations during this time?
Well, again, it's very hard to generalize, and one wants to be careful to specify that, you can't be an expert on all these different kind of cultures. Right. But nonetheless, the European population had been exposed to many, many more examples of imperialism in the period from, say, the Roman Empire on. And imperialism is I regard it as a disease. I call it the disease of cannibalism, because in imperialism, people think that they have the right to consume not only the resources of other people, but their lives as well. And one of the characteristics of this kind of cannibalism, or I call it the wetiko psychosis, from a Cree Indian word meaning a cannibal disease. The wetiko disease, it's a psychological and cultural disease. One of the characteristics is that it brutalizes people, because as a part of imperialism, well, the thing that keeps empires going is that you have to terrorize the people you're going to control. I mean, you don't get to steal their resources just by asking. You've got to take it by force, and then you have to create a reign of terror in order to maintain that system. So people become brutalized as a part of that. And after you've gone through quite a few of them, then it becomes a part of your culture, and the disease takes you into its clutches. So that the Europeans, particularly by the 1400s and 1500s, the Northern Europeans, had learned to become Romans. And they like to even call themselves Romans. The Germans. Meaning building an empire and ruling over others. In other words, if you read a lot of histories in the past, you will find that the French are very proud of the French Empire. All the areas ruled by the French flag. The British are proud of the British Empire. The Italians want an empire. The Germans want their empire. The Russians want an empire. This is the way you make yourself into big shots, right? And people think you're powerful and you're successful. It's because you are messing with other people's lives, right? So the concept of doing evil becomes, instead of being evil, it becomes the ambition of your society to do that. And along with that, of course, is the economic motive, or what we might call greed, although it's done not only for economics, it's done also for other illusions of grandeur and that kind of thing, which are psychological. But the economic motive of getting other people's wealth is the real springboard. So, in other words, you have a people who are more greedy, they're more avaricious, and they have definite plans and schemes of building empires. And that makes them very different from most native people. Maybe not all, but from most.
Mm-hmm. Last night while talking to you, you mentioned one of the, I don't know if you use the term mistakes, that Native American used in dealing with Europeans was that Native American would say exactly what he meant. Would you deal with that, please?
Well, one of the characteristics, I think, of a lot of traditional peoples around the world is that honesty is highly valued. And this has certainly always been true among Native American people. And to have a face, as the Aztecs used to say, to have a face means to have a personality that is not changeable. In other words, you can be relied on. Your word is your bond. Now, in a world of hustlers,
I thought that was a European thing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, actually, it is an old expression among a lot of peasant peoples, because peasant peoples used to have that kind of relationship when they traded with each other. Again, they didn't have to write it down, just like they didn't have to lock their front doors.
Okay.
So it's not just exclusively among native people, but it's the idea that you can be relied upon. But when you're wheeling and dealing as a hustler type, that is an imperialism, one of the things you have to do is to fool people, right? And so it becomes, perhaps honesty is a temporary, at least, disadvantage in dealing with imperialists, because they get to know what you're up to too quickly.
When and under what conditions did Native Americans and Africans first come into contact with each other?
Well, the first contacts are probably lost in the midst of time and perhaps never will be known completely. The first evidence of early contacts, of course, consists in archaeological remains in various parts of the Americas that suggests a contact with Africa. The most famous and the persuasive of those archaeological remains are the famous Olmec heads from parts of Mexico. In my own research, not being an archaeologist and so on, I don't go into that very extensively, but I do comment on it. After that ancient period, we then get indications of Native Americans traveling or being driven by storms via the major ocean currents to the west coast of Europe and down as far as Spain and Portugal. This is as early as 60 BC, and then during the Middle Ages we get more references. And even Columbus met Native Americans in Galway Bay, Ireland in 1477. So there is a possibility that Native Americans by drift or other means also reached the Canary Islands and the west coast of Africa. But there's a great deal of research that remains to be done there, which at this point all I can say is it's a possibility. I'm convinced they did reach Europe, but whether it's farther south or not, I can't say for sure.
Okay, let me give you a quote from your book. You say, quote, "It will perhaps be surprising to some readers to learn that the greatest degree of intensive contact between Africans and Native Americans did not occur initially in either the Americas or Africa, but rather in Europe." Explain.
Well, this arises from the fact, principally from the fact that Christopher Columbus, above all else, was a slaver. And according to the Spanish Jesuit writer, not Jesuit writer, excuse me, the Spanish writer Bartolomé de las Casas, who is the principal author of that gives us the information from Columbus's diaries. Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere. So even before there are any appreciable number of African slaves being sent to the Americas, there are Native American slaves being sent to Europe, principally probably ending up in Lisbon and Seville or Sevilla in southern Spain, but also being transshipped to Valencia and many other cities. Now, at the same time that that's happening, there are large numbers of African slaves being sent northward to the same cities. And in fact, as far as black Africans are concerned, they've been being sent northward since approximately the 1440s, 1450s to those cities. There are also, I might add, large numbers of white and brown Muslim slaves from North Africa and white and Asiatic slaves from the Baltic also being shipped in by the Turks and Venetians, principally. So that throughout this Western Mediterranean area, you really have a cosmopolitan scene in these cities, and to some extent in the rural areas as well. So it's in these cities where large numbers of black Africans and substantial numbers of Native Americans meet, undoubtedly intermingle, and become part, eventually, of the urban populations of these cities and others.
Now, they were slaves. What were they doing? What tasks were they performing?
Well, that needs to be studied in greater detail. We do know that some were engaged in agricultural labor. We do know that some were apprenticed to craftspeople. And unlike the slavery that developed in the Americas, it was, at least in Spain, primarily a slavery where there would be very small numbers of slaves employed by a few individuals, not huge plantation type slavery. So I would imagine that almost any type of craft you can think of, almost any type of job. In Lisbon, for instance, we know that the slaves were allowed to, in their spare time, sell water. And there were particular spots along the river in Lisbon where certain kinds of slaves were given the exclusive right to get water. For example, the Moorish slaves from North Africa had one section of the river, men. And then the Native Americans and Africans and females and males had other sections of the river that they could get water.
Were allocated to them?
That were allocated to them. And this was so that they could make a little extra money. They had the right to make money in their spare time. And they'd sell their water in different parts of Lisbon and do other odds and ends. They also, in Seville, they had a captain general who was in charge of the slaves and of the free people of color in Sevilla. He was an African of royal blood who was named the governor and captain general of, as they say, all the negros y loros in Sevilla, that is, of all the blacks and brown people in Sevilla. And they had their own rules over weddings and other kinds of things. So it's a little bit different from slavery as it develops in the United States.
Okay. Now, when people think of American slavery, they don't think of the enslavement of Native Americans. Why is this?
Well, partly because the enslavement of Native Americans occurred first. And
say that again, please. Say that again.
The enslavement of Native Americans really began before the enslavement of Africans, not only in the Caribbean, by the Spanish, where it was extremely extensive. In the Caribbean, I might mention that the numbers were huge that were involved, and they had several kinds of slaves. They had the normal slave, but they also had people who were called, they were called Indians from the useless islands. They were from islands where there was no gold. And so they had the right to go and remove people from those islands.
The useless islands?
Yeah,
What
well, Jamaica, for example, would be a useless island because it had no gold. Inutiles, not useful. And they needed labor so badly on Haiti, where the gold was found, Haiti, and Cuba, that they were stealing people constantly and removing them by force from other islands, even after it was no longer technically in the best or possible, legally even, to enslave. They still could remove them as forced free labor. We could call it later coolie labor, right? And then they had other categories of unfree Indians as well. But once the population declined on the islands themselves, they began raiding the north coast of Venezuela and Colombia very extensively, also part of Panama. They also came up here and cleaned out the Bahamas completely. All the Lucayo people.
What period are we talking about now?
Well, we're into the 1440s, the 1540s, 1560s. Many people from Florida, South Carolina is raided for slaves. And also the west coast of Mexico in the 1530s. Many Mexican Indians are sold as slaves, and it extends on into a much later period of time. But in short, the tremendous numbers of Native Americans were enslaved, and the Spaniards kept looking farther and farther afield for slaves to replenish the labor supply. And part of that, of course, meant then that they turned to Africa. And particularly, well, in the early 1500s, they started bringing in a few African slaves, but they had some second thoughts because many of the Africans ran away and joined the native people. And there were major rebellions, particularly famous on the island of Haiti, led by an Indian chief named Enriquillo or Enriquez, who had Africans as well as Native Americans in his rebellion. There were a number of those. And so because of that, they held off for a little while. They thought the mixture was too dangerous. They were also very worried because some of the Africans, particularly from Senegal, were Muslims. And they didn't want Islam, they didn't want Judaism either, but they didn't want any foreign religion but Christianity spreading in the Americas. In any case, what happened was that about 1520, they began bringing in many more Africans again. So you get, again, the Native American being the first slaves in the region, and then African slaves coming in and supplementing their numbers.
You have said that one of the reasons that most of us don't think of Native Americans and we think of American slavery is that the enslavement of Native Americans was first. But are there other reasons?
Well, I've thought about it some. I don't know that I have a definitive answer, but I believe that one of the interesting things that happens with Native American people, especially in the 20th century, is that they are, by and large, forgotten about whenever the military battles are over. That is, the popular movies that have taken place and so on are almost always to do with the armed resistance of Native people to conquest, right? But you probably can't even think of a single movie where whatever happens to these Indian people after the battle is ever told about, right? So they might have a couple of guys shaking hands and saying, oh, sorry about the warfare, it was due to a misunderstanding, now we're going to live at peace together, chief, and everything's going to be great. But you never see what happens after that. I think partly because it's very difficult for the white newcomers to North America particularly to face up to the fact that this isn't just a little romantic set of interludes between knights that are jousting with each other. This is a materialistic and economic war, not only a war for land, but a war for resources and a war for labor. And in many, many areas, Native Americans were reduced to poverty and forced to become workers and laborers, on white people's ranches and so on, in addition to, in the earlier period, being enslaved. So that I think that the white population just wants to bury what they've done to the native people. They don't want to really know what they did and what they're still doing in some areas. I think that's one of the main factors. I think another factor, however, has to do with the overwhelming presence in later periods of time, particularly in the East Coast and southern United States, of people of African descent, and the white population becoming preoccupied with its relations with the black population.
Okay. Could you talk about how Europeans went about capturing Native Americans?
Well, it's not a happy thing, but it illustrates one of the kinds of great lessons that we as human beings have to learn. And that lesson is to be very astute and not allow ourselves to be used against our brothers and sisters, not allow ourselves to be dupes and to be used in brutal ways against other human beings. Okay, often we don't simply have the information, and the Spaniards were often very direct and very brutal. They just went in and captured thousands of people and rounded them up and took them to market. But in other cases, the colonialists were much more clever. For example, the Portuguese conquered Brazil basically by Portuguese men intermarrying with native people, particularly powerful tribes living along the coast, powerful chieftains. And then, of course, Native Americans value their families very much. Kinship is extremely important. And so without realizing it, now they've got a new member of the family. He doesn't have the same motives that they have, but there are kinship obligations by means of which this Portuguese guy gradually takes advantage of existing enmities that may exist between Indian groups, maybe some old hostilities, and uses then his relatives against other Indian groups. And pretty soon rewards them with guns and with other weapons and goods for capturing other human beings. And so it starts out small, but as time goes by, it becomes tremendously big operations. In southern Brazil, for example, in the 17th century, there was a period of time in which at least 200,000 or 300,000 Indian people from Spanish Jesuit missions in the Paraguay area are raided and carried off to the coast as slaves, largely by bands of people who are mixed Indian and Portuguese or Indian, but led by mixed blood or Portuguese chieftains who are the founders of Sao Paulo, or Paulistas, they're called in southern Brazil. Other colonialists, example in South Carolina, the English are very astute to also take advantage of existing animosities. And they get some of the tribes to provide a lot of the slaves. And by that mean, they acquire, for example, lots of Choctaw slaves from Mississippi. Choctaws are among the largest group that are enslaved and are sold through South Carolina to the West Indies and to New England and held in South Carolina. There are also tribes even west of the Mississippi that get raided and are brought in as slaves. Florida is cleaned out. Firstly, all the Indians that remained in Florida after the Spanish period are cleaned out by the English and sold as slaves in South Carolina.
You say cleaned out?
Yeah, virtually depopulated. Florida is virtually depopulated of its native population. The Indian people who later live in Florida are primarily people moving south to get away from the whites. Seminoles, for example. They move south from what is now Alabama and Georgia. But the native inhabitants, by and large, are enslaved. They're Christians, they have Spanish surnames, but they're brought north here to South Carolina and become part of the slave population.
You mentioned Alabama and Georgia, these names that we now know for these places, and you probably don't know some of the names that were used for, say, what is now the southern United States or the eastern seaboard. I don't know. Would you happen to know some of the Native American names for these areas?
Well, of course, each group had its own name. Up in our area of where some of my people are from, up in the Chesapeake Bay area, we had the term Akamic.
You know, Washington?
Powhatan, yeah, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, and all through that area. Atan Akamik was one of the names that was used. Another one was Saint Akamak. It means, I think, our fertile earth. Akamik means a place on the earth. Down in this area, one name I'll mention to you is Chicora, which is very important. South Carolina should probably change its name to Chicora, or some people would write it Shakori or Shakora. The reason for that is because the first Africans were brought to Chicora by the Spanish in the 1520s. They accompanied a Spanish expedition, which was basically looking for slaves, but also intended to establish a settlement. And it so happened that the Africans rebelled, and the Spaniards left. They had some fighting with the native people in the area, and the Africans rebelled and remained behind. This was in the 1520s. So these are the first permanent non-Native American settlers in continental North America, long before St. Augustine and long before Jamestown. And that area was known as Chicora. With their father or something, they think like a Spaniard, and they're allowed to be a soldier and participate in the conquest. One of the early governors of New Mexico was married to a Mexican Indian woman, and his son later became prominent. He was a mestizo. No. Later, what happens is that a lot of these prominent mixed bloods marry Spanish women or lighter-skinned women who are brought over from Europe in a trickle, and they lighten themselves so that they become a light elite who are known as Creoles later on.
Good evening and welcome to For the People and the second part of our conversation with Dr. Jack Forbes, author of Black Africans and Native Americans. We continue our discussion of some of the names Native Americans had for certain sections of this land.
Well, of course, each group had its own name. Up in our area of where some of my people are from, up in the Chesapeake Bay area, we had the term Atan Akamik.
You know, Washington?
Powhatan, yeah, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, and all through that area. Atan Akamik was one of the names that was used. Another one was Saint Akamak. It means, I think, our fertile earth. Akamik means a place on the earth. Down in this area, one name I'll mention to you is Chicora, which is very important. South Carolina should probably change its name to Chicora, or some people would write it Shakori or Shakora. The reason for that is because the first Africans were brought to Chicora by the Spanish in the 1520s. They accompanied a Spanish expedition, which was basically looking for slaves, but also intended to establish a settlement. And it so happened that the Africans rebelled, and the Spaniards left. They had some fighting with the native people in the area, and the Africans rebelled and remained behind. This was in the 1520s. So these are the first permanent non-Native American settlers in continental North America, long before St. Augustine and long before Jamestown. And that area was known as Chicora at that time, which probably comes from the Shakori native people. In the coastal area of Georgia, you have a region that's known as Guale or Huale, and that could possibly be the origin of Gullah, possibly. I'm not for sure, but when white people speaking English start saying Guale, it's going to change its accent a little bit there. But that is the region of coastal Georgia, and there were many tribes that lived there: the Yamasees, the Huas, and others who became ancestral to the Miccosukee people who now live down in Florida.
Okay, another quote. You quote Tartaroff, who said, quote, "The 16th century perpetrated the greatest genocide in human history. In 1500, the world population is approximately 400 million, of whom 80 million inhabit the Americas. By the middle of the 16th century, out of these 80 million, there remain 10.
Yeah. Well, that's the real Holocaust. Very comparable to what the Nazis did to the Jews in recent times, if not even more severe.
But you're talking from 80 million to 10 million.
That's right. Now, a lot of those people died because of new diseases that were introduced, but that doesn't really let the Spaniard off the hook. Because what the Spaniard...
Before you go to that, the diseases, what are you talking about?
Well, apparently syphilis, for example, well, some people think that syphilis originated in the Caribbean, perhaps, but I don't believe that at all for reasons that I won't go into here. But I think syphilis was brought in, but also smallpox, measles, and a number of other epidemic diseases.
Okay.
But the reason those diseases, I think, had such a disastrous effect was because the Spaniard drastically interfered with the ecology. Now, we're beginning to learn today that you can't mess with the ecology of an area. Even introducing new animals and plants can disrupt the whole thing, let alone forcing people away from their traditional villages, trying to make them eat different kinds of food or not enough food.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the big factors that happens to native labor and to all labor in systems of extreme oppression is that they're not fed enough. They don't get enough caloric intake. Studies of the California missions, for example, the Spanish missions in California, show that the Indian people in those missions were being underfed. They were malnourished. So it's no wonder that diseases then come along and take their toll. In addition to which, the Spaniards, in the early stages especially, were fighting a lot of battles with Indian people, and a lot of people were killed through military action. And because the Indian population was quite heavy, in central Mexico, for example, there were 20 million people. Well, it's only in this century, in recent years, that there are as many people in Mexico today, in that part of Mexico, as there were before Cortez reached Mexico in the 1520s. Some of the West Indian islands, like Haiti, there are estimates as high as 1 million or more people living on the island. Although we don't know exactly, but there were a lot of people. And so the Spaniards believed at first that they could just kill people off very rapidly. They could always go get more. And but then, of course, that proved to be disastrous. Now, I should mention that the native population has recovered, of course, somewhat in modern times. But even in the United States, for example, we still don't have as many native people as we probably did at the time that Columbus arrived.
How many are there?
Well, the census shows about 2 million people today who mark Native American on the race question, along with another 8 or so million who say they have some Indian ancestry, but they don't necessarily mark Indian on the race question. That's a very low number. There are actually more people than that. But there are only about 2 million who say, yes, I'm Indian. There are, most estimates would say at least 3 million maybe at the time of the initial European contact.
Okay. How would you describe the kind of relationship Native Americans and Africans had in Europe, Africa, and the Americas?
Europe is a story that still needs to be told. People have to take an interest, have to go to Lisbon, have to go to Sevilla and Valencia and dig through what remain of the local records and talk to people. I've been there, and in the southern area of Portugal, for example, I ran into a lot of individuals who could recall something about Indian people being there and even looked Native American or part Native American. But generally, that basic research hasn't been done. But my impression is that people got along pretty well from what I have seen. In the Americas, it's rather complicated because the Spaniards and the Portuguese both, and the English in South Carolina particularly, and also in the Caribbean, all were colonists without many of their own people. Now, when you're building an empire, you never want to spend any more money than you have to. And so the number of troops you keep in the field and so on, you want to keep to an absolute minimum. So the more people that you can co-opt, that you can get to do work for you, the more you do that, then you don't have to have so many people of your own. And in many of these colonies, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the French, the English were always outnumbered vastly by the Indian people or by the Black African people. And so one of the things that they try to do whenever they can is to use tribe against tribe and group against group. It's a systematic policy to attempt to get people to distrust each other and to fight each other. So sometimes Indians will be bribed to bring back runaway African slaves. That's a way to make a living. You know the territory, black slaves are trying to run away. All right, you can make some money going after them and bring them back. Well, of course, the African slaves, as well as the Native Americans, are always trying to resist. Throughout the whole region, particularly in the Caribbean and South America, African slaves form many free communities and free cities. And quite often it's done in collaboration with the local native people. So there are also many instances in which the groups do collaborate with each other.
Now, let me stop. You said many times Africans created free communities or free cities. Now, I have this impression that those Africans that ran away, they all ran away to the bushes, etc. But you mentioned the word cities. Did you mention that loosely or what?
No, they form fortified communities in many cases. Some of them are called palenques and some of them are called quilombos, depending on the area. Some of them are relatively small and they have to be mobile because of the military circumstances. But others become very large, like Palmares in Brazil became very, very large. I'm not an expert on that particular subject, but of course I run into it in my research frequently. And even in Mexico, there were such groups. In the vicinity of Puebla in southern Mexico, there was a very large band of Africans. Also in Guatemala, there were runaway Africans establishing free communities. And so
this idea of African slaves being docile and complacent and not that concerned about the care that they were getting from white. What would you say about that?
Well, I think that's a complete myth. But several things have to be said. A lot of times, a system of terror was used, like a Spanish soldier in the northern frontier said, cruel war makes peace secure. That was his motto. La guerra dura hace la paz segura. Cruel war makes peace secure. That's not my philosophy, but that's a philosophy of imperialism, you see. In other words, if people try to rebel, you hit them with the bloodiest, cruelest response you can possibly make, whether it's an individual or whether it's a group. You might wipe out an entire community, kill every single person in it. You might cut off all the legs of those that you allow to survive, or one of their arms, send them around as examples to other people. Or if it's individuals, you burn them alive or cut them into all kinds of pieces or, some other terrible technique. And that terrorism, you see, is designed to break the will of people to resist. Because it means that even if you're a brave man or woman, it's not just your life you're dealing with. It's the life of many other, maybe innocent people or people you love who may be punished because you run away or you rebel. So that's the way terrorism works, to oversimplify. So it's a great mistake to think that people didn't try to resist or didn't want to resist, even in the face of these severe dangers. Many, many communities of those kinds were established, and very often they involved mixed Indian people and African people. In some cases, such as in Suriname, which is fairly well known in the United States now, the Bush Negro communities there, the Indian people in that local area had already been exterminated by slavery or by warfare with the Dutch and others. And so there was an empty area where the African people could move into. Nonetheless, there was constant contact, so much so that the material culture is basically Native American, even though the people are, African in appearance and they've developed their own languages and various kinds of things.
Okay. The relationship Native Americans and Africans had in Africa. I don't know if we touched on that.
This is, again, something that needs to be researched. And in my book, my research, all I do is to point out, hey, here it is. The people went there, and we need to look at it. Angola, I think, would be an especially significant area because of the intimate contact with Brazil for a long, long period of time. And I would think it would be very interesting to look at Angolan, to talk with Angolan people today and see what they know, to look through the colonial documents, to look at the music, the folklore, and all kinds of other things, foods that people eat. But that's a subject that I haven't really gone into in great depth.
Okay. How did the white man's rule or dominion over both the Native American and African determine the tone of the two groups' interaction or relationship?
Well, there's several ways that I can answer that. I'll give you an illustration of the complexity of it. In California, which was on the northern fringes of the Spanish Empire, in the 1760s and subsequent, a number of Spanish soldiers and some settlers were sent to the north. Now, my research indicates that at least 20 or 25% of those people were of African descent, sometimes mixed, of course, with other ancestry. But that's not commonly known. These were free people. They were Spanish soldiers. They were used in the conquest of Upper California. And they, along with the others who went with them, the vast majority of whom were not white. The officers were usually white. But the soldiers themselves were often Indian or more commonly mixed bloods of one kind or another. These people had been recruited into the Spanish Empire at the lowest levels, and they were utilized to help control other populations that were lower than them on the scale of things. Okay, so what that indicates is that one thing that the Spaniards did in order to help maintain their power in their colonial system, they developed a caste system. And the word caste, of course, is somewhat ambiguous, but what I mean is basically a class system, but not based only on economics, but based upon inheritable characteristics, so that it's much less flexible than just a class system. Caste is more or less permanent. And what the Spaniards do, they introduce various terms, such as mestizo, to refer primarily in the Americas to a person who's part Indian and part European. Mulatto, to refer primarily to people who are African and American Indian, and various other terms for other degrees of mixture. Incidentally, you'll be interested to know that the group known as Zambos, which is another term, Zamboigos or Zambos, another term for black African Native American mixed bloods, they were regarded as the vilest group in the Americas. Vilest? Vilest, in the words of the Spaniard. The most difficult to control, rebellious, dangerous kind of people. And in any event, that's one Spaniard's opinion. But in any event, these different caste terms were developed basically to deny privileges to populations, to exclude. These are terms of exclusion. If you're an Indian, for example, you're not allowed to have a gun. You're not allowed to ride on horseback. And there are other things you are not allowed to do. For example, women who are not white are not supposed to be allowed to have pearls or other fancy jewelry. They're not to wear silk clothing and that type of thing. Many people are not allowed to be priests. They're not allowed to be in the clergy. Some are allowed more than others. Mestizos, that is mixed bloods, for example, whose father is a Spaniard and who are raised by the father, are allowed privileges that mestizos who are living out in Indian communities are not allowed. Okay? So it doesn't go only just by the color of your skin exactly, although that's a heavy part, but it also goes to the extent that you've shown loyalty to the Spaniards. So many of the individuals who participate in the conquest of Peru and Chile, for example, are mixed blood sons of Spanish soldiers, but they grow up with their father as something, they think like a Spaniard, and they're allowed to be a soldier and participate in the conquest. One of the early governors of New Mexico was married to a Mexican Indian woman, and his son later became prominent. He was a mestizo. No. Later, what happens is that a lot of these prominent mixed bloods marry Spanish women or lighter-skinned women who are brought over from Europe in a trickle, and they lighten themselves so that they become a light elite who are known as Creoles later on in the Spanish Empire. Well, in any event, a very elaborate system develops with a hierarchy. Now, in that system, the most astute oppressed people, of course, realize that the only way to deal with the Spaniards is through your community, your group, through the common cause of resistance. However, there are many other individuals who are deluded into the idea that the way to participate in the system is by accepting its rules and becoming hustlers for the Spaniards. That is, cooperating with the Spaniards and trying to move up the caste ladder by making money or gaining military rank or other kinds of ways of doing that. Now, the same thing happens, of course, in the English colonies in a slightly different way. One other example that I'll mention, the Spaniards are very good at giving staffs of office to Indian chiefs, and also sometimes subsidies in terms of annual salaries and privileges of collecting tribute from their own people in order to integrate those chiefs into the Spanish imperial colonial system. You know, so this is all part of co-optation and control. And so you can imagine what this does to the relations between Africans and Native Americans. Nonetheless, many of the rebel groups in Mexico, for example, there's a famous rebellion in North Mexico known as the Chichimeca War. There were Africans, part Africans, out with those Indian people fighting against the Spaniards. Rebellions in Baja California, some of the leaders were people of part African descent. So, you see, the people can choose, and people do choose, different ways of dealing with this oppressive system.
Did they at any time, Native Americans and Africans, see their destinies as being tied?
Yes, I think there were times when they did. Of course, I think one of the best areas where this would be true would be in Haiti, especially in the rebellion, some of the early rebellions, and the Enriquillo one that I mentioned, who is still a national hero in the Dominican Republic. And it's interesting, I understand that many people in the Dominican Republic today still take pride in being descended from both Indian people and African people. They have that consciousness of that heritage. So there are many areas where this is definitely true. There are areas where people trade economically once the free African communities are established. On the other hand, there are other times when things are not so good. For example, in the wars in Jamaica between the Maroons, who are a group of people, as you know, who are, although the original runaways were Native Americans, by the time the British captured Jamaica, the runaways are more African, and they become more African at the time. In the wars against the so-called Maroons, the British bring in Mosquito Indians from the coast of Nicaragua to use them as scouts and so on against the Maroons in the cockpit country. Doesn't work too well, but that's the kind of thing that happens.
What I should ask this later, but maybe now is just as good a time as any. What do you think this manipulation on the part of Europeans should tell both Native Americans today and Africans generally, African Americans in particular, people of African descent on the different islands? What do you think this should say to us?
Well, I think that that we are very much weakened in our struggles by not seeing these relationships and not seeing commonalities. We still operate under the illusion that you can fight one battle at a time in one place with an oppressor or an oppressive system that's really carrying on warfare in a number of places simultaneously. And if you only take them on at one spot, you might defeat them there, but if they're winning in these other places, you're still losing. And there are two areas which I think are very comparable today in many ways. So one of them is South Africa, where perhaps things are getting a little more promising now. And similar places, Guatemala. In South Africa, it's the black population of African native descent who are the majority and who have been oppressed by colonists from Europe. In Guatemala, it's a Native American majority who are being oppressed by a small Spanish group at the top.
What is the nature of that oppression? What is that oppression like? How does it manifest itself today?
Well, it's a genocidal situation today. Genocide is taking place in Guatemala. It's my understanding that since about 1978, 100 to 200,000 native people have been killed, brutally murdered, whole communities slaughtered. And the primary factor is to prevent them from asserting their title to lands and their rights to organize labor unions and to get better wages as agricultural workers. And, in other words, challenging the superstructure. In addition to that, there are about 1 million people who've been forced to leave their homes, many of them internally, to move into the slums of Guatemala City and other places, and large numbers to Mexico and to the United States. We have perhaps several 100,000 Guatemalan people in the United States now as refugees. And it's a system in which the native languages are not recognized as official languages. The native political structures are not recognized as political structures. The native people, by and large, cannot vote in elections, not only because the military runs the elections, but also because elections are conducted in a foreign language, Spanish, and the ballots are not available, in Native American languages. And also it'd be very dangerous to vote in many cases anyway. So it's a system that that resembles South Africa in many, many ways. There are other places around the world that are similar too, but I would just use those examples. I think we'd be much stronger if we always were talking about Guatemala and South Africa at the same time, because it really is the same system that's oppressing people there and maintaining the oppression.
Okay, now let's go back into history a bit.
Right.
Culturally speaking, what did the two groups, Native Americans and Black Africans, what did the two groups gain from each other?
Well, that's a subject that is deserving of many a doctoral thesis and good book. The area of music, for instance, is one that intrigues me very much. I don't think we've even begun to explore the possible ways in which these musical traditions have influenced each other. I've looked at a number of books about the evolution of African-American music in the South. Some of them don't even have American Indian in the index. So it's as if that African-American people existed in the South for all of these 470 some odd years, and yet they didn't come in contact with Native Americans, or vice versa. The Native Americans never came in contact with them.
Hey,
one of the interesting things
stop it right there.
One thing about Native American music is that a lot of the eastern tribes, and particularly the southern ones, have a call.
DJ.
Yeah, what's up?
Sheesh. Man, I was just in the chat room. I couldn't take it no more, y'all. I had to come in and speak, speak on, what he's speaking on, right? And it's really interesting because Dr. Jack D. Forbes absolutely knows about the Aborigines or the Negro de Terras. He's even said the term. What he's doing, you guys, is a part of the agenda, pushing the agenda. I mean, clearly you can see he is clearly mixed with European stock, right? And if you know his background, then you know that he would be called $5 Indian. Okay, it's not the original people. Okay, now Jack Forbes knows as well, while telling you about constructs and terms of exclusion, he knows all the tricks, right? He's literally telling this brother right here that you guys are calling King Cass system, right? He's literally telling him that about all the negative terminologies and how they're mixing people up and all this other shit, right? He's literally telling them this shit. But then he turns around and uses it in every instance he can use it in. Now
he double speaks all day long.
Double speak. Now I would think that Lex Vortex, of all people, could appreciate somebody and be able to call this out. And Lex, either you were super stupid or you just being really disingenuous. And you can hear this guy right here talk about this dumb shit that he's talking about. Now, I wish this brother right here would ask him about who built those pyramids, and he would have probably died over there. Well, you know, the African slaves would have to, you know, mix with the monkey people that mixed with the aliens that eventually made the pyramids for the Mayans. You know
it would have been
come on,
crazy
y'all.
shit. Yep.
What the fuck? He's talking crazy. He's talking in circles. He's double speaking. Hey, can you give the people an example of some of the things he's double speaking about, brother?
Well, even just the title, it's like the marquee is correct in terms of the African American and natives on the bottom, in terms of chronology of people, of bones, of archaeological and linguistic evidence. Like, we're on top of the marquee, but we aren't fucking African. That's the problem. And they aren't the Indians, you know? So,
or Native Americans.
Or
they use the
the
term Native
natives,
American
because they're not even the immigrants of swarthy complexion that are the Know Nothing Party.
So, okay. So, also, right, you guys, when we're talking about this interview, right? Of course, he knows the audience that he's playing to. The brother that's asking him King Caste system is obviously looks like it's an African form. He's coming from an African American perspective because he's asking, hey, well, what about African Americans? Because once again, he believes that African Americans existed during this time period, just like he believes that Native Americans existed during this time period. Now, the reason why that's double speech is because Dr. Jack D. Forbes knows that this doesn't exist. Then he'll say a term like mestizos, then he'll say a term like mulatto, as if we're calling a Native American a mestizo, because we're not going to say mestizo, because why?
Exactly.
We're not speaking Spanish. He knows y'all.
And then he had the nerve to bring up the mosquito people, like the striped ones. It's like, come on, man. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, come on, bro. It's so many things that we can go down the line, from Christopher Columbus taking people back. Well, how about this? Do you have any knowledge of any type of manifest, any type of voyage of any of these ships? You have a story from. You have a story from what's the guy name? Bartholomew.
Bartholomew de la Casas. Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's pull this guy up. Let's pull up Bartholomew de la Casa, and let's see what this guy was talking about. Because first and foremost, you guys, this guy right here, Columbus didn't write shit. So yeah, I want to pull up Bartholomew de la Casa, right? When we get back to this video, there's a lot of interesting stuff here, man. We got to talk about. And we got a very astute chat room, man, breaking stuff down, man. Shout out to Hardline, Hefe. Yeah, I know Yost be killing them. Y'all just whole chat room is just awesome, man. You guys be definitely the research. Just sit in the chat room and listen to what the fuck we're saying for years. You guys put in the work yourself, man. Shout out to Charles Clark. Who else we got in the building? Yeah, I see Big Brother Lieberson in the building. Indigenous Fire. Shot Alpha has entered the building. That's what's up, man. Appreciate you guys, man.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the gods.
Yeah, man. Peace out all the great ones, man, tuned in. If anybody told y'all, man, pat yourself on the back, man. Y'all are the greatest human beings world history, man. So shout out to y'all, man. Should I get everybody? I want to say shout out to my brother Lex Vortex for tapping in, man. Lex, man, stop being on the wrong side of history. I've always wanted to be on the argumentative side of it. Like you're not gonna go down in history as a adversary, great adversary. No. You're just gonna go down in history as a punching bag. You know what I'm saying? For real. So I just want to let you know that, brother. You're not. That's not a good look. Tayshawn in the building. C Benji 07 piece. Yeah, man. They use the caste system as a weapon. And once again, they use words as a weapon. Oh, black this, black that, black this, black that, black this, black that. Oh, African this, African that, right? What about the Afro-Mexicans? What about that? Is there such thing as an Afro-Belizean? Like all Belizeans, dark-skinned people? This whole country. Afro-Guatemala. It's no such thing as Afro-Brazilians. It's like the original people, like the bones in the ground. Like not only just the oldest, but like the ones that are 6,000 years old, you guys. Not the ones that are just 12,000 years old, like Luzia in Brazil, are Negroes. Sorry, y'all bad. Oh, you're bad. You're bad. Guatemala has like they just uncovered tens of thousands of pyramids. Negroes first, still there. Negroes are there. Shout out to Dr. David Motel for going down to Guatemala and getting the story, talking to the people and having to revise his book and stuff. Yes, he says the first Americans are Africans. Okay, but we know that Africans is not an ancient word. You don't have to be so sentimental about certain things. Okay, so if he just said the first Americans are Al-Kabalonians or the first Americans are Egyptians, now we would have had to start having a different conversation, right? Because if we say Egyptians, right? What are you saying? Because Egypt didn't exist until 1940s over there. So when we're talking about when they're having the conversation about Egyptian, what about all these pyramids in Guatemala? All these pyramids in Mexico? The largest pyramids on the planet. What are y'all talking about? Why is this in sarcophagus and this and that? All these things that you would consider would be Egyptian culture. We have more of it and it's older here in America. So when I scratch my head and say, well, how is Jack Forbes and this guy right here not ever talking about that? Ever. It has to be planned. You can't. It's like you walking past these pyramids, like, oh, don't look at it. Don't look at those. Don't look at those sculptures. Don't look at those paintings. Don't look at those murals. God damn it! You looked at it.
It's like that Richard Pryor skit in the Great Pyramid.
He's way over there though. Yeah, but he's over there. He could have went 20 minutes into Mexico from LA's house and seen some shit there. He ain't have to go all the way over there. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like they are playing. We are getting played. This is our shit. And y'all gonna have to figure it out. Y'all gonna start moving around. We're gonna make y'all move around. Real talk. Like, so getting back to the maroon thing, right? So, okay, when we talk about maroons, right? When we talk about Ohio and Miami, y'all understand Miami of Ohio, right? The tribe, it's my. How do you pronounce that, brother? Miami
let me see.
Because it's an English translation.
The
Miami, right?
Miami, yeah.
A descriptive term of dark people, right? But once again, they're not black; they're brown, right? So the Spanish term for maroon still today is brown. So then it would still been a descriptive term of brown people. Yes, Jack Forbes. Once the British came in, they only changed what the word from maroon to Seminole, right? These people, Germans, turned it to Seminole, right, and took over shit. They made maroon the runaways because now, right, they're running away, right? The maroons are running away. So now maroons could either be shipwrecked or a runaway fucking slave. Now, the reason why we're saying that, the reason why we're doing this bill, because hopefully the brother Tariq Nasheed will not put out the movie Maroons as runaway slaves. If he does, I told y'all before, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be an issue because he should know by this time that's not a good look. Hope he's not down there in Georgia doing slave scenes, slaves running and shit, because once again, that's the story that they're telling. Now, yes. Did you guys hear when Jack Forbes was like, that they didn't have the form of slavery. Well, okay, well, check this out. Just common sense will tell you, just based off of the numbers that the Europeans said that they came over here, right? That even the ones that came over here were dirt poor in the 1500s.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? So it's small numbers. So they're not going to be owning millions of niggas. So you're not going to have to go nowhere and get no niggas, right? Okay, so in the 1600s, still small numbers of them. They're still not owning a whole bunch of land. So hence, you're not owning a whole bunch of people. Oh, okay. 1700s, same thing. They're still in Europe. They're still in Europe having issues. According to Jack D. Forbes, you don't have the money to send nobody nowhere, as well as lose your people there, because you got to fight against your cousins around the corner. So you're not going to send nobody or monitor your people over here. You're not going to do that. So you're going to fight by proxy through the tribes and things here, by promising this, promising that, espionage, lies, cheating, stealing, especially when people who are telling the truth. Y'all follow me? Y'all remember that part? Oh, okay. So your word is your bond. Yeah, you'd be like, oh, that's a European thing. No, money grip. So it's an American thing. And they took advantage of our kindness. They took advantage of our word. We came to places like for treaties to do some peaceful shit, and them niggas put niggas in jail. It's not according to me, it's according to their story, that they was dishonorable in warfare. Now, according to British, right, as well as according to their laws and stuff, they were the gentlemen. We were the savages. We didn't abide by, according to them, we didn't abide by warfare tactics. We had guerrilla warfare, right, according to them. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, once again, when we talk about the Miami and Ohio, we talk about the Maroons, right? Miami, the Maroons, right? We talk about the Cleveland Browns, right? English translated Maroons to Browns. Okay? Cleveland Browns, Cleveland Maroons. You look in the history of these football teams or whatever, they used to be called the Maroons. They moved to Chicago, right? The jerseys got lighter. So they sent the lighter jerseys that look red, Cardinal, right? Sent them down to Arizona and the Arizona Cardinal. Like, it's a long story, you guys. If you guys seen that build me and Lotus did on the NFL 100-year anniversary, that shit was stupid a couple years ago. I'm about to pull that boy back up. I'm gonna have to redo that show too. It was stupid, y'all. Hey, are we still in Black History Month? Hey, happy Black History Month, everybody. But real talk, you guys. This. Hold on, let me pull up Bartholomew. We gotta talk about this De La Costa real fast. This jerk. All right, so real quick, you guys, look at this shit. What man has got? What is happening? Look. Now this is all artist rendition. They don't know what this man looked like. They don't know what he looked like, by the way. So they make up shit. So this is their depiction of what De La Costa, Bartholomew, Ptolemy, right? The
Ptolemy, yeah. The Ptolemaic dynasty.
Right, the house of. So this is not a man, but we're gonna allow them to give us. This is a system.
It's a given name. So it's a given name, meaning it's a name given to you from a household who's conducting a business. That's basically all it is.
Do you remember when the Pope was talking about the Americas and he said the so-called conquest of the Americas? I almost passed it. I was spit my water. I was like what the fuck did you say? This guy?
So-called?
They know the history different. See, Europeans see the history different, but because they have to come to America and become what that lady say, they have to become something different. They have to lose their identity and become something different. Liars, stealers, beggars, cheaters.
That's what dumb diversus means. Until different. Until corrupted. Until wicked.
Did you guys,
until you conduct black deeds.
Wait a minute. So basically, did they sign this or something before they had to come over? It's like, hey, you guys got to doom the verses, sign in blood. Like, what do they have to do? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, how does this affect us? Why do we have to fall for any of their like
bullshit?
bull?
It's rhetoric.
I know why. When you go through their churches and their Ptolemies and their friars and these people, whatever, even if they didn't exist at this time in this fashion, they wrote it back and created these stories like this guy, Bartolome de la Casa. And I know y'all ain't never heard this before. Ever. Because motherfuckers teach that this guy right here is the guy that wrote the Christopher Columbus diaries. Okay? This is what they teach. This is the power. This is the source of their power. This fictional character right here hugging a Indian. Like, shit.
Well,
This
and
was
it
done
goes
in
deeper too,
1988.
because Bartholomew is Greek for Bartolomeo, and Aramaic, which Aramaic would be Semitic if we're getting into biblical, geographical identification, and in Aramaic it's Bar Talmay, like a bar of gold, Talmay. Talmay reminds me of Verme, but anyways, it literally means the son of Talmay, like from the proper name Talmay, literally about like someone who has a furrowed brow. Like it's just fairy tale on top of fairy tale on top of fairy tale. Like they're talking about a house of people that existed before them. And they weren't Greek. They were what we would call Phoenicians. Like Greek is the pale hijack of the Phoenician.
Well, I don't want to give them the Phoenician thing either, because once again, they're
Phoenician is a language. It's not even a fucking people.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's a language. Like they always use language to take your shit. Phoenician is a bronze person.
Yo, so Wharf 814 said Luzia, the ancient Brazilian, arrived from Africa.
How you know that?
He's
where's
from
the shipping manifest? Where's the shipping manifest for that, bro? Like really?
Nah, he's tripping. Hey, Wharf.
What papyrus scroll do they have that hidden away, or did they burn it?
Yeah, you smoking moon rocks over there, sir. Not the good ones. All this African stuff, man, that's not right and exact either. So once again, you're why did they make those murals over there in so-called Africa, Cape Verde, Madagascar, nowhere? Why did they wait to come over here? How about this? Could you give us some 10,000 BC skeletal remains of humans, not monkeys, on the continent of Africa, Wharf, or Klingon, or from
and
your
a whole
country,
skull,
from your
not the
planet, sir?
top of it not a jawbone in the top of somebody's skull, like the whole thing.
A whole thing, a skeletal remains, just one. Because remember, we know what y'all got, and we know what you don't got. So anybody talking this Africa shit, you got to give us some burial grounds 10,000 BC, please, or some human beings. Let us know where they at. If you can't, I don't even got you giving us 5,000 years. But the reason why I'm saying 10,000 years because Luzia is, according to them, that's just their math, and she's at least. Right. See, once again, you got motherfuckers in Florida, you got motherfuckers in Montana, you got motherfuckers in Canada 15,000 years ago, right? Now you got motherfuckers all the way down in Brazil, right? And these are all Negroes, right? And everything in between, all Negroes. Now, they're still trying to go, they had to push back. That's why they had to go with the Clovis theory. Oh, okay, these people came here about 5,000 years before the Ice Age, right? Time period, and maybe came in on boats because they have evidence of ships sailing for tens of thousands of years before the Ice Age, during the Ice Age, and after the so-called Ice Age. Nobody would escape across the ice bridge. So stop the bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like that whole come on, man. You're literally the squirrel in Ice Age chasing after that fucking nut. If you believe that, that joke is for you.
That's a fact. So, I mean, in Ice Age, you know, they always try to equate ice to pale skin and stuff like that or whatever, to that mythology. You know, and people like to talk about that, but ultimately that never pans out in science. It's just another myth. It's not even a theory. It's just all mythology that goes along with their whole Norse mythology, Greek mythology, Persian mythology, Chinese mythology. All this is all stolen culture and hijacked from us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of mythology, including Jesus or Jesus.
So hold on, let's get to the Cosmo fast, bro. So you know the story that they're telling. I know we done shot. Or we took it down already?
No, it looks like it's up there.
Oh shit! What's going on, man?
Biography of Bartolomeo.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see it. It's your picture big. Yeah, let's go through about what they're saying. Hey, can you pull up the letter that was supposed to be from Christopher Columbus, whatever, that was written by Bartholomew de la Casa, right? I sent a screenshot of it, but I think it's on that Britannica joint. Whatever. I want to pull it up. I want to, show the people what these guys are saying they're reading, or they're getting translations from to tell the story of Christopher Columbus, about how many slaves, who he had, all this other stuff, because they don't have nothing from Columbus. Like, the story is that he came back with, his diaries and his letters, right? And he went to the Queen, and she made a copy, right? And then gave him his copy back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, I think it was like this might be that she made 2 copies or some shit. Anyway, nobody has her copies, and nobody knows where Christopher Columbus' copy is at. So De La Casa created his own shit. He didn't have anything. He didn't have the Queen's copy, or he didn't have Christopher Columbus' copy. Okay, I just want you guys to understand that. So when we're talking about this Christopher Columbus story and all these things, it comes from a story that comes from somebody that wasn't there, that's talking about it, whatever. However, it wasn't written until 200 years later in 1875.
No, yeah, 1875,
1878
till like
18, right, to 1960s.
60s, almost the 70s, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, like, yeah, they perfected shit. Like, so all this is new. This is new fangled fuckery, y'all. This is some tangy ass shit. So just imagine that. So when y'all hear niggas talking about this shit, like, in any level, it comes from this story. Christopher Columbus, everybody talking about it, it's bullshit from go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't fall for it. Don't believe it. All this shit is fake. And every time we tell people this, they be like, "Oh, Chief, what are you talking about?" Well, they're not. Well, we're gonna show you the proof right here, right? And we gotta pull this Bartholomew back up. People gotta see this shit. And we get to another John. We got K Bezel in the building. I'll let you in, brother. Peace, Mo.
I find the name Bartholomew interesting because it denotes people with a furrowed brow as well as a household. Kind of like my avatar up there. He don't look very friendly with that furrowed brow, does he?
Yeah, he look like a Bartholomew. Hey, K, what's up, brother?
Man, salute. Can you hear me, Supreme Chief Holiday?
Absolutely, brother. Peace to you.
What's good?
Salute to the God.
Man.
Hey, your family. Look, and I just want to build on this. No antagonistic shit. Hey, first of all, I appreciate you, Supreme Chief. You go in. You're well studied. I love your viewpoints. You know what I'm saying? I love your vigor even. When it's time to bang on them, you bang. Yo, I appreciate you 360, 720 for sure. All right. From the aspect, obviously, look, I'm a Moor, right? And you know, you're
There's
speaking.
another thing you should know too is that Bart is how do I save this?
Hey, can you hear him, DJ?
No, I can't.
Yeah, no,
Is that what's going on?
You can hear me though.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, no, the brother was talking. I'm gonna bring you right back in. You might want to go out and come back in. I don't know. It might not be you. It might be Kay. Kay, say something else real fast.
Yo, peace to the God. Peace to the
DJ,
God.
you hear that?
Can I be heard?
Nah.
Oh wow. Yeah. Hold on, DJ.
Let's see.
Finish
How about now?
bring you in. Go ahead, Kay.
Yo, peace to the God. Can you hear me?
No, I
DJ?
can hear you. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was just bigging up Supreme Chief Holiday on his vigor and his efforts, especially speaking to the Aboriginals. Like, yeah, for sure, fam. I'm a Moor, but you know, I'm an Aboriginal Moor here from the Americas. You know, I can trace even the alleged Indian tribes. You know what I'm saying? I got that in my family, but I do speak to the Moor nomenclature, if you will. My overstanding, my understanding and standing over the fact that it's no different from what you're doing right now, Supreme Chief Holiday. Like, far as you banging with this Aboriginal aspect, right? So let's say that back in the 7-Eleven, our ancestors didn't call themselves Moors. At some point since then.
Wait, real quick. Since you're American Aborigine, what does the invasion or the air quote conquest of or going into Spain and 7-Eleven have to do with you?
Well, I mean, I don't doubt it was our ancestors here even going over there.
Oh, I mean, no. I'm saying the Amazirs and the different Berber tribes.
But look, I'm gonna. Well, I'll take it ancient to you.
We're not calling them different names. We know there's different tribes of people there, right?
We could talk about the Maya going in Kemet, right?
It's a stretch.
I don't know what to say to this. Yeah, I don't know what to say though. Like, was the people already there in Kemet when they got there? Or no.
So you're talking about the population of Kemet.
No, I mean the Aborigines. We're talking about the Aborigines of what is called Kemet, Egypt now, or Nubia then, or as well as the people of Marrakesh. Marrakesh, Tunisia.
I know the Aboriginal.
It wasn't Morocco.
I know the Aboriginal.
Now, if y'all say Morocco's here, I'll take that because it wasn't Morocco there.
Oh, without question. Look, Al Maghreb, Al Aqsa, Alaska, Al Aqsa.
You mean Amal Grib Alaxam?
Right. And take it to Alaska, Al Aqsa. You know what I'm saying? If you say it's a stretch, listen. If you say it's a stretch, it's a stretch. That's not my point, though.
No. I'm just saying though, like those are not our people that went into Spain, and it could have been some of us there. Not saying that we couldn't have been with the invading religious faction that went in there, because it's Negroes on Negro crime. It's not.
Is that? But what I am saying though,
crime actually, it was just going in there taking over their brother's shit, huh?
But see, I don't see that. Look, there's Aboriginals in Europa as well, right? I said there's Aboriginals everywhere. So with this,
are we Cheddar Man? Them? Are we? Who are we?
Hey, yo,
Like, you dig what I'm saying?
yeah,
There are different versions of us everywhere, but yeah, I get what you're saying vaguely. Like
on
go on.
every landmass, if you want to say
Okay,
Homo
so
sapien
from
sapien,
your perspective,
if you want to say Homo sapien
okay, hold on.
sapien, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, I'm not speaking on Neanderthal shit because that's not us. So
Well, the Homo sapien sapien goes along with Lucium and the Neanderthals and stuff. No. Here's my point though.
Yeah, I get what you're going with that. I get what you're going with that.
We gotta drop the label.
I get what you're going
We
with
gotta
that.
drop the label.
Yeah. And I get what you're going with that. All I'm trying to say is when I say Homo sapien sapien, I'm saying that ain't no Neanderthal shit going on. That's the only reason I reference Homo sapien sapien. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying Homo sapien sapien as if it was an evolution and it got to Homo sapien sapien. Based on
I understand you using the. I understand you using the term for understanding for what we're talking about. Even using human, any term that we use and we speak in their tongue and their not their tongue, but
not their tongue, but their semantics of
lingua franca.
Yeah, there's
semantics. Yeah, they're colloquial terms now, and
they're
Lex
babble.
Vortex, Lex Vortex likes to say that, like, oh well, you guys are using colloquial terms, or they want us to use the colloquial terms now, but they want us to write those colloquial terms and put them back in time period that didn't exist. Our point is that we're speaking on history.
Right.
The reason why we showed the Caluso or the Carlos people, right? And we haven't even got into their culture and Fours Island and none of this shit to show that this culture is far more advanced, right, and older than anything they got going on in Europe, Asia, period. And so for people to say, or even in North Africa, right, and way more stuff just in Florida than North Africa, bro. It can't be the two things. Can't be one. Either it's if the language is older here and was taken there as some type of boating exposition, it can't come here first and be over here. That don't make sense.
That's why they sent all the priests over here. That's why they sent all of the monks over here, because they had obfuscated and broke down the languages over there.
That's why I want to pull up
creating modern German. They created modern. Yeah, they created modern German, and then when they came over here, they broke down our languages here, because Latin was the universal language. In the old world, if you knew Latin, you were highly educated. You could talk to anyone, except for them.
Hey, look, Chief Holiday, I know you ain't gonna necessarily like it, but look, I take this back to Atlantis and Lemuria, and Atlantis meaning the Americas, and Lemuria between the Americas and Asia, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
Some people like yeah, I see what your point, and it's that is also the allegorical red and blue. That's the East Coast West Coast rivalry. Like this is some old shit.
Right.
You know, it's also why the Etruscans and the Phoenicians, or the Greeks and the Trojans and the Spartans were always warring with each other. It's very, very. See, look, like if you follow their mythology and their naming of shit, then Mu or Lemuria would be on the West Coast, and Atlantis would be on the East Coast.
Facts.
Two halves of the same whole, right?
Right.
You know, then you have all of these kingdoms like Anion and all of this shit up in Alaska, and so it's like I get what you're saying, but it's deeper than that. Like it's always another level to this shit.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's even it's deeper than that as it is. You know, it's always going to be these karmic lessons. You know what I'm saying? It's no good or bad. It's just opposite sides that clash, but it's necessary as we incarnate here and learn these lessons in the flesh as gods. See what I'm saying? And even as the pilgrims being manifested to this planet to kick us in the ass because we've been warning amongst each other to if nothing else, give us a new lesson and to wake our ass up. Like, what the fuck we warring against each other for? But now look, we got somebody new here on this planet to kick us in the ass to wake us up to the revelation.
That's a good way of looking at it. Happening for us instead of to us. I dig it.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, on a spiritual level, that's why our souls are here. You know what I'm saying? Our souls ain't here for everything to be peaceful. Or our souls could have stayed. Our souls could have stayed where it was. Our souls incarnated here to learn these lessons, these karmic lessons. You know what I'm saying? Even to crack this code, as as Supreme Chief Holiday is doing right now with this channel, and his efforts, and to wake up our people, and like minds, right? Like minds come together and manifest, right? It's all in the efforts, as far as these karmic lessons, and look, we gotta realize the goddamn pilgrim didn't do anything to us. We did it to ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We got dirty Moors, dirty Indians, dirty blackies, whatever you want to call it. We did it to our fucking selves. They didn't do shit. They don't have the power to do shit. Their arms are too short to box with God. So, with that said, I love the way y'all cracking the code, and especially getting into the linguistics and the languages, and especially bringing everything home here to the Americas. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm a Moor. I'm an Aboriginal Moor. 711, 1492, the Moors over there is part of the empire. The empire is worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Whether you want to take it back to Tartary or take it back to biblical days, it always existed. And I say all that.
I'm with it, brother. The only thing I have a problem with is calling it Moors, because it's just a descriptive term. Like what I'm trying to do is find the original names that people called their own shit.
But that's not even,
and go by that terminology instead of Moor.
I'm not mad at you, but that's not even needed. Just like what Supreme Chief Holiday is banging the Aboriginal, right? It's no different from what the Moors did. Like, you got the George Washington letter. He's writing to the Sultan of Morocco, right? Morocco.
True. The only difference, though, I do, but the only difference is our people have a negative social stigma attached to Moors because of the ones who like stolen property. And
get out your feelings. Get out your feelings.
A lot of people have the misconception that every Moor is a criminal or some shit, which ain't true.
Yeah, get out your feelings.
Hold on real quick. See, me, I definitely not in my feelings about it, but I got to tell the truth too, when we talking about it, right? So when they say the Sultan of Morocco, right? And my research, right, says that that's over there. But I asked you earlier, if even if you were in Washington, right? Right, and you were American. Your interest is American interest. Your interest wouldn't be, even if you identified as a Moor or whatever. Your nationality would still be an American. You wouldn't be a Moroccan Moor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, brother. Or Berber.
Check Supreme Chief.
I'm just saying, like, you're American,
I get
correct?
what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but check Supreme Chief.
But a lot of Moors take it as everything comes from Marrakesh, and that's just bullshit. Like, all that's made up. The Sultan is all that stuff, bro. Is like the George Washington letters.
Hey, look, check this out.
Here's the thing: you got to pull up the original documentation, and when you do, you're gonna show some Arabic, right? And then it's not gonna say Morocco. It's not going to say peace and friendship. It's not going to say a lot of things.
It will say Al-Maroc. It's not going to say Morocco. It will say Al-Maroc.
Nine.
But you mean nine? Look,
it's no Al-Maroc here.
Hey, Supreme Chief, by the way, I was born in Wiesbaden, Germany.
Hey, that's what's up, man. Wiesbaden. In there. That's what he like 9.
But check.
That's funny. Hey, yeah, we still got to get Bartholomew de la Casa, because this is interesting. Because y'all ain't gonna believe until y'all see this shit. They're gonna be like, he's the key. He's the guy that they that they and once again, you know, I'm not tripping because we know that as Negroes was here, according to them, for thousands of years, right? According to them, at least, when they say at least 12,000 years just in Florida. So we're gonna show some structures in Florida that are, according to them, damn near 10,000 years old. Like, you got to account for this, and they're still not the oldest shit in North America. Okay, man, y'all better get that Egypt to America. Sheesh.
Look,
Sheesh.
if it's possible, right? Whoever's strange hearing, I got something I want to show them in Africa that they don't speak on, and then I want to ask Worth a question if I can. So,
cool. And you put it in the back chat?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what to look up.
Cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, we about to pull up this Bartholomew real fast and finish him on off. Well, Christopher Columbus is definitely not the guy at all. So
hey, by the way, I just wanted to let y'all know something that I researched recently. You know how the plains say that expression "aho mataquies" or mataquiescen? Like it means marquis, like le Marquis de Massad.
Oh, gotcha.
Mataquies means marquis. Also, like, you know, the big sign out front that you put an advertisement on. Anyways, let's get into this La Casas.
I was gonna say I put it in the back there too.
I can't see it yet.
I would imagine that merguez sausage would have some relation to the word marquis or mataquies too.
So like I said, I don't want to. My only reason for bringing certain things up about the more stuff is, I just like it's. I want to be. Let's keep a level playing field across the board. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shout out to Mound City, bro. Appreciate all the builders, brother. Like it's think about it, yo. It makes no sense. Like if we know for a fact that these people are using terminologies, because it could have easily been everywhere that you see Indian, you say more, right?
Exactly.
But the connotation of that is that it's foreign, just like African. It's foreign. That's the connotation.
All these terms.
Right. They make it foreign. Even Egyptian or Ethiopian. They're like, oh yeah, they'll say like they'll even say
Kemet
like
wasn't a word
Ethiopian.
until the 80s.
Think about it. They'll be writing something or reading some regurgitating something back, and they'll say Negroes, unlike, you know, the Ethiopians, right? Now they supposed to be writing about a time period 15, 16, 1700s. Ethiopia don't exist. So now where are they getting this? Why did they take it back across the Atlantic Ocean all the way to the Horn of Africa? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Because it's all that. It's programs like this. This is called. Oh my God! This is 1984. I feel I'm like in the Twilight Zone, and just a few of us are tied to y'all, and everybody else is crazy as hell.
We literally live in World of Worlds.
These niggas is crazy. Oh God, these niggas is crazy.
This is a H.G. Wells nightmare, literally.
It's like the invasion of the
Y'all gotta
body
remember, it's also old documents with people calling Haiti Ethiopia. So when they talk in
link in the chat room too, by the
Ethiopia,
way, you guys. So I seen some people wanting to get the link. Yeah, we're not trying to debate a lot of A lot of nonsense. You guys gonna? I don't. Is the Bartholomew stuff up? My stuff running slow.
My shit's running hot over here.
Yeah, you might have to cool off a second. Hold on a second. Okay, we're gonna get this song in real fast, y'all. Then we're gonna come back to De La Costa punk ass. Let's go. Yeah, no, you. Here we go.
A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in there. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all not either. Powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the wind again. Tell a friend, we going in. All kids still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They swear it's dead like funerals. Winning record like Kino. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know, fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene. Do the right thing. Carbon based thing. Let freedom. I don't want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself. I don't need no savior. Say what you want. Just save it for later. I don't wanna save. I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you stranger. Danger. If you want smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type. Do me that favor. Everybody tribe up. Had to be major. Big G, don't play with me. I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Beta is your fragrance. I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my DG the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride it. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Right back at y'all, man. You know what it is. If you want smoke, I am no park ranger. It is what it is. Let's get it.
Yeah. You want smoke? I'm no park ranger. Shout out to Threads, 3 stacks is in the motherfucking building. Hey man, y'all know what it is, man. Y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time, man. I want to say peace to everybody, man. We come in peace, but we got to bring the truth, man. And I look, check this out. I get it. I understand. I get it. I do. I get it. I understand that, that a lot of people want to hold on to the miseducation that they have been given. That's fine. I get it. And a lot of people are free agents or agents willingly. Some people just agents by like default. Like some people cannot get around certain terminologies that they fell in love with, like black, for instance. Right? I get it. But once again, by you using black, they're using black as specifically as a weapon to neutralize you, to kill you. I don't know what more to say. God damn. Especially in this like thing that we're doing. You know, y'all understand what I'm saying? Like this shit is really weird, it's really crazy. But let's get to this Bartholomew dude real fast. Let's get past him. Let's keep going. It's weird that shit right here. Now keep in mind, remember they try to tell you that these people, once we pointed out that these are not real people, they're a system. We're gonna get into that, right? So, but let's just go with their little story, right? I can't see that. Oh, all right. Bartholomew de la Casa. He said he was born 1484, right? And died 1566. Okay, was a Spanish Dominican friar. What? Now, what the hell, DJ? K, what the hell is a Spanish Dominican? Can you guys hear me?
Dominic. Yeah, I can.
Oh no, it says Dominican.
Yo,
okay, he's a Spanish Dominican friar, right?
Wouldn't he be a devotee of Saint
He's
Dominic?
a Dominican. He's a Dominican. Yeah, I mean, am I reading this fucked up? Am I reading this wrong?
No.
If he was a Spanish American, right? It'd have been like, okay. If he'd have been from Spain, it'd been like he was a Spanish friar, correct?
Yeah, he would have just said a Spanish friar, or to be more specific, they would have said a Castilian friar or an Aragonian friar.
Getting it. I ain't know we gonna go that far with it. You gonna do that to him?
Well, why not? I mean,
okay. As we pointed out, you guys, there's no such thing as Spain or Spanish in 1566. Even this nigga was dead, so he don't know nothing about Spain or Spanish. Okay, or Dominican Republic. So all this shit is fake. So far, but they're saying the reason why I'm pointing this out because they're. I'm sorry, god damn it, we can't keep doing this, bro. Like. You and Lotus, we ain't gonna be able to you other motherfuckers, y'all burn y'all books. I've been telling these niggas for years to burn their books, right? They've been so mad at me, like, gee, why you say burn these books? Because you're stupid. You believe the word spells that's in the book, sir. Like, y'all cannot fathom that this is a fucking website that somebody made it up.
Right? And
you cannot fathom that.
Well, and it's even harder for you to fathom that they would discreetly speak truth in it. They want you to catch them.
It's like in the movie they put it.
These are like they're serial linguistic genocidal maniacs. They want you to catch them.
It's like killing somebody that's staying at the scene just to watch.
Exactly. Like this is a small minority of people, and they just want to watch the world burn. They don't need a fucking reason. They just want to watch.
God damn it. Okay, y'all. So just keep this in mind that we are talking about Harry Potter. Okay, so this guy is Harry Potter. So I don't want you guys to think I think he's real, as he's not real. He's not a real person. He's a system. Okay, let me get back to that. Let's go. But they're pushing off because, you know, they love to create these illusions so they can have holidays and honor for these pale people that they made up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, y'all.
Well, and yeah.
Okay.
Because this is all, it all boils down to Bartholomew, all boils down to like Germanic Bible thumping bullshit. You know, and it's like if you look at it's a surname,
but
it's
remember, this
denoting.
was written in 19.
Yeah, it was written in the 1900s, and the name they give you is he's the son of Tamlai, right? Talmai in Aramaic, right? But if you look at the word Tamlai and you're a nigga, all you see is tamale. Like they're playing games. This shit is games.
Yeah, they pretty slick at playing games, y'all. So
then you'll be looking for the kingdom of Tamlai for 3 months, and you won't understand. You're supposed to infer that it's a fucking tamale. Like it's you know, as in unleavened bread.
Terrible.
Like, come on, man.
So, and the reason why etymology is key, because once again, if you're talking about something in 1484 to 1566, Spain did not exist.
And another thing, just to back this up too, if these pale people came up with all these grains, the wheat and the barley and all this shit, then why are they the only ones on the planet with a fucking gluten allergy? I'm just saying. You know, I'm just saying. If they're the inventors of all that shit, then why can't they eat it? Why do they have allergies to it that they're born with that fuck them up?
Invented it where?
You can't, you know, well, wheat was invented in the Central American, or should I say, you know, Middle America. Same place as the corn. What, you think we just made corn? Literally, though, you think we just made corn? Or if we could crossbreed grasses and make corn, what makes you think we didn't come up with wheat first? And then you look at it etymologically, you know, it all, it's like, bruh, they had food back in those days. Like, Europe would not have happened without us. It never would have happened.
Facts.
Never mind Africa.
Facts. That's fact.
Never mind
Fact.
Africa.
That's
Europe.
fact.
Europe would have died
That's
in a
fact.
pile of its own piss and shit with no food.
So there were definitely a lot of American mercenaries that went and fought in wars and for these people around the world.
The Black Prince, Edward the Black Prince.
Let's be clear.
He had a pub called the Black Boy Inn, where mercenaries from all over the world came to fight for him. That's why he had such a successful campaign, and that's why his father left it to him, because he knew damn well he had the best fucking trained, best seasoned army in the world at that time. Niggas from everywhere.
Yo, before I forget too, you guys. So you know how like right now, right? You got Russia going into the Ukraine, the neighbor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, before Russia did that, Ukraine has allies, you guys. Okay. Now I don't know if they make guns there, but they get guns from their allies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the allies usually could sit back, and I'm just gonna say allies, you guys, could sit back and funnel information, artillery, guns, food, medicine. I'll get the point what I'm trying to say, to help them fight against their adversaries or through them through their adversaries. So you guys are seeing that in the Ukraine. So a lot of people that are allies with Ukraine and have business interests with Ukraine are mad at Putin for running in there, right? Now, once again, it wouldn't be necessarily our business when I say our business, American interest, unless American interest was a part of the Allied situation. That's how this works. Now, I don't know about you guys, you know what I mean? But sometimes you gotta look at shit in everybody's way everybody look at shit. You know what I mean? And not just the way the media or the fake news want us to see it. You know what I mean? So I just want to point that out, you guys. So also, but back in the days, you seen the Seminole Wars, they wasn't fighting against people that didn't have guns and just had, like, you know, niggas had guns because we've been trading with the other people long before that. But also, we created guns here. They didn't bring shit here. Let's talk about it. Like they y'all act like we wasn't advanced in technology, because we was. But as you guys
look,
seen,
man,
we were going through the go ahead, brother.
In my studies of the origin of the gun, like the so the Janissaries reportedly had what were called matchlock guns, or arquebus in the 1460s, right? Like, but if you look deeper, you find that the earlier name of a rifle is a snaphance or a snaphaunce, which is the proto form of flintlock rifle. You know, like, so we're the only people in the world that make weapons out of flint. Like they to this day, the sharpest surgical instruments in the world are made out of flint. You know, and flint was the whole driving force behind the flintlock rifle. You know, as long as you kept your powder dry, you would be able to fire in inclement weather or vis-a-vis the rain. You know, and the first proto snaplock that I found is in the 1170s. Like, it didn't become a common thing until the 1700s. But it existed in how do I say this? It existed in parts of the arquebus existed, or the hark bruiser was another name for it, and it was shaped like a Native American club. You know, like the clubs they use in The Last of the Mohicans, that rifle butt shape with a blade coming out of it.
Yeah.
You know, and it was a single shot smooth bore rifle, which meant, you know, it was basically, you know, to take one shot and then you club your enemy down. You know, it's a closing weapon, right? It's not a range weapon. It's a closing weapon, like a shotgun with one shot, and then you turn that bitch around and start clubbing motherfuckers. You know, and so the name of it is an arquebus. So, you know, it's
interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
so real quick, man, we got to get to this guy right here real fast, you guys. This guy sucks. All right, but this whole rendition of this story sucks. But we got to get to it, because this is the story that they're gonna read and say, "Hey, it's it right here. Chief says it right here." Right. All right. So once again, this is a website that has been translated and edited and
re-edited and revised and
agenda, of course. So let's go. So it says that this dude was a Spanish Dominican friar who became, check this out, famous for his defense of the rights of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. Oh, he's such a good guy, isn't he? Such a good guy. His brave, check this out, he was brave. His brave stand against the horrors of the conquest and the colonization of the New World earned him, right, the title Defender of the Indigenous People. Lacosta's efforts, right, led to legal reforms and early debates about the idea of human rights. Jesus. Okay. Now, fun facts about this guy from the house of Ptolemy, right?
Yep. The houses
Ptolemies.
of Ptolemy. Casas is multiple. Casa is one. So it's the houses of Ptolemy.
I wonder if the bar could barbers maybe.
Yeah.
Because they come from that area.
There's the Ptolemies. Yeah. There's definitely a connection there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So
then you also have that famous book, the Talmud, that ties it all together neatly. Wink, wink.
Terrible. Well, I mean, that's the origin of it, but we'll get back to that. So they say he was born in Seville, Spain. Okay, so it wasn't called Seville or Spain, right? In 1484. Let's let that be known. And he died in Madrid, Spain in 1560. Do I gotta say that? It wasn't Madrid, Spain in 1566. Okay, we get back to that. All right, so published works. Now he had published works, y'all. A short account of the destruction of the Indies.
Mm-hmm.
Of the Indies.
Indies, right? AKA Hesperides.
Once again, this stuff has been updated for us, so even in the Indies, what they're talking about. Let's keep going. It's just a descriptive term of the people and the culture.
Mm-hmm. Well, in Indiana ties us to the Indies. Just saying.
But India wasn't called India in 1566. So he wasn't talking about India in 1566. Okay, let's be clear. Lost my place. Okay, his early life. De La Casa was born around 1484. His father was a merchant and was acquainted with the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus. I don't know why they got him drawn through like that. Young Bartholomew, then about 9 years old, was in Seville when Columbus returned from his first voyage in 1493. He might have met members of the Taino tribe, which Taino means first people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tribe who Columbus and brought back with him from the Americas. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now he brought it back to they got starving starving people without resources, and he's bringing people.
Yo, you hear me, Chief?
I do. I ain't
All
gonna
right. Some
I'm
going
hop down
on.
into the chat because this shit finna die. I gotta put it on the charger.
Right on.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Hey, I can hear you.
Okay.
That was weird.
Yeah, it knocked me out. It was cool. We're gonna get through this, y'all. Don't trip. It said the Taino tribes, Columbus slave, blah blah blah, brought some back. I said Bartholomew's father and uncle sailed with Columbus on his second voyage. The family became quite wealthy and had holdings in Hispaniola, right?
Mm-hmm.
And an island in the Caribbean, right? The connection between the two families was strong. Bartholomew's father eventually interceded with the Pope on the matter of securing certain rights on behalf of Columbus' son Diego, and Bartholomew de la Casa himself edited Columbus' travel journal. Edited Columbus travel journals, right? Okay. La Casa
So-
eventually decided that so he
They're speaking truth. They're telling you a small group of people edited his travel journal. Not one
Okay.
person by the name of De La Casas, but a group of households.
right? Said La Casa eventually decided that he wanted to become a priest, and his father's new wealth, right, allowed him to attend the best schools of the era.
Salamanca.
The University of Salamanca.
Yeah, Salamanca.
And the University of, what's that?
Let me see. Valladolid.
Valladolid.
Yeah,
La
Valladolid.
Casa studied canon law.
Actually, technically, if we're gonna really speak how they spoke in those days, it would be Valladolid, because the V would be pronounced wa, because they didn't have a V.
So, what language is canon law? Yeah.
It would be like canon law would be the lower German, what we call Yiddish today.
Okay.
Because the
All
High
right.
Germans were the swarthy Germans. They're the older speakers, and the High Germans spoke 6 to 8 different dialects, including Huil, or oil, or the oil.
But they couldn't speak. Okay, so his original tongue is not Latin. This would be a Germanic language, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I want everybody to pay attention to what we're talking about. So once again, La Casa and all this other stuff is new.
And
it's not his name.
Yeah.
Like it's
also
his name. Columbus.
Yeah. And a Creole
Right.
is just a diminutive of Crea, meaning a person raised in one's house. Like your daughter. Your daughter would be a Crea. Or your son. One, especially if you consider that in those days you were homeschooled. So one literally raised in your house. The only time you went out of the house was for a specific reason, usually commerce or trade.
Now what are the Moors doing in this time? Here?
What time are we speaking on?
1493,
the 1400s. Well, hadn't they already pulled back into northern Africa, and we're starting to basically they were starting to harass the nobles coming back and forth who had patents or papers. They were enforcing on the high seas who passed and who didn't.
Okay, so in 1502, how old was De La Casa?
How old?
Because in 1490, the second voyage, which was according to them a year after the first voyage, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, right. So his father came the second time. The first time Columbus went, he was 9. The second time he went, he was 10. So his first trip was in 1592, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. All right.
Yeah.
So 1592 Casas, right?
Yep.
Was he born in 83? No. Well, 1502 is 10 years from the first voyage, right? Is that 10 years? Is that 10 years? So he could have been like, well, he's 19. I guess they say he was 19 when he was.
I think it was like, yeah. So
19. That's old. That's old. You were old enough then. You were a grown ass man then. Yeah. So he wanted to be a priest, right?
Yeah, you had kids by the time you were 16 at the latest.
So people came though, but for that though, canon law, and eventually earned 2 degrees, right? This is interesting. He excelled in his studies, particularly Latin, and his strong academic background served him well in the years to come. Okay. In 1502, Las Casas finally went to see the family. Now he went to school. The education allowed him to learn Latin and be able to speak to the indigenous people here in the Americas. Because Latin is
Well, and
language.
that's the Latin is also the language that canon law is originally written in.
Okay.
So, you know.
The canon law is the Popium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Well, but see, they're yeah, it's like, how do I say this? Like the Roman Catholic Church is not the Holy Roman Empire, and Latin was a language of the Holy Roman Empire, now obfuscated by the Roman Catholic Church, no different than Phoenician and Etruscan have been obfuscated by the Romans and the Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? It's all just allegories within allegories. It's like a Russian papushka doll.
Interesting. So, okay.
Like they just assimilated into our culture by assimilating our language first, and then writing themselves into places through alliances and treachery.
Now remember, now it's structures, buildings, things. I mean, by the time they get over here in 1500s, the shit is popping in Americas, right? In an agricultural society, in the agricultural world, resources, sugar, cotton, indigo. I mean, that's how they're gonna get rich, by doing business here in the Americas, and then
by moving that Silk Road
to Europe.
Yep, by moving the Silk Road,
right?
And I found plenty of archaeological evidence to back it up, including seals from the original lords in Angkor Wat. How about that?
So,
carved into the floor, carved into the floor in stone.
I mean, I don't want to miss something, man. You guys said 1502, Las Casas finally went to see family holdings in Hispaniola. By then, the indigenous peoples of the island had been mostly subdued, and the city of San Domingo was being used as a resupply point for Spanish incursions in the Caribbean. The young man accompanied the governor on 2 different military missions aimed at pacifying indigenous, people who remained on the island. Now, I want to point out that once again, this is a new thing. So when they're saying indigenous, all these using these words specifically, using indigenous encompasses other people.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? It encompasses other people. Once again, there starts to be some confusion. Even when you say Indian, people are still confused because now people still have a Hollywood version or a misconception of what the word Indian means, who they're talking about when they're talking about Indian. When we're talking about indigenous people in the Caribbean islands, okay, they didn't meet mixed people. Like still, you talk about the people in the Caribbean islands, they're still there. Like what are we talking about? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And they don't have a Native American in the Caribbean islands. Now, I'm not saying they don't have mixed people. That's not, no, I'm talking about the tribes there, the Caribs, the Taínos. The original people are people of color. Why? Kalinagos, why is this so hard to get through everybody's head?
I don't know.
Like, why is this thing and of course they're gonna put in the people coming back and forth from Africa prior to this, because once again, if Christopher Columbus and them are coming over, air quote, with Moors who know where they're going, they already know the sea routes, they already know where they're going, so they're not lost, right? This is their story. This is their story. They don't own the boats. They don't. So they had to get permission because once again, you still have the Barbary. Remember Bartholomew, Barbary. They had to be a part of of the barber. They had to be a part of these people. Once again, we're just talking about alliances, talking about systems.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now
yeah, the Barbary Coast.
I yeah, and of course, people would have work. What do I want to say? Depending on who the people are, they say, okay, well, those people right there are fighting because they need better wages. See what I'm saying? For the work that they're doing. Y'all feel me? So they'll be like, oh, well, those people, that's a slave revolt. Ah, okay. So now you're calling these people the whole, because they're black, you're calling these people slaves. When actually, technically, that's not what it is. Also, people from the Caribbean islands were coming back and forth from the mainlands here in America. It's called blackbirding. Once again, even when we talk about slavevoice.org, they're literally not telling you that people are, that most of the so-called transatlantic or the triangle were between the Caribbean islands and the mainland of the Americas, even between the Gulf of Mexico. Once again, they say even in North America, the main port that air quotes so-called slaves came through would have been Charleston, South Carolina. Okay, so according to them. So once again, you guys, we're seeing the story from their perspective, and we keep getting it from their perspective. Okay, so back to this guy. So, man, talk about. Okay, so one of these trips, Lacasas witnessed a massacre of poorly armed indigenous people, a scene he would never forget. He traveled around the island a great deal and was able to see the deplorable conditions in which the indigenous people lived. Right? He said the colonial enterprise and mortal sin. He said over the next few years, Lacasas traveled to Spain and back several times, finishing his studies and learning more about the situation of the indigenous peoples. Okay. By 1514, he decided that he could no longer be personally involved in their exploitation and renounced. So he was personally involved in their exploitation and renounced shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going. Terrible. This nigga's terrible. Participated in all types of bullshit. According to them, they little story.
Yeah.
Renounced his family holdings. He renounced his family holdings in Hispaniola. Okay. I think that's an interesting story too. Right? He became convinced that the enslavement and slaughter of the indigenous population was not only a crime, but also a mortal sin as defined by the Catholic Church. Really. It was, right, this ironclad conviction that would eventually make him such a staunch advocate for fair treatment for indigenous people. Now, I think it's interesting that this guy right here with his, anti, what Christopher Columbus and his father was doing, right?
Yeah.
Right? He's against that. Why would he be the one that translates his? It's the Queen got it and Christopher Columbus. Why would this guy get it? Like, he's against them.
Precisely.
According to him. That doesn't make any sense. So I just want to point that out. That doesn't make any sense at all.
None whatsoever.
So first experiments, Lacasas convinced Spanish authorities to allow him to try to save the few remaining Caribbean indigenous people by freeing them from enslavement and placing them in free towns.
Freed towns.
Free towns, right?
Free
But the
towns.
death of Spain's king, 3 towns. But the death of
Like
Spain's King Ferdinand in 1516 and resulting chaos over his death, right? So that's happened in 1516. So of course, when that happens, motherfucker gonna get to fighting all over the place. Like, they don't have the resource. They're not sending nobody nowhere. I don't know why people believe this shit, yo. This is crazy. But what's interesting, right? That people do believe these things. People do believe these concepts. They believe the storylines. And once you believe them, once again, that's the source of the entitlements. But we did this to you guys. Why'd you guys allow us to do this to you guys? Why'd you guys allow us to do? Why we allow you guys to change the paperwork up? Why do we like go into acquiesce into like a new system? I mean, I think a lot of people got food, so still people steal food to feed this system. It has no color, as you guys can understand. It's like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. It's just crazy talk across the board for me. Like, just when you just see this shit, bro, it's like, you read it, like, wow. They have the audacity to eat. But once again, this is the source of power structure for people. You know what I'm saying? So you got to decipher it and make them produce the documentation for this. And just so you guys know, this website, these people they're never going to be able to produce any documentation of this. And that's what's so crazy about it.
Nor any archaeological evidence to sustain any of it.
None, zero, nothing. It's just a story. You know what I mean? So I feel crazy reading the shit, but you gotta know this is what they're using. This is what I would say, credible. This was Britannica. This is what they're gonna use. So they're teaching the children to read and say, I guess you're gonna get tested on this right here when you're talking about this Delicasas and Christopher Columbus. You're gonna get tested on you reading this junk right here, or this book from McGraw-Hill or whatever that has this storyline, and you have to remember this storyline. That's just what it is, right? And using words and word spells to do it. And once again, when you say black and stuff like that, whatever, adding that to Seminole. Once again, what are we doing while this is happening to Ferdinand in 1516, right? Let's get back to Ferdinand real fast. Bluster. And the resulting chaos over his successor caused these reforms to be delayed. Okay, so Casas also asked for and received a section of Venezuela mainland for an experiment. So this nigga was trying to experiment. He believed he could pacify indigenous people with religion rather than weapons. Shit. I think religion probably worse. Unfortunately, the region that was selected had been heavily raided by enslavers, and the indigenous people's hostility towards the Europeans was too intense to overcome. Whatever. Enslavers, right? Whatever. You know, them and them Africans is over there fighting hard against y'all, huh? Stop it. In 1537, the Casas wanted to try again to demonstrate that indigenous people could be interacted with peacefully, and that violence and conquest were unnecessary. Shut up. He was able to persuade the crown to allow him to send missionaries to a region in north central Guatemala where the indigenous people had proved particularly fierce. His experiment worked, and the indigenous tribes were peacefully brought under Spanish control. I think that's kind of interesting, right? Like when they say Spanish control, just because you said your Shahada or whatever, like, is that, you know, like you just say Hail Mary, boom, you're under their control. Is that how that works? According to them, right? Does that automatically say, hey, we take control of your people? That means your leaders aren't shit. Like, y'all understand what I'm saying? Is this still that are they still using religion to this day as well as the banking system to control the people, indigenous people, or just to say the native peoples all over the place? When I'm saying natives, because some people are not indigenous to that place. They will actually move there for experiments or for war, conquest, cataclysms, whatever, but they are not the first people there. They're not, right? So that's what I mean by that, you know. Matter of fact, I think indigenous kind of fall into that category as well.
Yeah, I would
Aboriginal means the
say,
first inhabitants, right?
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I would say that's right on, right and exact.
Yeah, we gotta say the right words, man, and they're not using the right words when we're describing these people.
I would also go to so far as to say that modern Europeans are as indigenous to America as they are to Europe.
Say it again.
I would say that modern Europeans are as indigenous to America as they are to Europe.
Interesting. Well, I can't worry about where these cats come from. We got to definitely make sure that they're going to stop trying to write us out of history here. Okay, so says so. Check this out, True Peace. That's trying. It's crazy. He says his experiment worked, and indigenous people, tribes were peacefully brought under Spanish control. Right. The experiment was called Veripaz or True Peace. Right. And the region still bears the name Veripaz. Veripaz. Unfortunately, right. So the whole, according to them, right, using religion was a better weapon to subdue and subject the people. According to them, this is the 15. According to them, right, this is what they're talking about. Now, this is their story. I still don't believe it, but we got to get through it. All right, once the region was brought under control, colonists took the lands and enslaved these indigenous people, undoing almost all La Casa's work. So, with that being said, La Casa's was once again the story of when they came in. And all right, so check it out. So, look at it like this right here, right? Every town they were like, oh, they had churches, they had these people, but we know for a fact that they set these guys up as, what do they call them? Looking posts, spot posts. Like, so this whole concept of setting these people up and putting them under this religious thing and tying them back, even taking people back. So there's nothing they don't tell y'all guys. So taking people back to Europe or whatever, learning certain type of ways, dealing with people, dealing with them, and then bringing people and putting them back, introducing them back into the indigenous population. You know what I'm saying? It's a weapon. There's people. I don't know why people don't understand that. So, and give certain people favors. So, of course, the people that are gonna, still to this day, are working against the best interests of the majority of the people, or the indigenous people, the aborigines of the land, for the interests of these people through their institutions, like the crown and pope and all this other bullshit. Protestants and Catholics and everything that you can think of, right? And these things really do affect the psyche of majority of people who believe in them and these doctrines and things like that. So once again, we got to get through this, because once again, it's just on paper. Somebody wrote it down on a piece of paper. So fucking what? He was like, okay, if that's it, I'm just gonna write on a piece of paper every day. I am a trillionaire. Exactly. I am a trillionaire.
They actually teach that shit.
Trillionaire. I'm about to just start saying it all the time. I am a trillionaire, you guys.
They teach that bullshit.
I am a trillionaire. I'm right down though.
They actually teach that bullshit. If you write it down every day, it'll come true.
Shit. I think that's what they're doing, man. They just write this shit down every day. Like, they just keep writing it down and people just keep reciting the same shit, man. I think it's crazy. Right, says, okay, so they just fucked over his whole work. Let's just go to his death real fast. I'm still trying to figure out when did he, what year they're gonna say he did the Christopher Columbus, re-edited and all the stuff, Christopher Columbus stuff, because as you guys are gonna see, it's in 1875. So I don't know what y'all talking about.
Exactly. How could he
What is
re-edit
happening?
something 200 years later?
Yeah, it just makes no sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
unless this nigga found the proverbial fountain of fucking youth down there.
He's a time traveling nigga. I don't know
Or
how
if
he
he's
did
a
it.
fucking vampire.
He could be. He could be. Hey, let's keep going. He could be, bro. Oh shit, this guy could be, man. Yeah, I don't even know. We're gonna get into the Umar Johnson. I mean, not the Umar Johnson, but the Tariq stuff tonight. It's kind of late. I mean, I've been going for a minute. Sheesh. Hey, man, shout out to everybody, man, hanging in there with us, man. Definitely appreciate it, man. See Mound City in the building. Lady Legs 75. Khalil. See Low Tie still in the building.
Shout out to the
right
chat.
Here. Yeah, man. Peace to the chat, man. Shout out to everybody, man.
Could have
Thank
been
you guys for
anywhere on a
stopping.
Friday, but you're here.
Oh, it is Friday, huh? Sheesh. Oh,
Yes,
yeah, we
sir.
partying there. Hey, man, we got to get some more music up in here. Yeah, we partying, man. Hey, we got to get y'all a video tonight, too, man. Drop a video for y'all tonight, man. Got a new little freestyle. My OG, Jazzy Tuck. Peace to the guys, man. They might be tuned in, you guys. We might have to get that video in tonight. What else we got going on? What else we got in here, man? Devon, what's up, brother?
Sun baby, what's good?
Sun baby. Peace to the
Shannon
guy.
Porter, much love.
Hey. Peace, Empress. Mikey G13. Yeah.
Mama Bear.
Kemet TV. Said more of Black, North, and West Africans. Interesting. Kemet TV. Al Watson, Whitewash Reconstruction, 1860. That's a super fact. Jane _80s.
Khalil and a Matthew Douglas Craig discovery. Salute, y'all.
Yeah, man. Links in the chat room. Now we'll put it back in there for you guys, man. I got y'all. Like I said, this is some information that you guys might not be privy to yet, or just like the perspective, the analysis of the data. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
So I think that's a big thing, man. It's kind of like the interpretation of it. They give you like the you're reading and like and they have the comprehension. You know what I mean? How can we comprehend something if you're not giving us especially if the story is not complete, if we don't understand the words that we're reading?
Exactly. That's why we want to throw the fucking books away or burn the bitches. And it's that way on purpose.
Right.
Like when they said they didn't want us to read or that we couldn't read because we were slaves, they didn't mean we wouldn't be able to read. We've been reading. What they meant is we wouldn't be able to infer the truth from lies that they have written, that they teach their children to read between the lines. There's a difference between reading and reading between the lines. If you're going to read between the lines, first you got to understand double speech and reflective listening.
Can we keep strolling?
Psychology,
All right.
Like everything's connected. The more subject matter you study and broaden your horizon, the more everything adds up.
Okay, so
because these sciences and languages and all this shit is all meant to be combined. Like that's the ultimate science.
Okay, so we said later in life, Las became a profile writer, right? Traveled frequently between the New World and Spain and made allies and enemies in all corners of the Spanish Empire. His quote, History of the Indies, a frank account of Spanish colonialism and the subjugation of the indigenous people, was completed in 1561, right? Las spent his final years living at the College of San Gregorio.
Salamanca. Or wait, where? Wait, the College of San what?
San Gregorio.
Oh, Gregorio. Yeah. Saint Gregory, as in the Gregorian time, Gregorian calendar.
Right.
Go on.
Gregorian time calendar, right.
Yeah.
In Spain, he died July 18th, 1566, right? So his legacy early years were marked as a struggle to come. I still don't see where they said that he wrote the whatchamacallit, right? It doesn't make any sense. When they just, they still account, they say that this is the guy that did it.
It's a lot of speculation and conjecture. There's nothing concrete anywhere. This is just a bunch of drivel.
Let's keep going. Like, you guys got to see this letter. Christopher Columbus stuff that he wrote for Christopher Columbus, which is crazy. Can't read it. Stupid.
No one can read it.
Nobody.
As of yet, anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. Something that said about this. Something. Yeah, I don't even want to. That's cool right there. We keep going.
You want me to take over and read for a minute?
Yeah, you can. But
yeah,
I'm reading this right here. It's really not nothing.
Oh, go ahead. Get it.
No. You good? If you want to read it, I'm just skimming through it. It's really not nothing too much.
I mean, yeah. There's really nothing. There's really nothing like concrete in it all.
It's telling us about his legacy. So when he freed indigenous people working on Las family holdings in Hispaniola, he did as much for the sake of his soul. Yeah, see, once again, it's all like trying to redeem the
yeah, it's monotheistic deism.
What'd you call it? Hygglic dialect?
Yeah. Dialectic continuum. A dialectic continuum. Right. They just took
they
our
send the church in after they killed everybody, and then send the church back in.
And they just continue, and they think somehow that if they just keep saying the same shit, somehow it's going to be true.
Them fools was coming in like Indian confession. It was like, Amaru. Right? That nigga was writing shit down like, the gold, you took the gold where? Man, come on, y'all. Like, y'all gotta stop this bullshit, man. That's just crazy, yo. But it was like he was the best weapon they ever had. So all this right here, I don't even want to read this bullshit. Let's keep going.
All right, just from the top.
What? I don't know. You want to read this?
Oh no. Okay, well we can push on.
Yeah, let's push through, man. It's just talking about his made up legacy ass shit they talking about right here.
Yeah, we could probably read that later in relation to more drop we do in the future, and it'll correlate. But at this point, it doesn't make any sense unless we're looking at the House of Lords and going into all that.
But yeah, I see it's on the screen. We can keep going. Mama Bear is in the building. Straight lies. You. Hey, you can keep scrolling. All right, so that's the end of it, y'all.
Yeah, it just lists his sources after that. Half of which are bullshit, and half of which are questionable.
All right, so check this the first source out, right? Check it. So Casa, right? Bartholomew de la and Francis
Francis
Sullivan,
Sullivan.
right?
Yeah.
The book
Indian
Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
I follow.
The cause of
Bartholomew de la Casa, right? The cause, right? He's such a noble guy, right? This is where they get all this bullshit from. And so they, right? But look, it was written in 1995.
Minted in 1995. My car is older than that shit.
Right, 1995. Right, a short account of destruction of the Indies. Penguin, 2004.
Yeah, Penguin Press. Yeah.
Let's keep going. Let's see what else they got. See if they got any old stuff.
I think there was one all the way at the bottom, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be remembering something else.
Well, that's 2016.
Mm-hmm. That's brand new.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, I think that was it for that one.
So all they gave us on that was some pseudo shit. Lovely.
That's what I'm gonna do. I got another joint on him. It's crazy.
1995 and 2016.
Right. But when they talk about the Christopher Columbus, just the whole thing, the storyline and everything else, the first time it was written was 1875. And so yeah, y'all gotta understand, like that's what
they're writing themselves back into
400
history.
years. Yeah, like 400 years. So as well as they're not only writing the stories, like, you know, of conquest, of this, of that, and these stories allow people to, I ain't gonna say capitulate, but what I want to say, what was it that Jack Forbes was talking about, as far as the mindset of the European that they
colonize. They're trying to colonize our minds.
Yeah, but by telling these stories as if they happen, they're happening now. Like, I understand what I'm saying. Like, I can't. Like, it's like
yeah.
If I could colonize your mind, it's better than anything. You know what I mean? You're always gonna work for me. You always gonna feel a certain type of way.
Remember the book,
Especially
The Never Ending Story, or the movie, The Never Ending Story?
Yeah.
That's literally what it is. Like, the Orin would be the swastika, which would be our sun cross, before all of their shit. And it's the never-ending story that they are constantly revising every time the book is picked up, including the opium dragons and all of it. You know, the Aryan Queen and the center of their universe collapsing. Like, do you get it? It's all allegory on allegory on allegory. Cryptozoological mental colonization. Then capitalization off of the mental colonization and the cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias that come out of it. It's like, literally, they've created the Tower of Babel, but it's in your mind. Right, we're hearing all these other languages and all these other places and all these other people, and it's all connected to our shit. So they've given us the Mandela effect. Are you there, Chief? Anybody in the chat hear me?
Yeah, I'm back, bro.
All right.
Shout out to the chat room. And we're gonna premiere a video. Shout out to Sun Baby in the building. Said I'm a McCoy. I'm here. Shout out to I'm a McCoy. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Empress Awaken is in the building. Peace, Empress. Guys for tapping in. Yeah, man. Get a little music in, man. Said the true history is often hidden, but will come out. Peace, Empress. Tapping in. Said Naya Knight is in the building. Peace, Empress.
Bronze, what's good?
Thank you, everybody, for tapping in, man.
Charles Clark, what's good?
Get a little entertainment for you guys, man. Freestyle.
You wouldn't happen to be in Ohio, would you, Charles Clark? As in Fort Clark? You don't have to answer that. I ain't trying to put nobody on the spot, but that just popped into my mind.
Yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Man, we got shit. Man, we ain't even got damn. DJ, man, we are taking way too long.
Well, no, we're not. It's just if we're gonna give it thorough, it's gonna take time. Oh, right on, Cincinnati, yeah. Yeah, we haven't even got to Ponce yet. We haven't even got to old Ponzi yet, have we?
Ponzi. Yo, these guys are crazy. Ponce de Leon and these guys. Man, I think it's interesting.
Yep.
How they plan. Like, we're just so slow, you guys. Can't let them. I mean, really, like they really think it. I think they think it. Dopey Snow in the building. Stones up the miles. That's right. That's a fact. That's a fact. That is a whole fact. It's a whole fact. Yeah, I mean, we've shown them with the excavating it. Like we've done bills on the show, like them hauling away a 18-wheeler full of fucking skeletal remains here in Ohio. And come on, bro, like there's too much. It's too many.
Exactly.
It's too many overwhelming evidence of these things, and so they just won't fund. Just say, for instance, they won't fund the study of the bones. So they already know. They're like, fuck, we already know who these people are. We're not gonna play with them. So sometimes the Native American, air quote, Native American people who are now, like say, in partnership with them and on some reservation somewhere or in that area, say, okay, well, those are our people. So you guys gotta, you guys can't experiment on them, and they start adding all these pressure and stuff, and they act like they don't want to do it. Because trust me, they want to do something. They're gonna do it for like for what do they call it, national security and all type of stuff. They got all type of reasons that they can take shit, do shit, move these people around. So don't ever let these people fool you that they got that type of power, because it's not their people. They're hiding shit. Period. I don't care what y'all talking about, man. Stop it. They're hiding who we are and who the people on the ground are. And so if you do research like we do, it's right there in the evidence and the science of it or whatever. And then they'll turn around and say, okay, well, but the genetics are similar to modern Native Americans. Stop it. But the cranial structures are definitely identical to modern Aborigines here in America. That's how this works. And one thing is law, other thing is hocus pocus. That's how that works. So you guys are pseudo as fuck.
It's called natural science, natural law. If it's not natural, it ain't real. It's synthetic. It's a copycat. It's a copy. It's a shade.
A fabrication, a facsimile.
Yep. A facsimile, precisely. It's a preponderance of
crap.
Of pompous pom-pom wielding pimps.
Oh, God.
How about that? It's a preponderance of pom-pom wielding pimps. Say that fucking 6 times, bitches.
Sheesh. Hey,
I don't
man,
like
so let's get right into this original Purple Panthers, Mile G, Jazzy Tuck. It's a freestyle. Let's go. Panthers.
What you see me do? I be moving so fast, you ain't see me move. I get money, I stay dripping. What you see me do? I hit the club, fuck with bitches. What you see me do? Look at me, then look at you. You know she leaving with me, don't care who leave with you. I get money out these trenches. What you see me do? Diamond necklace, water dripping. What you seen it do? Ha, they tryna see me move. I'm in these streets running it up. I got my tennis shoes. A different pair every time I move. Bitch, I got plenty shoes. I keep a gun in all my cars. Bitch, I got plenty too. Don't keep no gun inside my car that I'm not finna use. Just told old boy better get his broad cause your hoe finna choose. You play with me, boy, you gon' get scars cause I'm not finna lose. Got a big AR and a bit shoot far like I'm shooting for the moon.
Hey, not a Pokemon, I don't pick or choose. No, I just let these cute yellow things pick or choose. Take her to Saks Fifth, tell her pick a shoe. Pretty penny for them Jimmies, tell her pick or choose. Cause it ain't hard for me to pull a hoe with dirty clothes on and a booger nose. But I'm the clap doctor out the washer, bitch, that clean. Salamander, Alexander, Matt Queen. $1,000 shirt, bitch, with the chrome hearts. Smoking on shirts, smelling like some strong farts. Yeah. Liquid THC, GD put them on carts. We be killing every beat, don't put them on charts.
Yeah. Put us on charts with the flow. Bad yellow bitch, I'm a dig on the splits, but I really ain't even trying to start with the hoe. Big 4-5, I'm a hit when it's spit, I hit you, I leave your ass parked on the floor. Big blunt lit, take a hit when it's lit, one hit, lift your ass out the park with the dro. Diamonds on my neck and my wrist stay lit in the sun if you turn off the lights to the glow. I came right in the dough, cut need nigga like a knife in the throat. Fuck a bitch down, ain't wife in the hoe, but I might keep around cause I like the little hoe. It's cold outside, I'ma take my chain off, throw it on the ground, let it blend right with the snow.
Made a Facebook post about the best head in the city and they said that your wife is the GOAT. There's 25 bitches in the comments saying that I'm lying. The whole about to fight in the post. Freestyle, nigga really coming straight out the mind. Ain't no need for me right in the flow. I'm the light in the hoe. Crackheads think about me every time that they light in the dough. She ain't got enough money, I ain't liking the hoe. Got 2 new bitches, yeah, dyke in the hoe. I'ma hit it from the back with a rope around the neck. Every time the bitch run, I'ma tighten the rope. Throw a butt nigga birthday party overseas off in Italy. Fuck it, I'm inviting the Pope. And that bitch Kamala Harris. I'ma stick my dick right in her throat.
What you see me do? I be moving so fast, you ain't see me move. I get money, I stay dripping. What you see me do? I hit the club, fuck with bitches. What you see me do? Look at me, then look at you. You know she leaving with me, don't care who leave with you. I get money out these trenches. What you see me do? Diamond necklace, water dripping. What you seen it do?
Jazzy. Yeah, man. Some Panthers.
That was fire.
Fuck with that. That's what's up, man. A freestyle, man. Brothers put together. Shout out to Teaser. Yeah, man. We're working, man. Putting in this work, you already know, man. You already know, man. More fire. Content coming, y'all. More music, more visuals, more drip. And you already know, man. Opportunities on deck, man. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com. Tomorrow, I'll be hitting people up tomorrow. Early for me. I'm probably not that early if you're on the East Coast or everything, so I'll be tapping in a lot of people tomorrow, man. And so expect a phone call tomorrow, man. We're gonna get it together. Definitely need to chop it up with brothers around the country, man. And just want to say, man, yeah, we're just getting it in, y'all. We're really locking up like Voltron around here, man. So don't think just because you guys see us on internet, shit ain't happening outside for real. So opportunities on deck once again, man. We're here to help. You know what I mean? And the best way I feel like I can help, man, is bring whatever I can bring and help the next person out. You know what I mean? Anything I can do. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's about it, man. You know, other than that, you know, lead people to the opportunities, man. It's basically it for me. And
Heru, you wild.
That's probably.
Shout out to Heru, the Duke of the Great Lakes. You wildin'.
I got to hear what you got to say though. Let's give it like 2 minutes, yeah. Hey, yeah, we've been on it for a while, man. We got who's Tata? Is that Tata or Kaz? Okay, fuck it. Tata. Hey, Kaz. You gonna change the name to Tattletale? Fuck it, huh? Why he trying to get it together, y'all? Can we get another song? Wait a minute here. Hang on a minute. Hey, guys, looking for. I mean, you know, talented people, man. Tap in, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com. You guys already know, man. We'll be doing the Only Builders, man. We'll be a part of the Builders. Hit us up, man. Only Builders 2022@gmail.com. Tap in, man. We really putting in some work. Sunday, Builders. We got joy. We're gonna do Sunday, so be on the lookout for that. We'll be sending out the links and stuff for that, man. Yeah, Sunday, y'all. So be on the lookout for that. Tomorrow, like I said, we're gonna make some phone calls. I supposed to do the Twitter thing, man. So we're gonna get that Twitter space in as well. Hopefully we can get everybody over, you know what I'm saying, support the Twitter sphere. And we're gonna get up in there, kick some butt over in the Twitter sphere, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to the Twitter Black Twitter, whatever y'all got going on. But once again, we see how they use black as a weapon, as a, you know, you're the lesser tribe, or you're the lesser of the people. You know what I mean? You guys were the ones that came from Africa.
Public schools made to create public fools. A billion pictures of invaders trying to say they you. This Atlantis, this our planet, that's on Amaru. This ain't the book of old plays, it's the audible. They was never great, showing greatness, and they get mad at you. Quick to holler slave, but in them days, bitch, they had masters too. 1655, Anthony Johnson took his slave to court. Black slave masters were majority till we went to war. Quick to holler out copper color, copper strap and blow. Fuck a copper, social distance beef and had the copper scope. Chain by Savaki in parliament, case you didn't know. You want the foreign leadership, check me if you don't believe it. I need paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in a business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping about that paper, big paper, honey paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping. I made a point not to speak on the vaccinations. Social media bringing in medical segregation. My body, my choice when abortion's a mission statement. Guess your body has no choice when you wait for the population. Gain of function research administered through the teachers. Fauci turning Jesus, they trapping it through the preachers. Got every family beef and can't even cough in their region. Controversy bringing leeches enough to break down your defense. Force your pledge allegiance to a corporation. Power ain't for show, depends on your participation. Probably ain't gonna go for broke. They scary with no pawns to play with. Them hoes on the creeping like they disappear soon as the day hit. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm quiet for that shit happened to me. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm quiet for that shit happened to me. I need paper, big paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper. Secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business? Paper tripping, cause these papers tripping. Now I'm paper tripping about that paper. Big paper, honey paper. Big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business? Paper tripping, cause these papers tripping. Now I'm paper tripping up.
Chief, why you didn't come back on the Pan African Strikes Back panel, bro?
I was busy smoking his ass on a blunt. I had shit to do, man. I ain't had time to come on there and go back and forth with some guys that are not gonna let me talk, let me keep blocking me, put me in the back. So there's really no use to doing all that. You know what I mean?
Well,
Especially
you
people
called him
don't
a fat
understand.
ass, though, man. You called him a
I
fat
mean,
ass. And, you calling the man out his name on the show and stuff like that. So I can understand. You feel me? I think he should have let you speak or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Even though I disagree with the term. I mean, I can care less. Like, motherfucker want to say more or black or whatever. I don't think it should be an argument in the black community about, or the Negro community about this word. You know what I'm saying? I think it's like nigga, right? Y'all say black is a negative word. But nigga used to be a negative word, and then we turned it into a positive for ourselves. We still use nigga. You ain't gonna let no white boy say nigga, though.
Because it makes a specific connection to us here and the land here. That's why.
facts.
So is it a tribe called nigga?
It is.
Ain't
But
nobody
hold on.
calling themselves nigga like we do over here in Europe or in Africa.
Nobody. Right. And now they're trying to get it, but it's a part of a social reconstruct. Now, I'm here to tell you, if people say, yo, this is more destructive than a positivity thing, then, I'll be the first one to drop the word. However, if you guys don't understand, we're using it as a counter propaganda word for power. So if you guys understand that, I'm sorry, you're just slow. However, back to caste, caste, when we tease you about your name, caste system, right? We understand that if you say black, there's white, correct?
You say it's black is white?
If there's black, there's white. You can't have one without the other.
I mean, if we want to deal with the European color spectrum, yes.
Okay, so are we dealing with
technically they're shades. Neither of them are color in the European art. Just so we're clear,
but
go on.
But with that though, are they using that to their advantage to subdue, along with other things, but using that system to subdue the majority of the people on the planet, brother?
Well, yeah, but they use Negro as well. I mean, Negro was
That's fine.
When they had to define, people that they
sir.
were either enslaving or going to war with. They used the word Negro as well. You know what I'm saying?
True, but once again, that's very specific. For example, Negro de Tierra being America, or Negros de Guinea being of European origin, not originally African. Hence, the British Guinea.
Well,
yeah, Guinea. You know they use Guinea in they use Guinea 3 times in Africa and 1 time in the South Pacific for countries or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But Guinea, black, Negro. You know what I'm saying? They also use it as a Guinea as a derogatory term. Don't they use that
Dub.
for Italians too?
Yes.
As a
Well,
what?
yeah. But that's because
As a
they're
what?
mixed with the originals. Dub, glass, they're all the same too. Vermilion,
But
rouge, all of
Cass
that.
though. So here's my problem is, right. Like, so we're fighting a social battle, right? So if and the system is using everybody, and they're using the colors to keep us off balance. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's just say, let's just throw the words, the labels in the trash, right? You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Especially if
It's new nomenclature.
if they're words that are being used against us. That's all we saying, bro. Like, if people are identifying themselves as something that puts themselves in an inferior place and puts other people, you know, even psychologically, like, once again, it's psychological warfare that's been waged against us, right? Do you agree with that?
Well, yeah,
Media,
psychological, physical, all that.
but psychological is the worst, correct? You think? You see the
I mean,
Delacasa's them
no,
over
if a
there
nigga
using
like they
religion,
bombing
huh?
motherfuckers over there and what's the name, that's horrible too. Like, it's terrible.
Hold on. But that we can get to that. They're talking about ethnic cleansing and things of that nature, or whatever. Back to Delacasse in the 1500s, according to their story, they used religion more as a weapon to subdue and subjugate the indigenous people, right?
Yeah, they also use
So
the
that's
word.
psychological.
You know, the Jews
Oh,
use the word ham. You know, for the Hamites, which I don't get why these Hebrew Israelites be trying to separate themselves. They use that as a derogatory thing. So I had a Jewish teacher tell me that to my face, that the Hamites, which was considered us, they looked at us as the Hamites. We considered cursed. You know what I'm saying? So that name is associated with being cursed.
Oh, that's funny
but
because
yeah, that's
my
really funny.
research has shown that to be related to the modern, shall we say, Ashkenazic or Slavic Habsburg invaders.
Yeah, this was an Ashkenazi
You
Jew
know,
that said that.
from Hamburg, Germany.
Yeah, this was an Ashkenazi Jew that said that. This is, in the Talmud or whatever. They
Well,
use that
from
name as
Hamburg,
derogatory,
from Hamburg. Shout out to Hamburg.
Hamburg.
I've
Oh, you
been
talking
there
about
too,
ham?
by the
Okay,
way.
I see where
Yeah.
you're going with that.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get some good hamburgers there. Nah, I ain't.
Hamburg or Hamborough.
Yeah, but
I was
they
a kid,
teach
y'all.
this. People don't
So,
know this
hey,
though, bro. People don't know that
huh?
they teach this. You wonder why that, like, with the Jewish community, I don't like to say because this is their YouTube, but their community, small hats or whatever, that people, it's amazing that they say, oh, they got
J word.
yeah,
Go
they
ahead.
got all
Yeah.
these leagues and different things to defend them or whatever or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? With anti-Semitism and everything. But in their synagogues, they literally teach that the
Are
guy
the
taught,
Semitic people? Yeah, I know.
yeah, teach that we are the cursed seed of Ham. That's something that's not. Louis Farrakhan talked about that, but that's why they go after him a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but don't every Abrahamic religion, ultimately that's the basis of the thing, is that the darker people are cursed. Even we talked about the Hindu and
Exactly.
Tao, like everything around the
These
planet,
are
and this is
these are the people that stole a religion and
there you
turned it
go.
into. They're trying to turn it into a fucking type of DNA now. Like, they stole a
Girl.
darker people's religion, and now they're trying to turn it into some pseudo D in fucking A. Like, them no good ancestors. It's all
Yeah, they
bullshit.
play both
But
sides.
Cass though,
They play
they're
both
they're
sides.
doing this though. They're enslaving darker people all around the planet, brother, based off of a caste system. Are you not
They
understanding that?
have
Well,
they have
not them
they have
goddamn them damn
And
Indians. They play into the
they
caste
have
system. The Indians are
Ethiopians
hold on, bro.
thinking
Hold
because
on,
some
hold on.
spit in a tube.
We do too,
They
though,
have
brother.
Ethiopians thinking that they're the descendants of the Kohanin people.
Kohanim.
Like, this shit. Yeah, the Kohanin, or the priestly people. Like the
Mhm.
Kohanin are considered like the priesthood.
well, the Oxamites are an old civilization, though, man. You know what I'm saying? So
Who?
Ethiopians. They trying to tie everybody back to the Ashkenazi Judo. So with that,
Exactly, which is
they're
bullshit
tying
because they are
everybody,
those
with
people
that.
aren't even German.
What is
They're
DNA?
the
It's
lower
not the
German.
E1B1A that they.
The High Germans are the original people, the Galatians. You know, the descendants of Philip of Bourbon, not the imposter Philip the Good.
So Philip of Bourbon, what's the background of Philip of Bourbon?
Philip of Bourbon is from the county of Bourbon, and he's one of the lords of the kingdoms of Aquitania. I think he's a duke.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I was
he's
over
of the, if I'm not mistaken, he's also of the house Plantagenet, which, you know, plantation stems from Plantagenet, and it's a house, a royal house. Like we spoke about Edward the Black Prince earlier. He is a member of the Plantagenet house.
Hey, yo, give me a few minutes because I'm out and about. I'm about to go home and I'm about to put the phone on the charger because the phone is almost dying. I'm gonna tap back into the show.
Right on, brother.
All right, I'll tap back in a few.
Yeah.
Peace.
So, I want to pull up this Ponce de Leon joint, right? Because when we talk about, you know, Florida, right? We cap it off with Florida, get back to Florida. Now remember, there's already a civilization there. No, you know what? Let's, before we get to Ponce de Leon, can we go to Whores Island?
Oh yeah. We got to get into that because that's. I mean,
let's go there first.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. I love your train of thought, Chief.
Yeah, let's go to Whores Island first. Basically, I want to show the civilization, some of the civilization in the area. And like I said, we could come back and show some other archaeology digs and things in Florida, observatories. I mean, shit, bro, this is like might blow your mind. Things even off the Keys, underwater, pyramidal structures, temples, all these things, man. Like these things are really there. Like, so it can't be like, or been torn down. You see the remnants of certain things, or just say the mounds all over the America. There's no
Well,
place.
and I would say a lot of them got blown up too, because we know in the 1800s in Europe, you know, we have Guy Fawkes. Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I can think of no reason the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Bars.
They were blowing shit up. Guy Fawkes was a revolutionary who was going to blow up Parliament and the king with it, the imposter king. You know, and so that technology was brought here. A lot of things were just blown up wholesale, including most of our mounds. They blew the keystones or the capstones off of everything, and they took all of the casks off of our buildings. So all those buildings in the ghetto that are made of beautiful brick, they had an external sheeting, probably of some sort of stone like alabaster, with relief carvings everywhere, and on top was a cask like that round hat that people wore into battle, and also like the top of the buildings in St. Petersburg to this day.
Hey, you could take this one right here.
Right on. Okay, so Whores Island is a significant archaic period archaeological site located on an island southwest Florida, formerly known as Whores Island. Whores Island, now called Key Marco, not to be confused with the archaeological site Key Marco, is on the south side of Marco Island in Collier County, Florida. Now, the Collier is a what's it? What is it? Collier is a well, I'll get back to that. Where was I? Marcos in Florida. The site includes the mounds and the shell ring. It has the oldest known mound burials in the eastern United States dating back to about 3,000 about. So I could say 6,800 years here. But about 3,400 year radiocarbon dating, which isn't a very accurate. It's even more before present, or BP. It's just more Scaligearian bullshit. One of the mounds has been dated to as early as 6,700 BP. Before present. What is before present? You get what I'm saying? Like, it was the largest known community in the Southwest United States to have been permanently occupied during the Archaic period, or 8,000 BCE to 1,000 BCE. The island is named after Captain John Foley Hoare, who raised pineapples on the. Could get a scroll down. By the way, Collier is while we're still fresh on the mind, it's from Middle English for coal or charcoal, or a person who manufactures and sells coal. The island named for Captain John Foley Hoare, who raised pineapples on the island in the late 19th century. The Captain John Foley Hoare house was listed on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places on October 8th, 1997. In the late 1980s, a development company planned to build a bridge to Horace Island and develop it. In response to state law requiring an archaeological assessment of the island before it could be developed, the development company funded a research project. The research team carried out excavations for 3 months. Could we get a scroll down? Collier is an occupational name for a swarthy person, essentially. 4 mounds were identified on Horace Island, but mounds B and C were found to be simple middens. A midden is a shell mound. Usually, a midden is a burial mound. And if I'm going to be real with you, in my studies and research, the middens are where these Europeans get the concept of Venus. Venus, the woman standing in the shell with the long hair covering her tinder bits. Yeah, that seems to be connected to middens in my research. Middens, who are maidens. You understand what I'm saying? Who are maidens, who are buried in middens. And mounds, mounds where they ascend into womanhood or motherhood, or bringing us here, found to be simple middens, and were not investigated in depth, meaning they didn't dig up any of the bodies because they already know what the fuck is there. A flexed burial was found in Mound B. The other 2 mounds were complex and agreed to be proposedly constructed. Mound A, the largest, a 20-foot in height, had a large pile of shells at its core. There was no evidence of prior habitation on the ground surface where the shells had been piled. Several layers of sand had been added over the shells. One layer of sand had charcoal added. The additions of sand by individual baskets could be distinguished by the variations in the amount of charcoal in the sand. The final layer of the sand had shells mixed in it, and the mound was topped by another layer of shells. So, it's layer on layer on layer. interwoven
couple things,
materials
right?
like a basket.
Right. Well, and basically, shell mounds have been confused for refuge, right? Like, that's not, and then they found out later they're mounds, and they're also like tens of thousands of years old. So I just wanted to point that out. Once again, they're saying, a certain time period, but they all
And
they're always giving you the low end. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You start getting to some other datings and things like that, and they were like, okay, well, these things go back once again, like I said, shell mounds, and the technology is more primitive, obviously, and even in that, you still see progressions of mound technology, even on this island right there off the coast of Florida. You understand what I'm saying? So it's. And people, and not mistaken for these not to be the same people coming that can swim back and forth. It's not that far.
No, not at all. Especially in those days, the water would have been even lower.
But they had boats.
Mm-hmm. All kinds.
Boats. So people were moving around before these people came here. So that's just the thing.
They had outriggers, with cargo netted outriggers.
Okay, go ahead. I just want to point that out.
Okay. 2 burials were found in Mound A. The graves had been dug into the top of the mound, and after it was completed, radiocarbon dating testing for one of the burials yielded a date of about, there we go with that, about again, 3,400 years before present, really. This is the oldest known mound burial in the United States. As the center of Mound A was not excavated, it is unknown whether there were other burials in the mound. Of course, there is Bonehead. If there was 2 in the other, then of course there's going to be more bones in the second. Various samples from Mound A have been dated to 3620 to 4760 BV, or before this moment right now. So they're just simplifying it for you. They're saying 3,620 years ago to roughly 4,760 years ago in Mound D. And the other purpose-built mound had been dated to 4450 BP, or before this moment. Mound C has been dated to 4,870 to 4,860. So there's a 10-year difference. Like, why throw all those numbers and then BP at me? So it's fucking repetition, right? You Kabbalist fucks. Samples from the Mound B yielded dates between 6730 and 4030 BP. The Horse Island site includes a shell ring in which shell middens surround A. Get that scroll down. Central open space. A large number of shell rings from the late Archaic period are found along the southern South Carolina and Georgia coasts, with a few scattered along the coast of Florida Peninsula along the northern coast of the Gulf of Mexico, aka the Magnus Sinus. As far west as the Pearl River, shell rings were associated with the earliest known sedentary settlements, sedentary meaning permanent settlements along the coast of the southern United States. The shell ring at Horse Island was an elongated horseshoe shape. Just like those middens I exposed on the Charles River in the little islands, or the archipelago they created by cutting out around the Charles. There's a bunch of shell middens that are shaped like horseshoes, or like say the Muslims' moon. The shell ring at Horse Island was an elongated horseshoe shape. It is one of the few sites where a shell ring is definitely associated with ceremonial mounds. Also, it would be the shape of a corona, an eclipsed corona, part of a corona or half. The shell ring was 160 by 100 meters, and the central area or plaza or palazza was 125 meters at its widest. The middens making up the ring were up. Get that? Scroll down, Supreme. Oh, that's it. Okay. The middens making up the ring were up to 3 meters high. The shell ring has been dated to between 4800 and 4200 before present. Tools and dwellings. No evidence of pottery was found at Horace Island. Wood, fiber, and hide products were not preserved in the sandy soil, but bones were preserved very well. The only tools that survived were made from stone and shell. I've seen tweezers there. Apparently, a lot of men in those days and women we did plucking with tweezers. As there is, and we also made picks out of the same shells. We also had certain types of shells were currency. I believe they're called Hasil shells. Um, as there is no local supply of stones that will take and keep an edge, the people made many tools from shells. A single point of chert was found in the excavations and probably was a trade item from elsewhere. Well, most of the chert comes from the Calico site here in California. Or actually, no, it's right beneath Chief. And that goes back over 50,000 years. It was a manufacturing plant for chert, scrapers, spearheads, and the people from that region archaeologically can be linked to the peoples in a lot of Australasia and along the Pan-Pacific Ring. Let's see. And probably was a trade from elsewhere. Grooved slabs of sandy limestone and small round stones that fit in the grooves may have. Could I get a scroll down, Chief? May have been used to sharpen shell tools and grind seeds or dried fish. Shells were used as hammers. Awls are used to carve reliefs into things with a hammer. So that's how you would create a face in a leather belt. Celts, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to look into that. And digging tools. And as bowls, dippers, and spoons. More than 600 post holes were found in the excavations. Their arrangement indicated that small circular structures were built using saplings as uprights, or what they're pointing to is the fact that we were masters of building quick, stilted houses because we were accustomed to living in swamps that would drastically change an environment from season to season, and our warriors and our chieftains would always find isolated places for non-prying ears. Their arrangement indicated the small circular structures were built using saplings as upright. It was assumed that the tops of the poles were bent over to meet in the middle and covered the palm leaf thatching. Yeah, that's your primitive concept of what we were doing. No, we were actually building, lashed temporary structures because the Midwest was a shallow inland sea, so we had methods of building, quick, that would be our version of a teepee, is a quick little tree house that we built stilted out on the water, and many of our people still live in tree houses all over the world. Food. Bones recovered in the excavation included 74 species of fish and shellfish, but only 8 species of land animals. Oysters were the most common food consumed. Other shellfish include quahogs, surf clams, scallops, whelks, and conches. The large number of fish bones recovered allowed for a detailed analysis. Almost all of the fish were small and of the same size. The archaeologists theorized the fish were caught in nets with a mesh size of about a quarter inch, which, like I said, if you have outriggers, just two floating pontoons, quarter-inch netting, that's all you need to lash and do whatever you need to do. As the nets would have had to be pulled by hand, bigger fish would have been able to escape by leaping over the net or swimming away before the net was closed. Carbonized plant seeds or burnt plant seeds were found in hearths and living areas. These include the tiny seeds of panicoid grass and sea grape, cocoplum, prickly pear, and wild grapes. We get that scroll down, Supreme. Some of the fish and shellfish caught and eaten by the inhabitants of Horrors Island gave clues as to what time in the year they were caught. The three most common kinds of fish on Horrors Island diet, catfish, threadfin herring, and pinfish, were caught while immature. The time of year, isn't that dope how they can figure that out? Even though it doesn't necessarily mean it's perfectly accurate because the climate has changed since then, so the timing would have changed. But nonetheless, the time of year when they were caught is indicated by the average size of a group of harvested fish. Bay scallops disappear from the area each winter, and new scallops start growing in the spring. That's assuming we had winters in that region. So the size of the scallop shells also indicates the time of year when they were gathered. Finally, quahogs have seasonal bands in their shells, which much is true. It's like tree rings, which can be used to determine that season or even what month the quahog was gathered. Analysis of the bones and shells found at the site indicate the quahogs were gathered in the winter and spring. Scallops were gathered in the summer, and the fish were caught mainly in the fall, but also winter and summer. See, it's like y'all don't, man. We didn't have these seasons like we have now. So the archaeologists concluded that Horrors Island was occupied year-round during the late Archaic period. Horrors Island is the largest known community in the southeastern United States to be permanently occupied during the Archaic period. And as you see right in the footnotes, it's the first two things it says is mound builders and earthwork. Yeah, that was basically that.
Cool.
That's that to that. So we've set the stage. We've set the stage, and
You done or you through?
laid the middens.
You done or we through? Yeah, man. We got a lot more, man. We're gonna have to come up part 2 of this, y'all. This thing right here. Shout out to Dark Energy, Star Child, Mental Control, Currency, Great Rivers. Okay,
salute to the chat.
South Flow. Okay, okay, see. Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to DJ E, man. Sheesh. I know, man. Came through with the fire. It's all the time, man. This is regular for him. So y'all, just want to say, you know, like we got like it's so much more, you know what I'm saying, we talk about. I just kind of want to recap some of the things that we were talking about. Just link in the chat room again. Yeah, we're gonna start. We can have a few discussions, man. Yeah, I think we finish. Unless somebody else want to come share their stream or something like that, that's cool. I could oblige, but yeah, other than that, yeah, we can start winding it down, you guys.
Horror
sure.
house.
I got a question real quick. Can Pan Africans and Aboriginals work together?
I mean, absolutely. As long as you're not practicing fascism, which is pushing your view onto us. That's really the heart of the issue of the modern age. Is we got motherfuckers out here pushing fascism. They're pushing their view on everyone else, and that ain't right and exact. I got no problem working with anybody as long as you aren't pushing your shit on me. I don't care if you're gay, straight, what color you call yourself, what nationality you call yourself. You get what I'm saying? I'm here for the truth. This ain't about hate. This is heritage.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you a question, though, Cass. Like, what does that look like to you?
Me, I mean, as far as me, I'm dealing with other black people regardless. You know what I'm saying? Or melanated people. I'm dealing with them regardless. As far as our people in our circle, I deal with anybody. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with anybody. Like I'm not like a racist dude. You know what I'm saying? Even though I am Pan African or whatnot. You feel what I'm saying? But I ain't racist. That I don't mean I hate everybody. That's not my thing. You know. I might disagree with certain things. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Go ahead.
Well, for me, right? We just because you have a Pan-African ideology, and even if we got brothers and sisters that live all over the world, they still American Aborigines. You see what I'm saying? Just because you have you have a religious belief system or this that, and third, none of that matters when it comes to being your heritage and your bloodline. That has nothing to do with that, bro. And that's what we're saying when we say American.
Precisely.
That's it. That other stuff is all encompasses under American Aborigines. So
the
guess
rest
what?
of that, I consider the rest of that self-declaration, man. You have the right to declare yourself whatever the fuck you want. It's none of my goddamn business to tell you what you are either.
Change that though. You can change that though. You could be a Pan-African 1 week, legs for text, then change to a Indian, and then change back to a Hebrew. Go over here. You can do everything you want. That still don't change your grandma. That still change your bloodline. Y'all crazy as hell when y'all be trying to make up all these weird ass things and argue about them like fiercely.
Well, it's not weird. It's it's out there. We can't change history.
I get it. You're
okay,
fighting for your beliefs. I get it.
What are we
my grandma believed in white Jesus too. You know what I'm saying?
I get it, man. You're fighting for your beliefs. But what I'm trying to tell you is, that's good and well. But I don't believe anything. I question it all, which is why I know what I know. Belief to me is a trap. And when I believe something, I'll no longer impartially question it. So belief to me is surrender to the unknown and not in a good way.
Well, with us, it's not being a Pan African. Being from Africa is not a matter of belief with us. You know what I'm saying? Because of the historical data and everything.
We got the stuff on the screen. What was that right there? There's some ruins right there on Whore Island.
Yeah. The whorehouse, the first whorehouse in America.
Uh-oh. Where's that located at?
Well, no, it literally says it in the words. It's no cap. Horrors Island, HORRS, and it's the historic whorehouse. What's left of it
So
anyway.
that's supposed to be in his house.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It
So,
sounds like a sick joke to me, but yeah. It seems like a legal trick so you can legalize whorehouses somewhere else or some shit.
so let me ask y'all a question. That's supposed to be him right there. No, you know, like I said, you guys want to believe some things that
You know what's funny
so,
though, Chief? I used to have dreams. You know that
him.
stilted
Do you think
house
that's him?
out there? You know that stilted house you were showing earlier?
Yeah.
I used to have dreams of shit houses like that when I was a kid. Like vivid daydreams. I used to see that shit like vivid daydreams.
Believe that, bro.
I used to see him out here in the Oakland Harbor or in the Oakland, in the Oakland Richmond Harbor, like in the shallows.
That's hard.
When I was a kid, just rolling through, I would see that shit and I would point.
Some nice little cabanas right
just
there,
like
man.
that. Yeah, man, just like that.
Yeah.
Except when I was a baby, that shit looked like a dragon to me, like one of them Chinese water dragons that they fly around on Chinese New Year.
China got so much archaeology over there, they're not letting the public see.
Well, that's because it's all niggas. That's because it's all niggas. See, China. The basics to China is the Shi people, you know, or the Qin people, who are the original, who, you know, Emperor Qin Hua, who the whole country of China is based off of, the one who, unfortunately, according to their rhetoric, ate balls of mercury to become immortal. But when the Han Dynasty, HAN, or the Huns invaded, things switched over. You follow?
Yeah.
You know, that's the whole history behind the Great Wall of China. You know.
And can we show some of the maps from John Oglesby from the 16? Like, since we were showing, I want to show some different ones. Like the thumbnail, you guys seen the thumbnail, John Oglesby from 1671. Now, which is like just talking time periods.
I don't like the way they play with the waters. You know, the way they change the color of the water in all those pictures.
Are you talking about John Oglesby?
No. Those photos you were just showing of Horrors Island. You know, I could tell they were playing with all the filters and shit because the water was just different in every place.
Interesting. Yeah. So, Cass, man. I mean, I don't know how long you've been watching, man. Did you see anything that, like when we talk about Christopher Columbus, for instance, you know what I'm saying, and De La Casa, we haven't even got to Ponce de Leon, like for us going into Florida. You know what I mean? But just hearing these stories or whatever, right? That's decoding a lot of stuff and debunking a lot of stuff because, one, they got to have evidence of it. Am I correct?
They got to have evidence, right?
And so the fact that they don't have evidence for it, and it's just a story that's been created, doesn't that raise red flags for you, like, as far as like?
I mean, it depends because a lot of the Europeans, well, they talk about Christopher Columbus being a crypto Jew, and them knowing about when you're dealing with Red Oak Island up there. What is it called? Red Oak Island up there in Canada. But like they always show it on Discovery Channel. They talk about the Knights Templar and everybody going over there. So they talk about the Knights Templar already making trips over to the Americas to read Columbus. You know what I'm saying? And you're dealing with the Vikings and everything like that too with that.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, it's connected, but it's not.
Jews.
Because they're crypto moriscos, or you know, they're the Protestants. They're protesting Catholicism. You know, they're a confederacy of people who are protesting Catholicism. You know, that's
right. But that's
so
what the
so they're taking Christian given names And a given name meaning they're taking a name of a house that they don't genetically belong to, right? They're taking this given Christian name, which is why you aren't supposed to address someone by their first name when they're a Christian, right? Because you're taking their given name or their house name, the name of their house, which is where, the initial name or the forename comes from. Like two people couldn't have the same name as John unless one was John the Collier and one was John the Second, His Royal Majesty, etc., etc. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like like even the nomenclature betrays them, because when their etymology fuckery ends, the nomenclature tells the final story, and nomenclature is nothing more than local folklore. What do they call it here in America? We call that oral traditions. Nomenclature is
Oral
stolen
tradition.
oral traditions from everywhere, compiled to give people names. We're talking
Well,
plants, animals, and people, places, and things.
well, for me, it's possible that Christopher Columbus could have been a crypto Jew.
It's
I wouldn't doubt
possible.
it.
It's possible, but it's like I mean, Salvador Zarco, I mean, he got a forename and a surname. And neither of them is, well, Spanish didn't exist. Zarco sounds more Swiss than Genoese or any of those places. Anywhere on the Iberian Peninsula. That sounds more Northern European, Zarco.
Well, where did the Latin language come from in the first place? Then? If they
Well, the
weren't
Latin
speaking,
language comes from the Americas. It comes from Latin America.
well, that's why I gotta disagree with you, at because how does it come from the Americas? And then they were already using the language. They had to communicate in some type of language. Why would they come and conquer the Americas and then take their language on? That don't make sense.
Simple. Because the people that they traded for survival brought them that language. And they weaseled their way into all of these people's kingdoms bit by bit. Then they reverse engineered the language after they came to the Americas during the Romance Age, and they took our language, which had 6 to 8 words for every item, and divided it amongst the fonts of our languages. So that would be, Proto-Italic, Proto-Germanian, all of the what we call proto-syllabic languages come out of one language.
Yeah, a lot
All
of
of
them
these,
come from
all of these, all of
Indo-European
these,
languages.
all of these, like Arabic, Spanish, British, like all of these languages come from the Americas. All of the Picto languages, or the Picts, or the Picto-Paleo, Paleolithic picture drawing of the Paleolithic age, like all of the cave drawings we have here, but also the eerily similar ones you find in Willendorf in France.
Yeah, I
Then you
mean you
find
find them in North Africa too.
true,
Find them in
true,
Morocco and Libya and all them
true,
places.
but I mean, what is North Africa if not Southern Europe?
And
Really though,
and
if you look at
and
it, North Africa is nothing more than Southern Europe, right? I mean, shit,
uh,
it's even on the same tectonic plate.
yeah, but it's not on the same continent. I mean, you got a split between Gibraltar and the Gibraltar split Spain and
See, look. The way the European history goes is they have a history in Europe for having many ice ages, right? You know, so if you're
yeah.
living in Europe where you're having consistent mini ice ages, well, then why wouldn't your ass start moving south to where it's warmer? In other words,
If you're not
the
landlocked,
original place where a motherfucker would go get a vacation would be Northern Africa or somewhere in the Mediterranean, because it's the only warm body of water anywhere around.
a lot of them did do that. You look at like okay, so the African lady, well, The North African lady that works with me, I thought she was Eastern European at first. It's crazy because she looked
That's what
white in
I'm
the face,
saying. That's what I'm
but
saying. She
she got a
is.
black woman
She
body.
is.
This is the difference.
She is Eastern European. That's what I'm saying, brother. Is all of them people in Africa didn't start there. They came from somewhere. A lot of
Yeah, a
them are
lot
the
of them.
original people from India, what we call India now. They're the original people from what we call the Middle East. They're the original people from Asia, from China, and they're also the original people from Russia, from Finland, Denmark, Poland, like all those places, as well as Germany, France, Aquitania, and the British Isles, all of it. Like it was all niggas in all of those places, and most of them have been annexed into Africa.
I
I
mean,
mean,
that's
Africanus is the title of the mark of the beast. Like Africa
well, the
is just
Afrikaners
another.
are
It's
invaders, though.
see,
They
check it.
invaders, bro. They
True,
that's the
but see,
Dutch.
check it.
That's the
But
Dutch.
see, peep the etymology because they created Africa as the penal colony for the original people of the land they took over, and then they sent their own people to the Americas, and then when they couldn't send them here anymore, they sent them to Australia and did the same fucking thing. So the
Well, you know,
platform
Australia is a penal
the
colony.
platform's the same all along, my brother. What I'm telling you is the same game that got ran on the US got ran on everybody, everywhere. But it's a three-tier game here because we got the niggas in Australia, we got everyone who's actually in Africa being from other places, and then we got everyone in America, and we ain't all from here. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, you'll see like especially go to Cuba and all that. They still got some people can still trace their lineage back to the slave that came to that place. They're like, look, my people Nigerian, this is my great great grandfather, and this is his name, and they give you an African name. But they can
That,
do
that
that there. You know,
that's interesting considering how they have very limited contact with the outside world. I mean, it's
who
niggas rolling
Cuba?
around and yeah, it's niggas rolling around in Cuba right now with cars from the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, but there's plenty of Cubans here, and especially a lot of them live in
True,
Russia. Like I'm
true,
around.
but in Cuba, they don't have any technology. They have very limited technology. I mean, shit, they have like lights on a curfew. They got like, everyone's been reduced to such poverty that they get like 21 cents a fucking day. It's atrocious.
Well, yeah, but America has an embargo on them. Like, so that's the
Why?
thing right there.
Yeah, but why? See,
Because
I'm gonna be looking into this more deep because there's more going on
because
to that
they
embargo.
tied in with the USSR with Russia. So they're like, oh no, y'all
So is
communists, but
Ukraine.
True.
well they back. Remember, they tried to split up with NATO, and it was crazy because Belarus was talking about splitting up and going with NATO. Now Belarus is back
Belarus.
under. They didn't change their whole fucking tune and let the Russians come in there and bring their ships in and fucking ships and everything in there.
Belarus.
Click on a couple of them. That right
Belarus.
there.
Yep. What is that, Powhatan?
Belarus. I think it used to be called Belarusian, and they shortened the name up, but ain't nobody stopping Putin, man.
Nah, that guy's a hammerhead. You ain't stopping that. You got
Well,
to
see,
join
this is
him
the
or
thing.
get the fuck out of the way.
See, and the thing they look down on Eastern Europe too. You gotta remember, Genghis Khan. They were talking about that how Genghis Khan bloodline runs all through the
Mm-hmm.
Russian
The
monarchs and
the
everything.
golden horde.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
they got ties to
Yeah.
China. Remember, Russia got
Was
ties to China. You go
but
further than Russia.
they also own the Batu Khan.
What is it called?
The Batu Khan. We call it the
Hmm.
Vatican, but it's a person by the name of the Batu Khan. That city is the name the Vatican for a very specific reason. I'm just gonna say that.
Okay.
Look up the Batu Khan.
Batukai.
BH, like the Barat people, the Batukan.
Shit, Paul Robeson got a mountain named after him over there, man. You forget about that.
Mm-hmm.
They love Paul Robeson so much. He got a damn mountain. Now,
Yeah,
don't
that's
get me wrong.
facts.
Those neo-Nazis run through fucking Russia and goddamn Ukraine. Like, that's true white on white crime. That's why I don't want to
See,
hear these
but
motherfuckers
how are they neo anything?
How are they what?
How are they neo anything? How are they the first Nazis? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like that's this
Unless they
it's
saying they renewed Nazis from the old Nazis, I'm like, I don't
that's
know
what
why
I'm
you say
saying
neo.
is, this is Nazism comes from is like the symbol has nothing to do with the Ashkenazi people, and Nazis don't have anything to do with the Ashkenazi people. Like they're their own sect. They have all of their own different sects. When they even got their own languages. Like this shit is deep, bro. They got their own fucking dialects. They've hijacked so
Yeah.
much that they even divided. Once they took Picto Paleo Hebrew back to Israel with the Bat Creek Stone, they've been busy at war amongst themselves, dividing our fucking language.
Yeah, and you got to remember, Russia and America took a bunch of Nazi scientists once they conquered Germany
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
split the Nazi scientists up.
Well,
They
and
talked
then
about.
the Nazis and the Germans or the Russians were friends before World War I and World War II.
Mm-hmm.
You can find pictures of them motherfuckers like in uniform, just chilling, smoking. In fact, there's an odd story of them fighting, and there was an incident where they were in the where were they? They're in basically in Siberia fighting with these Russians or with these Germans, and the wolves started picking off their wounded in the middle of the battle. So the Germans and the Russians literally had to take 3 days off from fighting the war to take care of this pack of wild wolves that was picking off their wounded before they could go back to butchering themselves. I understand what time it is and what like some people just want to watch the world burn and some people want to be used tools.
Yeah,
A shill
this is.
is nothing but someone funded by shillings. And usually the person who gives you the shillings wants to suck your schmeckle. Don't be a schmuck.
Schmucks. Man, that shit is deep, man.
Or how
You
about I
get into
take it to
those
New
streets.
York with their little hijacking? Stop futzing around.
Are you talking about the Ashkenazi Jews in New York?
I'm talking about the Zionists. I'm talking about a specific cult of fucking weirdos. I'm not talking about all of them. There's,
Yeah,
there's
because
good
they're
people and
split.
there's
It's
shit people everywhere, and this is a very specific group.
oh yeah,
Like that's the whole point of me coming forward is to try and help people get clearer on shit. You could call Pan-Africanism, you could call it Arabism as well. If you really want to get deep, look it up. Because Pan-Africanism to me is nothing more than Pan-Arabism.
I mean, what? Because what dealing with the Middle East or something? Like, where is it coming from? Pan
Look, look,
Arabism.
look it up, Cass. Seriously, brother. Like, write it down and look it up, because I can't give it to you in like. I would have to pull it up and read it all, because I can't. Some of this shit gets deep.
Well, do you think? Okay, so when we see these wars, right? Like Russia doing their thing and all that, is it more so war of cults to be a war of this nation? Like we
A
dealing with
war of
cults, we dealing with secret
basically, because
society.
that's all a religious zealot is a cult following fanatic. Like religion is fanaticism. It's a cult. That's the whole point of like A cult is a group of people that fanatically share the same belief system, even to their own detriment. Well, usually to their own detriment. Always, in fact. I can't think of one cult that I've studied. And I used to have a friend who was a cult lawyer, and I read through dozens of books of reports of his, and I never found one cult that ended well for anybody.
Yeah, but they here. They that's what Phil Valentine he talked about. He said
Gangs
when
are
Trump was
basically a
in
cult. Literally, real
yeah,
talk. A gang is basically a
they're
cult. You know, police
they're a cult
or
with no
military
damn
is a
end.
cult. Working for the government
They,
is a cult. You're a member for life.
they're,
Just because you quit doesn't mean you don't have those skill sets and that mindset that's been ingrained.
that's why a lot of law enforcement are Freemasons and different things. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, it goes with the territory. You don't go into a cesspool with your little string bean ass and think you're gonna plug that bitch up, do you? That ain't the way a cesspool works. It sucks everything down. It doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't discriminate. Toilet
Yeah,
doesn't give
everybody
a
got their
bit.
group.
The toilet doesn't give a shit if you piss or shit. It's flushing it one way or the other. You get what I'm saying? Like this whole
Mm-hmm.
casa system is just designed to flush time down the drain while we argue over semantics and monotheistic debates that don't get us anywhere.
Also, you got to keep people distracted, especially with entertainment. That's why I get on people that worship entertainers and all that stuff because that's a distraction. That's a distraction tool. Like I don't give a fuck if you're gonna talk about Gucci Man as clone. I mean that shit don't fucking matter. You know what I'm saying?
Uh, I don't even know who you're talking about. That's how little I give a shit.
Right. But you know, with entertainment, entertainers they use them as a I mean, they bring them into politics. I mean, they bring chicks like Cardi B and all that into politics. You don't know shit about fucking politics, but
You know, when
that's
I
what
break down the
entertainers be
word
doing.
entertainment, all I hear is inner containment. Like inner entertainment to me means inner containment. Someone's trying to fill your head with bullshit so that you're preoccupied in yourself and you're contained within yourself. And you have nothing to offer the world outside of you of value
Hmm.
other than pus-filled postulations about people you'll never meet who never have any effect on your bottom line, basically.
Yeah, but they use that. They use that to distract people, man. It's a
You
powerful
know,
tool.
I see Hollywood stars as golden idols, you know? Like in the Bible, thou shalt have no idols of gold. Why do they give
Right.
them the Grammy and the Emmy? Golden idols, you know? Like America has been turned into the whorehouse of Babylon or Babel, and they turned it into the house of Babylon or Babel or the Tower of Babel by bringing all these foreigners here after taking our languages during the Romance age and spreading the romance of America and its rich history and language to the rest of the world so they could pimp us. And that's real cap. That's the summation of 35 years of existence on this planet, paying attention to everything around me and studying instead of getting angry at people, trying to overstand reality instead of get caught in a trap of belief.
Man, y'all gotta watch Ottoman Empire on Netflix. And
You mean the
when it
Turks or the Huns?
yeah,
Same
yeah,
shit,
when they first used the
or the
first
Hans, the modern Chinese and Korean and Japanese, because they don't have anything to do with those Ainu Aboriginal ancestors of mine, and they certainly don't have anything to do with anything going on in the Middle East or the Mediterranean.
the Turkic people.
Mm-hmm. The Ottoman Empire, the ones that they were fucking up in World War I when they brought all the Australians in to Gallipoli.
Yeah, they show on there. It was a good historical view. They actually got a couple of them shows, man. You gotta pay attention to on Netflix. But they show
I
how
don't. I
they.
don't watch. I don't need to watch any of it. I've read all the books, brother.
I mean, no, it's cool. It's cool if you read it, but for those that haven't, you know what I'm saying? They got some on that the Ottoman Empire. They showed them using the first cannon, and then they had one
You
on the. I don't know
you
if they
mean
took it off, man.
you mean canon law? That's the first canon.
No,
But
no, the cannon, the actual. This is the first cannon like ever. They used it when they were
oh, you
going
mean
to
like
conquer Byzantine.
I get it.
Yeah, they
I
used
get
it
it.
when
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
going to
yeah.
conquer Byzantine.
Cannonball.
Yeah, it was good. It was good, man. Like how they put that show together, it was good. But they got one on the what the hell was that? The Borgias. There's two of
Uh
them on there, but one of them is real good if you pay attention, like the perverseness of the Borgias and how they came into power. That was a good one. The what is it? The Medici. They had a
mhm.
good one. They were dropping the shows, man. They were dropping them shows on there. But a couple of them
Yeah.
they took off. But you got to know how to like. There's certain
Did
codes
they
you can put in Netflix to access those
did
old
did
shows.
did they tell you that the Medicis and all of them were Capetian Jews?
Yeah, they actually had some Moorish in their family too, man. They mix a lot of them mixed with black.
Well, I mean, if you're talking the Moore family, More, then certainly. I mean, if we're
But they were
talking
Jews though.
hmm?
They were Jews. You were right about that though.
Sephardic, yeah. Or actually, I mean, if we're gonna get real with it, they're the Sephardim. You know.
They're the Sephardim. I met a Sephardic Jew from Yemen, man. I was looking. I was like, I thought you were Arab. He's like, oh no.
See, but I mean,
Beautiful.
once again, though, is like a Jew is a practitioner of Judaism. You know, like they're not a member of the kingdom of Judah, which has never really existed. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's a religion. It has nothing to do with the people, or should I say, has nothing to do with anyone who practices it now.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was stolen, and you were forced to take Catholic if that was your religion.
Like the Catholic religion, and then the
Yep,
Orthodox
and
Christians.
then in revolt they invented Lutheranism and all of these, baptism, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on and on and on. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I never been to a Lutheran church. I've been all up. Never been to a Lutheran church, man. I've been to Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
Hmm. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
they make
Same for the white people with Episcopalian churches. Same shit. As well as Mormonism. That's another place for them to go hide. These are all just labels for people to go hide. A very specific small group.
is that might not be. I'm trying to think of the guy that started the Jehovah Witness. He got a pyramid built, for
Joseph
his
Smith.
grave site. Yeah, Joseph Smith, man. He got a
No,
pyramid on top of his grave site.
it's a mockery of the capstones he blew off. They always like to mark their victims' territories with obelisks. Put their shall we say Scalagerian chronology on it, so they can put their Kabbalistic black magic on reality.
Oh yeah, a lot of these cats are they're part of different societies, man. They get their people into it, but they're part of these different
Fellowships
secret societies, man.
of friends.
I mean, there was a nice Templar from back in the day.
So, Cass. All right, so
What's
check it
up?
out, right? Now we've all agreed, and you've been on here before, right? That the Negro was in America first, correct? Or the black man, or the Egyptian, or the Saracen, or the Ethiopian.
Right.
The
I don't disagree. Yeah, I don't disagree.
As well as the Mohammedans and the Muslims and the Muslims and all of it.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just want him to just like you've seen archaeological things of today of people here 12,000 years in Florida, right? So at least 12,000 years, right? So let me ask you a question. You knowing science and math, were those people Negroes, brother? The
Well, I'm
Calusa.
not familiar with the bones they found. I know about the ones they found in South America with Lucia, and now the Native Americans saying,
No, we just
"Nah,
talking
it
about
wasn't
Florida.
no Negroid."
Talking about Florida though right now.
So what
No
was
bones.
okay?
We
So
talk about no bones today.
explain.
We talk about bones today. We talked about them, but we didn't show no human bones. We didn't show no excavations.
Yeah, I don't know about the
Nah.
bones in Florida. I know about the
I'm
ones in
saying that
South
they said there
America.
were people there doing shit, building shit though, right? Before the invention of pale people. My point to you is, that who were these people that built all these pyramidal structures here and all this trading going on and agriculture, this ancient agriculture, by the way, ancient mummification, ancient metallurgy. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on and on. All the things that are here in
It's
America,
ridiculous. The list is ridiculous.
right? Don't you think
Now people say the Olmecs. They say they learned it from the Egyptians.
Even before the Olmecs, like we talking about before the Olmecs,
before the Olmecs,
right?
Yeah.
You talking about the ones in Peru?
The She people are before the Olmecs.
Now we talking about how old are those structures in Peru? The ones down in South America. We ain't talking about Central America.
Which ones?
I'm trying to think which one. Man.
Which
it was one that had like really megalithic stones. I'm trying to think.
Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu, yeah.
Machu Picchu.
How old is Machu Picchu?
Oh, what the fuck? You could have said.
Because this is my argument with the other people, the people that say, oh, no, this developed, stuff developed alone in the world. Like, I'm like, no, somebody got to learn brick masonry from somebody. Like, ain't no nigga on one side of the earth going to do some similar brick masonry.
You're going to come with the same shit on the other side.
Yeah, okay. It don't make sense.
Hold on. Look at this from this perspective. Who got the most?
I mean, now you talking about in combination with Kemet and the Middle East?
Nick, how about this? You can put all the rest of the world against America, sir. How about that? The Americas. I would say North America.
Wait, it wasn't. I think Machu Picchu was built in 1450 or 1460 Common Era.
I thought it was earlier. I thought it was earlier. I don't know. No, it was earlier.
Or no. It's not even Common Era. It's 1450.
Was one of the older ones.
So Machu Picchu was after the Olmec and Toltec civilization?
You could tell that nigga 78 million years.
I know, because it's a radiocarbon dating. You can't date stone. And dating the soil near the stone doesn't work either.
That's my point.
The Andes Mountains are so above normal elevation. The normal adherence to stratum doesn't apply. It doesn't adhere. There's no consistency on a mountaintop.
See, and that's the thing. If you don't go back conventional archaeology, like you see pyramids in different places, like in the Pacific Islands, you see pyramids and pyramid type structures in India.
But hold on. Back to my question though. Who got the most?
And who has a progression, and who also while having the most, and the oldest and largest pyramids.
Egypt and Nubia got the most.
But check it, Lex. On top of having the largest and most, who has the only progress of architecture involved in the buildings of said middens and mounds and pyramids, etc.?
Well, let me enlighten you on something, right? There's 132. Shout out to Maru. We was in the back chat years ago, and he was talking crazy and cussed us out. Like, motherfuckers, y'all talking about these pyramids in America? It's 132 of them in Kemet. And you know what I said to him, brother? Thank you.
Yep.
So I went on to find out that they have less than 400, though. Sir, I went on to find out that they have less than, I'm using pyramids very lightly, less than 400 on the continent of what is called Africa. So
yeah, but if y'all include mounds and pyramids, then that's not technically a pyramid. You know what I'm saying?
Sir,
I will give you Cahokia. I will give you Cahokia if you want to use Cahokia, but That's the only one
Well,
I can give you.
we're not just talking mounds and pyramids though. We're talking about what they call Greco-Roman architecture as well, because that is our shit.
What?
It's not Moorish. It's not British. It's not colonial. It's not colloquial.
None of that.
It is our shit.
Facts.
Okay, this is from the Paleolithic age.
But we do know the Egyptians. We do know the Egyptians were selling over here.
Wait, whoa.
Well, I mean, according to my studies, Egypt is America. It's the heartland of America. It is the shallow inland sea that the Midwest used to be, all the way through the Grand Canyon and into the Gulf of Mexico. You know,
Bro,
we're talking Egypto-America.
This is Egypto-America, brother.
You know, this is also the land of. Listen, Lex. Let me give you a really good one here. See, they call the Kemet is black land, right? Or black land, right?
Hold on, wait.
Well, America is the land of black soil, terra preta, black earth. They're the same thing. It comes back to here. The Amazon is built in terra preta, the one that they just uncovered all our shit with. That's terra preta. That's black earth. You're talking about here.
Hold on though, Cass, real quick though, right? So when we're talking about Kemet and we're talking about Egypt, right? So once again, it wasn't called Egypt over there until 1948. If I'm not mistaken.
When the Greeks named it, I mean that's a Greek name. I mean Egypto.
The Greeks name what? Sorry?
Phoenicians. There were no Greeks. Phoenicians. The Greeks are a fictional. They're a fictional invention of the 19th century.
The Phoenicians were in the land of Canaan. You talking about the people that were in around the Aegean Sea? Them weren't the Greeks. The people that were in the
they were in the land that we now call Khans. Khans, Cannes, Khans, where they have the Grand Prix, the races that we used to have. Okay, brother, all love, man. I mean no disrespect, but like I said, it's levels to this shit.
So Alexander was Phoenician, he wasn't Greek.
No. Alexander is a fiction. He's a fiction of the Macedonians. And the Macedonians didn't exist. The Macedonians are the Micmac. They're the Macs of the British, the Scots. Like they're the Macs.
See,
yeah, but all the architecture and everything is over there, so we can't say they didn't.
Well,
matter of fact, they got people in
look, Lex,
you got more pyramids in China.
And the development of that architecture is here in America. They got the finished product. And here are the prototypes, the proto-humans. The Aborigines,
proto-linguistic,
proto-syllabic people, the proto-civilizers.
This is my thing. I'm not saying that
we are the Promethean fire. Do you understand? We are the Promethean fire.
I'm not saying it's not over here. I'm not saying the stuff isn't over here. But
as far as I'm concerned, I'm the sword of fucking Damocles.
But are y'all taking all this stuff, the achievements of these flat booty Mexicans and flat booty long haired red people down there in Central America, the Mosquito people and all them?
Look, man, we're claiming our heritage. We're not claiming anything anyone else is claiming, or nor are we the Africans that anyone else is claiming. Okay. So, a lot of niggas be putting words in our mouth that we aren't saying.
At all.
I understand,
they got similar structures in India.
That English or Latin or vulgar Latin is an interjectional language, but that doesn't mean that interjection is supposed to intercede culturally or linguistically. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's supposed to be a continuum, not a conflict. And we're all saying the same shit, but not all of us know the etymology well enough to know that we're all saying the same shit. I don't have any reason to lie to you or anyone. Like, I'm here banging for these babies and the truth. That's it.
I gotta
Like,
watch
I'm
the
not here to
Safra Steady
deceive
video.
anybody. I'm here for
By the
everybody.
way,
You get what I'm saying?
you
Yeah,
have the
I
Because the
gotta
right.
watch
sooner we
it.
figure out who the fuck we are and get our shit right, the sooner this whole realm goes back to some form of fucking balance.
Mhm.
And
So
the sands are you know, the hourglass is not on our side.
Yeah, we enabled this white boy to build this technology and shit, and fucking they got nukes and shit like that, and we
I
don't.
wouldn't even say we enabled them. That's their nature. We fucked ourselves up, believing in fairy tales.
Look, bro,
Now we have to
we
discern
Africans.
reality from lies on top of pathological lies for generations. But rest assured, we are the inventors of nomenclature, and we will figure out what the fuck time it is and what's going on because it's in our blood. Like, Cass, this is our shit, bruh. You're banging on what you're banging on, but I'm telling you, it's all connected. It's not separate. You know, they're pulling all this Tartarian shit, and you know, a tart is a prostitute, an aria is a witch's song. We call it opera today. You know, these people say one thing and they want to put an image in your mind, but we've done a good enough job indoctrinating ourselves and believing the bullshit, so we can't even get the message. Like I said earlier, these are like serial genocidal people. They want to be caught. You understand? Like them fucking us up and showing us and us talking about it, but not knowing we're caping for them. That's what gives them a hard on. Bringing that deception. You know, they've turned us into the Tower of Babel. Never mind a physical tower. Like, we're it. They turned the original people into the Tower of fucking Babel, and now we're babbling and fighting against each other. And this is retarded. We're the same fucking shit.
Yeah, but that's been going on forever too, though, bro. Like, you know,
That's
people
true, but what
tribal,
I'm
man.
saying
People
is
tribal.
we didn't allow them to do shit. I'm validating your point. We didn't allow them to do shit. We fucked our own shit up, and we're still fucking it up. You know, we just got to learn to agree to disagree and move on. You know what I mean? And if we can't individually research some shit and validate it ourselves, then we got to either reach out or move on. It's like multiple question. You know what I mean? If you can't get the answer, put it on the back burner and come back to it later when you're fresh.
Like, imagine, because a lot of the Moors were infighting, and then those Spaniards took advantage of that, and they
Yeah,
fucking won. They
listen,
won. They
man.
kicked them out.
If you study the history of human migration and warfare, you will quickly understand, even from Wikipedia, that the first people who brought farming also brought warfare. And they always fought over women, like Helen of Troy, and they always wore buffalo fucking horns. Later, water buffalo horns. Like, you know, bruh, it's all the same shit. Spears,
It's funny.
shields, horns, swords, tea
Ogun is the
kettles.
Orisha of war. And his tools are war tools and farm tools.
So what I'm saying is, like, it's all war and farms, war and farms, bro. But see, the war came after. First, our agriculture. How the fuck you gonna fuck each other up if you don't have enough food?
The nigga that took the first rake and busted the nigga over the head with it. That became the first. He like, oh, I can use this as a
Well,
weapon.
nah, you gotta understand how we
Ah,
used to roll. We used to roll a whole different way than we do now. It's like a nigga will roll up to your little villa or your castle, and he would put a declaration with his whole army dressed up, fly as could be, gold chains and everything, blinging ass armor, nigga. Show up to your front door and pin a decree saying, you, King Cass, have the next fortnight to address your grievances with my daughter and insults in the form of relinquishing your foremost properties and territories to me for the next 12 seasons, or I, King Philippe, will come and destroy you and all of your people, and I will subjugate you and make you my members of my house, meaning your house will be canceled, and you will now represent me in my house as a household servant. That's how we used to roll, nigga. We didn't just come over and bump somebody on the head like a bitch. They got chivalry from us. You know, the concept of counting coup over here, they got that shit from us. The gun was a one shot slap banger, man. You fucking get up close, thwap. You send one fat ass cannonball size round in somebody, 50 cal. Then you turn the bitch around and club the bitch to death. You understand? You know, tomahagane in Japan. Tomahagane is smelted iron. It also derives from tomahawk, the Altamaha people who mined out of the Great Lakes region when it was still a shallow inland sea. Like, our people are advanced, bro. We've been doing shit. You know, the Chinese can say that they're the most advanced people in the world only because they hide and cover up the extinction of our influence, confluence, and ultimate bringing of all the sciences before war was brought. You know, like the Russians turned the sickle into a weapon of war.
Peep game, DJ. Let's test that theory. What the Chinese, as well as Europeans, two things that Chinese and Europeans have taken, and you know, still American invention, right? Cars.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Whole world.
Yep. Well, I'm just saying, as well as
that's part of the shit. That's part of the beef right now.
Fuck a beef.
Oil. No, I'm saying oil powers the cars, bro.
Well, see, but it's even more interesting because oil or huile is a name for the original people in France, or the original people's language in France, the original Dark Aquitanians, right? You know, and the cars are also a group of horse warriors. So, you know, a car and the oil, I mean, it all point. Tyre is a dark Norse god. He's the one that guards the gates to Valhalla and trains warriors. He's the tester of men.
Like Idris Elba with the
yes, sir.
And Thor and shit.
Thor.
Yeah, exactly. He's the god Tyre. There's a reason why the tire on your car is black.
Hold on though. So peep game, right? So the guy we was talking to the other day, right? I be hating to have to break this down to these guys, but it just be so hurt my feelings. All these like the waste people that want to be like proud of themselves, and that's cool. You should definitely be proud of yourself, but only on real accomplishments, not on made up stuff. But even when we're talking about the Norse and the Vikings and all this shit, bro.
That's niggas from Cumbria. That's niggas from the East Coast. The fuck out of here.
Them goddamn Vikings.
It was who?
No, those are Slavs, brother. Man. They're Slavs. They're Siberians.
We're talking about different time.
I mean, I can't say something. You know, white folks.
Yeah, we're talking Eric the Red and Leif Erikson times. Like, we're talking way before this TV show bullshit. And if you look at artwork, if you look at all the carvings and the artwork of the Inuits and the original people as well up in Iceland and Greenland, along the
you talking about what are the people called? The Sami people.
They had little ports of call where they would stop in Iceland and Greenland on their way over. If you look at the carvings of the people they depicted as the Vikings, they are clearly niggas from here. And when I was in Amsterdam, I met an old woman at a hashish bar who took me to her personal library and showed me all kinds of I probably read 12 books in the course of 8 hours from her personal library, all in Dutch, all depicting niggas. It was like an Ogilvy book, but in her personal collection. People be knowing, bro. They got all this shit. It's not a mystery. It is here, but it's not anywhere else.
It's some fools got some crazy personal libraries and personal museums in their houses.
Just beyond. I mean, what do you think the black market was invented for? To hide our shit.
My God. Yo, so you know what's so crazy though? Like books that they don't, and they be like, yo, this book right here, get out, it's over. We gotta keep this thing. This thing worth $7-8 million. Can't get out nowhere. It's under lock and key, shit like that. Like you know what I mean?
Yep.
But
Yeah,
with all that,
that goes like that.
Holding the
right?
truth
Because
hostage.
they know the power. They know the power and uh, books uh, books of spells, so to speak. Like if I say, hey, I wrote this thing, but I don't want nobody to see it. Nobody can see it. You're gonna hear about it. Then one person said they seen it. See what I'm saying? The value, like they create, like we found out that you guys have a certain plant that we can turn into XYZ, or you have some soil or something, some ore under you, right? That we're going to create value for and a market for, which is going to make people want to go there and take you off your shit. So, and these are multinational corporations who
and conglomerates of
right, who work, I want to say, within the private and the public sector, Blackwater, espionage, corporate takeovers, sabotage, everything that you can think of. These things have really happened in the past 150 years. Period.
Multiple times. Yes, sir.
Of course.
Well, yeah, espionage shit. A lot of secret societies
industrial espionage, for example, like the obfuscation of the invention of the automobile by an Ohio-based individual by the surname of Patterson.
Yeah, I know about Patterson.
Yeah. Did you know they were the Patterson Wagon Company before they were the Patterson Automobile Company?
I didn't know that part. I knew they were the automobile.
Look at how far back they go back as the Patterson Wagon Company. Because that's a whole different. You see what I'm saying? Like things are different now. They're conglomerated. Yeah, things are conglomerated now, so everything's tied together and convenient with sources included. But when we're looking at for the truth, there's nothing. There's no conglomerate of truth. It's all hidden indiscriminately. It's a puzzle.
It's amazing how all these black inventions couldn't be patented and they were taken. It's like chips. Like, a black man invented chips. But where's the black chip?
What?
Chip.
Chip?
But where's the chip? Like chip. Yeah.
Oh, like you mean the American Aboriginal invention of the potato chip?
Yeah, well, yeah, Aboriginal, Moorish, but we invented it. But how many? I don't know. Maybe some black chip companies out here. But
how about he probably remembered something that his grandma taught him that we had been making for a long time that outsiders didn't know about because someone pissed him off. Which is usually what our people do when we're pissed off. We go into the zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that I mean, if you really look at it, the concept of a potato chip is no different than the concept of a tortilla.
Talk that shit.
Right.
It's just a thin slice of something unleavened. Or
we'll
not
Jewish. We'll make a thin slice of meat out of into a chip. You hear me?
Exactly. Anything.
So barbecue is American invention. American Aboriginal invention. Let's stay there. Like it's not Native American. Don't do that.
Check this out though, Chief. The Ainu Aborigines in Japan, they used to make fish and sweet potato chips that they would then roll in sushi with using rice and nori. So the original Aboriginal people of Japan and a lot of the islands out there, they had a form of barbacoa too. and it involved drying and preserving things for the season. Now, you know, it came back to us from Europe and modern Europeans in the form of smoking.
Hold on, Cash, real quick though, too, right? So when we talk about the culture here in America, like we're talking about the Calusa, or the Carlos, right?
The Carusos, the Calusa,
right? All the different terminology, right? But they have a culture here that goes back 10,000 BC, right? According to these people, at least, right? My point to you, is, do you have anything in Africa that can compete with Horse Island and time, or the culture of the Calus people or the Carlos people, bro?
I mean, you got the sand people, man. You got the Nook culture. You got the sand people.
The San people, right? What are they known for? What they build?
Yeah, what are they known for? Oh, you talking about building?
Yeah, I mean, I need a date too.
I mean, you know, when they talk about the sand people, they talk about them being some of the oldest people in the world.
Okay, cool.
You know,
what
you don't find
is the oldest people in the world? I got you. What did they get to? Where is they at now in South Africa? Because they're not originally from there. You should know that. When did they get there, brother?
What? From South Africa, that's where their origins. Their origins around. They say the origins around like Ethiopia and South Africa. Zimbabwe and culture, all that.
So Ethiopia.
Remember, they were there before. They were there before the Bantu. The Bantu people came later. They were there before the Bantu. Now, Bantu was like, you talk about the Shona, the Zulu, and all that. They said they migrated up from or down from Cameroonian region, according to white archaeologists. Now, this is remember a lot of this stuff is theory.
When did they say they got there, brother? This is a problem.
But they say they came later. So the sand people,
but it was AD time, correct?
No, BC. Bantu started migrating BC. And remember, they got paintings. They got cave paintings down in South Africa, different places, similar to the cave paintings in Morocco, similar to the cave paintings in France.
Maybe you don't know. For any Pan-Africans out there, or even people that's from the continent of Africa, can give us a culture on the continent of Africa that is older than the Calusa in Florida. Now, this is not even the oldest in America. It's not even the biggest in America. I just wanted to I'm trying to prove a point here, y'all, because once again, I'm comparing Florida to the whole continent of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, and also,
so what about the Clovis?
We also gotta
people?
understand that Bantu is how do I say this? Like this, it's a hypothesis. The Bantu expansion is a hypothesis, my brother. It's hypothetical. It's another example of people writing themselves back into history.
Bantu didn't like that. White boys put that down. Like they put all this stuff down.
Also, look. Like I already gave you the job. Like who is the Batu Khan, and where did the Bantu come from?
Right.
According to science.
Don't pay attention to genealogy or some spit in the tube, because that isn't going to tell you shit. Where did they migrate there from, and why is that region a Afrikaans-speaking region?
The Nigerian Cameroonian region. They migrated down. Remember, they weren't there as early as the Sand people. Zulu and all them people came later. Zulu, the Shona, Botswana, and all them people came later.
What Zulu? What Zulu?
Zulu is the Bantu. That's the Bantu tribe.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's like saying Taino and Arawak. They're the same people. What the fuck?
No. My question was, here's a question, right? I asked a question earlier about like poems, right? Or even the remnants of a civilization. We got one in America, in Florida. I'm just asking anybody anywhere else. Do you guys have that anywhere else in the world?
This is my first time even hearing about the one in Florida, bro. I heard about India down in South America.
Hey, bro, you ain't been watching a long time, nigga.
But you gotta. But what is the craniology saying about this person? Is the craniology saying that these bones and all the stuff they find them with
No. Listen, brother. We can show you depictions. We can show things. We'll do the skeletal remains and stuff another time. Show some of the people from this region. You know,
because like the Clovis people not Negroid, right?
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
No.
Who was on the planet 20? Who was? No. Check this out. No.
They're Merovingians. Go on, Chief.
Who was on the planet 20,000 years ago, brother? No matter where you say they was from. Where
we know Africans there.
Oh, okay. So you said Africans, but it wasn't Africa. You know, they were just melanated people. So in Europe, 20,000 years ago, in Asia, 20,000 years ago, in what's called Siberia now, 20,000 years ago, was niggas. Now, in 10,000 years ago, it was niggas there. 5,000 years ago, it was niggas there. 2,000 years ago, it was niggas there. You see how this worked? 2,000 years ago in China, niggas was everywhere. And China was predominantly niggas. Don't fuck with me, bro. I'm gonna fuck y'all over. That's all I'm gonna tell y'all.
I know, because I've been on the Yangtze River.
Did all this. Don't do
I've
that.
been to Wudong
Mountain. Shit back in history.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no way. So when you ask about 20,000 years ago on some boats, and we have 50,000-year-old boats here in America, that's open sea boats, brother, and older. You can't do that. And once again,
well, but we know the Polynesian people. But you see, this is the thing when we use the word Negro and everything. You know, we talk about DNA changing over time. Like everybody would be linked to a Negro, of course. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
But where are most of the Negroes concentrated at, bro?
Time out. We're talking about skeletal
most of the Negroes
remains. Listen. We're talking about skeletal remains of Cheddar Man. We're talking about skeletal remains of Grimaldi people. We're talking about skeletal remains of like real human beings, not like monkey people. We're talking about real human beings in Siberia 40, 30,000 years ago.
We're not talking about monkey people when we talk about the bones they found in Morocco, bro.
Hold on, but they know that Negroes are melanated, carbonated people were in Europe, right? So if anybody would have left out of boats in Europe, it would have been niggas coming through the Americas. Period.
Precisely.
Okay. So
they would have been the only ones that knew how.
Look, if you want to talk about the first niggas probably coming to America on boats, we got to focus on the Polynesians.
Look, bro.
The Polynesians and Australians and all that. We can talk about them.
Well, now you're talking about you're talking about Lemuria now. You're talking about a whole other side of the world. That's a whole other topic, sir. That's a whole other topic, sir.
The Australians it's been documented the Australians mixed in with those Native Americans that was there, or the Native Americans that might have came later.
No natives. No,
and listen.
No, the pale people born there now are the natives, and the Aborigines are the Aborigines, sir. They're
but I'm talking about the Amazonian rainforest Indians, right? They said they're a mixture. You know what I'm saying?
You're talking about you're talking about the byproduct of the Manila Galleon. But see, like this story is deeper than all of that. You get what I'm saying? What were you saying, Chief?
Well, I was trying to point out, right, that when we're talking about just the time period that he's talking about, these are Negroes, like all over the world, and we're basing that not off of conjecture. We're basing that off of the skeletal remains in Europe, Asia, Africa. Well, not Africa, because we don't have any skeletal.
No, and not Russia.
Siberia. The oldest skeletal remains in Africa.
By the way, I'm sorry.
Yeah, none in Africa.
That don't make sense.
Siberia.
The oldest skeletal remains are in Africa, sir.
What are those?
You talking about the bones they found in Ethiopia, the bones they found in South Africa, the ones they found in Morocco.
No. I asked a simple question.
Shit, the
At the
oldest
shards.
structures, the oldest structures they were finding are the ones in what the hell is that in Turkey? That what is that place called? Turkey?
Wait a minute. Just for the
What,
record.
Cappadocia?
Go Tepe
No,
Becky.
not Cappadocia.
Go
Becky
Tepe.
Tepe.
Sir. That's been debunked.
Go Beckley Tappy. What about it?
But two,
I haven't heard it being debunked yet.
Chief,
that's
what?
That's Turkey. That's been
We talking about
debunked.
12,000 BC.
That's what you're saying? 12,000 BC? Really? Okay. So, do you know about UNESCO finding like a shoe or like a heel and then building stuff around it and saying basically that stuff is older? Do you know anything about that? Do you know what Gobekli looked like before they started building on the shirt?
Plus, it's 12,000 BC, and we've got shit going back beyond 10,000 BC here. So,
well,
you know,
but that's not Africa. We was talking about Africa specifically. And the reason why I'm saying is because they talk all this shit about we from Africa, but we have more shit in Florida than
all of Africa.
What the
Those
fuck?
are not Negroid. They're not Negroid bones, bro.
Oh, sir, excuse me. Sir, excuse me. It's niggas in the ground in Florida, brother.
You
what are you talking
hoping them niggas. You want to be, but you haven't proved it.
What I don't do, I don't conjecture. I know based off of science, just science alone, right? Just science. That with evidence, I have evidence that Negroes were in America first. North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Period. A Negro culture here. It's been here. You can call it whatever.
Bro, if the Polynesians sailed over here, that don't mean
about
Negro. That's my thing.
Trying to give a descriptive term of the people who are here for this brother right here, and why we are saying this. I actually give us a human bone, a skeletal remains. Right, you're never gonna be able to do that because when you talk about Morocco, they're saying it's the oldest now that they redid it. They put 300,000 years on some. Now it's 340,000 years. It was 40,000 years. Okay, it's 340,000 years. A shoebox full of shards. You cannot reconstruct shards, sir. Two, anything else that you're talking about is a monkey concept. You're not talking about human things.
We're talking about bones, about craniology, all that.
6,000 years. Do you have anything 6,000 years? Like 4,000 years. Human bones.
Human bones. But we're going back to Morocco. We're going back to Southern Africa. We're going back to Ethiopia.
You're not going back nowhere because you're never going to find us no burial sites, no bones, no nothing, sir.
Nothing.
Well, what did they find? What type of bones did they find then? Were those mock bones or fake bones that they found in Morocco?
You're talking about Lucy, brother, millions of years. That's
you focus on Lucy. We talking about all the other bones. We talking about the human, not the kind of human bone, human bone.
I'm focused on Florida. I'm focused on America. I'm focused on restoring America away from the fake Christopher Columbus story. Now, I defy anybody. Christopher Columbus existed. I defy anybody. De La Casa existed. I defy anybody to pull up some Christopher Columbus diaries. I defy any of you niggas to prove any of the shit that y'all saying out your mouth. Please.
Y'all the ones that say Christopher Columbus seen niggas over. I don't get it. Y'all said Christopher Columbus said he seen niggas over here. Now you
I don't believe that nigga said he seen
what
space
story is
I don't believe nothing.
He's a legal fiction which gives the papacy the right to declare things.
On Lord of the Rings. What's that nigga on Lord of the Rings? My precious. That's Columbus. My precious nigga.
Facts.
Get the fuck out of here.
Facts.
Y'all can't use his journals about him and stuff that he went to the Queen where he said he seen so-called Negroes over here. Even though he described their hair looking like Chinese people.
Look, Cass. They needed an alibi. You understand? It's really simple, basic law. They needed an alibi, so they made a nigga up. And they made another nigga up to make up their made up nigga. It's called a non de plume, good sir.
but we have Spanish people here.
So they
So
had an
Spanish people and
imaginary
Portuguese people
person
had to.
come over and declare some shit that they already knew to exist because they were looking for
Hey,
the Book of Leaves, okay, which
hold on,
was
hold
our
on.
scrolls. Like
Real quick, y'all.
Go ahead.
I want you guys to address this right. Kimmy TV. Hey, so Kimmy might be on his way, y'all. As it's just levels to this, man. People are growing. So shout out to Kimmy TV, right? So he says like the people we call the first Americans, right, are the Negro Africans, right? He says the Negro Africans. Let's drop the Negro, right? But just say, or just drop the Africans. He says that left Africa and populated American land. With them, stone building culture similar to Kemet in Africa. Hold on, stop right there. Now, I don't know if Kemet has been paying attention to what we're saying. Okay, we have older Egyptian culture, or Kemetic culture, and more in the Americas. We have oldest
Facts.
mummifications in North America. We have the
If they
oldest
had
and the most shit here. Kemet, listen, pay attention. You have 132 structures in what is called, what you call it, Kemet. Okay, roughly what 3,000 to 4,000 years. So they say. But we know that they have added things to things and moved things and made things up. If you don't understand that, Kimmy, that what they have done and why they done it to foster their whole conspiracy of supremacy through science, math, technology, when it doesn't make sense when we had all this over here 10,000 years before them, at least. And we have created all the things that they're using in Germany, France, Spain, China, right? So I don't give a fuck if you make cars, beer, but it did not come from there. He said, well, horses come from Spain. Well, yeah, maybe the word. But y'all didn't put no goddamn horses on no goddamn boats and let millions of horses out here because we have the actual archaeology of actual different species in the ground that's about 50 to 60,000 years old. You have to account for that. You cannot tell us the stuff that you don't have no evidence when we have the evidence of human activity, human beings in the ground, human activity here, and just with logic, you know that it was only a certain type of people. So I'm gonna be like, well, what type of Negroes or what type of hair did they have? When you know about Lucy, you know about Naya, you know about, well, maybe not know about Kendrick Big Boy. You know what I'm saying? You don't know about these things. You don't know about the people. These are some of the oldest skeletal remains that they are allowed to get out. But imagine about all the ones that are 9,000 years old, 10,000 years old, 7, 6, 4. It's so many skeletal remains of niggas here, and they are telling me these are Negro measurements. Period.
How about
and
the
they're
Chinchurro
matching them
mummies?
with our measurements here. Our measurements. They know specifically who we are, Cass. Period. By names.
They
know
took
we were the original.
Know who we are, bro.
Cass, they took our names. They took our names and
bring
told us
Johnson here.
they
didn't bring Jackson here. They didn't bring Washington here. It's the blackest name in America. They did not bring Washington here. It's just to America. Now, when you
hell,
ask,
man, they didn't bring names like Ulysses and Pompey and Magnus here. Okay, they didn't bring names like Brutus and Julius here. These are names from here.
Cass, check this out, right? When you say that when we speak in our language, right? So Washington is the nation capital, correct?
Right.
Well, it was translated from Washita. You heard of Washita, right?
Right.
You heard of
You
Washita,
send them out.
right?
Yeah, I know about the Washita, chicken stuff.
But no, I'm saying, Washita, Washington comes from Washita. You understand?
Nah, Washington is English, bro.
Listen.
I can see how it sounds the same, but
they're as English as peas, my nigga.
Listen closely, Cass. Ain't never touched nothing wrong, brother. Washington. Is a translation from Washita. You
No,
understand
I
what
don't
I'm
believe
saying?
that.
Okay. And Washita is a translation from a Choctaw word, Washita, which is still Romanized, and it's really hard, y'all, to even communicate. I think we just got to like just meditate and just like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, because
it's really hard because
Washington,
you
you
think
know,
the
because
way they
you
want you to think in the words that they're saying. But listen, Cass, Washington comes from Washita. Washita comes from Washita. Washita.
so we know the
Okay.
English.
So wait.
We
Washita is an indigenous language here. You understand? Just like when they translated to Washington, they made you believe it came from English. Okay.
yeah,
There's
but
no such
George
thing as
Washington was a straight up cracker, bro. So a slave owning
Look,
cracker.
man. Look, Cass. Let me give you another key. So William the Orange, or William of Orange, of the House of Orange, okay, like, or the House of Grange, I should say, like the House of L'Orange, okay, Loire, okay. This like it's not what you think, man.
yo, Kimmy, you tripping.
Washington coming from Washington. That's that's a stretch, G. You know that's a stretch.
I don't
No. Comes from the word Washita.
know why he's just not listening. He ain't like I'm
Like, you
saying
got to
next.
go back to the beginning. Don't take the latest definition. You have to go back to the beginning. That's the
Hold
point
on,
of
but Cass
etymology,
though,
my brother.
when you look
Is so
this
that
up,
like
right?
like
When you look this up, would you say that would Washington would be a native tongue here, brother? If that's proven to be true, what I just said, would
Washington.
Washington
So
be our native
Washington was
tongue?
a Washington. So was Washington George Washington a Washita black man?
Absolutely,
bruh.
brother.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on,
Hence the
bro.
mythology
Slave
of the
owning Washington.
hence the mythology of the Washita Moors in Washington cutting the cherry tree.
Thank you.
You
And the
understand? Like, what is the cherry
Redskins,
tree?
the
Like,
Washington Redskins, brother. Hey, listen, Cass, did you know that Washington? They said that 90 it is the blackest name. That's what they said. That most that 90% of the people who have that surname Washington are African American. Did you know that?
Yeah, black folks got the name Smith too, but we know Smith exists in England. You know motherfuckers with that name. I
well,
mean,
yeah, but
a
see, the
Smith could be a
English,
person that
the
applied to
original,
a craft, making a craft.
yeah, but once again, the original English were taken over by William of Orange, what we would today call a Jew, and he was the right hand man of William the Conqueror, who was conquering all of the swarthy houses of Europe, the nobles, for the purpose, the express purpose of creating what we now call the census for the purpose of personal taxation based on profit alone. This is the beginning of the fiscal caste system, my nigga. Like I said, it's levels to this shit. It's based off the farming system, and this cryptocurrency and all cryptology, cryptozoology is based off of us. Crypto means hidden or obfuscated. Crypto means us. You're in
The
the
crypto,
positive when you're in the black. Crypto means hidden. It's not, see, the people that call themselves crypto Jews also cryptized our history and gave us Crips and Bloods.
right?
So why is it that Sparta and Greece are red and blue? And then later, all of Greece or Phoenicia is blue, and Rome or the original Etruscan people are all red. And by the way, they wore leopard skins, the originals. Leopards come from here. You wouldn't have even had leopards over there then. So that's how you know. And then if you do your research about here in California, where I'm at, you learn about the settlement of Calelus, where giraffes and zebras and all kinds of shit were brought back to there from here as gifts. You know, I mean, the French kings always had a penchant for pineapple. Why do they call it a pineapple? because it's an apple that comes from the land of pines.
So
if you get into all your religious shit, then you understand the significance of that, and not just in the Yiddish tradition, which is the modern bullshit European, but also in supposed Kemet, with the corn being brought out of Anubis as he's resurrected.
Some corn.
Yeah, that's the origin of the pagan Christmas tree. Yule tide.
Is that right?
Like, yeah, this shit is deep, man. This shit is deep. There are levels to it.
So Cass, back to the Washington thing, right? I was figured you have went and seen that by now. Let's just say you haven't, right? Back to my question: if Washington indeed is indigenous to this land, then that would mean that if you ask me to speak my language and I say Washington, and I say which is the nation capital, and I can even take it a little further and say Washita to Washita, right? And wouldn't I be speaking my native tongue though, brother? Hey, I love beating these guys up. I really do.
Well, I mean, it's really simple. If all of the languages from Al-Andalus, and Spain, and what was his name? What was his name? The last Moor to give up his stronghold in. I just remember his last name was Gibraltar, which is where they got the name for the Strait of Gibraltar.
Facts.
I can't remember his full name. I want to say what is it? Ibn al-Abbas, Ibn al-Abbas, Ibn Rashid, Ibn.
When I was a kid,
something.
DJ, you know what's crazy, right? When I was a kid, I couldn't understand this, you guys. As far as when it came to Arabic, you know what I'm saying, and Elohim from the Shalom situation.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand how they had El in Latin America, El this, El that, El Gato, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never could understand it, and you know what I'm saying. And then it was like, you see Jesus spelled out right away, and they'd be like, no, it's Jesus. I'm like, what? I'm a kid. I'm so confused. I'm like, but how's your name Jesus? And you say, no, it's Jesus, right? So
exactly.
You start the how they play these games. So if you see a guy right now that looks like a Mexican or something, right, or modern day Mexican, and he has Jesus, you say, hey, Jesus. He say, no, my name is Jesus. You'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly.
Like, I don't speak Spanish. I don't speak Spanish.
Well, not to mention the fact that Jesus is the Borgia Pope's son.
Shit. So
let's just keep it 100 right now. You mentioned earlier the Borgia Pope cast. Well, his son.
They don't fuck with Mary's son. What do they call Mary's son? They don't call him fucking Jesus.
No.
What do y'all call him? Who knows this, y'all? What the fuck do y'all call Jesus?
Right.
He has to have a name.
Right.
Come on, y'all. Y'all playing games over here. So wait a minute. So he'll just be Jesus? No. He's Jesus. I'm Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Well, and how do you spell the sun in Algonquin?
Give me the line. Helios.
Is it or is it in Algonquin? It would be Jeeecis.
I was terrible in spelling bee.
Well, this would. I mean, Jesus is Jeeecis in Algonquin.
So what the hell do Mexican people or people who speak Spanish call Jesus? My question is that. And see, that don't make sense.
Well,
so
but I mean, but if you apply phonetics to it, then you have to break it down with syllables, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be Jesus.
Jesus. Man, Ricardo D, what up, though? He said y'all too far over his head. Y'all might have. Oh, yeah. Wait, did he leave? Chuck Rain, what up, though?
I don't think so. Although I got some weird feedback. Maybe his shit is getting fucked with.
He just go and come back if he has a problem. Yeah, Tuscaloosa Sachum History. What's up? Oh, CO, man. Peace to you guys, man. Tapping in. Hey, man.
Oh, Tuscaloosa Chemistry. That's a dope name.
Yeah. Sachum. Yeah, well, yeah. Sachum is chemistry. Yeah, that's what's up. Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
Mic check, mic check.
Double entendre. I love it. Actually, that would be 3. That would be a triple entendre. Also interesting that they call, they call the elephant's horn a tusk, right? And then we have the Tuscaloosa. You know, this shit is not by accident. Shit, Chief having problems.
I'm back. So he got his cash. You're unmuted. What's up, man? You okay? You good? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay. Cass, he might be looking stuff up, so we're gonna give him some time to look stuff up. And you know, we might get somewhere after all with this guy.
I hope so. Because we're saying the same shit. It's just, you gotta like throw away your thought process and just look at it without emotion and without any of your opinions from the past. You just gotta look at the words of what they're saying with no attachment to it. And then it's like, oh, well, they said supposedly and they said probably. And it said it's a theory or a hypothesis. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's nothing, no source material, nothing to back it up. It's pure conjecture. You know, and then it tongue twists you, taking you all over the fucking place. You know, that's the whole point of the out of Africa theory, is to take us off the out of America theory. You know, ex uno multis is Latin for out of many, or out of one many. You understand? Like, we spread from here. Our motto is ex uno multis. It is not e pluribus unum. That is someone else's motto. You understand? Ex uno multis. Out of many, one is not us. That's them. And the proof is in the pudding, in the way they have to war with each other in order for them to get anywhere. Bust each other over the head, and then, in the next 6 months, Russia and Ukraine are gonna be holding hands and skipping, playing at the UN and shit.
Oh no!
Shit is all a stage, man. It's all a fucking stage.
That's fact.
all of the leaders are all from the same house. You understand? They're all from the same house. This is one house we're dealing with. This isn't all of them, and this one house has given people given names or subsidiaries under them. This is like this is like a hydra. Is where they get the concept of the family tree. You know, they take it from our linguistic continuum. They have a lingua franca. We have a lingua continuum. Meaning we're always coming up with new words, just like we do now. You know?
Right. So, yeah. So, man, shout out to the smartest chat room on the planet, man. You guys are super smart, man. I mean, bro, like this is, you know, at this point, I don't know, like, you know, just even from the Vespucci character, all these things are just debunked, right? And they create these things and and they attach them to, you know, a story like the one guy, like what, like Ponce is really crazy.
That
You know,
is beyond. Oh, hey, Kemet TV. Like a fringe ideology. Like, where does a fringe come from? What do you use fringe for? Nigga, you need to get a glass of water. Let me just give you a hint. You need to get a glass of water, okay? Because
yeah, we
all
gotta
of this
address that.
social Darwinism has done nothing but prove the out of America truth. They disproved the out of Africa theory, and they've proven the out of America truth.
Hey,
You
Kemet, you
understand?
know what came out of America? Corn, electricity,
All of it.
cars,
Listen,
refrigeration,
you think they sank the
airplanes,
transatlantic cable,
boats,
and you think they they built the
zero.
transatlantic railroad in 7 years with immigrants who don't speak the same language and children? Or do you think they merely unburied what was already there?
Geometry. I can go on and on and on and on and on and the things that came out of America. Just let us know what came out of Africa. Just let us know what came out of Africa.
The pick.
Hey, can anybody tell us what came out of Africa?
Zebras, giraffes, horses, elephants, bears, lions, tigers, dogs.
Hey, no, punts. Okay, we got to fuck with Ponce. Ponce is that really pushing P, right? Pimping. Ponce is a pimp. So literally the definition of Ponce is a pimp. Pimp of Leon. Like, yeah. So Ponce de Leon was the pimp of
Leon. Not
of
to
Leon.
be confused with Orleans, but Leon.
Leon.
Yeah.
That nigga was a pimp.
Straight
a house.
Up.
He
It's
comes
what
from
the
a
word.
house of pimp.
Well, yeah, but I
Ponce,
mean,
house of pimp. It's pimp.
Yep. But check
House
it.
of pimps.
It goes even deeper.
Deeper. Think about it. A motherfucker that want to sit back and watch other people build his land and do stuff. He just want to sit back and just work off other people's stuff.
Right.
Take other people's shit. That's the whole concept of Ponce. Like Ponce.
Yep.
Like that's Ponzi scheme. They take other people's shit, do it. That's where they get them from.
A pretentious, affected,
Sheesh.
or effete man. Effete being Galatian for feet. Feet, a gay man.
Oh wow.
A man who lives off a prostitute's earnings. Capiche? A pimp. A pretentious, affected, or effete man, or gay man who lives off of a prostitute's earning is a ponce. Now, if you look at the etymology of the word queen, a queen is a prostitute or a whore. A woman who gives no just respect. This is also, you know, if you look into it, it's also the origin of Ponzi scheme.
Facts.
You know, ponce. Also, it's not to be let go that it probably comes from the plural pounce or to pounce. You know, like like specific people are known to do. and certain creatures, you know, like the leopards that Napoleon's golden standard eagle bearers wore.
Hold on. Hey, Kemet, you still haven't gave us anything that came out of Africa, sir. Like, I think that's really interesting. If you believe in the out of Africa hypothesis as being a fact, and we're talking about civilization coming out of, we're not saying man came out of, all man came out of America. We're not saying that. We're saying we sprung from this land. We're saying that we are Tanchans of this land. We said that what you're calling Kemetic culture comes from America, sir. What you call, what you guys are calling math and science and language and all this other stuff comes from America. Period. What we're saying out of America, we're saying civilization comes from out of America. We're saying greatness comes from out of America. Press go. Hey man, you guys are tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. You already know, man, this team over here is just super stupid. This guy right here, this guy might be rookie of the year, you guys. I don't know. The DJ is this fucking. Sheesh. Hey, he was a first round draft pick. I got just a lottery pick, you guys. I just want to let you guys know that. Like, he's not Googling shit either. We don't do that over here. Like, we really know our shit, and really, this is what we do, right? So we don't have to sit up there and be like, I have to make a book about it or a documentary next week. I get clearance on.
I can't. I remember as we get into shit. I remember as Cass brought points up, he brought shit up in my brain.
But that part, man, it goes into the mental Rolodexes, and we just be pulling that shit out. Hey, so that's why it's the importance of these guys like Cass and guys, because we gotta dispel anything. Like, he's still fucked over with that Washington. That fucks him up.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like, our enemies really want us to catch them, because look, if you're gonna be someone's nemesis, what is the point of wiping out your nemesis? You no longer have anyone to compare, contrast, or compete with.
Interesting concept. Like that's what Seth said. He said he likes to see a good war.
You know, but see, war doesn't always have to be a physical war. It can be financial, or it can be spiritual. I say we don't need a revolution or a World War III. What we need is we need the real Renaissance that this historical whitewashing of the Inquisition took from everybody everywhere. Because we were in the process of a Renaissance before all these rude fuckers interrupted us. You understand? Like, humanity was going somewhere before these fuckwads interrupted us. I'm just trying to get us all back to where we were headed. Fuck what they talking about.
True.
You know, I don't care what you call yourself. I'm here for the truth. We need to get to the fucking root of this fuckery, because, like I said, this whole realm depends on us to straighten this shit out. Right. They've been lying so long, ain't nobody else gonna figure it out. We're the only ones motivated enough, because our heritage is wrapped up in this. It's not about money. It's not about identity. It's not about politics. You know, identity politics. It's not about fame or accolades. This is our heritage we're coming for. We don't need to claim all of these buildings, but we damn sure need to put respect on our names and our ancestors' names.
And hurry up.
You know, out to and y'all need to teach the fucking truth yesteryear.
That's a fact. To these babies in these schools ASAP.
These babies deserve the truth. I don't give a fuck whose baby it is. They deserve the goddamn truth.
Facts. Everybody needs this truth. But you know what's so crazy, right? Pictures are 1,000 words, you guys, and that's the big part about it, man. You know, being able to go get primary things as well, as close to the source as possible. And I think that's, as well as writings or speeches, or, you know, you have to cross-reference stuff. You can't, there's a lot of these people that say, oh, Christopher Columbus did this, or he wrote this, and he said he did all this, but then they don't have no evidence of it. You can't allow people to say, hey, they had sex farms. Last time I checked, have 20 children, you had to do a lot of fucking. Sorry,
Straight
motherfuckers
up.
didn't have birth control.
Constant.
Right. I mean, come on, you guys. Like, what are we doing here? And a man, land and children is wealth. That's wealth.
Facts. They call it
That's
paganism,
wealth.
but that's real wealth, real power,
That's
because
wealth.
you don't owe anybody anything. You
It's
reap what you
wealth.
sow from the earth.
It's dynasty. Keeping your family together. That's a dynasty.
Mm-hmm. A dynasty with
It's
a
hard
legacy.
to keep sons from going their separate ways and fighting and want to leave and do all this stuff. Imagine that, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, y'all got to think about it. What we talking about? We talking about family squabbles and over even sometimes even over finances. Family squabbled over women. Like that's jealousy. I want to be the one next. I want to do this. All type of stuff happening. You guys to create these things, but these people came in and used our differences against us because we allowed them in. We brought the frozen snake in, loved on it, thawed it out, fed it, got it strong, and then bitching your ass. And you guys start biting other people, and it's just an effect of dumbness, and fear, and all these things. I can make these movies and show these effects, and even in the movies showing people who are literally Sicilian and literally, mixed breeded people, but you put this image in people's heads. Even when you talk about Moses and Ben-Hur and fucking showing depictions of Charleston Heston and them and Elizabeth Taylor, these things are psychological damaging to people. Still to this day, people still believe Cleopatra was a white lady.
Mm-hmm. Who is Satilla or Saint Illa? Yeah,
I'm not sure about that one.
It's Cleopatra, the real Cleopatra. Look it up. I mean, not
Well,
you now, but the chat. Look into it.
Well, I
Especially
definitely
you,
pulled
Cass.
up the original depictions of her. She's definitely Afro, a Nubian. We're gonna say that she's a Nubian. And even when you say, but because people believe that the Macedonians look like Angela Jolie and what's the guy name? Colin Firth. They believe
that's
your
a
head,
hijack.
your brain believes that Brad Pitt is Achilles. Your brain believes this.
It's like, nah, nigga, I'm Achilles.
Yeah, that
Ask
fucking.
Chief. I can fight better than him.
Satilla
or Saint Illa, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with terminology.
Not to be confused with Attila the Hun. Whole other ball of wax for another time.
Terrible. I'm still waiting on Kemet TV to tell us something that came out of Africa besides monkey people. Like, seriously, this is a real conversation, yo. Like, don't stop telling us about Africa being being out of America as being pseudo, because we came out of America. Hip hop came out of America. You trying to take credit for jazz came out of America. Country came out of America.
Coffee, chocolate, cocaine.
I mean, come on, bro. Like, what are you doing? What's happening? You still ain't telling me one thing that came out of Africa. Not to be disrespectful to nobody out of Africa that's from the continent of so-called Africa, right?
Precisely.
Not to be disrespectful, but you guys can chime in and let us know what we are using in America that came from Africa. Don't tell me cell phones and minerals that they're using for cell phones and stuff. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Khalil, I'm still waiting, brother. Like, see what I'm saying? How you shut these people down? Kemet. Africa does not go along with Kemet. Al-Kabalon goes with Kemet, but then you got to tell me where does Al-Kabalon come from? What language is that? What tribe in Africa speaks Al-Kabalonian? You got to tell us, bro. Y'all are in trouble. When I say trouble, when I say DNA was the last thing y'all had, remember, we've already destroyed Kemet. And I'm not saying I'm Chief Holiday and I single-handedly destroyed the Pan-African and the Kemet paradigm. Stop it. Any nigga that talk like that is a fool. A whole
Facts.
fool.
It takes us
Damn, son, you
all
the
to
whole
figure this
goddamn
shit
fool.
out.
Facts. And
Ain't
there's a
no
lot of
one.
frequencies that need to be that needed to get out. My frequency, everybody's not gonna be tuned in to me. You know what I'm saying? I concede that. Some of you guys are just tender. You know what I mean? Or you might not like my smooth, chocolatey voice. Whatever the case may be.
Shit.
Some people might just like the fact that I have the audacity to beat my motherfucking chest. Well, I'm gonna beat this bitch till I can't beat the breath out this bitch. I ain't never gonna allow these people to ever put me on my knees, you know? So y'all can forget about that. It's death over dishonesty, death over dishonor, death over debacle.
Ex uno multis, man. Ex uno multis.
Facts. Keep that in the back of your mind, Kemet. Kemet, I'm still waiting. Still waiting, brother. Al-Kabalonians. Who speaks Al-Kabalonian over there, brother? And we're gonna have to beat that up too. I'm just tired of beating y'all up. Not that because we doing this because we love you. You know what I mean? We want y'all to stop the foolishness. Because I know for a fact that you're not from Kemet. I know for a fact that you're not from Kemet. For a fact that you are not from Kemet, sir. And you
I
don't
also
have no
know you're not dumb. I heard you speak. I know you're not dumb. Which means once you fall out of your paradigm of belief, you're gonna see what we're saying, and you'll probably be bringing shit we ain't never heard of. That's how it works. The shit that had probably been right in front of you this whole time. There's a whole story right in front of you that you just can't see because you don't believe that anything other than what you believe could be real.
So here's the problem, right? When he talks about these instruments that come from the continent of Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
All he had to do was be like, hey, this drum set, this actual flute, blah, 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 blah. See, you're not going to be able to do that, brother. You're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
last time I checked,
a Congo is not a conga. You know what I'm saying? Like, man.
I mean, what the hell is going on, man?
And a conga is not named after a Congolese person. Like this, it's just.
Congo, like, come on, that's once again 20th century. I mean, y'all, this is
constructs. You know,
this is
all
this is so crazy. Hey, y'all, like, see the young God in the building. Consciousness History 101 is in the building. Piece of the God, man. And y'all, this is really crazy to me, man. I can't. I know Cass is fucked up over here. It should not take him that long for this Washington thing. Anybody else that's listening out there that asks us what's our native tongue, and when we tell you we're speaking our native tongue, that has just been translated to this right here now. This is new. This is 1800 new. Then wasn't really applied to 100 years after it was created, because people wasn't. What I want to say, like, you know, if you're speaking something else, when somebody's trying to apply a new language to you, you're speaking a whole new language. Guess what they use to apply it to us? They use the Bible to apply it to us. That's why people got biblical names and all these other things, you know. But once again, they didn't bring nothing to us. Our names, our surnames, our language, nothing. Everything was hijacked. Everything. That's just that's all I can tell you. I don't even
mean,
know a so-called
yeah.
African jazz musician. I don't even know that don't even exist. Like, come on, bro. Like, don't do that. Like once again, that's taking accomplishments and taking stuff away from our people. And you be like, yo, this tribe right here, or these people right here built this, invented this, blah blah blah. Then we can say that. You're not gonna be able to do that, but we can literally show you that here in America, bro. Show you the oldest drums that I found are in Peru. You're like, war drums. Well, the best drummers are Americans. My bad. I'm sorry, you guys are Americans.
Facts. We got an ear
But
for it that no one else has.
it's the best drummers in America. Now you have some cold drummers. I met some from Guinea, a New Guinea.
Shit, man.
Shout out to
Most Europeans didn't even fucking hear jazz or know about it until World War II, when our bands were over there playing.
right. We took it over there. We took shit over
Yeah,
there.
we cheered their
Oh, bro,
fucking
you
asses
know,
up in the middle of their bullshit. Literally.
Cash, you still there? You all right?
Yeah, I had dozed off, man. I was
Wow.
listening to y'all, but I was dozing off and stuff like that. But I'm gonna tap back in, man, on the next show or whatever.
What?
Right
What?
on,
My
bro.
question though. Did you look up the Washington thing by any chance? You didn't get to do that.
No, I didn't get a chance to. Yeah, because I can't. With my phone, it won't. That's why I can never show like a source or something like that on there because it won't let me click over. If I try to click over while I'm on the phone, then it just logs me out.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I need to get my computer. That's why I need to get my computer and everything hooked up.
I dig
All
it,
right,
man.
bro. Well, it
Yeah.
was good building with you tonight, man. You wasn't too. I think you must have seen something that piqued your interest earlier, man. We'll definitely go back
Oh yeah,
and fact check anything that we talking about, anything that we
Please
presented
do.
today. Yeah, fact check them too as well. Fact check anything that somebody
Exactly.
give you, because once again,
right.
Like
this is
Yeah,
how
cross
so
they fight.
reference that shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I try to
cross
do.
reference.
Cross reference all my sources, bro. Most definitely, and that's for
Hey,
anybody.
so
Cross reference.
but next time we build
And
though, man,
then
we're gonna have a build with the Pan Africans of how we can what things that we could build, what we have in common. Once again, most of y'all are American Aborigines. Y'all just think y'all think y'all from Zimbabwe or something. That's all. It's okay. We're gonna get y'all right.
And two, peace, brothers.
All right, my Bantu brother.
All right, peace.
all right,
My
man.
Fulani brother. You Fulani,
Peace.
that's right. Fulani.
Oh yeah, Fulani all day.
Fulani. All right, Cash. All right,
Peace.
man.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. It's been a good build, man. Been moving it around a little bit. He's still talking about jazz in there. Well, sir, we reject that deposit.
Look on the Bonham Park murals, nigga. Come on.
No. He said they got some graffiti over there with some horns. So he's
Uh-huh.
like, that's the same. That means that they created jazz because they got some
Nah.
horns.
Just cause you got some graffiti doesn't mean nothing, bro. Like, come on.
Nigga, that was a band that was traveling the world. They went over to Africa. They was on tour in Africa from America. Think about it. You
like
can't
the
tell me.
like the like
I,
the
I
musical
can
Harlem
interpret it however I want to
Globetrotters.
interpret it. Yeah, same way. Niggas was like, man, they booked their ass over there. They went over there, nigga. They had fun. You
Well,
know what I mean?
that there's a Phoenician link in the Brazil area, and the Phoenicians were the ones that brought the music box, but they had
Mm.
automated music boxes. So somebody would turn the handle and it would play a different tune, and then you would get your guitar, which is the old version of the modern guitar after it went through the transitions of being a lute, and when drums were outlawed in the Americas in the 1800s, we invented the banjo. So, don't tell me a banjo and harmonicas is anyone else's shit. Also, these people brought the bagpipe, They brought the shell horn. You know, I mean, like, come on, man. It's nah, nah. They brought the plow, the sickle, fucking. You know, they brought
Cotton gin,
cotton. Like, it's like, damn, man.
the engine.
Yep. The freezer. You know, the dryer. All the useful shit we use. The CPU, the central processing unit. You wouldn't have a central processing unit without us. The
Right.
microprocessor that runs that central processing unit was invented by us.
The fucking binary code.
The binary code is the fucking Mayan numerical system of 0 through 9. You only come up with the concept of 0 when you have lived a profound amount of peace and have a ridiculous amount of wisdom and understanding and overstanding of your surroundings, and there's no war. See, the concept of 0 comes from farming and living in sync with nature long enough to be able to predict next year's crop. Also, you know, the use of the Mayan calendar, if you look into it, the Mayan calendar is an astrolabe as well as a calendar. So it gives you the ability to create rough calculations. It gives you the ability to track your location via the stars, to track the stars via your location, to tell the date, the time, as well as your personal astrology are all connected. And if you ask me, I can't prove it, not yet, but if you ask me, it's also a model of reality,
Mm.
the model
Well,
of the world we live on.
Kemet TV. What you're talking about has nothing to do with the etymology as well as the translation of the word Washington and what's the origin of the word Washington. It has nothing to do with somebody calling the Washita or the Washita Moors, just like the Lenape Moors, or just this is just a descriptive term, dark people, brother.
Facts.
Okay, like come on, fam. Like don't like Kemet. It's just another. Like it's just another term of descriptive term of people, but you're never gonna find you're never ever 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 gonna find any people that call themselves Cometians, that they were from Kemet. Matter of fact, you're not gonna find no human being even today that say they're from Kemet. How about that?
Facts.
Let's do that.
But
You're not from
you
Kemet.
will find Terra Preta, which means Black Earth. And it comes from here, and the entire rainforest, which accounts for 60% roughly of the world's oxygen, comes from it. You're welcome. You're welcome,
Yeah.
everybody. Really, truly, you're fucking welcome.
Yeah. Hey man, press go. It's gonna be trouble. Gonna be trouble. It's gonna be trouble, y'all. That's all I gotta say, man. Hey man, like I said, if you got information, like Kemet, like we're here to build, man. If you got something that you can talk about, but translations of words have nothing to do with fringe ideology, my brother.
Exactly. It's a
What are you
whole other,
talking about?
like, you know.
I used to think Washington came from England too, until I researched the language in England and then found out that they were speaking Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Yep, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They wasn't speaking English, so I was like, wow. So then I came back to America and was like, what happened? And the whole time I'm talking about Washita and Washita, not knowing that it's Washington. Like it's right under your nose, under your feet, my brother. My brother. So, I mean, come on, fam. What are we doing, yo? What's happening? Oh man, it's all bad. I said, wait a minute.
Aegyptus. It's not Egypt or Egypt. Okay, Kemet. It's Aegyptus. Like for example, the number is Tretikap. It's not 13 colonies. It's Tretikap. Okay, like come on, man, come on. It's Aegyptus. Aegyptus is a what you would call a perversion, just like Kemet.
That still ain't got nothing to do with they call no area that. Like, no, brother. Remember they writing things back into time period. Oh, this is Egypt now, and this is what the Greeks called it. Like, well, no, bro, you can't do that. You have no linguistic tribes calling themselves nothing what you're talking about. Don't go back to Egypt when we're talking about Kemet. Because last time I
Exactly.
checked, Kemet's supposed to be older than Egypt. Al-Kabbalah is
Exactly.
supposed to be older than Africa. Don't go backwards, sir. And then we got to beat that up. Let's don't do that. Go back to Kemet. Find the tribe
Yeah.
in North anything. Matter of fact, on the planet, that find anybody that says they're Kemetics. Anybody,
Seriously.
brother. Anybody.
Like don't really though, please
One
don't make me
person.
get it. Please don't make me have to crack
Just
open the
one
Kabbalah.
person, brother.
Guys,
It's
seriously.
it's too late. It's too late for this. We don't want no more
You know?
blood shed tonight, guys. It was a murder. Shit. Matter of fact, man, we gotta get some murder up in here. Can we get re-murdered? And we go. Yeah, this the last thing. Let's get some re-murdered up in here. It's a capital
Look,
murder,
man.
man.
It's
We
the
murdered.
purple flag of truce, okay?
Shit.
Like
This is a
just let it
murder
go.
tonight.
Just let it go.
Fuck.
It's all right.
It's a capital murder. Like, it's a movie. Sorry, my nigga. Oh, my bad, y'all. Sorry. Keeping y'all so late tonight.
Now y'all know why I live in the woods by myself.
Maybe I seen Epic Studies and I think I missed it earlier. Shout out to Epic Studies, man. Let me see if anybody trying to come up here. Hey, yeah, let's get some re-murdered up in here if we can. He's still awake. Somebody playing. But yeah, man, super funny. Let's see, hold on a second.
Rude, the Duke of the Great Lakes. What's good, man? Reality is like television. Like when you know the truth, how do I say this? More picture in picture overstandings make sense to you. Like inside without words.
Y'all know me, man. we fuck around. We're going like, especially when we get into the information, man. It's you know, it
You have
gets
to like I feel like people really got to get into meditation, man, because it's like I don't feel like I would have ever gotten past my own cognitive dissonance without it. You know, and I don't mean meditation as in like sit and meditate like everybody else. I mean to study and then take the time to relax your body and your mind and just lightly let the idea of what you're thinking sit there and let it grow. You see what I'm saying? Trust yourself and trust your mind to be able to connect all the dots, because without that, you're not going to get it.
interesting.
Not in a, you know, not in a, not in a, not in a, you know, not in the kind of time frame you really want. You know, I mean, if I'm gonna keep it real with you, I used to meditate on all of this shit before I knew a quarter of this. And the consequence of that was I got really depressed, and I didn't do any research or anything. And then I had a Kundalini rising on my 33rd birthday at 3:33 in the morning. So, you know, it's all about frequency.
Mm-hmm.
You know, am I saying I attained Christ consciousness? Probably not. Considering, you know, I ain't Zeus. But you know, I'm definitely one of the guardians of the gate. I would say that.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Definitely a night of the round table, my brother.
Yes, sir.
And even those concepts, man, they love just taking shit. Yeah, this is really
Right?
interesting. It's really interesting. But once again, you know, and then make movies about it. King
Hey,
Arthur and all the other guys, and be like,
hey, check it.
wow,
Check it, bro. What is a round table on a battlefield? A
round
wheel.
table,
A
right?
wheel.
I was thinking the medicine wheel. Yeah.
Yeah, same shit. Medicine wheel. See, the Slavs burn the wheel. They show you that that's ours. Just like they burned the cross. They show you that that's ours. They burn our shit.
Um,
And then they put their shit up in our place because the totem pole is Slavic. When their first king became a Christian, he cut down the totem poles. And we got totem poles all over America. That ain't our shit. That's Slavic. Just like the necktie. There's some Slavic shit too.
Big dog, Philly OG in the building, piece of the guy. I see the assassin in the building. These guys. That's what's up, man. Shout out to Yos. Louis Luck is in the building. He's king. Shout out to Kemet, man. Kemet, once again, man, you guys kind of, you know, prove our point. When we're talking about some of these things, like, there's no reason for us to accept things that can't be proven, period. Especially, you know, now when they have a whole holiday, right, behind Christopher Columbus, right, with no evidence of, how about this? The evidence that they have is just all negative of the things he done. So why would this be a holiday other than
Facts.
to oppress, some people? Because it shouldn't make nobody feel good. Why would anybody feel good about the weakest holiday ever? Like, it's the weakest holiday ever, right?
Yeah.
But people are feeling a way about it and have been fed these stories, right? Whether they right 100% or somewhat, you know what I mean? People still are affected by them today. See what I'm saying? Then Biden would turn around and be like, well, we understand what you guys, we'll have a ceremonial Indigenous People Day, right? But we're going to still recognize Columbus. Who cares?
It's like, nah. See, as I've studied, those shell mounds are part of the key, because as I've studied, my understanding of those shell middens is those are devotions to our women, which is where they get the concept of Venus in the shell, and Venus, you know, being love, you know. So get what I'm saying? Like, that's our shit. That's not them.
I understand. We get some music. We're gonna start winding this down, you guys. That little
Also, something
primate just
interesting
jumped
I
on my back.
found. Something
What's
interesting I found recently. is the if you look at the layout of the planets, and then you look at the layout of the Caribbean islands from the position of standing in Suriname, looking towards Britain, those islands line up with the planets.
Interesting. For me, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one, brother. I might have to look into that one.
Yeah, just look at it.
I don't necessarily believe in planets and outer space, and
me either. If anything, it's
so
like
it's
interdimensional things that are here that we just can't see, because
right.
like some truths, we are nescient. We're completely unaware it exists. It's like when your homie gets a new car and suddenly you notice that fucking car everywhere, but you never saw one of them motherfuckers your whole life before.
My point is, why is it dark in space? Why is it dark and cold in space? Why is it dark and cold in space?
Because we live reality as we conceptualize it is what astrophysicists call a event horizon. Each of us is experiencing our own version of consciousness witnessing itself through an event horizon, where everything beyond our scope of view also being corporeal belief of this realm, is invisible. It's in a black space. That's the whole premise behind 0 Point Energy, which is the name that I picked. DJ 0 Point Energy. The space between, the blackness between, that holds everything together. Reality is like a handful of marbles, right? But we are the space between the marbles and the hand. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Shit. Hey, man, appreciate everybody. Yeah, man, that's weird. I mean, everything is just weird, Joe. Like, it's always reinforcing energy, currency, just everything sucks. You know what I mean? Real talk sucks to me. Yeah, man, like I said, I want to appreciate everybody, man, that tap in, man. All the builders, onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. And anybody looking for opportunities, cheapholiday@gmail.com. Tap in, man. Let's get to work. Let's get the building America back up, man. Like I said, let's get empowered, man. Let's work. So we got a lot of work to do. A lot of work, man. A lot of work. So what we're gonna do, get a couple hours sleep, get up, get right back to work. You know what I'm saying? Once again, today's Saturday. Oh, we had a good time. It's Friday night. You know, you guys could have been at the club or something. You guys are here kicking it with us on some nerds. Y'all some whole nerds, man. Y'all could have been outside somewhere. Y'all some nerds listening to some niggas talk about Christopher Columbus. Get out of here. Like, we are some real nerds. I thought we was the only nerds. You guys are nerds too. Shout out to all the nerds out there, man.
Seriously. Well, you know, we were all scholars before we were playing with dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's what's up, man. Yeah, man. Like I said, anybody want to come on, man? Let me see. Well, you know. DJ, you know, anything else you want to say before we get out of here, man?
Other than Grand Rising, and have a grand rest to everybody who's going the other way. And thanks for having me, Chief.
Man, thank you, man, for all the hard work, man, and research, dedication, man. You could have just said, fuck all that. You know what I mean? You ain't have
It's
to,
true.
you know, you could use your gifts and
I could be
intelligence.
benefiting from all of
uh,
this, but I don't want
Well,
to.
or
I want
hurting other
everyone.
people as well.
Well, see,
You
but
know, you
by
could
bringing
look
everyone
on the
else into
fault, the
this
other side.
knowledge, I benefit. You know what I mean? Because
Facts.
I actually get to have conversations with people about real shit in a real world, not an imaginary place where everyone has imaginary friends to give all their bullshit all day to, you know?
That's a fact.
So
TNT.
I'm just putting out what I want to receive from the world. And in my opinion, no one has the right to ask anyone for some shit they aren't willing to give freely without expectation.
That's right. Yeah, man. It's Friday night, man. Some of
So
us are
yeah.
homebodies. Do shit. Don't do much. Our realized TVs in the building. They just woke up. Grand Rising.
What's good, Realize? Grand Rising, brother.
Yeah, you guys missed.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wind it back, brother. It's good though.
That's
You
the
can have a
dope
good
bill.
day.
Another classic bill, man. You guys already know another barn burner. Yeah. Yeah, man, we didn't get on Ponce de Leon head and his encounter with the. We could rap a taste about it real fast though. His encounter, so-called encounter. Once again, I gotta say, there's no actual authentic records of this guy ever existing as well. The pimp of De Leon.
Facts. It's the ghost of De Leon's pimp.
The ghost of De Leon's pimp. Yeah,
You know, anyone in the film industry, get it.
Yeah, man. It's all bad for
Or any of our Aboriginal hip hop artists out here. The ghosts of shit's hilarious.
Yeah, it's really crazy. Yeah, I appreciate everybody, man. So back to dude though. By the time he got there in 15 whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about Ponce de Leon. According to them, maybe, right? They were like, well, maybe this happened. Like, it's really crazy. I'm like, well, damn.
Well, it's
you guys
interesting
said that.
though, because if you look at the Ponzi family and their whole conflict with the Medicis, who had invented their own coin, the florin, as in their city of Florence, you know, named after their coin, which is a very
makes sense.
Very well, yeah, but at that time that was a very bold move. Like, no one named their coin or their money after their city. They named it after a whole country, not the city. You know what I mean? Or the king, not you see what I'm saying? The whole people, not just one region.
You
know, so that makes me think that they're Ashkenazic and not, what would we say, Italic speaking Latins. Because Italic is a font or a dialect of Latin. It's not Italian. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yos, peace. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, bliss, honor, prosperity, grand rising. Sunset to those who have been on Chief Billy Goat's lives before and know how it can put you in a trance. You fall asleep, you wake up, you fall asleep, you wake up. You like, oh, what the hell is going on? But yeah, DJ, yeah, man, all I can say is, man, yeah, you went in, bro. You
Yes, sir.
showed the stripes. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. You went into wars, man, spiritual warfare. Um, the one thing that I came on to say, because I mean, I'm getting ready to shut it down myself. You know, it's 5:38. I shared Chief Live like 9 hours ago, and I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's what's up, brother.
don't nobody do it like the tribe. You know what I'm saying?
That's
You know,
facts.
shout out to Billy Goat. But the one thing that I was looking at is, you know, like when it comes to linguistics, I'm always looking at Ponce. Like that's how I was looking at it, Ponce.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Juan Ponce de Leon. You know,
Mm-hmm.
because when you're looking at different linguistics and you're looking at Ponce, I'm looking at it like pertaining to water or pertaining to a system of getting from one place to another. Basically, how they
Mm.
give us the information. But then
Got
when
it.
you look
Yeah.
up, but then when you look up Ponce, like you said, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I didn't even think about it like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because now
Yeah.
you start
'Cause
to see the romancing of the word. Because Ponce,
exactly.
yeah, the pimp, and
The
that's what
pimp.
they were
Yeah,
doing
man.
to a lot of, you know, like our women, because the
And it's
women were
levels.
the commodity to the levels of, you know, getting the land per se through the
Exactly.
matriarch, you know, through the
Mm-hmm.
amalgamation, and you see it.
All of the places we went. That's exactly right and true, sir. That's why Venus is a theme all throughout those regions.
Yeah, and then through Venus you had Athena being the
Mm-hmm.
warrior.
Wisdom. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because of the mothers who went through it and trying to teach the daughters, but you can't really teach the daughters because in certain forms or fascinations, you realize that the daughters learn through experience. And that's like a
Mm-hmm.
hard thing for a father to have to, you know, like deal with. You don't want
Yeah.
your daughter to have to deal and go through that,
Hardship,
which you
like your
know,
son.
yeah, like the son already knows if he is in the same manifestation of learning from his family, like, dang, this is what women go through. Oh man, am I gonna be a chip off the old block? Am I gonna be this? Am I gonna be that? No, you're not. You got to be your own person. If you believe in yourself, you have faith in yourself, guess what? It turns into knowing thyself. So that's
Mm-hmm.
why when Chief saw what I had posted, because I was like, doesn't Ponce deal with water? He was like, no, it's pimp. And I was like, pimp? Like, man, let me get on my
Mm-hmm.
computer. And I'm like,
Literally, a
oh,
gay
I'm
man or a
like,
pimp.
I'm like Ponce. Yeah, like Ponce. And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think
Pause.
about it like
Yeah.
that because I'm looking at it from a linguistic perspective of how you say Ponce. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So,
And see, I saw it
and
because
and and then
I
when I went
watched
back,
Lizzie as a kid. I learned
yeah,
French when I was a kid from videos.
right.
So I'd
I
heard the
wasn't
word
looking at it
before.
from that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I wasn't looking at it from like another linguistic perspective because I always wondered why did they pronounce his name like that? Because he came from this region, but come to find out, Ponce, they didn't say Ponce. You see what I'm saying? They say
Mm-hmm.
Ponce,
Mm-hmm.
Juan
Mm-hmm.
Ponce de Leon,
Mm-hmm.
or
Mm-hmm.
this Ponce person, this Ponce person. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, see, now it makes sense. So now you're putting words in that doesn't equate to where the person came from, but it does equate to what that person was doing. Because when you read about what those people were doing, that's exactly what it means. If
Mm-hmm.
in the event these things did transpire, but we do know
Precisely.
that they were mixing and matching words, and the reconstruction of it makes sense because
That's
De
why.
Leon
That's. Yep.
and Ponce shouldn't go
Mm-hmm.
together. It
Not at
should be
all.
Ponce, but in school you were taught his name was Ponce.
Mm-hmm.
It makes perfect sense now. That's why I said, man, this was a powerful, beautiful build. That's why I came up because I was like, man, I got to give y'all brothers y'all flowers because man, y'all made this intertwine beautifully. And I still got to go back because I don't even know how long y'all were on before I came on. You know, the frequency told me to tap in and see who was on. And I saw y'all was on. I'm like, oh, let me share this out. Next thing I
Right on,
know,
brother.
9 hours later, we right here. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna lie to you. Because we used to do this back in the day, like cats be like you'll fall asleep, you know what I'm saying, and
Yep.
wake up and people still be building, you know what I'm saying? So like this is a beautiful thing. I ain't even gonna lie
Yeah,
to you.
man.
You know, just keep bringing the knowledge cause, you know, Chief, you know, he'll lay low, but then he'll come back with something. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like this right here is
Yeah.
something beautiful.
Yeah, man. I'll bring everything I can. Shit. I mean, this is what I'm about, man. This is like my calling. This is why I'm here. It's just to get after the truth of reality. Like that's what my spirit has always been here for.
Oh yeah, you already know, man. And you know, I'm always laying low myself because normally like the way that I work, doing like cyber and stuff like that. I mean, everybody know everything that's going on now. I'm
Mm-hmm.
thankful that there are people who are, you know, like researching the information and using discernment and going back and finding the true linguistics and the origins of this information. Because I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's even
It is.
hard on the people who's been saying the same thing over and over and over again. And it's almost like
Yeah.
regurgitating, and you don't want to
Yep.
regurgitate. It's like, why do I keep you know, like having to regurgitate the same information over and over again? And now here comes people who are out of that old paradigm telling themselves, well, let me look this stuff up. Then they look it up, and next thing you know, they're better researchers. Their skill sets are getting better. Like everybody
Mm-hmm.
is just in and they're tapped in. That's the thing. It's like you getting tapped in. Once you're
Yep.
tapped in, you can't tap out because you get it.
That's
You see what
facts.
I'm saying?
That's
Like
facts.
you get it.
Yep. There's
That's
no
why when
going
I see
back
you in the
once you know
chat,
reality.
yeah, yeah, that's why when I see you in the chat, I'm like, oh, yo, that's DJ right there. You know, like even when I was telling you about like the anime and stuff, like
Oh
I
yeah.
damn near learned like pieces of you know, like Japanese language from just watching anime, just being so tapped in. So
Yep.
just having a broad perspective of what's going on in society, and then seeing
Mm-hmm.
how a lot of anime deals and dwells into society as well, you
Yes,
would have to
sir.
ask yourself, like, who the fuck are these writers? Because they're writing on stuff like sometimes I be scratching my head, like, how all these Asians know about this shit over here like that? It's
Exactly. Cause
crazy,
cause they
yo.
cause they come from the same people that invaded India and Asia. And the niggas over there are the same ones that came from the Pacific side of the Americas.
Right.
So, who invaded Africa first?
Oh, did I hear somebody? Was
Who
that
invaded Africa first?
Oh, bliss up, Big Dog. Oh, that's Big Dog Philly
who
OG.
invaded Africa first?
Yes.
That would be the Afrikaans people, the Slavic peoples that invaded Dutch and the Denmark region. You know, the ones that chased out the Tuatha De Danann back into the British Isles, and then
I say the Arabs. That's my
yeah,
answer.
they're also
The
you know
Arabs
these
was
people
the
called
first to enslave the Africans.
exactly, but see
The Arabs
The Arabs was
Europeans,
the
the
first to
modern
enslave the
and
whole world
Africa,
and
yeah,
show
yeah.
people how to enslave the Arabs.
Facts, but see,
but you have to
Arab
ask yourself
it
like which Arabs enslaved Africa, because I mean we know about the Ottomans, but like which specific group of
so check it.
Arabs?
The Slavs were
I
selling
don't have
their
to give you a
women.
Pacific group. That's for you to do the
Yeah.
research. I gave you the
The,
information.
so basically, the
No,
Slavic.
what I'm
But the
saying, Big
Arabs
Dog, is like we know
enslaved
about the
Africa
Arabs.
first. And the
Yes, sir.
Arabs enslaved the world first and showed people
Yes,
how to enslave
yes, sir.
another human being.
but they did it with pale Slavic women, is the point I'm
Right.
trying to
That
make here. The Slavic people were picking their least desirable women and were
No, they did it
selling
with
them
the
to the
Africans
Arabs.
first.
Who? What?
I said the Arabs enslaved the Africans first.
You mean the Berbers?
That's what I was getting at. It's like
You mean the
you have
Berbers?
the yeah, like the yeah.
No, sir. The Africans, the country
No,
of
we're saying you said
the
Arabs and DJ said the Berbers. So Berbers are a specific group of Arabs.
And they range from anywhere from Ireland to France to the Mediterranean, all found there. And the Berbers were enslaving Europeans and bringing them back, and they made themselves pale throughout their enslavement of the Mediterranean, essentially.
Through amalgamation, and then you had different companies that set up shop, like the Hidden 17 that I was telling
Yep,
people
yep,
about through the Dutch and the
yep.
Portuguese War. And when you look at and you break down the Hidden 17, it goes into splices of other different corporations that gave you these East India, West India companies.
Yeah, I
And
remember
they
you
were
telling
here
me
and they
about
were
that.
headquartered in the Netherlands. Yeah, they were headquartered in the Netherlands. And I shared this book
Yeah,
a long time ago.
yeah,
And when you go and try
and
to
the
find this book, that book is almost like $500, the Dutch and
yeah,
Portuguese Wars. And it
yep,
breaks
and then
down the different corporations, all the different corporations going into the Nigerian companies. Like you can't make this up, man. It's like they keep switching their names. They change their names.
well, yeah,
So
and
you
they
got
they
all these
see
umbrella corporations.
they
Yeah.
claim the names of people's languages so they can attach themselves to those cultures, but they don't come from those cultures. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, they definitely don't.
They don't
Because
they don't come from those
what I'm gonna
places. They just
yeah, and
claim the names. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah. Now what I was gonna say is what I'm gonna do, and I'll share it with Billy Goat, and I'll share it with you, DJ. I can't do it right now on the back end. I wish I could because I'm on my phone,
Oh,
but
oh, got
I
it.
got a list. I got a list of all the different names and organizations and their umbrella corporations. I've been keeping tabs on all this information for a long time, leading into modern corporations that have umbrellaed off from these same corporations to include insurance companies all the way down to the banking systems, and it just gets worse and worse, and it goes
Mm,
into what's going on today. So, like what Big Dog Philly is saying, like when he say Arabs, we have to specifically just break it down and know where these corporations or where these families tie in, because from Berbers to Ottomans to anything, like you have to be specific now. Like you can't just say a whole group did this when
facts.
you look up like Yoruba and them telling you that they came from a region similar to what, like you would say like Saud type region of the Middle East geopolitically,
The
because I
Yeah,
hate to have to put
the
that
home
in
of
there, but you have to.
the home of the Bedouin or the Bedu.
Yeah, the Bedu,
You know, the
Bedouin.
wanderers, the
Yeah,
wanderers.
like vagabonds and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to find a home
Villains spelled with an E. Villains spelled with an E.
and just
Like
happen to
like
find a home in West Africa. Yeah, stuff like that.
yeah,
And they had
vagrants,
knowledge.
migrants, and also
Yeah,
Big Dog Philly OG. The etymology of an Arab is Arab, is to rob somebody. So even saying Arab is letting you know that this is somebody who's stealing someone else's culture by using their language. You got me good, brother?
I don't do the etymology
Overstood. Okay, yeah. Well, I dig it, but this
because
etymology,
I think it's we can create our own language.
True. We already have. That's what nomenclature is, which is what you have to use when etymology hits a dead wall. Because nomenclature is oral tradition through naming, through forenames,
Do you
through
believe
the
folklore is
father.
facts? Do you believe
Some
folklore
of
is
it,
facts?
some of it is based on reality, but it's folklore. It's you know what I'm saying? Like it's based on some truth somewhere, but the majority of it is hogwash.
All of it is hogwash.
You know, like I bet if we were to look into Paul Bunyan, I bet there would be some weirdo behind it who created the tall tale just for money. That's what I'm saying, you know? Like there's some truth to it, but the truth you're looking for usually has absolutely nothing to do with what's being sold.
We have too many beliefs built on mythism.
Mythology, yeah. That's
Same
true.
thing.
Yeah, it's a lot
Mythology,
of mythos out
mythism,
there. It's
We
definitely a
have a
lot of
deism,
bunch of
mythos.
holidays
superstition.
built on mythism. And
Yep.
our people don't want to let them go because they call them reality. But they're not reality.
Facts.
They're myths, they're lies, they're stories, they're folklores.
Yeah.
And
Like
when
for
people
Nothing to
believe
example,
do
in
with
them
our history.
folklores, it creates
And that's the
paradigms,
problem I have.
true.
paradoxes. Yeah,
Yeah.
too many
Paradox creates a
paradoxes
paradigm.
and
Yep.
type of, yeah, it creates too many paradigms and it causes chaos. And now it's like
Facts.
you're trying to clean it up and you can't because there's too many people with so many different beliefs that how can you stop someone from believing something when you're trying to get them to know something and you're trying to present sources, citation, information. I mean, you name it. And they still
Yeah,
look
too
at
much
you,
of our information is based on
information,
beliefs and nothing
beliefs. Yeah.
factual.
Beliefs and
You
superstition.
gotta
Yes.
bring you gotta bring the facts. And that's why I was saying,
And like I said, the American history is based. The one that they taught us is based in the miseducation system is a bunch of myths
lies agreed
and
upon.
lies.
Yep, lies agreed upon.
Facts.
Yep,
It's
you're right.
furthermore, it's designed to make you compulsive. You know, why do they think they call it the compulsory education system? I call it the indoctrination system.
It is indoctrination because
You
it's
know?
in the doctrine. It's in the doctrine of
Mm-hmm.
the discovery of
Mm-hmm.
we've had all of our spies, we've had all our religious people around the world view all of these people, and we know exactly the type of curriculum that works for them. Why you think, like on my channel back when I was going through um, John Taylor Gatto's book, and he broke down the
Mm.
Hinduism, like he broke down Hinduism and their
Uh-huh.
schooling system. They brought that schooling system to America
Yes,
to
sir.
but break us down into regurgitating and believing all of these said lies. Because it
Mm-hmm.
takes a village to bring a child out of that said paradigm. Because before you went to school, you learned and
Yeah.
knew everything that your mother and your father taught you. Soon as you went to school, you were already in a paradoxical system. You felt out of place. It was hard for you to even find someone that you could connect to. By the time you
Facts.
connected to that person, you didn't know if that person agreed upon or felt the same way that you felt because it was a feeling at first. But as you grew and came into knowledge, it took you to have to learn how to critically think. And I'm thankful that I learned at a young age how to critically think for myself. And
Well,
my grandmother Ruby Lee is the one that taught me how to do that.
that's what's up. Hey, yo,
That's
we're gonna
dope.
get this song in real fast. You guys can still build, man. We're just gonna get the energy up for a minute, man. So it was a murder. So I want to say shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in. How many people got in? Still 75 people. Y'all need to go to sleep. Nah, man. Some of y'all just getting up, man. Hey, man, like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Tap in. Um, support the real, man. Let's go.
fucking this motherfucker. He just got low, you know what I mean? But he gotta get out here. Ain't no picture here for us, you know what I mean?
RIP to the realest from the side, Chad Butler. Hey, I know you heard of me, yeah. Another first degree. I know you heard of me. Another first degree for murder. And it's a capital murder. I'm a pimp C, bitch, so run me my bucks. I sold pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just came back from Dallas, Texas in the 6'8" lack. Bitch, I got ostrich on my seat, my candy paint red and black. When I left, I had one, but I'm coming back with two. And she bought a girlfriend, hey, so now I got a few. Hey, hit the website and make it do what I do. I make 3,000 in one day, so motherfuck what you do. If I told you pussy number, you would think I was fibbing. Going in and out of town, you might think I was tripping. In the game, ain't a thing coming foreign with Jag. I spent 1,000 on a Sachi shirt and left on the tag. Got a badge, no money, and that bitch is legit. I hooked that hoe up with my plug and that bitch hit for a brick. Whipped it up, double back, cut them rookies some slack. Bitch, I came up uncorrupt, I'm selling pussy and crack. Got some kush from California, had to take me a trip. Bitch, I mailed myself a 30, made 2,000 to split. Hit the studio with sound, cause I got something to say. Pussy stay up out my face, cause I got something to spray. True hustler out the South, big bag man. Hater see me drop his head and get mad. And X see my new bitch and get sad. And start crying cause she eating out the trash can. Central Texas motherfucker, that's where I stay. I be in corrupt city every goddamn day. Get paper, I'm stacking. Hoes gon' let me beat they back in, cause all this dick that I be packing. A black man and a poet. Pimp C, one of the best to ever do it, and I'ma make sure that y'all know it. My best friend a real killer, so you best not trip. Pussy keep on popping off, he gon' get shot in the lip. Slow ass nigga. It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's the first degree murder. It's the first degree murder. It's a capital murder. I brought it back. Shout out to Bun B. Check this out. Just like Bun B, bitch. I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clipping. I kept my sink dripping. Just in case the task force is flipping. They got them stitches tipping. I ain't tripping, pain dripping. Plus I got bitches dripping. Now peep this game from a heavy brother, the fetty lover. Overeating belly stuff. I've never been a petty hustler. I get his dick to your mother, cause I'm a motherfucker. Chew me up like some hubba bubba. She'll never love another. She like to eat nutter butter. I need another rubber. But keep that shit undercover. I'm trying to duck a sucker. Yes, sir, Mr. Master. Hit your sister faster than pastor to the pastor. He fucked behind the church in the pastor. Seen the bitch walking almost past her. Let the window down, then I passed her. The gas, then I asked her. If she had asthma, I gassed her. Told the bitch forget about her, pass her. Skin is yellow like hello. Booty poking like an elbow and shaking like a bowl of jello. Yeah, ho, hit the track and she ain't talking about no railroad. All she said is yes, she can't even spell no. Yeah, bro, strap like some Velcro with nail blow. Brother better have my mail, ho, before I catch a murder case and go to jail. Oh, hell no. Suckers gon' suffer. I bust a buster and this brother with this cutter from Russia. If the 12 wanna discuss you, I'd never discuss you. Throw your body in a mechanical car, crush you and crush you. Don't know what the fuck is up with Usher, but I'm burning your lover. Be at your funeral smoking with the preacher, deacon, and usher. Bust your head, have your head leaking red like a gusher. Throw your body in the water like some tissue and flush it. Chop you up like a machete, like you been fighting with Freddy. Face and belly looking like a bowl of meatball and spaghetti. You ain't ready. All of my niggas dead and they'll piss on you like R. Kelly and shit on you like a white freaking Lee. You stanky and smelly.
I want to say shout out to y'all big homie, the one and only, the CEO, DJ CEO is in the building. I say thank you.
Thank you.
I've been hanging there all night too as well. It's going down. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. That was my OG, Reed Murdered on all platforms, man. Hey, shout out to Allah Will in the building. Hey, man, I know you guys over there bouncing. Somebody probably was getting up, juking. Shout out to y'all.
That's what's up.
Shit, I'm putting it
Always.
in the air, Chief. You already know what it is. Putting it in the air over here.
You already
That's
know.
Smoking on some sticky.
Man, we smoking on this Columbus and Ponce de Leon and
That's what's
De La
up.
Casa pack tonight. Sheesh.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Rectifying the words, man. I'm thankful for y'all, man. Because like I said, I was looking at it from a different direction. So knowing that Ponce and then you got Ponce, then when you look up Ponce, it is like you said, you know, pimping, been pimping since pimping.
Pimping since pimping since pimping.
Pimping, that shit crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Also means a gay man.
Terrible. Bird ashes. Damn French. Sound
You know
French.
what I'm saying? Like we ain't talking pouncing, we talking ponce and
Exactly.
You know,
Well, yeah, but you
and
could
you have to
tackle
say
it.
it that way. Yeah.
Yep. Ponce.
Sound like punk. Like punk land.
Yeah, like a
Exactly.
punk. Yeah, you punk.
Yeah, exactly.
Punk.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking punk. It's almost like someone who like to run their hand across a woman, but when a man come around, it's like, oh, my bad, like, nah.
You know, in my mind, it means
Nah,
a
I'm just
dude that
joking.
likes to go around and grab other men would be a ponce.
Excuse me?
You heard me. A man that likes to grab other men, in my interpretation of that word, would be a dude that comes up and grabs your junk. Is a ponce. Someone who's gay, who profits off of prostitutes at their bordello or Bordeaux and likes to grab your shit.
Terrible.
Well, you know, we got some people in Hollywood to fit the description immaculately. Talk about an
It ain't just
immaculate conception. Seems
it
like
ain't
an
just
immaculate
Hollywood.
inception. Yeah. Hollyweird, Tinseltown. Yeah, and then when you put the word ponce, you put them all together, it paints a very distinct picture, which is the whole point. You know, a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? So the words are also too supposed to paint a picture if they're the truth. If they don't paint a picture, then you can't feel the truth. They say love is in the truth. Well, it's because self-love is in the truth.
A nigga don't even want to pounce on his girl no more. Like, sheesh.
But
Well,
see,
that's facts.
hey, the reason why I was saying that, and
No
I
Ponce.
wasn't thinking about it real quick. The reason why I was saying that, and I wasn't thinking about it. If you think about it, I was looking at it from Ponce being ocean, but if you actually look at it and use discernment, like free spirit, use your discernment. Ponce de Leon. Ponce de Leon. Like, yeah, see, Chief, you get it, right? And I'm getting it. You see what I'm saying? Ponce de Leon. The
Ponce
pimp
de
of
Leon.
Leon. Pimp of Leon.
Yes, sir.
The pimp of Leon. Like, who is this Leon person?
Yeah, I mean, well, it conjures the image of the Pied Piper of Hamelin to me.
Yeah.
But once again, though.
But just thinking about that narrative or someone putting that picture out there, what does that do to your subconscious now that you see, or you finally got out of that spell, the Ponce, and then you see. I don't even want to say the name, because I mean, like, even the Jesuits, the Franciscans, the Catholic, and all of these different things that you've seen in these areas or regions that you would normally call Latin America, as well as parts of the Southeast woodland regions, or anywhere that they have been. Just to hear that word, Ponce, even if it's just a character created, to be able to dissect that word and see that you have Ponce and then you have Ponce and de Leon or Leon, It's like, come on, man.
The lion. Yep.
It's like, come on,
Also,
Leo.
especially if you know
Leo.
the Leo, yeah, but it's also a reference to the lion, the house of the lion, you know, like Richard the Lionheart. But the lion comes from here.
And if the lion came from here, you know that when it came to the pride of the lion is gonna take what it wants.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at it from a primal perspective of the nature of a lion. I ain't talking about just the nature of people, but to use that animal for, yeah. I mean, think
Yep.
about it. Your flag,
Yep.
your family
Yep.
crest.
Mm-hmm.
It
Exactly.
mean I'm coming to take your shit.
Pretty much.
Now keep in mind, now this stuff was written, you know, in the late 1800s, 1900s, even the late 1900s, right? So when you think of it from that perspective, you know, the people who hijack stuff, you know what I mean?
Yep.
The
It could easily
lions,
mean defending as well instead of attacking or
M,
pouncing.
MGM, you know, the lion paw. You guys know about that, right?
As well as Columbia TriStar.
Like,
Yeah, like even with the movie industry, yeah, like yeah, with the
but
lion
writing
roar,
it back,
because the lion
but
has the
writing it back
heaviest
in
roar
history
of
though.
all of the cats.
Yep. The North American cave lion.
Well, I was talking
And that
about
roar.
just
Oh,
the
go ahead.
the symbology of it, like the J word people. I'm using that because you guys, not because I the same way that they say the N word. I'm more offended by hearing the N word. Like you're gonna use the N word? Like really? What you thinking?
Facts.
Word, all right. Which one? The ER or the A? If you say the A, you know, it's cool. If you say the R, that's cool too. At least I know. But for us, we know the science behind it, so it doesn't affect us like that. So the people it does affect, because they don't know the science behind it, they have been alienated away from their power. People can understand what I'm
Yes.
saying. Once again, when we're talking about power, even when we're saying Nietzsche, right? You know what I'm saying? Still, nigga. That's once again the J's or G's, and the I's could be A's or U's. Like once again, when you say Al Marak, Al Marik, Al Maru, like we're talking about America. We're literally talking about America. We're talking about different variations and spellings depending on who's
Well,
translating and who's saying it at the time. Go ahead,
exactly.
bro.
Because owl could also be as in AMPM, is as in Ameri or you know America.
Right.
But when I
Ameri. Isn't it Ame? I believe it's Ame. It means soul in French.
I'm trying to remember too, but like when I was in Bahrain,
But
you know, like
the
a lot of the
Miami,
the Saud's would come to the kingdom of Bahrain, and they would call us Al Amriki, Amariki, Amariki, AL. You know, like the owl, and then AMERIKI.
right?
Whenever you transliterate it with the syllabary, that's what it came up to, Amariki. And that's what they had been calling us since they had been knowing us. I kid you not. Amariki, the American, as they call it today, the American. But back then, that's basically what it was. Either Amariki, Amarike, Amaruka, Amaru. Like you can't make this up.
Facts. It has nothing to do with Amerigo.
But going back
No,
to Al
none of that.
Capitan, though, going back to Al Capitan, if it's not indigenous to what you guys are calling ancient Africa, right? Mm, where does that word Al Capitan come from, my friends?
That's a good question, Chief, because even when I was in Bahrain, I don't know anybody called Al Afrikaans or anything like that. They were either Al Tunisi which is Tunis or Tunisia, Algiers, which is Algeria, Cameroonisi. Like all of these different monarchs or countries within that continent, that's what they were calling the people. They didn't call them by the whole thing. But when it came to us, that's what they knew us as, because it's more powerful knowing us as the American, because they had so many stories about the American. But then when it came to like African, they didn't just shorten that bread. They broke your ass down by where the hell you came from. And these are the
Facts.
areas where they were subjugating these people. They,
Hmm.
like, Arabs wasn't subjugating us.
No, they were
So that's what I'm
subjugating.
trying to,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's what I was trying to figure out. Like it didn't even make any sense. So even when you're like researching about 711 AD, I even got the book The Consecrated Talisman, where it breaks down the longitude and the latitude. And I'm just sitting here like, damn. I mean, it's good to know these old namesakes of these lands, but modern day geopolitically, you got to pay attention to like what they're tying today, like the ties that bind. Like, I'm not getting
Hmm.
away from what we're talking about. I'm just saying
No, I hear
something
you.
is pointing to something that we're missing. And I'm thankful because we're getting ready to break that shit down. I think we're going to break that shit down. I ain't even
Yes,
going to lie
sir.
to you
We just got to look at
because,
it from all their angles. We've only been looking at
it
it from our angle, and that makes us fight
right,
each other. But when we look at it from
right.
their angles, looking in, then we can see easily their stupid ass machinations, because they're really simple, stupid machinations.
Right, because we're the only group of people called two goddamn continent. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like people
Facts.
are now waking up and realizing that. Why is a certain group of people called two continents and everybody else
Hmm.
that's coming in? Because if you look at what's going on with Ukraine, because I'm in the DMV right now, you got motherfuckers at Washington right now, basically literally showing you their immigration status. Like, I'm from Ukraine. It's a lot of motherfuckers over here from Ukraine. Y'all better,
No doubt.
I'm telling you, man, pay attention to this shit. Motherfuckers
But
is
like I
getting on
said,
planes. Where the
yep,
fuck are they going? They ain't
here,
going to these other UN nations.
here.
So when you
Like I
start breaking
said,
down this history, like like just going back to the punks, it starts, man, this is a wicked system, man. Like this warfare on your spirit, your soul, this shit is wicked, man.
hmm, it's beyond. It's a whole other level of wickedness. But
Well,
it's like
that's why
Chief.
you
It's
gotta
like Chief
fight
said. It's the greatest crime ever perpetrated in history.
facts. But also you gotta fight, not necessarily fight fire with fire, but you gotta fight their dark magic with your light magic. How about that? But it has to be
Facts.
magic. It cannot be mortal shit. And we say we tapping in to like, okay, for instance, that song that we just played, right? A lot of people say that might have been a lower chakra. I give it that type of vibrational pitch, right? However, for some of us that been on here for a while, might need to pick me up. We're talking about vibrational pitches. You know what I mean? Like, I
Hmm.
started bobbing because I was that ape, like, primate jumped on my back. It was had me, just trying to get me. So, you know, but music, things like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
Nah, I
but
feel you, Chief. Yeah,
right.
you're right.
So, drums, pitch, vibrations, whatever, and these are the things that we communicate through. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
even if it was just the music, it was still that pitch that still
That's how we.
communicate.
That's how we know we invented airplanes. Because what do they call it when you gain elevation? You know, pitch.
Altitude.
Pitch.
Mm.
Yeah, because that's
It's
on a that's on a musical scale. Yeah, the pitch, the
yeah, but it's
frequency. Yeah,
also an aeronautical term.
Yeah, the pitch is also aeronautical.
Raise
There's
the
a lot
pitch.
of there's a lot of things that are raised through frequency through just the music itself. And man, when you start breaking that down, that's when it starts scaring people because people fear what they don't understand. Because like even binary, you know, like you look at like binary numbers like zeros and ones. How many zeros and ones can you get to before you realize that the code has switched? You've been
Facts.
staring at this your whole time, and then the next thing you know, you're like, wait a minute, yo, do y'all not see this? And everybody around you don't see what you see. So the zeros and ones have become ones and zeros. So someone has
Mm-hmm.
tapped into your frequency, and now you got to try and change it and save all of these other people. It's not
Facts.
just a movie about the Matrix. It's all about people understanding that even though they're showing you through media kinetic attacks that may or may not be happening, pay attention that's happening cyber wise because soft targeting of systems is what gets you all the time. And the soft targeting that happened with our ancestors was, guess what? The media. Guess
Mm-hmm.
what the soft targeting is happening now to us? Social media. Why do they call it
Facts.
social media? Because it's dealing with socio-political constructs, like Chief been saying. Because
Yep.
you got groups of people trying to self-identify with you, saying we all look alike, but then they throw up their flag. Now look at what's happening in the Ukraine. All them people wrapped up in their flags, then had them deep dead in their closet. They don't put that American flag down. They wrapped up in their Ukraine flag
Facts.
outside Washington right now talking about help us. And it ain't even our war. And we ain't even fighting that war. And you got
Well,
stupid people online right now talking about, oh man, if I gotta go to war, like you don't gotta go to war. This ain't your fucking war. Like we ain't going to war. But you think you are.
but hear me
Man,
out though.
pipe that
But
down.
but
I'm
yo,
dead
check
serious.
check it out though, right? So we know Hunter Biden has some type of something going on with Russia, correct?
Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you already know.
They got all
So
kind of
so
backdoor deals going on.
so we know also that they're dealing with the Ukraine as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I once again I think these guys are just the same bird, um, same
That's what
bird,
it is.
same feathers. Some say same different side of the same coin, basically. You know what I
Hydra.
mean?
Yeah.
And facts. And this is theater once again. And once again,
Live
it's a
exercise.
it's a
You right.
it's a it's a dispute between cousins, right?
Maneuvers.
Because if the Ukrainians, like, because once again, I will ask Vlad, what's your position on this? Or any, I want to interview a Ukrainian and want to see their position on it. But also, I want to ask the people who are being persecuted in Ukraine and ethnic cleansed. What's their position? Can they have a voice? Because I want to hear their side of the story too. You know what I mean? I want to get to
Mm-hmm.
all sides of the story if this is a real story. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Also,
Right.
people talk about Putin, him or whatever. Look at it from this perspective. If Cuba's 80 miles from Florida,
Roughly, yeah.
something like that, right? 80
Yeah.
miles, right? It's less than Spain to Africa. That's 9 miles, by the way. Just want to point that out. 9 miles. Okay. But Cuba is 80 miles, something, give or take, 80 some miles, whatever, right? People have actually got on um, milk crates, like the milk, put water in milk jugs and floated the
Mm-hmm.
fuck
And follow and
in.
they literally followed the turtle route. Oh no, go ahead, Chief.
Right. So the reason why they were having sanctions and things on Cuba is because of their relationship with, like brother pointed out, with the USSR, Russia,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Now, of course, they don't want Russia to move anything into Cuba.
Not at all.
That's what the whole
The whole Cold War was
Nicaraguan
about.
war was. Well, when we talk about the Nicaraguan, that's how it all ties back into us, right? So when we talk about the Nicaraguan war in the 80s, against the Sandinistas, right? And El Salvador, okay? And Bolivia and all these wars in Central and South America that was happening. Basically, it was foreign powers, Russia, as well as America, putting money and influence certain things into these areas. Now, what happened with the CIA situation was that on paper, right, the Maxine Waters and those guys in the Foreign Relations Council, the Intelligence Committee, and all this sort of stuff, right? They was like, no, we in the public, we don't want to fund that war. Just let Russia have it, or let those other people, whoever that, or the actual democratically elected people in that area, right? Just they
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing, Chief?
Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Nah, keep. You know, like where you're going. I was just gonna say this. They were influencing it. They were doing influencing operations, and these are the things that the media is pushing, is influencing operations. When y'all get a chance, look up influencing operations, because it influence people, because they know certain people have weak mindsets and they're easily influenced. But you can go ahead, Chief, because people don't know about these type of operations psychedelically.
Facts.
So,
That's the whole point of the compulsory education system, to make you compulsive.
now they needed to buy guns. Now here's where it gets tricky. Who are they buying the guns from, and where are they gonna get the money? Oh well, they got plenty of drugs down here in South America. We can supply you guys if you with all the drugs that you need. Oh, but you need a customer base. Well, we've always flooded drugs into these people, heroin, right? Generations before. Okay, so they already knew.
Lauding them to their women during the frontier days.
And of course, they already know they had their operatives, like Franklin Saint, right? Snowfall, already groomed when he was in high school. Some of them even before that. So they already groomed, maybe not knowing who they are, but they're in the community to get intelligence, come back debriefed, and blah, blah, blah. Y'all get what I'm saying? So once they activate them to become a drug dealer, he ain't knowing about that or whatever, and cook it, nothing. All these things that happen to turn out not only South Central Los Angeles, but across this country, even Little Rock, they're showing it in this series called Snowfall. Shit's crazy. And they throwing it in our face and then saying, okay, well, but what about the restitution for that crime? That's a crime. But when it came down to when Maxine Waters and pulled those guys up in front of the thing, she knew they wasn't going to do nothing to them. All they said was, and we've played it here, you guys, national security. There's nothing else she can say. Ollie North fell on the sword, but he was a hero for them. He's like, yeah, I'll take I'll take it, blame for this and that and the third. But he didn't snitch. And so ultimately you gotta.
The patsy, the fall guy.
Yeah.
The martyr.
Yeah, you always gotta have that fall.
Yep.
Always gotta have that fall.
Well, these people love making their martyrs.
Well, he didn't die. He ain't no goddamn martyr. That motherfucker ain't got a show. They got television shows, shit.
Well, no. You don't have to die to be a martyr.
Not like that. You don't gotta die.
You get
to
what
be
I'm
the
saying?
martyr.
Yeah, like Batman is a martyr.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He's a living martyr. It's like a living martyr would basically be your superhero. Like a martyr who they can't kill.
See, what people don't understand is that there's a mirror effect. So like if you grew up down south or you've been down south before, you understand the concept of mirror lake, because you have what is called black water. Like you can see your reflection in the water. So you give people what they think are martyrs, but they don't even have your best interest. They're just only being martyrs to the people who put them up to being that because it looks
Exactly.
good for them. It
I'm gonna
doesn't
tell y'all a
look
little
good
something.
for you. Guess what happens? You
This is
are
what a Trump
seen.
administration would do in this situation.
Yeah,
Hey, we're gonna mind our business. We don't have nothing to do with that.
being quiet.
I ain't necessarily being quiet. He probably would say how he feel about the situation, good or bad. You know what I mean? But like, yo, ultimately, we're not gonna, because look at it from once again,
No, trust me. What I say by
somebody else's perspective.
quiet,
You know what
I'm
I'm saying? Like, yeah,
saying
like
still tongue, like not saying anything when you don't need to say anything. Being quiet, not in a bad way,
because
just being
Biden's talking about
quiet.
some weak shit. Like, well, we've their market has went down because we canceled them. It's like some fucking cancel culture. Fucking Putin don't care about no fucking cancel culture.
Facts.
They're
Especially when China is
barometer is
backing
not
him.
that
Yeah,
right. Not only that,
China ain't stopped backing. See, with
America
Putin,
is backing him.
Putin got to
Stop.
worry about China. If China stops backing him,
I mean, the
it's a
corporations
wrap.
back him. We're not back. I want to say that
Right.
we back
Hmm.
America. We back peace and justice around the globe. We want peace for our people, so we do not want. A lot of times, people are really saying stuff like it's going to be nuclear stuff. Once again, all these things are to keep you conformed and fear
For
tactics.
fear porn. It's fear porn,
To
man.
exert their whole power. You know what I'm saying? Like we could do all this. Shut up. Stop lying. You know what I mean? Don't believe you. More people.
If you coulda, you woulda. Shut your face.
We don't
The
believe
one
you.
thing that I can say out of everything that's going on now, and just going off of my assessment of doing research, like even looking back into like the Cold War, like even a lot of the areas that they're targeting, they are specifically being targeted. Ain't nowhere in the world all of these people were there when they were being targeted. I, for one, don't believe those people were in those buildings until you show me otherwise, because I haven't seen it. And we know how psyops work, and it's easy to get people riled up. How many American people can get riled up through these influencing operations through the media? Because that's a lot of shit that's going on right now. They're trying to show you things to get you riled up, to make you say, let's go get them. And it's like,
Yep.
why would we put ourselves in the affairs of Ukraine, Belarus, all of these different nations that are a part of Prussia? Like, that's not us. That's not us.
Y'all like
But
24?
guess what? Oh, go ahead, Chief.
You like 24? Kiefer Sutherland
Yeah, Kiefer
or
Sutherland. Yeah.
Oh, I
that
remember that
joint?
show. That was back
Remember
in the
that?
Yeah,
day.
24. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. Um, and it goes through all the little espionage and all the little things that these people are doing. See, what happens is they're only, you get to the like where they got some of these stories from. They got them from the past.
Mm-hmm.
They just kinda put them in a more modern spin to them. How these people put themselves into advantageous position of, I say, what thread say in the thing, all pale people, part-time judges.
Yep.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Part time. Yeah.
Think about it. The
That was like
concept
one of
of
the
it is
realest.
that we
Yeah.
all thought like judges, like you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's
Right.
all a mindset. And once again, we tell people, and they be like, well, "What are you guys talking about?" Well, right now, you guys feel real secure right now in America. God damn it! Why? Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. So why do you act like that we don't have any skin in that?
Facts. When we do all the fighting, the real
Blood,
fight.
bones, our muscles, everything is in the armed forces. So why the fuck would we say, oh no, we don't have any? Stop it. We're the scouts, the Rangers. We just showed you guys the damn Seminole. Like, what the fuck? What is
We've always been
happening?
the wild engines doing all
Yeah,
the
man.
goddamn
Rangers
heavy
lead the
metal.
way.
Like, we've always been that. And most people don't even realize it. Because everybody else is just immigrants coming over here to fight. They're learning from people who have went through it. You got all these immigrants coming over here joining the armed forces. For what? They want to learn how to fight.
Let me ask y'all a question though. Now, Thomas has said something about Kamala Harris. Now, in this situation, don't the vice president supposed to be out in front, like making moves and
the forlorn hope, the vanguard?
You guys think they're gonna put her out? Like, say if she was a pale skin with the media, I'm just real observation of mine that I'm having right now. Like they said, we don't want to use you in this situation. Like,
They're not going to use Kamala Harris in this situation. That's the key issue.
This is the
exactly. That's the vice president's job. But notice they're not using her in that position. You brought up a key point, Chief.
Wait a minute. I thought the last time, didn't they already have some wars already going on that we're already in conflicts that we're already involved in and now are all the way out of? I'm just saying, y'all, like Korea, Guantanamo, like Cuba,
Pigs invasion, yeah.
Like, well, no, it's still a standoff in Guantanamo. Just wanted to point that out. Like, I didn't know if you guys knew that or not. Like, it's still a military standoff.
Yeah, Guantanamo is installation. I've been to Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, Pride Navy. I ain't gonna sit here and say I've never been in the military. I have. I've been down there. It is. You're right.
So that is less than 100 miles away from us. That's right there. Like, right. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's America first. It's a protection of our people first. So when you guys are saying all the stuff, like, the technology, that the navigation for the ships, the submarines, like everything, it's American Aborigine ingenuity, inventions. I'm just saying, this is what makes America great. This is what makes America great. Is the people of America, right? That's us. Sorry,
the land, the minerals, the elements.
Here's a question.
Everything to create.
So, like a submarine. Notice how they try to tie us to Africa. Now we're sub-Saharan peoples. We're always the sub-categorization, sub. And we know about the Americans, or the Marines, So wouldn't a submarine or a submariner be one of us?
Absolutely.
See what I'm saying? Like, this
we
is,
would be submarine. Yeah, we would.
Yeah,
but we wouldn't be the submariner under the said water like a submarine. But it ties into the cast because I see and you see and Chief see, but a lot of people don't get it. That whole sub-Saharan being the sub of the cast of Africa, it's like, well, let's try to place them over here and say that this is where they came from. Like, you can't do that.
And then the Mercator projection maps too, making their kingdoms way larger than they really are.
Exactly. So imagine if we said, you know what, let's just walk over here real quick and decided to build some shit. They're gonna be like, oh, holy shit, build all these forts back up. Guess what? It will be a fucking problem. You know why? Because who sold who out and who didn't sold or will sell the other person out? Because now you're fighting a forbidden war. Because a lot of people are not looking at it both sides. Because it's like that, like I said, like that black river that nobody is looking at. Because when you look into the water, you can see your reflection. Why would you want someone to go over here? Because you've seen the people who went over and sold them people out, like Liberia, Sierra Leone, and all of that. It's like, come on, yo. You
Mm-hmm.
can't recreate. It's like they're trying to recreate history all over again. And the
They
same
are.
thing is happening. And the same thing is happening with this war that's going on right now. They're trying to reestablish something that they don't want us to know. Because why is it NATO is trying to do everything to back Ukraine, and Ukraine don't even have enough guns to fight? Guess what? Russia. You just activated reservists who are 18 to 60 years old, and you ain't even got enough guns for these people. And you just told them that anybody that's 18 to 60 can't leave Ukraine. Does that make any fucking sense?
It does if you look at World War II. It
No, but
makes
look
sense
at
to
it
me
from
if they're going to
look
try
at it
and
from a look at it
genocide
from a
everybody.
that's what I was getting at. Look at it from a perspective where you're seeing what's happening. The males can't leave. The
Yep.
women can leave, but the
Yep.
men can't leave. That's what I was trying to point out.
Yep. They're about to
18 to
kill them all.
60, men can't leave, but the women can leave.
It's called
When it
patricide.
came to the yeah, and when it came to the Seminole, guess what happened?
Same
The
shit.
men went off and fought, and the women stayed and tried to protect as much as they could. They tried to patricide the men, but
Mm-hmm.
they never defeated the Seminole. You can't make this up. It's like history is repeating itself and nobody is paying attention and going back and finding points of contention in history to cross-reference everything that ever fucking happened, even globally. You got to look at all of this shit through a fine-tooth comb like you braiding hair. Like, what's the escape route that mom gonna put in the hair of the child that when the people see it, they know that this land and this land is us. This is where we need to go. Who the fuck
Facts.
came up with this shit? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How can you
Oh,
be that innovative as a slave?
you
That's
can't,
not slavemanship. How do
but you
you know where the
can.
fuck to go? You see what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
how does a slave know where to go if all you ever knew was the plantation? So somebody is trying to hinder and docile our mindset.
Facts.
People
Facts.
know that we know this information. They don't want everybody to know this information. And there's a
Well,
few
no.
people. Go ahead,
I
go
mean,
ahead, go ahead,
well,
DJ.
just think about it. Think about all the people out there that have been bigots and twisted and all fucked up all this time. And think about them learning the truth of who we are, and their kids coming back and throwing that shit in their face. Like, do you know how many of their workers are just gonna off themselves? Just think about it. The collateral damage of this truth getting out everywhere simultaneously. That's why they have this narrative under control.
A body in war is heavy collateral damage because you don't want to lose people when it come to war. Like
Yep.
nobody wants to lose people because you always want to have that sanity of who you are and where you came from, even to your fighting death and your fighting breath.
Facts. That's
Nobody
why we
wants to
came up
lose
with
who they
zero.
are.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
that's why we came up with zero, because we weren't fighting each other for a time. We were on a higher plane of existence. You know, like I said, we had astral clocks. You know,
we
like
had to
the
deal.
Colosseum.
You had to deal with catastrophic events. It's like how do we combat nature? That's what people were on then. But now it's
Mm-hmm.
like how do we combat people who really want to destroy some shit? It's like
Destroy
I'm telling
nature
you,
and us.
it's some demonic people out here that just want to create havoc, and we're not having it anymore. But it's like, what can we do as a people? Because everybody is trying to paint this picture that, oh, America is going to have to send troops over. Like, no, the only place where you're sending troops is to all the different beachfronts that you have created. Now ask yourself, why did you create these beachfronts? What's the impact? We all know gas is going to rise because when you're kinetically striking people, what's the one element that everybody needs? They need fuel.
Facts. They
Who
need
are the
food.
two countries? Yeah, like what? Just not food, but fuel.
Fuel.
Who
Yeah.
are the two countries? Like, what are the two countries that produce the fuel to help fuel a war? Are they not
Mary.
gonna sell? See, that's why they create these sanctions. That's why they're trying to sanction off certain things. It makes perfect sense.
When these are also the same people that profited off of both sides of the 100-Year War, the Napoleonic Wars, World War I,
Exactly.
World War II, etc., etc. Same people, same Zionists, same fucking weirdos. Every time they
Yep.
just adopt the worst of the worst into their midst and increase their numbers. It's like
And
they're
now that
trying
shit
to
coming
create.
back to bite them in
It's like,
their ass. Yeah.
yeah, no, it's like they're trying to create a little tribe of demons for themselves or some shit, and they always do it on top of our ancient shit
Right.
because they need
Basically,
they need the power of those places.
so in a nutshell, what is it in Ukraine that needs to be destroyed? That's what I always ask myself. Like,
It's a good
how are
question. There's
you
probably there's
firing
probably
100+ missiles into Ukraine? Like, what is it that you're trying to destroy? Why did Russia have to take over Chernobyl? Now, mind you, I said, this is just me just looking at everything that's going on. I told myself, likely by Sunday, this is my assessment. I'm not making an assumption. I'm just looking at the information. I told myself, likely by Sunday, they will have Kyiv
yeah, and there will be probably
because they
some sort
attacked
of
from the north. They
yep
didn't attack from the south, they attacked from
south.
the
No, they
north.
attacked from up north, and I think they'll probably have some sort
Yeah,
of sacrificial slaying to commemorate their Black Sunday. Bloody Sunday.
yeah, man. It's like you can't make this up. It's like they're trying to show you something, but
It's
people are
like
not paying attention to it because this has never been what you would call a world war like one and two. Because think about it. I look at it more like a Gulf War One than I do a World War Three. Because how can this turn into a world war when we don't have anything to do with their affairs? Just using that word in a legalese term. I don't know how it's used globally. You see what I'm saying? From a geopolitical legalese concept through these
it's the same.
demonized UN nations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's pretty
like,
much the same. There's just different subcategorizations and sub clauses, but same shit.
and the fact that it's subcategorized and you're using subclause
Mm-hmm.
only
Exactly.
leads me to the suspicion that there's going to be a category for the US to do something where someone just accidentally slips and falls and presses a button and you see what I'm saying? Just to see if Russia is going to react and respond. Because the whole time, guess what? Russia was trying to get Ukraine to respond, and then they was like, man, they ain't responding to us. Fuck it. Man, let's go.
Yeah, well, part of
Because
international policy is to not respond to terrorism, domestic or foreign.
exactly. So what denotes terrorism? Because that's what you have to ask yourself too. Like when it came to Iran, and then when it came to, like, if you go back about 3 to 4 years ago when Trump was in office, look at all the sanctions they put on Iran. They even
Mm-hmm.
denoted the IRGC, which is the Iranian, like, like think about it. The IRGC, that's their whole government. The State
Yep.
Department came out and said that they are considered a terrorist group. Like, and
Yep.
then the IRGC turned around in the Middle East and said that the U.S. government is considered a terrorist group. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't make this up.
Facts. Hey, could somebody in the chat get rid of this bum today? The
Oh, I ain't
Noah
even paid
Noah
attention to the chat. Damn.
Noah Day bot in here.
Oh yeah, yeah, I see that. Can somebody? Yeah, yeah, definitely get that out of there. Was anybody able to get that out of there? I'm about to say, if not, I'll get on another device.
Cause I think we might have put everybody to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, Chief always keeps it going. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You know, like this, like going back in the day right here. So trust me, man. You know, like if you got the energy and you can, you know, MC and move the crowd, they gonna listen. And trust me, our people listen because we all have the same frequency. We pretty much rock with each other. We believe in that, and we research and we get our sources and citations, and we hop online and we be ready. We be ready to rock and roll. But with something like this that's happening, you know, so modern day and right now, you know, I had to cut the TV off because I don't even have to watch it, you know, just to know what's
Facts.
going on,
You'll hear about it.
you know. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's the
then,
funny thing about the news and media is you don't even have to watch it to find out. All you have to do is listen.
right.
So many parrots out
And,
here regurgitating it all day.
but the crazy part about the media that I learned and how I became a valuable person when it came to research is this right here. I used to always tell my upper management, you know, before I went back to, you know, like the DOD side doing what I'm doing now. I used to always tell them, I said, man, y'all got to pay attention to what's going on social media because these people are showing you what's happening in real time before the media even gets it. And they were like, wait,
Facts.
what?
Hold on, real quick. Did you say DOD?
Military. Yeah.
Okay, I got
Right on.
Yeah. Prior Navy.
Intelligence department?
You said who?
Are you intelligence, communications?
Yeah, I deal with communications. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, because I'm cyber. Yeah,
Got
dealing
it.
with cyber.
Yeah, cyber communications. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's what I got my degree in, information systems security.
Oh, right on. So
And I got
you
my,
subcontractor.
yeah, yeah,
Got it.
subcontracted because
You're a
I got out
contractor.
the
Yeah.
military. Yeah,
Got it.
yeah, I got
Yeah,
out
you
the
private.
military. Yeah,
You operate in the private sector. I dig it.
yeah. So when you're looking at everything that's going on right now, like a lot of these people don't even realize the media is only feeding you what they want you to be influenced into. That's why I told you to look up influencing operations
Mm-hmm.
because that's not no level 9 security, let me run in the basement type shit. That's and everybody needs to know information operations because this has been going on since I've been in high school and I didn't even know about this. Just like you deal with psyops. Everybody know about psyops. But the key
Yeah.
issue is how does it operate? Everybody can say, oh, that's a psyop, that's a psyop. No, you have to go back and start from the beginning. What led to it? That's what people
Yep.
don't do.
You have to look back at
People
the
look at it
origin, the
for what
root.
it is. Yeah, they
Yeah.
just get information and they see it and it's like, bang. That's
Well,
this.
they don't
So
actually
whenever
care
you're
about the origin of anything.
no, so whenever you're looking at your family and you're looking at like the chronology of who you are, where you came from, and then you're seeing all of this stuff happening, like these wars, even going back to the Gullah Wars. Like, who the fuck started that shit? Who was feeding you these narratives of these wars? Who was the person that sparked this? Who was this narrative person that they fed to you to say that this is what happened? Because when you start going back into these areas, these people will tell you, like, yeah, this happened, but it didn't happen like that. So someone is
Facts.
trying to create a conundrum to make you think that, oh, if I do this, they're going to do this to me. Who is the they that's going to do that to you? But then when you look at everything today, you already know who the they is. The goddamn
Exactly.
police, the
Well,
military
and
people that's coming in.
it goes even deeper than that too, because like Voltaire said, if you seek to know who rules you, simply find out who you cannot criticize. Whoopi just found out who rules.
She already knew. She knew from the time she woke up, it was premeditated that she wanted to say what she had to say. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, she had to ask herself, do I really want to say this? Because this is going to happen. They gave her the option. See, what people don't
Facts.
understand is when you're syndicated, they give you options. Say what you're going to say, reap what you sow, say what we want you to say, and you'll always sow what you reap. How does that work? It's just like the Black River. Whoopi got suspended, but at the same time, guess what?
Hmm.
How many other endorsements or anything that she ever does in her life can
That
she make money off of for her family?
that part.
All because of saying just that. And she chose to say this. And then you have to ask yourself, did she choose herself or was it chosen for her to say it? Because nobody ever pays attention to these things. That's why I always tell people pay attention to everything. I came from South Georgia, Valdosta, Georgia. My mind would run free all day because I grew up on three channels: CBS, PBS, and NBC. I didn't have everything else that everybody had until I was in high school. That's when my father bought this big ass satellite system that would turn. Zzz. I used to watch lightning strike it sitting on the doorstep, and my mom would drag me by my hood back in the house, like, boy, you don't get your, I almost wanting to curse in the house because I'm just sitting there watching lightning strike that satellite system. Never destroyed it.
Nah.
Bad weather,
Well,
you name it.
yeah.
I
Well,
kid you not. But
lightning
it would
actually
run
goes
through
up.
the house. No, what I'm saying is the lightning would strike it. It would strike it, whether it came from up or down. Because
Mm-hmm.
if you think about it, when a sub shoots a torpedo, does it strike going down or does it strike going up? You see what I'm saying? Because
Depends
all
on how you set the torpedo.
exactly, because it doesn't mean that you're attacking other torpedoes. Because how are you maneuvering in the water is different on how you maneuver in the air, your sea, air, and land.
Mm-hmm. Four quadrants that are the same essentially, or five, excuse me, but different.
Exactly. Because not everybody realizes that there is a fifth. You
Yep.
have four, but there is a fifth
Well, and
because
especially if
something
you like, if you stand up and put your hands above your head, you have two legs, two arms, and one head. 5. Quintos.
right, because a lot of people don't realize that there is a fifth because they're only
Mm-hmm.
looking at math. But when you look at war, you're only looking at sea, air, and land
Land.
because
Yep.
you're not thinking about the actual land. And when you look at Ukraine, guess what? How many soldiers do they have? You got people thinking that they
Hey,
can just grab guns from Russian soldiers. It's like, no, that ain't how it works.
or
You
how
ain't
about
even
the
got enough guns.
BMW emblem? You know, being a symbolization or representation of land, sea, and air. You get what I'm saying?
BM, yeah, B,
Yeah,
M,
MW.
and W. Yeah,
Yeah,
B, M,
yeah.
and the W, right. Just the symbol.
Yep. Also,
And
that Nazi dude the other day. If you look at his 3 pyramid symbol, you'll also see Volkswagen.
Volkswagen, like the wagon.
Volkswagen, the people's car or the
Volkswagen.
people's buggy. Yeah, like they're Daimler was a engine manufacturer as well as Junkers. Motors during World War II for the Germans. Interesting fact. Did you know that it was Benito Mussolini that first pinned the ideology of fascism in 1910?
Yeah, the whole fascism going
Yeah,
through
the whole
Mussolini.
concept of
Yeah,
fascism, which is what we're
Mays.
dealing with now, is people
Yeah,
forcing
the
their
Mays and the
belief
Mussolini.
system down your throat, and if you refuse, they give you cancel culture. That is the hallmark of fascism.
Yep. But you know what's crazy? Do you know about Fort Toulouse?
Oh, which one? The one here or the one overseas?
Not the one here, like Ali Bamu Fort Toulouse.
Vaguely. Get into it.
All right,
It was
like
like 8 or
this
9
right,
years ago I read about it.
like this right here. Like, tell me if this right here makes sense to you, because I was wanting to share this, and I might go back and share it some other time. But like when it come to Fort Toulouse and the Alabama components, this is something that always stood out to me. That this is what Leach Wright Jr. had to write. He said these endings use Alabamian, which we know as Alibamu,
Mm-hmm.
language of the Muskogean family. The
Mm-hmm.
close neighbors were guess what? The Kusas.
Yeah, the Kusa
The,
or the
yep,
Kalusa.
the Abik,
Kusa.
yep, the Kusa, the Kalusa, the Abikas,
Mm-hmm.
speaking pure. He used the word pure. When you have pure running water, because the water that I run right now in Maryland, if I was to put it in the palm of my hand, it looks milky in substance. I would dare not drink that shit. But I have to
Sounds like
wash my
fracking.
body with it. Yeah, and I have to wash my body with it. But
Damn.
when I'm home in South Georgia, we have aquifers. And the reason why I know we have aquifers is because we have cacti that grow on our land. That's how I know the land is good for tilling. And
Yep.
I never get that land up, no matter what anybody says.
Yeah.
Speaking
One.
pure Muskogee.
Mm-hmm.
And he went on to say that they could not understand them. Apparently, Hatichis on the lower Chattahoochee could. So I'm going to say
Mm-hmm.
this again. This is the dialect that a lot of people didn't pay attention to. They're close neighbors, the Kusas and the
Mm-hmm.
Abikas,
Abacus.
speaking
Yeah.
pure Muskogee. Yeah,
Or
the
the
Abikas.
abacus. The abacus or the abacus. The inventors of
Yeah,
the
abi.
abacus. The abacus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the abi, abi.
Mm-hmm.
Could
Mm-hmm.
not understand them. Apparently, Hatichis on the lower Chattahoochee could. Then it went on to say the Uchis were
Mm-hmm.
unique and are even more difficult to fathom than the Alibamus.
Facts.
According
And
to their
cat.
folklore, this is what he did with his research. He said, according to their folklore, they had descended from the sun and reputedly were among the oldest inhabitants in the southeast. There is a tradition that formerly the Yuchi had been a powerful chieftain, probably known as Cheska to De Soto,
Oh,
located
oh.
somewhere in the southeast, perhaps in South Carolina, Georgia, or Tennessee, or Tennessee. Did you hear that?
Cheska Asoto?
Yeah, Chisca de Soto.
De
That's what I
Soto.
wanted to. Yeah, you see what I'm
Cheska De
saying? De
Soto.
Soto.
As in De Soto. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
that's a
of
word.
the Chisca of De Soto. Cause
Mm-hmm.
remember you went into the Ponce, and I'm like,
Yep, the Ponce. Yep. Well, De
because
Soto
it
would have to be some a cultural reference to someone here, or a place, a city, even perhaps.
right. And on top of that, do you know who De Soto is? If you think about De Soto, just that word De Soto,
Verrazano De Soto.
you see what I'm saying? How many De
Mm-hmm.
Sotos do you know
Not
ever
many.
stepped foot?
It's not a
Yeah,
it's not a given name. It would
because
be it would
it's
be a
not a get that.
forename.
Thank you, thank
Yeah.
you. That's what I wanted you to break
Yes,
down
sir. That
because
would be a
people didn't
forename.
realize that De Soto is not a surname. So
No.
anybody that has that, they're of. So
Mm-hmm.
when you say Ponce,
Mm-hmm.
was this person the Ponce of? Could this
Orleans.
tribe have been a
Orleans.
Ponce of De Soto? Or were they just working with De Soto that they just wrote it in their books as this tribe being allies of De Soto? Like these are the type of things that you have to use discernment of. And that's why I was wanting to break this down a long time ago.
Yeah, well, it would seem to me more like instead of being allies, just like with the
But
tribes
why
of the
would they want to be
Cimarrones,
allies? Yeah.
because they're
It's just questions that you're
culturally,
asking yourself. But go ahead.
because they come from the same culture. Ex
Right.
uno multis, out of many one, or out of
Out of
one
many.
many,
Mm-hmm.
out of many one is e pluribus unum, so they say. But ex uno multis means out of one many.
Right.
It's the opposite. It's
So
the reversing the spell, ex uno motis. So I would say that, our tribes here knew of our cultural, linguistic, and historic connections to our cousins across the sea. And Ogum would be one of the bridges and the use of headstones or gravestones or hedges here, and the concept of hedged gardens and hedgerows. Like these are all concepts that come from here.
right.
There's Ogum going back and forth before 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, you got an Ogum
Eleven
or
thousand,
Ogam.
almost.
Yeah.
Yep, Oban. Yep,
Yeah,
it's a word.
Ogum or Ogam or
Yep,
Rungo
and
Rungo Ogum Ogam. That's why I was saying because you find a lot of petroglyphs in Virginia. That's why I was saying. So when you look at Chiska to
mm-hmm.
De Soto, now notice
Wait. Say it
everything
again.
that I'm reading
Shiska,
is in English.
Chiska,
It says
Chis.
cheese, yeah, either Chiska or Chiska. Now we know Chiska is
Shiska sounds
Chickasaw,
like Chick, but it also
and we
sounds like
know that
it also sounds like
it's
Chesapeake though.
right. It
Chesapeake,
was from
Cheshire, Chishka, the Cheshire cat, Chishka,
Ches
Chesapeake,
Chiska. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I kept saying it,
Chesh,
Chiska, because we
Chesh,
know
cheese.
Chickaza. You have Chickaza. You have Chesapeake. Chesapeake. That's the only thing that I could think
Oh,
of because
oh, hey,
outside of
a chaise lounge. Chez, a chaise lounge or a chair. You get it?
Chaise
Lounge, a chair, a
chaise
reclining
lounge.
chair. Yeah, a reclining chair.
Yeah, I get a reclining chair, but what I'm saying is for the people, the Chiska, like
Mm-hmm.
they're saying, like they're wanting you to know that these were a group of people, like Chiska or
Mm-hmm.
Chessa, like you said, like chess, because it's the way that they worded it. I'm not saying like the board game, but chess, like Chesapeake,
Yeah, chess ka.
Chakaza,
Well, ka
people
means
being
land.
from, yeah, from that land, like
Yeah.
Chakaza, like we know that it's the land of the Chakasa, which
Yep.
they call the Chickasaw.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, what I'm looking at is this right here. It said that their language, pay attention to this part, their language was distinct and a Yuchi. This is the part where you know, like the dialects is crazy. It said their language was distinct and a Yuchi could not understand a Muskogee, a Tichi, Alibamu, or any other Muskogean speaker. In the 18th century, the English trader Timothy Bernard, I'm trying to look this person up to get more information on him, married a Yuchi woman, reared a large mestizo. They used the word mestizo family, and after the revolution served as a United States Indian agent. So you're talking about
Mm.
a man that married a woman, our grandmothers, then turned around and served as an Indian agent, only to realize that after learning that dialect, they couldn't speak the Alibamu, Atichi, or Muskogean.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
that's a lot going on in just the greater, what you would call East Florida, which is Georgia, before the imaginary borderlines. So I can only imagine how it was when they were creating parts of Prussia with
Mm-hmm.
Belarus, the
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine, and all of these different areas that speak all these different dialects. But
Well,
now they have to
yep.
deal with the bigger monster.
That's
See,
where
we
you
never
get.
had to deal
That's
with.
where you get
Go ahead, go ahead.
fascism, Antifa, as well as the Black Hand, which was the assassin order that assassinated the Prince of Prussia and kicked off World War I.
Right.
You know that's also Antifa and the Black Hand movements are also where we get the black raised fist for the Bureau of Land Management movement, shall we say? BLM.
Yeah.
When I hear
The
that, all I
land
hear is
management.
Bureau of Land Management. That's all I hear. And then when the head honcho of it goes and grabs $7 million worth of land, it's like, oh yeah, you proved my point.
Runs off with the money,
Yep, and goes and buys land with it. Like she knew. She knew.
yeah, man. They're like these modern, man, I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. There's a lot of modern day chaos going on. And I always tell people, man, it's like a strong spiritual warfare. And I always tell people to guard your spirit and guard your energy. And I'm glad that you got the energy that you do because, like I've been up and I told myself once I hit that 12-hour mark, like that's when I call it quits. But I'm still up. I mean, that's craziness. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you get
Yeah,
that second, that third, that fourth win, and you have to ask yourself, like you said, like is that God embodiment for something like that to happen? For you to still be sane and talking sane, you know, because a lot of people they don't, because they be talking in their sleep and they
that's
know they need to
facts.
go to sleep and they find out that they need to go to sleep. But at some point, like we got to find it in ourselves to create a better embodiment of our people so that we're not just stuck on what society is saying or socio-political constructs are saying,
Fascists,
or social
constructs.
media fascists, like all of these things, because it's so easy to get at people going live and saying this, and this. And trust me, it's a lot of people that say some subliminal BS. I get it. But at this time, with everything that's going on right now, yo, you gotta, just guard your energy. I always tell people, just guard your energy. Keep doing what you're doing, but just guard your energy. Don't step outside the wrong square, because you're gonna always stay on the right square when you're walking, and and you pay attention to everything, and you listen to everything, and you keep it moving.
Facts.
Because like I said, just me being prior military, I came from South Georgia. I've shared my story many upon many a time. I mean, this is a new group of people. I grew up on a farm. My family owned land in South Georgia. Had chicken coops, eggs. I mean, you name it.
That's what's
Geese,
up.
ducks,
Geese.
pigs,
That's what's
all
up.
these different, yeah, like all these different things, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Man-made ponds, pecan orchids,
There you go. That's my shit. Pecan
peach,
pie is my shit.
yeah, peach.
You leave
We
a
have
room
peach.
full of pecan pies alone or a peach cobbler, nigga, that shit ain't gonna live. I am not sorry.
Oh, oh,
You
you would
already
love my
know. You
mom's
already know. Don't even
peach
leave me in
cobbler.
a room with one of them bitches.
Yeah, you love
I
my
will
mom's
hurt
cooking, man.
myself.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't
Hey
even
man,
gonna
I
lie
bet I
to
could
you.
teach you. I bet I could teach your mom a thing or two too. I
You
was a
probably
pro.
could,
I was a
you
pro
know.
chef for 13 years. So yeah,
My grandmother learned how to cook at a young age from her mother.
I
We
learned to
used to
cook
call
from
her
my grandma.
Big Mama. We used to call her Big
Mm-hmm.
Mama, because
Mm-hmm.
Big Mama was big, but she had the surname Carter. So this was Big Mama Miniola.
Mm.
And my sister, damn, I said my sister. I meant to say my brother is funny because he would tell me stories about how grandma was making cakes from scratch, and she went and used like some lemon flavoring,
Mm-hmm.
and when she used that, white people came by the drove to buy, yeah, to buy her cakes. And I was like, oh,
No doubt.
wait, what? And he was like, and for us, she always used vanilla flavoring. And I was
Yep.
like, oh, so that's what that was.
Uh-huh.
Because I remember one day I had bit into the cake. I was like, why do I taste lemon? Because I was
Mm-hmm.
young. I'm like 6 years old. And he started laughing. He was like, because that cake she used lemon flavor, and this one she used vanilla. That's
Uh-huh.
when I was like, dang. And then I learned about my uncle Kagi. This is how I learned about my family being in
Mm.
Oklahoma.
Oma,
Because
yeah.
Akfuski, yeah, like Akfuski deals with like sudden waters or sharp waters.
Mm-hmm.
And
You've been
my family,
yeah.
yeah. And the
Yes,
funny thing about it,
go ahead.
his son, Kagi Jr., he was a world renowned musician, played in many
Mm.
upon many bands. And that was my grandmother's cousin. And I never knew about my family in Oklahoma. And they later resided in Los Angeles, California. So that's why, like
Yeah.
in the chat, I was saying I got family in California. I never met.
Yeah. I
Like
got
I
family
never
in
met my
Oklahoma I
family.
never met. Yeah, I literally got family in Oklahoma I never met. You know, my grandmother,
Yeah, it's
my
wild,
grandmother,
man.
I called her Tama because I couldn't say Tommy, so I said Tama. But my grandmother's name was
Hmm.
Tommy. You know, I used to always call her Tama, like short for a tomahawk. And
Yeah,
yeah, man, I learned to cook just watching her.
yeah. I almost learned to cook
Fascinating.
just watching,
Yeah.
like my grandmother. And the one thing that stood out to me is that her uncle, Kagi, he graduated from the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. And guess what? His major was
Hmm.
cooking. He was a baker too. I
Yeah,
kid you
man.
not. I'm like, out of
Well,
all
I
the
mean,
things that he could have learned, that's the one
well, think
thing that
about it
stood
this
out to
way
him
though.
because that's what the family was doing.
Exactly. And also,
And this
I
was in the
mean,
18, like the late 1800s.
hundreds, yeah.
Like, yeah, late
Yeah, I
1800s.
mean, as I understand, a lot of home ec classes used to be classes for men. Like shit we would just be
Yeah.
interested in. You know, I mean, our men
Hmm.
haven't always waited around for a woman to serve us. Like you're out hunting a deer, are you gonna fucking wait till you get home after you field dress that bitch, or are you gonna fucking start a fire and get to eating while you dress it? You know what I'm saying?
That's what that's naturally what home ec was for. It was initially for the women, but the women, I know, like, I'm not saying all women, so let
Mm-hmm.
me like backphrase a little bit. I apologize. So when I say women, most of those from my generation, they went to 4-H, but a lot of men, they went to home ec because it was like one of them classes where it's like, do I take this class? Do I take this class? Do I take that class? Like, do you want to go to technology, which I already had? Do you want to go to agriculture? It's like, I already know agriculture, so let me do home
Facts.
ec. So
Yeah.
yeah, you go to home ec, and then, man, there's like so many females in that class. Like, you damn near in a gold mine sometimes. Like, people don't even realize. But that's
Facts.
just growing. But that's just growing up in high school. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying?
You hit a
But
nail right on the
since
head there, bro. All the good girl,
yeah,
all the real bad ones were in there.
yeah, you learning how to bake and do all of these different things, how to season and do a number of things. But the funny thing about home ec is, like, you can't really teach a man, like, how to do something that he naturally does outside.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's funny? When I was in high school, I asked my home ec teacher, I said, "Can we take this outside?" And she was like, "What do you mean?" And when everybody went outside, I had the grill. I had like everything. I said, "No, we gonna grill it." And then she was like, "Oh, y'all gotta be the." I'm like, "Trust me, everything will be done in time because we
Mm-hmm.
done already had everything going. We just wanted to make sure you was okay with it because if you wasn't, we was gonna have to feed everybody doing PE."
Mm-hmm. I
so
feel you.
so trust me, man. Like, it was so many different, like, things that I know me and, you know, my family was showing everybody, like, in school, that when you look back on it, it's like, damn, it's good memories, but what did you really learn? Because that's the one
Yeah.
thing that I always ask myself. I said, what did I really learn? I made good friendships. Half them friendships, I don't even have no more.
Facts.
Like, once I graduated, I was gone.
Same.
And
I was I
you
went
see what I'm
across
saying?
the whole damn world the minute I was done with school. I was like, wait, I'm done? Like I'm finished? All right, cool.
Yeah,
I'm
you
going to
gone.
Thailand. I'm gonna go learn Muay Thai now. Peace. My ass was
Yeah,
gone for
it's like
6 months.
hmm it's like
Yeah,
you're
man.
gone. That was me. It's like I was gone. I went to I left South Georgia. I went to Decatur. I was
There you
living in
go.
Decatur. Like, trust me, the area where they had me at, like, this was back when, like, Outkast was talking about to all the girls going to DeVry and such and such. Cause that's what I was doing back then. I'm giving
Mm.
away my age. So I pretty much went to DeVry for a year. So as a freshman, I was on the dean's list because I breezed through high school because I was doing computer information systems, as they called it back then. So
Mm-hmm. I remember.
I
Yeah, they call
like,
it coding
yeah,
now.
yeah, they call it coding for
Yeah.
the younger. Yeah,
Yeah, they
it's
used to
called
call it
coding now.
IIS is what it used to be.
Yeah,
It's like
information. It was like
information encoding
something
systems or something like that.
information encoded. Yeah,
Yeah.
because back then, that's why I said I'm giving away my age, because back then
Yeah.
we were still learning COBOL, and they were just now getting into the IBM systems and doing C++,
Mm-hmm.
because they not COBOL but Cobalt. They were still
Cobalt, yeah.
teaching us
The
yeah, they were
mineral
still teaching
cobalt.
us COBOL.
The
Yeah,
the the whole the whole chart of elements was minus what? 7 or 8 elements. There were
and trust me, it
they've
was
added 7 or 8 elements onto the table of elements since the time you're talking. I know because I
yeah.
was in honors chemistry back then.
hmm And the funny thing about it is, like, when you went into like C++, things they were teaching you when it came to programming, a lot of that stuff I wasn't even understanding. And the only reason why I chose computer systems programming is because I was so good at doing stuff with electronics. Now, mind you, I grew up playing the piano, I played basketball, and I could draw. But everybody kept telling me, they was like, man, you play the piano, you should be good at coding. And I'm like, oh, I'll give it a try. Tried it,
Mm.
and I was like, oh, this is boring. Let me join the Navy. Now this was in
It is boring. Also,
2000. Yeah, it was
also dope
2001.
though when you program all of your own servos and you build your own like hover plane and shit. I've done that. Is gratifying as
Yeah,
fuck once you get through all the annoyances and you actually build something tangible with it. Then you're like, oh shit. Like you mean
yeah,
those 2.7 million zeros and ones I just looked at equal this? Like it's fucking mind blowing, really, when you think about like just the coding required just to create a button on a website. It's like mind blowing the amount of zeros and ones.
yeah. Everything that happened on the back end. Yeah, you're
Uh
right.
huh. It's fucking
And
mind
and
blowing.
the reason why, yeah, and the reason why I was bringing all this up was to say that when it comes to our land, learning where all the material came. See, I didn't know about the material. It wasn't until I got to see the motherboard and I started asking questions, and they started
Mm-hmm.
breaking down like what all these elements were and where it came from. See, when I started to figure out where all these elements came from, I was looking at my teacher like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, yeah, just this one piece right here. Like, if you don't saw it the right way, it might be on back order for. I'm like, wait, what? So you mean to tell me
Yep.
this little piece right here, if I don't do it right, this is gonna happen? He was like, yes, because these are some of the most purest elements. And when he was telling me some of these elements coming from Georgia,
Mm-hmm.
I just sat down. I was like, you mean to
Yep.
tell me these elements right here
They're
created
mining from
this?
our land. Yeah. Right from under our
Yeah.
feet. The same place the
And
vermilion is.
yeah, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yes. Like, you have to be delicate with the stuff that you do. Treat it like you would want people to treat you, as if you were this, as a
Mm-hmm.
device or
Mm-hmm.
as a piece of machine. You can't look. And that's when I started
Machina.
looking at stuff. Yeah, I started looking at stuff
Machina.
differently.
Animation. Yeah.
Yeah, I started looking at stuff differently then. And I remember when I got home, well, to my dorm, even though we have to pay, because my mom had already had me like one of those what's the name, AT&T cards and stuff like that, because it was long distance to call from, Decatur all the way to South Georgia,
Oh
aka
yeah.
Naylor, Georgia, where my family was from. So I called so it wouldn't, like tack into, it being a long distance before the voice over internet protocol came into play. So I'm
Yeah.
talking with mom. I was like, I didn't even realize like a lot of elements they've been getting from home. And my mom was like, I didn't know. And she was like, from where? I was like, down there. She was like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, I'm dead serious. I didn't know. Like what am I learning? That kind of like took me a breath. And I was like, you know what? I ain't doing this. I'm like, if a corporation can do this, I'm young. What the fuck do I got to lose? You know, like like 9/11 happened. I'm like, man, I'm just going to Navy.
I
And
dig
that's
it.
what I did.
It's a
I
more
went in the
intelligent
Navy.
choice than the Army, and definitely more intelligent than the Marines. I
But
would
when I
say
went,
if you're gonna do it, do Navy or do Air Force.
but you know what's funny? When I went in the Navy, the only reason why I went in the Navy is because I felt like Uncle Sam could pay for the rest of, like my college tuition, because at this time I was
GI
already
Bill.
close to 20. Yeah, I was already close to $20,000 in debt, and I ain't even have credit, and all of that was on me, and that was just from doing a year of college. So what
Yeah.
I ended up doing after then, I was like, oh, this right here, this is what I want to do. Computers.
Yeah, that's dope.
My recruit was like, oh yeah, you can do computers. Hey, my recruit was dumb as shit. Guess what I ended up being?
Hmm.
Every